Chapter 511. For the past few days, Tony has been walking the streets of Tokyo, the city lights ablaze at night, but his mind is completely focused on the upcoming hunt. His red windbreaker stands out against the night sky. His steps are firm, his eyes sharp, like a beast scouting for prey in the darkness. From Tessa, Tony has received a crucial clue. It concerns the possible perpetrator of the recent attacks. A former employee, Suzuki, who was laid off by Arasaka. According to information Tessa received from an Arasaka informant, Suzuki has been missing for several days, and his family has reported him to the police. The police are currently conducting a full-scale search. Tony carefully reviewed Suzuki's messages on his phone. This former employee, a seemingly ordinary office worker, has now become his target. His former superiors and colleagues are none other than the Arasaka employees, who were previously murdered. Humph. Tony muttered softly to himself, a sharp glint in his eyes. He knew Suzuki's disappearance was inextricably linked to the attacks. Tonight's battle would undoubtedly be a tough one, but it was exactly the challenge he'd been waiting for. Tony crouched down on the street corner, observing a strange trail of slime on the ground. His pupils briefly glowed red, but quickly vanished. This was the sign that Tony's spirit power was being activated. He detected a faint trace of the familiar's presence along the trail. The trail extended from the ground into a nearby alley, then climbed up the wall and onto the rooftop. To Tony's eyes, the trace of slime, imbued with the familiar scent, shone brightly. He reaped a lot today, and it looked like it was almost time to close the loop. Tony looked up at the low-slung house, climbed up the fire escape to the roof, and resumed his pursuit. After several blocks, Tony stopped. His steps were light and cautious in the narrow back streets, his heartbeat and breathing maintaining a barely perceptible rhythm, but his senses were working at full capacity. As an executor, one of his fundamental skills was his spirit sense, a subtle yet powerful perception that allowed him to detect even the slightest anomaly in the environment. At this moment, this power was sending him a clear signal. Someone was following him. He didn't act immediately, but continued his seemingly casual progress until he reached a corner with more light. He suddenly stopped, turned, and, his sharp gaze piercing the shadows, he said bluntly, "Come out. What's the point of sneaking around like that?" As soon as he finished speaking, a figure emerged from a dark doorway and slowly stepped into the light. It was Sheena. She remained alert, but her expression was more one of confusion and bewilderment than the embarrassment of deliberately following someone. "Sir, I think there might be a misunderstanding here. I wasn't specifically following you. I'm Sheena, and I work for the Metropolitan Police Department. Actually, my current investigation led me to this location, which coincidentally overlaps with your route. So, your reference to following someone, I think, might just be a coincidence." Sheena's words offered a hint of clarification, showcasing the calm analytical skills of a professional agent. Typically, when conducting missions outside the area, Swagger operators avoid revealing their identities directly, instead giving the names of cooperating social organizations. Tony raised an eyebrow, his gaze darting back and forth over Sheena, assessing her veracity. He noticed that despite her petite frame, her gaze was firm, revealing a professional air, which eased his guard slightly. "Sheena, is that so? It seems we share a common goal." Tony's previous guard was gone, a playful smile tugging at the corner of his mouth. "But next time you follow someone, remember to be more skillful, and don't let them detect you so easily." "Common goal. Wait, sir, are you also here to investigate the recent murders?" "Yes. This case is very bizarre. I'm afraid it's beyond the ability of a private investigator, or even a member of the public to handle it. Please leave it to us. We're professionals." Sheena suspected he might be a private investigator, or something else. Generally, only Schwager could handle cases involving the families. "I know you're professionals. You're not a Metropolitan Police Department officer at all, but a Swagger operator, right?" Tony, never one to beat around the bush, revealed Sheena's true identity directly. "Huh? I see the device you're holding is a Swagger terminal, right?" Tony recognized the Swagger terminal. It seemed he dealt with a local Swagger branch in his home country before, but he didn't seem to let them know he was also an executor. It seemed he wasn't going to reveal his identity this time either. "Who are you?" Sheena suddenly became alert. "Well, don't put on that expression. I'm just an ordinary familiar hunter passing by." Tony assumed a relaxed attitude, spreading his hands, assuring Sheena he meant no harm. "Family hunter." Sheena realized she had encountered a strange yet remarkable individual tonight. Sheena chuckled, appearing a bit embarrassed, but then regained her composure. "Thank you for your advice, Mr. Tony. Perhaps we can share information and deal with those families together. I didn't say I was sharing information with you. Leave me alone. That guy should be nearby. I'm finishing my work and collecting the bounty, Tony said, turning and walking away, leaving Sheena disheveled in the wind. Hey! Stop! Sheena hurried after him. Tony's steps were firm and swift, as he advanced along the narrow backstreets, seemingly unconcerned with Sheena's presence. His gaze swept through the night, searching for any possible clues. For him, completing the mission was more important than any social interaction. Mr. Tony, please wait! Sheena's voice was filled with urgency, and she quickened her pace, trying to keep pace with Tony. Tony paused and turned, his eyes glancing at her with a hint of displeasure. Miss Sheena, I hope you understand that I don't want to be disturbed on my mission. I work alone because I believe it's the most effective way. Sheena was speechless for a moment. She hadn't expected Tony to express his position so bluntly. She took a deep breath, trying to remain calm. I understand, Mr. Tony. But please be assured that Swager's resources and information may be of assistance to you. I don't mean to disturb you, but rather to work together against those families. Tony was silent for a moment, his gaze scanning Sheena's face. He knew Sheena had a point, but he also knew his own way of working. Finally, he nodded. I understand, Miss Sheena. I can accept your proposal for now, but please remember that I have my own principles and methods. If I find that cooperation is not beneficial to me, I will withdraw. Sheena breathed a sigh of relief, feeling a sense of peace. Thank you, Mr. Tony. I believe our cooperation will bring positive results. Ah, whatever you say. Tony remained indifferent, and walked towards the dilapidated back street. Chapter 512. Following the monster's trail, Tony and Sheena stopped in front of a deserted hospital. The hospital's exterior was mottled, its windows shattered. Moonlight filtered through the cracks, slicing the corridors into a mosaic of light and darkness. Once a symbol of healing and hope, this place was now a place of fear and uncertainty. Want to leave? Tony glanced at the eerie, abandoned building, seemingly nonchalant. He turned on the LED flashlight pinned to his chest. Of course. Sheena gripped the flashlight tightly, taking a deep breath. Despite her inner unease, she mustered her courage and prepared to step into this unknown territory. The flashlight's beam trembled slightly in her hand, illuminating the entrance ahead. Hey Sheena, you look like you're going on a date. Tony's voice was tinged with a hint of teasing. He always seemed to find the lighter side in a tense atmosphere. Sheena glared at him, but didn't object. She knew Tony was simply using his way of easing her nerves. She tried to smile back, but the curve of her lips seemed a little stiff with nervousness. Let's go! We have to hurry. Sheena's voice was a little weak, but she took a step anyway, her flashlight sweeping back and forth along the hospital corridor. Tony followed her, his eyes scanning the surroundings warily. He knew this place might be dangerous. Suzuki, transformed into a monster, was lurking in this building. He could attack at any moment. As Sheena entered the hospital lobby, a sudden noise made her freeze. Her gaze quickly shifted toward the source of the sound, the flashlight's beam shifting accordingly. However, wherever the beam reached, there was only silence and shadow. It's just the wind, Sheena, Tony's voice came from behind her. Then, Tony walked past Sheena, his spirit sense already covering the entire floor. The dark corridor seemed as bright as daylight to him. Sheena nodded, trying to calm herself. But then, a clearer sound emanated from the depths of the hospital, like something dragging. Sheena's courage instantly shattered, and she felt a chill run up her spine, spreading throughout her body. Her body trembled uncontrollably, and the flashlight's beam began to shake violently. Tony, there's something over there. Sheena's voice was cut short as she saw a dark figure flash by at the end of the corridor, making a crashing sound. Damn it! Tony cursed under his breath, quickly drawing his weapon, ready to respond to any possible threat. However, his spirit senses didn't detect the presence of his familiar. He ran over to see what turned out to be a mannequin, blown over by the wind and rolled away. However, Sheena was overcome with fear. The moment the shadow disappeared, she felt her legs give way, and she involuntarily sat down on the ground. The flashlight slipped from her hand and rolled to the side. Hey, woman. Tony shook his head. Tony returned to Sheena's side and said with a relaxed expression, Don't be so startled. It's just a plastic mannequin. Sheena nodded, her cheeks flushed, knowing how embarrassing her previous behavior had been. But she also knew that now wasn't the time to blame herself. I'm fine. Sheena's voice held a hint of determination. We have to keep going. Tony nodded, respecting Sheena's courage. He reached out and helped Sheena to her feet. In the dim corridors of the abandoned hospital, Tony and Sheena were cautiously exploring. Tony was walking in front when his steps suddenly stopped. A section of the ground gave way under his weight. Ouch! He lost his balance, missed a step, and plummeted to the ground below. Tony! Sheena exclaimed. She rushed toward the suddenly appeared black hole, shining her flashlight downward. She saw Tony a few meters below. Although he had fallen hard, he quickly stood up. I'm fine, Sheena. Tony's voice came from below, dusting himself off. The structure here is unstable. Don't come down. I'll be back up soon. Sheena nodded. Although she was filled with worry, she knew Tony was strong and would not be easily injured. She stepped back a few steps, guarding the cave entrance, the flashlight lingering near the spot where Tony had vanished. With Tony's departure, the silence of the hospital enveloped Sheena once again. She felt a chill run down her spine, and the air around her seemed to grow heavier. She knew that now she must face the unknown horrors of this abandoned hospital alone. The shadows within began to weave terrifying images in her mind. She heard faint sounds, like distant sobs and whispers, echoing through the empty corridors, making her tense. Her footsteps echoed throughout the hospital, each echo akin to something following her. Sheena's flashlight swept the corridors, her surroundings warily observing every corner and every piece of discarded medical equipment as a potential threat. Her heartbeat quickened, her breathing became rapid. She knew she had to remain calm, but fear was slowly eroding her sanity. In this tense atmosphere, Sheena began to feel anxious and panicked. She kept reminding herself that she was a member of the Swagers, professionally trained to handle any dangerous situation. However, as time passed, Tony still hadn't returned, and the atmosphere of terror within the hospital grew more and more intense. Sheena began to feel constrained, her confidence gradually giving way to unease and fear. She realized that she might not be as adept at handling such a dangerous situation as the members of Team K. As an intelligence operator, her job typically involved analyzing data and processing documents, not directly facing danger. Despite her training, compared to the battle-hardened warriors of Team K, her experience was clearly insufficient for the situation at hand. Tony's accidental fall into the basement left Sheena alone to face the horrors of the darkness. She swept her flashlight up and down the corridor, but the light seemed unable to penetrate the darkest corners. Her heartbeat thumped in her ears, each beat setting her nerves on edge. And why hadn't Tony come up from the basement yet? It was because his senses were drawn to the powerful presence of his familia. This presence was filled with danger. Tony's hunter instincts told him that a powerful enemy lay hidden here. Looks like I stumbled upon something, Tony muttered to himself, his fingers lightly touching the hilt of his sword, ready to respond to any threat as he advanced deeper into the basement. Chapter 513. In the basement of the abandoned hospital, under the dim light, Tony's footsteps echoed on the cold concrete floor. He passed through rows of discarded medical equipment, finally stopping in front of the morgue. The flashlight's beam pierced the darkness, illuminating the room. Here, rows of metal moored tables lay silently in the gloom, the air thick with the smell of preservatives and dampness. Tony's gaze swept across the room, finally settling on an unusual figure. Suzuki? His voice echoed in the empty morgue, a hint of uncertainty in his voice. He pulled out his phone, looked at Suzuki's information on it, and sighed. Under the flashlight's beam, Suzuki's body was twisted beyond recognition. His skin was slick, sheeny with mucus, and his shape was bizarre, like a giant mollusk. It reacted to the name Suzuki. Tony knew that the creature before him was no longer the Suzuki of the past, but a dangerous monster. Upstairs in the abandoned hospital, Sheena faced the darkness and silence all around her alone. Her heartbeat quickened as she swept the beam of her flashlight up and down the corridor, trying to dispel the shadows. Suddenly, she heard rustling sounds, coming from all directions, sending a chill down her spine. Tony? Sheena called softly, but only the unsettling sounds answered. Her intuition told her that the sounds weren't coming from Tony, but from something else. Summoning her courage, Sheena decided to search for the source of the noise. Holding the flashlight tightly, she slowly moved down the corridor, taking each step carefully. As she turned a corner, the flashlight illuminated a group of small monsters, stealthily approaching her. These creatures resembled some sort of mutated, soft-bodied creatures, their bodies slick, their eyes gleaming green, and they were making rustling noises. Sheena's heartbeat suddenly accelerated, her breathing quickened, and she realized she was surrounded by these monsters. No, no, no. Sheena's voice trembled, and she instinctively took a few steps back. But the monsters didn't stop advancing. As if drawn to Sheena's scent, they began to accelerate towards her. At this critical moment, Sheena's survival instincts took over. She turned and ran, sprinting down the corridor, toward the hospital exit. Her footsteps echoed throughout the empty hospital, blending with the rustling sounds of the monsters, forming a terrifying symphony. Sheena's heartbeat was like a drum, and she felt an unprecedented sense of panic. Rustling sounds came from all directions, and in her panic, she lost herself in the maze of corridors. Her flashlight cast flickering shadows on the walls, adding to the eerie atmosphere. "Tony? Tony, where are you?" Sheena's voice echoed through the empty hallway, but only her own echo answered. Anxiety filled her heart. She knew she had to find a way out, but the hospital's layout was a mystery to her. As she turned a corner, her flashlight caught sight of a group of squirming, soft-bodied monsters, their eyes gleaming an ominous green in the darkness. Sheena's breath hitched, and a chill ran through her heart. She realized these monsters might be Suzuki's mutated companions or products. In this emergency, despite being armed, she found her fingers trembling in her panic, unable to aim accurately. Driven by the desire to survive, her eyes quickly searched the surroundings, finally landing on a metal mop leaning against the wall. Sheena quickly grabbed the mop, her arms flailing, screaming, and lashing at the approaching monsters. Although her attacks were haphazard, the chaos and power temporarily drove the monsters back. "Ah! Get away from me!" Sheena screamed, her voice echoing through the hospital corridors, her mop hitting its target again and again, a dull thud. The monsters' attack was halted, and they began to hesitate, no longer advancing with the reckless abandon they had before. Sheena took the opportunity to turn, her steps stumbling but gradually picking up speed. Panicked, she rushed to the second floor, hoping to escape the encirclement of these little monsters. Elsewhere, Tony gripped his greatsword tightly, its blade gleaming coldly in the dim basement. His gaze was resolute. Facing the mutated Suzuki, his expression held no fear, only the calm and focus of a hunter on his prey. Tony knew this battle would be another trophy in his career. "Come on, monster!" Tony's voice, deep and powerful, echoed through the empty morgue, a challenge to Suzuki and an encouragement to himself. He was ready for this battle, every fiber of his being craving the passion of battle. Suzuki seemed to react to Tony's voice. His body began to wriggle, his slimy tentacles dragging along the ground with a chilling sound. He slowly approached Tony, like a beast poised for a strike, searching for the perfect moment. Tony's flashlight beam locked onto Suzuki's movements, his eyes gleaming with the glint of a hunter in the darkness. His twin pistols were at the ready to fire and repel the slimy tentacles. Suddenly, Suzuki attacked, his body moving with an eerie, rapid movement as he lunged at Tony. Tony quickly retreated, firing his pistols simultaneously. Bullets punctured Suzuki's slimy skin, but the holes quickly closed, causing no real damage. This made Tony realize that he needed a closer encounter to effectively penetrate Suzuki's defenses. Using his agility, he skillfully wall-jumped to avoid Suzuki's attack, while looking for an opportunity to deliver a fatal blow with his greatsword. Every time the blade made contact with Suzuki's body, the monster roared in pain. Tony's sword dance shone through the darkness, his movements smooth and precise, each swing of the sword accompanied by the sound of cutting through the wind. The battle raged in the morgue, Tony's sword dance and gunfire intertwined in the darkness, creating a life-and-death struggle. His movements were smooth and precise, each swing of the sword accompanied by the sound of cutting through the wind, while his twin pistols unleashed deadly bullets at crucial moments. Tony's fighting style was unique. He was like a demon dancing in the darkness, each attack imbued with power and beauty. "I thought you were so powerful. It's time to end it." Tony gathered the power of his executioner's spirit. Unlike Sakia's golden glow, his glow was red. Finally, after a fierce attack from Suzuki, Tony found the decisive moment. Though Suzuki's attack was fierce, it inevitably revealed a flaw in its retreat. Tony seized this opportunity, retreating at an almost impossible speed. At the same time, his greatsword drew a perfect arc in the air, the tip of the sword pointed directly at Suzuki's vitals. The moment Suzuki lunged again, Tony's greatsword, with a sound of breaking wind and thunderous force, pierced Suzuki's heart. "Jackpot!" Tony's voice echoed in the basement, and a look of determination flashed in his eyes. The tip of the sword pierced Suzuki's smooth skin, passed through muscle and bone, and finally embedded itself deeply in Suzuki's heart. A stream of black blood gushed from Suzuki's wound, its body convulsing violently and emitting a shrill roar. Tony gripped the hilt of his sword tightly and twisted it with force, completely destroying Suzuki's heart. Suzuki's body began to tremble violently, its tentacles drooping limply. Finally, this monster, once a salaryman, slowly fell to the ground, motionless. The tip of his sword dripped with the monster's blood, but his eyes were filled with calm and satisfaction. In this battle, He not only won, but also proved his exceptional ability as an executioner. Chapter 514. Tony slowly pulled the great sword from Suzuki's body. Blood dripped down the blade and onto the ground. But the power of his spirit flashed, instantly evaporating the blood. He turned and left, his steps firm, heading upstairs, ready to reunite with Sheena and leave together. Tony's boots echoed crisply on the concrete floor of the basement. His steps were firm and powerful, his heart filled with a piece of post-battle peace. Though the battle was difficult, Tony's strength and determination ultimately won the victory. With Suzuki's destruction, the terror within the hospital dissipated. The small monsters mutated by Suzuki also lost their vitality, dissipating into the air like morning mist. Upstairs, Sheena endured a tense escape. Quartered by the leech-like monsters, she was forced to climb onto a rickety shelf, pressing her body against the wall to minimize her presence. Her heart pounded like a drum, and fear made her body tremble uncontrollably. However, just as Sheena was about to despair, the little monsters suddenly stopped attacking. Their movements stiffened, and then they began to dissipate like shadows in the sunlight. Sheena's eyes widened, and she felt an incredible sense of relief. She realized that this sudden change must be Tony's work. Tony did it. Sheena felt a surge of warmth in her heart, knowing that Tony must have won his decisive battle with Suzuki in the basement. She carefully climbed down from the shelf. Although she still felt a lingering fear, the previous feeling of despair was gone. Sheena took a deep breath, knowing she had to leave this place as soon as possible. She picked up the flashlight she had dropped and hurried down the stairs, heading towards the hospital exit. Her heart was filled with gratitude towards Tony. When Tony walked out of the hospital, he saw Sheena. She was standing against the outer wall, looking a little disheveled, but safe and sound. Tony's lips curled up unconsciously. It seemed this experience had deepened the trust between him and Sheena. "You did well, Sheena." Tony walked over to Sheena, his voice tinged with approval. Sheena looked at Tony, her eyes filled with gratitude. Tony. Without you, I wouldn't be safe. I have to thank you for this time." The two exchanged a smile. Tony told Sheena what had happened next, telling her that the case was closed. As for Suzuki, he had his own arrangements. After the battle in the abandoned hospital, Tony and Sheena left the shadowy place together. Tokyo seemed remarkably peaceful in the night, as if the previous terror had been an illusion. The two exchanged a few brief words on the street outside the hospital, confirming each other's safety and reaching a consensus on the next steps. "I need to report this to Schwager." Sheena's voice was tinged with seriousness, her gaze resolute in the night. At the intersection outside the hospital, as Sheena and Tony parted ways, Sheena looked at Tony with a hint of anticipation. "Mr. Tony, have you considered joining Schwager? We really need your skills." Tony smiled faintly, his eyes revealing a hint of uninhibitedness. "Sheena, I'm honored by your invitation. But I met the people at Schwager, and I know they're very professional. However, I prefer the freedom of choice. We can work together, but I won't be hired. That's my principle." Sheena nodded in understanding. She knew Tony was a loner, his free spirit and independent nature part of his role as a familiar hunter. "I understand, Mr. Tony. Well, at least while we're in Tokyo, let's stay in touch." Tony agreed to Sheena's proposal. "Of course, Sheena. We're off to a good start, aren't we?" The two exchanged contact information and departed. Tony pondered Sheena's proposal as he walked through the streets of Tokyo. He acknowledged Schwager as a powerful organization, but he also knew his value lay in his ability to act freely. He didn't want to be tied down by any organization, even one like Schwager. "Go ahead, Sheena. If there's any business involving the families, let me know." Tony watched Sheena enter the subway station, then continued walking along the sidewalk. Following the detailed directions Tessa had provided, he arrived at an apartment building in a quiet Tokyo neighborhood. In the night, the building's exterior looked remarkably elegant. Its walls, dominated by varying shades of gray and accented by large glass windows, created a modern yet stylish atmosphere. He took the elevator to his designated floor and found his new residence. Tony opened the door and was greeted by a spacious living room. A stylish chandelier hung from the high ceiling, emitting a soft glow. The living room's walls were primarily white, accented by dark gray moldings, creating a simple yet layered feel. Tessa was already waiting for Tony in the apartment. She was sitting on the living room sofa, a cup of hot tea in hand, looking relaxed. Seeing Tony enter, she stood up and greeted him with a smile. "Tony, you're here." Tessa's voice was gentle and friendly. "Come on, I show you around your apartment. You can live here with peace of mind for the time being. Obedience is worse than courtesy." Tony was glad someone was paying for his apartment. Otherwise, Tokyo's rent would be a real headache for him. The furnishings in the apartment were equally modern and sophisticated. A dark gray fabric sofa dominated the living room, facing a large smart TV. Below, a TV stand was decorated with minimalist decorations. A large window framed one side of the living room, offering a panoramic view of the city at night and the brightly lit Tokyo Tower in the distance. Tony walked through the living room and into the open kitchen. The kitchen was equally modern, featuring stainless steel and dark cabinets, and fully equipped with all the necessary utensils and appliances. The kitchen featured a coffee maker and sink, with a built-in oven and stovetop next to it, creating a functional and stylish look. He continued exploring and discovered a well-equipped gym with a variety of fitness equipment, including treadmills, dumbbell racks, and multi-trainers. A large mirror on the wall enhanced the sense of spaciousness. Tony found his bedroom, which housed a spacious double bed covered in dark gray bedding, matching the overall apartment's color scheme. To one side of the bedroom stood a row of wardrobes, ample space for all his clothing and gear. Across from the bed stood another large window, allowing ample natural light. Adjacent to the bedroom was a fully equipped bathroom with a shower, bathtub, and sink. The walls and floors were clad in high-quality tile, creating a bright and uncluttered space. Tony carefully placed his great sword and dual pistols in a corner of the living room, keeping them hidden from view. He then removed his coat, casually draped it over the back of the sofa, and sank deeply into the soft couch. He stretched, feeling the comfort of the couch, and let out a long breath. Tony nodded, thanking Tessa for her thoughtfulness. "Thank you, Tessa. The apartment is nice, even better than I expected." "As you like it," Tessa smiled. Chapter 515. Tessa smiled and nodded at Tony's relaxed demeanor. She knew that for an executor like Tony, who often lived in a state of tension and danger, having a comfortable place to rest was crucial. "Tony, feel free to let me know if you need anything. This is your home, at least while you're in Tokyo." Tony smiled faintly, a hint of gratitude in his eyes. "I will, Tessa. Now, I just need some time and space to gather my thoughts." Tessa nodded, knowing Tony needed time to adjust. She stood up, preparing to leave. "Then I won't bother you anymore. If you need me, feel free to contact me." "Okay. Oh, and we also paid your European office's utility bills, and we even arranged for the landlord to come and clean for you." Tessa told Tony this before leaving, allowing him to fully focus on the Tokyo assignment. "Great. Thank you so much." Tony quickly stood up and walked Tessa to the door. Watching her leave, his heart filled with gratitude. He felt fortunate to have found an employer like Tessa in Tokyo. Tony stood up and walked to the window, gazing out at the Tokyo nightscape. A deep glint shone in his eyes, his heart filled with anticipation for the future. He knew he would face even more challenges in the days ahead. The night deepened, but the lights of Tokyo remained bright. And Tony would continue his hunting commissions. Tony turned away from the window, deciding to take a shower and relax. He knew he would need to be in top condition in the days ahead to face any possible dangers. Nineveh. Sakia. Oh, I really can't remember clearly. Tony silently repeated the names of the two executors. It seemed as if his memory had also been affected by the time shift. Perhaps this was why he was so cautious about acting alone. In the bathroom, hot water gushed from the showerhead. Tony stood under the stream, closed his eyes, and savored the comforting warmth. A sense of peace filled his heart, and his thoughts gradually became clearer. When Tony finished his shower and walked out, he felt both physically and mentally relaxed. He put on some loose pajamas, and walked to the living room sofa and sat down. Tony picked up the remote control and turned on the TV. A news program about Tokyo appeared on the screen. Tony casually flicked through the program, a calm expression in his eyes. Even then, Sheena went back to compile a report on the incident. At least the incident had been resolved perfectly, and he could report it to Cheyenne and Hayato. Sheena returned to the office of the Swaglia branch. It was late at night, but the place was still bustling. She sat at her desk, flicking on the lamp. Soft light streamed down onto the surface, illuminating both the desk and her computer. Her eyes were focused, her hands moving rapidly across the keyboard, recording every crucial detail. "A mysterious man named Tony, and I located Suzuki," she wrote. "The battle at the hospital was intense, and Mr. Tony demonstrated extraordinary combat skills and quick reflexes." She described every turning point in the battle, and Tony's crucial role in it. Her words revealed her admiration for Tony, and her appreciation for Schwager's teamwork. In her report, Sheena also mentioned Tony's decision to refuse to join Swager. She wrote, "Although Mr. Tony has chosen to remain independent, his contributions to this incident cannot be ignored. I believe that even as an external collaborator, he will be a valuable ally. Sheena's assessment of Tony is filled with profound insight and respect. She first encountered Tony in a dark alley in Tokyo, while independently investigating the Suzuki case. Suddenly, a figure appeared in her sight, Tony. His appearance was both unexpected and seemingly fateful. Sheena discovered that Tony possessed not only keen observation skills, but also extraordinary combat skills. In their subsequent collaboration, Tony demonstrated his strength. Whether facing complex situations or fierce battles, he remained calm and made quick and accurate decisions. Every action he took was filled with confidence and strength, which earned Sheena a deep admiration for him. Tony had once mentioned the profession of family hunter to Sheena. He explained that familiar hunters were supposedly a group of individuals who specialized in hunting families. They usually acted alone, quietly protecting the human world. This responsibility was supposedly the responsibility of the Swage organization, but as a Swage member, Sheena had never heard of such a hunter. Sheena warned Cheyenne that more familiar hunters might appear. Their backgrounds might be something to keep an eye on later. Sheena's assessment of Tony was not only a testament to his personal abilities, but also a sign of respect for his professionalism. She believed that familiar hunters, like Tony, were crucial to maintaining social peace. Their courage and fighting prowess earned Sheena's deep respect. In the days ahead, Sheena believed that Tony and his companions would become valuable allies of the Swage organization. After Sheena finished writing the report, she carefully read it over, making sure she hadn't missed any important information. Then, she sent an electronic copy to Cheyenne and Hayato. The next day, Cheyenne and Hayato's responses appeared in her inbox. They praised Sheena and Tony's work and congratulated them on their successful resolution of the incident. Cheyenne wrote, "Sheena, you did a great job. The successful resolution of this incident demonstrates your ability and judgment. Keep up the good work. As for what a familiar hunter is, perhaps you learn more after interacting with Tony a few more times." Hayato also wrote, "Mr. Tony's abilities are impressive. Although he chose not to join us, his experience and skills remain invaluable to our work. I hope we can continue our partnership with him." Sheena read Cheyenne and Hayato's responses, feeling a surge of satisfaction. She knew she had successfully completed the mission, and had earned a valuable partner like Tony for Schwager. Sheena stood up, stretched, and decided to rest. She knew she might face more challenges in the days ahead, but she also knew that as long as she persevered, she would find her own path. With people like Sheena protecting this city, people can live in peace and enjoy the tranquility of the night. As for Sheena, she would continue her work, contributing to the protection of the city. Sheena left the office and decided to relax at a nearby shop for a cup of coffee. She knew she would need to be in top condition in the coming days to deal with any possible dangers. In the cafe, Sheena found a seat by the window. She ordered a hot coffee, then pulled out her phone and began browsing the news. She had a strange feeling that things would be unsettled in Tokyo, indeed, throughout the kingdom of Riyadh. And Schwager would be busy soon. Chapter 516. While Sheena remained vigilant for unusual activity on the outskirts of Narita City, on the hills behind the Shintoryu dojo, the bamboo forest, shrouded in darkness, rustled in the wind, as if whispering the coming trial. Shakia, dressed in her dojo training uniform and straw sandals, clutched a sharp Riyadh sword. Her gaze was firm, her breathing steady, like a statue, quietly awaiting the coming challenge. Cheyenne stood by, her gaze filled with scrutiny and anticipation. She knew Shakia's potential, and was curious about the results of her special training. "Come on, Shakia, let me see your recent progress." Cheyenne's voice was calm and clear, like a gentle breeze. Master Jingxi said that the power of the spirit isn't just about strengthening the body. It's also about manifesting the spirit and will. Your goal isn't simply to cut the bamboo, but to transmit your will through the power of the spirit to the tip of the blade. Shakia nodded. She closed her eyes, took a deep breath, and slowly exhaled. She began to concentrate, sensing the power of the spirit within her. She could feel it coursing through her blood, merging with her will. A golden glow emanated from her body, energy flowing from her fingers to the blade. She inserted her sheathed blade into her horn belt, preparing to perform the II slash. Shakia slowly squatted, her left knee resting on the ground, her buttocks resting on her left heel. Her right foot lifted, assuming a squatting position. This was the traditional ancient II waist stance. She opened her eyes, her gaze piercing. She placed her right hand with the palm facing up and the back of her hand on the hilt of the knife, as the power of her spirit surged. She gazed at the bamboo forest ahead, her body lowered slightly, entering a state of readiness. Determination gleamed in her eyes, knowing that the next strike would be a testament to the fruits of her training. The blade gleamed coldly across the night sky, and the sound of a blade piercing the air echoed through the bamboo forest. Kusunagi's sword. Huh? Shikia shouted, swinging her blade forward and slashing down. With a sharp cry, Shikia swung the Ryokoku's sword in her hand, concentrating all her training and the power of her spirit into this single strike. Her movements were seamless, without a moment's hesitation. The blade carved a brilliant arc through the night sky, seemingly cleaving the very air. These two strikes were not simply simple slashes, but full-force blows imbued with the power of her spirit. The blades sliced through the air, emitting a sharp whistling sound. As the blades fell, a powerful shockwave crisscrossed, unleashing from the blade's tip and sweeping towards the bamboo forest. Before the blade touched the bamboo, the sword energy, fueled by the power of the spirit, had already burst forth. Like a roaring silver dragon, it plunged straight into the dense bamboo thicket ahead. Wherever the sword energy passed, the air seemed to tremble, and an invisible pressure spread through the bamboo forest. Boom! The sword energy collided with the bamboo, emitting a deafening roar. For a moment, time seemed to freeze, and then a violent commotion erupted in the bamboo forest. Crack, crack. The sound of bamboo breaking echoed in succession, like a small explosion. The power contained in the sword energy far exceeded the bamboo's ability to withstand it. Unable to resist, they broke one after another. Crack! 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 The broken bamboo didn't fall immediately. Instead, it was pushed to the sides by the impact of the sword energy, forming a wide passage. On either side of the passage, the bamboo fell neatly, the cuts smooth, as if meticulously designed. The sword energy continued to advance until it reached the end of the bamboo forest, where it gradually dissipated. The entire bamboo forest was split in two, forming a vast fan-shaped area. Moonlight streamed down from the sky, illuminating the area, making the bamboo forest, cut by the sword energy, appear even more magnificent. Sakia stood quietly, her eyes gleaming with satisfaction. She pointed the tip of her sword at an angle toward the ground. A drop of sweat trickled down her forehead, but a confident smile graced her face. A flicker of surprise flashed across Cheyenne's eyes, then gave way to a satisfied smile. Excellent, Shikia, she nodded approvingly. You have mastered the integration of your spirit power and your weapon. Your training has yielded remarkable results. Shikia sheathed her sword. Her body trembled slightly from the full-strength blow she had just delivered, but a satisfied smile graced her face. She knew that she had not only completed this training but had also taken a significant step forward in her martial arts. That night, she had not only proven her own strength, but also proved to herself that with faith and hard work, nothing is impossible. Cheyenne stepped forward and stood at the edge of the bamboo forest, witnessing the sword energy unleashed by Shikia's ii slash. The force not only destroyed the bamboo forest before her, but also stirred a wave in her heart. Her eyes gleamed with recognition of Shikia's potential, and boundless longing for the possibilities of the future. Shikia, your performance has exceeded my expectations. Cheyenne's voice was thick with barely concealed excitement. You perfectly integrated the power of the Kippo with the ii slash. Thanks to you, my Shinto Ryu technique has truly evolved. Shikia turned to Cheyenne, a humble smile on her face. This is all thanks to Master Jinxi's guidance and your help, Cheyenne. I almost mastered the art of unleashing the Kippo's energy through weapons. Before, I couldn't do it as I pleased, but now I can control it with ease. Cheyenne nodded. She knew that Master Jinxi's assignment for Shikia was extremely challenging. To also sever the flow of water. This wasn't just a test of swordsmanship. It was a challenge to the Executor's supernatural powers. Now, Cheyenne was certain that Shikia was on the verge of achieving this goal. And at this moment, perhaps Shikia, even with a wooden stick, would unleash immense power. Master Jinxi always discerns potential in people, Cheyenne said with emotion. She saw the potential in you, and you didn't disappoint her. Shikia smiled softly, her heart filled with gratitude towards Master Jinxi. She knew this phase test wasn't just a test of her own abilities, but also a response to Master Jinxi's trust. Cheyenne continued, as an executor, you possess extraordinary abilities. This is what sets you apart from ordinary martial artists. But how to harness these abilities to their full potential is what we truly need to explore. Shikia, you already taken a solid step on this path. Shikia tightened her grip on the blade, her eyes gleaming with determination. Thank you. I will continue to work hard and live up to Master Jinxi and everyone else's expectations. Cheyenne smiled and nodded. She believed Shikia's potential far exceeded this. In Shikia's hands, Shinto techniques would surely reach new heights, and this was exactly what Cheyenne hoped for. It seems that the combat effectiveness of Sakuya and Shram will be greatly improved in the future. Chapter 517. Yoko knew that calling directly might disturb Sheena, especially when she wasn't sure if she was available. As an introvert and polite child, she opted for a text message, expressing her urgent need for help while minimizing the disruption to Sheena. After sending the message, Yoko anxiously awaited a reply. She frequently checked her phone, hoping to hear from Sheena as soon as possible. She felt a mixture of anticipation and dread, fearing Sheena would be offended by her interruption. However, Sheena's reply arrived quickly, filled with warmth and understanding. Yoko, you don't need to apologize. I'm glad you contacted me. I call you later. Remember, you're not alone. We face this together. Sheena's reply brought Yoko immense comfort. A warmth welled up in Yoko's heart, and she felt an unprecedented sense of security. She knew she was no longer fighting alone. She had allies and courage. For Yoko, Sheena's presence was like a ray of light, illuminating her dark world. She assured Yoko that even in the most difficult times, there would be someone to lend a helping hand, giving her strength and hope. After school, Yoko sat at her desk, her phone clutched tightly in her hand, her eyes filled with anxiety and anticipation. After a brief ring, Sheena's voice came from the other end, warm and calm. Sheena, Yoko, are you okay? I saw your text. Tell me what happened. Yoko's voice trembled slightly. Miss Sheena, I'm really sad. Someone at school did something bad to me. Sheena's voice was filled with concern. I'm here, Yoko. Please tell me exactly what happened. Yoko took a deep breath and began to recount Yamamoto Ami's retaliatory actions and the humiliation and isolation she had endured. Her voice, though weak, gradually grew firmer. Sheena listened patiently, occasionally offering soothing words. I know this must be difficult for you, Yoko. Thank you for trusting me and sharing your experience. Yoko's tears began to fall, but a firmness lingered in her voice. Miss Sheena, I don't want this to happen again. I don't want to feel scared and helpless again. Sheena's voice was filled with determination. Yoko, you don't have to face this alone. I will do everything I can to help you. First, we need to ensure your safety and mental well-being. Yoko clutched the phone tightly, feeling an unprecedented sense of unease. Unseen sense of security. Miss Sheena, thank you. I don't know what I would do without you. Sheena continued, Yoko, I'd like to suggest that you talk to the teachers at school. You might also consider seeking professional counseling. These professionals can provide you with more help and support. Yoko nodded, though Sheena couldn't see. I tried, Miss Sheena. But the other party's family is a shareholder in the school. I just don't want these things to affect my studies and my life. Sheena was silent for a moment. After all, these private schools often have these problems. It's indeed a bit tricky. Sheena, Yoko, bullying is unacceptable under any circumstances. You've taken the important first step by asking me for help. But we need to make sure this doesn't happen again. Yoko's voice trembled slightly. Miss Sheena, I don't know what else I can do. I feel like I tried so hard, but the situation isn't getting better. Sheena, I understand how you feel, Yoko. We must take stronger measures against this kind of bullying. Calling the police is an option when necessary. Bullying can constitute a criminal offense, especially when it involves harassment, threats, or physical harm. Yoko was surprised. Call the police? I hadn't considered that option before. Sheena patiently explained, yes, call the police. If the bullying persists or you feel your safety is threatened, you should contact the police immediately. They have the right and responsibility to protect you. Yoko was silent for a moment, then said, I understand, Miss Sheena. I just don't want to make things more complicated. Miscellaneous. Sheena, I understand your concerns, but your safety and well-being are paramount. If bullies know you're not alone and that you're prepared to take action to protect yourself, they might reconsider their actions. Yoko, thank you, Miss Sheena. I consider it. I just hope this is over. Sheena, I know this is hard for you, Yoko. But remember, you're not alone. I'm always here for you, and you have the right to seek help and protection. Yoko's heart was filled with gratitude. I really appreciate your help, Miss Sheena. You've given me so much courage. Sheena, Yoko, you're a brave girl, and I'm sure you can get through this. If you decide to call the police or need any help, please feel free to contact me. During that long, late-night phone call, Sheena not only offered Yoko warm comfort, but also patiently explained the legal options available to her in the face of bullying. Her voice was firm and calm, as if telling Yoko that even in a dark world, the law is a beacon that illuminates the way forward. Remember, Yoko, Sheena said, a hint of severity in her voice. If the bullying doesn't stop, don't hesitate to contact the police immediately. Your safety is paramount. Yoko listened quietly on the other end of the line, a surge of unprecedented courage welling up within her. She knew she wasn't fighting alone. She had Sheena and, perhaps, the law, on her side. Sheena continued, Yoko, I'll always be here for you. No matter what difficulties you face, don't be afraid to seek help. Yoko's heart was filled with gratitude, her voice choking with emotion. Miss Sheena, thank you. Your words have given me so much courage. For Yoko, this phone call was like a timely rain, nourishing her parched heart. She was finally able to temporarily let go of the burden in her heart and sleep peacefully. In the cafeteria of the Svagria branch, Sheena absent-mindedly fiddled with the food on her plate. Her thoughts drifted to Yoko and the high-profile Yamamoto Ami. Hey Sheena, why are you so absent-minded today? Hayato's voice interrupted Sheena's thoughts. Sheena looked up at Hayato with some surprise. Ah! Mr. Hayato. No, I'm just. Someone I know is having a hard time lately, and I'm wondering how I can help her. Hayato put down his plate and sat across from Sheena, a look of concern in his eyes. Oh! That's good, you're so considerate. Is there anything I can help with? Sheena smiled slightly, grateful for Hayato's kindness, but also aware that this matter didn't require Schwager's intervention. Well, it hasn't come to that. Thank you, Mr. Hayato. Hayato nodded. He understood Sheena's concerns, but he was also ready to help. Okay, let me know if you need anything. Sheena finished lunch and decided to use her resources to investigate Yamamoto Ami. She wanted to understand the girl's background and uncover the reasons for her bullying behavior. She knew this could be a complex issue that would require more information to resolve. Chapter 518. Yamamoto Ami, this name seemed to carry a special meaning on campus. As the daughter of a school shareholder, she should have maintained a relatively low profile like other students from prominent families. However, her behavior was completely different, and her high profile became a hot topic on campus. Sheena sat in her office chair, her fingers tapping lightly on the desk, her thoughts as chaotic as the documents on her desk. Yamamoto Ami's behavior stood in stark contrast to the low-key image of children from prominent families she knew, and this puzzled Sheena. She decided to ask her friend at the police station to investigate Yamamoto Ami's family background. Hey, old friend, do me a favor, Sheena said bluntly over the phone. Hey Sheena, how can I help you? Came the casual greeting from her police friend on the other end of the line. I want you to help me check someone out, Sheena said straight to the point. A female student named Yamamoto Ami. The police friend on the other end of the line chuckled. How could we, the busy people at Schwager, be concerned about minor incidents on campus? It's not just minor incidents, Sheena said seriously. This girl might be involved in something serious. Okay, the police friend dropped his joking tone. I help you check, but you owe me a favor. No problem, Sheena replied with a smile. I treat you to dinner next time. After some research, the police friend sent information about Yamamoto Ami's family background. Sheena read it carefully, his brows furrowing. Yamamoto Ami's father was Yamamoto Kyujiku, a senior executive in the Arasaka Group's business department and a close aide to Vice President Nakamura Miki. However, there didn't seem to be much news coverage about him. He was also a shareholder in Yoko's school. So powerful. Sheena muttered to herself, further perplexed by why Yamamoto Ami's father was so low-key, while she herself was so high-profile, even twisted. Sheena decided to dig deeper, wanting to find the truth behind the situation. She knew it might take time, but she was ready. A few days later, Sheena finally uncovered some clues. Although Yamamoto Ami's father held a prominent position in the business world, he didn't seem to pay much attention to his family. Yamamoto Ami's mother died when she was very young, and her father was busy with work and rarely spent time with her. This might have contributed to Yamamoto Ami's distorted behavior. Furthermore, Sheena learned that Yamamoto Ami had no real friends at school. She was always alone, and although her father was a shareholder in the school, she didn't receive the love and respect she deserved. Sheena realized that simply punishing the bullying wasn't enough to solve this problem. She needed to fundamentally change Yamamoto Ami's behavior, which required more patience and wisdom. Furthermore, as a secret organization, Schwager's primary mission is to combat the familiar and protect humanity from supernatural threats. As a member of Schwager, Sheena, while concerned about Yoko's situation, was also aware that her actions were constrained by the organization's rules and objectives. Thus, Sheena took a more cautious approach to helping Yoko. She contacted a police officer friend and asked them to pay attention to Yoko's school. Sheena explained the situation to her police friend over the phone, emphasizing the severity of the bullying and requesting they provide the necessary protection for Yoko without drawing undue attention. I understand your situation, Sheena, the police friend said on the other end of the line. I sent someone to keep an eye on the school and ensure Yoko's safety. Thank you. I really appreciate your help. Sheena breathed a sigh of relief, knowing that the police friend's intervention would provide Yoko with a safer safety net. That day, Yamamoto Ami, as usual, and her small group leaned against the railing in a secluded corner of the school building's rooftop. This was a place they usually met and chatted. The rooftop door was locked behind an iron gate, and only they knew how to open it quietly. The sun shone down on them, but Ami felt no warmth in her heart. Hey Ami, have you heard? It seems the new transfer student is also the son of a company owner. A boy named Kenta, a member of the group, tried to pique Ami's interest with this news. Ami smiled slightly, but the smile didn't reach her eyes. Really? So what? Maybe we can invite him to join us, said another girl, Miki, with a calculating look in her eyes. Our team's growing, isn't it? A new member, a boy named Shota, said, looking proud to be a part of the group. Ami glanced around her small group. She knew that more than half of them were only around her because of her family background. Many of them were students from school whose parents hoped to connect them with the daughters of Arasaka Group executives. Indeed, our team's growing, Ami replied, her voice calm, her true feelings hidden. By the way, Ami, what are you going to do about Yoko? Kenta changed the subject, knowing that Ami had some resentment towards a particular girl. Ami frowned. She hadn't actually intended to do anything further with Yoko, but the group's expectations weighed on her. I see to it. We support you, Ami. No matter what you do, we be your rock, Miki said, but her eyes showed more adulation for Ami's father's power than loyalty to Ami herself. Ami nodded, stood up, and walked to the edge of the rooftop, overlooking the playground below. She felt a sense of loneliness within her. Even though she was surrounded by so many people, she knew they weren't true friends. Ami, you're the best. We all believe in you. Shota stepped forward, trying to cheer Ami up. Ami turned and looked at Shota, a sharp glint in her eyes. The best? Perhaps. But remember, I don't need your support, I need your loyalty. Her words made everyone present glance at each other. They realized that while Ami allowed them to surround her, she didn't fully trust them. Ami sat back down among the group and began chatting and laughing, as if the previous conversation hadn't taken place. But in her heart, she had already begun planning how to make this small group a real force for her, not just a group of snobbish followers. She knew she needed to find a way to earn their true loyalty, not just to her father. She needed to prove her worth, not just as the daughter of an Arasaka Group executive, but as Yamamoto Ami, an independent individual with her own goals and ambitions. Her father, deputy to the Arasaka Group's vice president of business, was a formidable figure in the business world. However, he seemed somewhat negligent in Ami's upbringing. Always busy with work, he had little time for his daughter, let alone to monitor and guide her behavior. Yami's mother died when she was young, and her father never remarried, devoting all his energy to his career. From a young age, Yami was told she was special, different. This sense of entitlement made her feel superior on campus. You guys will never understand me, Yami whispered to her younger brothers, a hint of contempt in her voice. Chapter 519. Not long after, Shota, a boy in Ami's group, was punished by the school for stealing from a classmate. Shota sought out Ami to help him. Ami reviewed the situation and felt the evidence wasn't conclusive, leaving room for debate. So, she devised a way for Shota to deflect the charge. Sunlight streamed through the classroom window, illuminating the quiet room. Ami, Yamamoto, and Shota stood at the side of the teacher's desk, discussing something. They had just presented the teacher with so-called evidence, alleging that Yoko had spread false rumors about Shota's theft. The teacher summoned Yoko to question her. Yoko stood across from the teacher, her heart pounding, but her eyes determined. She knew this was the crucial moment to fight back. Teacher, I didn't do what they said. Yoko's voice was clear and resolute, not avoiding the teacher's gaze. The teacher, an experienced middle-aged woman, looked from Ami to Shota, then back at Yoko, a hint of doubt in her eyes. Yoko, they say you're spreading rumors about them at school. Is that true? The teacher's voice was calm, but her eyes were scrutinizing. No, teacher. I have evidence to prove my innocence, Yoko said, pulling her smartphone from her bag. She opened a video file she had accidentally recorded during a school event. In it, Shota and Ami's group were discussing how to discredit Yoko, their conversation clearly audible. Yoko handed the phone to the teacher, who took it and watched the video intently. As the video played, Ami's face grew paler, and a flicker of panic crossed her eyes. After watching the video, the teacher looked up, her gaze piercing at Ami and her group. "Yamamoto-san, do you have anything to say?" Ami and Shota exchanged bewilderment. They hadn't expected Yoko to possess such evidence. Their spirits suddenly waned, their initial elation and confidence replaced by embarrassment and shame. "Teacher, we didn't." Ami stammered, trying to explain, but her words felt weak. The teacher interrupted. "That's enough, Yamamoto-san. I believe in Yoko's innocence. Your actions have deeply disappointed me. I will discuss this matter with your parents and the school administration." Yoko stood there, her heart filled with triumph. She knew she had finally vindicated herself and proved to everyone that she wasn't someone to be bullied. "Yoko, you did well," the teacher said, her eyes brimming with approval. "You're brave and smart. I hope other students will be as courageous as you are, standing up and protecting themselves." Yoko nodded, tears welling in her eyes. She knew this was a crucial turning point. She was no longer a victim, but a courageous fighter. After this incident, Yamamoto Ami and her group standing within the school was shaken. Yamamoto Ami and Shota met again on the rooftop, her eyes gleaming with anger and shock. She couldn't believe that Yoko, the girl who had endured so silently, was now openly defying her. Ever since Yoko had received help from a passerby during her last time being bullied, she seemed stronger, no longer the little girl who allowed herself to be bullied. "Ami, I heard the teacher still believed Yoko about Shota's theft?" Kenta walked over to Ami, his voice tinged with unease. Ami's brow furrowed, her hands clenched into fists. "It seems I may have underestimated her. What should we do?" I be warned and punished." Shota's voice was tinged with unease. Ami took a deep breath. She knew she had to take action to re-establish her position. But she also realized that direct bullying was no longer as effective as it once was. "You have to clean up your own mess." Ami's voice was filled with dissatisfaction, and she glared at Shota fiercely. After all, Shota had a bit of a dirty trick to begin with, and this time Ami had done her utmost to clean up his mess, even if she failed. Shota, glaring at him, had no choice but to step aside. The wind on the rooftop was a chill. Yamamoto Ami and her small group gathered there once again, and the atmosphere was more solemn than ever. Ami was filled with anger and shock. She couldn't accept that her authority was being challenged. "Ami, we can't just let this go." Kenta's voice broke the silence, his face etched with anxiety. Ami turned, her eyes sharp as a knife. "Of course not. But we need to be more shrewd and not give the teacher any leverage." Shota lowered his head, knowing his mistake had caused trouble for the group. He felt fear and guilt, but he was even more worried that Ami would blame him. Shota started to say something, but Ami waved him off. "Now's not the time for that," Yami said firmly, her gaze sweeping over everyone. "First and foremost, we need to speak with one voice. We can't let Yoko gain the upper hand." She walked to the edge of the rooftop, overlooking the playground below, her mind racing. Yami knew she needed a plan that would completely crush Yoko. "Listen, we need to create some chaos and divert everyone's attention." Yami's voice was low as she began to assign tasks. "Kenta, you're responsible for spreading rumors about Yoko among the students, but make sure they don't involve us." Kenta nodded, knowing he was quite skilled at this. "Shota, you better tone it down for now. Don't give the teacher any more reasons to target you." Yami's gaze fell on Shota again, a hint of warning in her eyes. Shota nodded quickly, knowing he was in a precarious position. Yami said nothing more this time. She had to wait and see. As time passed, the students on campus began to notice a change in Yoko. She was no longer the girl who silently endured, but had become more confident and resilient. Her transformation inspired other students, who had long been influenced by the Yami clique. One day after school, Yami and her clique occupied a corner of the cafeteria, chatting and laughing loudly as usual, appearing particularly outgoing. However, they didn't notice that the students around them were beginning to look at them differently. "Have you seen Yoko's recent behavior? She's really brave," a girl whispered to her friends. "Yeah, I think we shouldn't be afraid of Yami and her friends anymore," another student replied, her voice tinged with determination. Such situations occurred throughout the campus. Students began to quietly discuss Yoko's resistance and their own dissatisfaction with Yami's clique. These discussions gradually turned into actions. In the library, when Yami's clique attempted to occupy the group study room, the other students united and refused to allow them to use the public resources. In physical education class, when Yami tried to command the other students, She found that her orders were no longer unquestionably obeyed. Yami began to feel isolated. She found that even some members of her own small group were beginning to question her authority. They noticed the changes on campus and began to worry about their own status and future. Chapter 520. Ami, have you noticed? Everyone's been talking about Yoko lately. That day, Miki approached Ami, her voice tinged with worry. Ami frowned. Of course she noticed. Yoko's defiance and the support she received made her feel more threatened than ever. Don't worry, we handle it. Ami's voice was cold and hard. She couldn't afford to show weakness in front of Miki. During this time, Ami and her group had indeed restrained themselves somewhat. They no longer bullied other students as blatantly as before, but began to adopt more subtle tactics. Ami had initially thought the teacher and the school would report the matter to her father, and she had even prepared a response. However, after waiting for a while, she discovered that the school had let the matter drop and taken no action against her. This brought a sigh of relief. She no longer had to worry. It seems the school isn't much more than that, Ami sneered, feeling she had regained the initiative. She decided to continue showing Yoko some strength. She couldn't let Yoko's rebellion succeed, or her prestige within the group would be shattered. Listen, we can't let Yoko continue to act so arrogantly. Yami gathered the group, her eyes gleaming with determination. We need to teach her a lesson, let her know who's boss here. The group listened to Yami's plan, knowing she wouldn't give up. She'd always find a way to lead them out of this predicament. However, Yami knew this challenge was different from the past. Yoko was no longer an easy target. She had become stronger and more intelligent. Yami realized she needed to be more cautious and shrewd to regain everything she had lost. Elsewhere at night, Yoko sat at her desk at home, the phone clutched tightly in her hand. Her voice was thick with unconcealed excitement. Ms. Sheena, you don't know this, but things have really changed at school lately. Everyone's starting to stand up and speak out against injustice. Though exhausted, Sheena's voice on the other end was still filled with warmth and encouragement. Yoko, I'm so happy for you. Your courage has inspired everyone. You've done a great job. Yoko's heart was filled with gratitude. She knew that without Sheena's support and guidance, she might not have been able to persevere until now. Miss Sheena, thank you for your continued help. I really appreciate it. Sheena chuckled softly, a hint of joking in her voice. Well, Yoko, you're my pride. But I have to warn you, the school might not be able to resolve these matters. Especially when it comes to students like Ami. Yoko paused, then nodded, though Sheena couldn't see. I understand, Miss Sheena. I know the school sometimes avoids touching on sensitive issues. Sheena continued, a hint of seriousness in her voice. Yes, Yoko. The school may be worried about offending Ami's family. After all, her father is a shareholder. But that doesn't mean you should stop. Your actions have already made a difference, and that's success. Yoko's eyes gleamed with determination. I know, Miss Sheena. I won't give up. I will keep working until everyone feels safe and respected on campus. Sheena felt a sense of comfort, knowing that Yoko had grown into a strong and determined girl. Yoko, I believe in you. Remember, no matter what difficulties you face, I will be here to support you. Well, Miss Sheena seems tired today, too. I hang up first. Okay. On the other end of the line, Yoko smiled. She knew she wasn't alone. With Sheena's support and the solidarity of her classmates, she had the confidence to face any challenge. After hanging up, Yoko stood up, her gaze fixed firmly out the window. The treetops swayed in the night breeze, as if cheering her courage and determination. Yoko took a deep breath, ready to face the next challenge. She knew this struggle was far from over, but she also knew that with courage and perseverance, justice would prevail. As for Sheena, although she had recently been cooperating with Sakia and her team, her heart was always with Yoko. She was proud of her growth and strength, and honored to be her supporter. Time passed. During this time, Sakia and Nineveh defeated the familiar hatch from underground, and branch chief Hayato, injured, returned home to recuperate, accompanied by Cheyenne. Nineveh and Team K headed to Kansai to investigate the cult's movements, while Sakia joined Cheyenne and the others. Sheena is now temporarily in charge of the affairs of the Tokyo branch of the Swagers. A familiar hunter named Tony also arrived in Tokyo during this time, and by chance, he crossed paths with Sheena and successfully solved a case. Today, Tony was once again performing as a street performer, gathering intelligence on families and cults. He stood at the intersection of a residential area and a shopping street, strumming a tune on his guitar. He attracted a crowd of students returning home from school, who watched and applauded. The students dropped coins into the hat Tony placed in front of them and cheered. But suddenly, just as Tony was enjoying his performance, The students seemed to become alert. They looked away, began whispering among themselves, and then hurriedly left Tony's presence, leaving him feeling a bit awkward. Tony couldn't help but stop playing, looking at the departing students with a hint of annoyance. Then, turning back, he saw a female student, followed by several menacing-looking students, approaching from the other side of the path. Tony realized that the students were afraid of the approaching students. But it didn't matter to Tony. He sighed and continued playing. Tony didn't want to cause trouble. He was just gathering intelligence and making a little money. And then, one of the approaching group, whether intentionally or not, stepped on Tony's hat, which was placed on the ground to hold his coins, and walked past. Hey! Tony hadn't paid any attention to them, but he wasn't going to tolerate these brats. He couldn't just ignore it. The woman in the lead, who looked like a big sister, turned and looked at Tony. The boy who had stepped on the hat just now sidled aside. Your friend stepped on my hat just now, Tony said bluntly. The girl in the lead looked at the boy Tony was pointing at. What? I didn't, the boy blatantly lied. Apologize, Tony said with a hint of impatience. His height and imposing presence immediately intimidated the other students. The boy who had stepped on the hat hid behind the girl, a flicker of panic in his eyes, but he quickly regained his previous arrogance. What? I didn't? You stinking street performer, stop accusing me. The boy seemed unaware of what he had done. He might be used to being arrogant, but this wasn't school. Tony's eyes hardened. He didn't like being looked down upon, and even more so, being bullied by these mischievous students. Apologize. I don't want to repeat it a third time. Pedestrians nearby began to notice the altercation, and some cast curious glances their way. The girl felt a little uneasy, knowing that if the matter escalated, it would be of no benefit to her. Kenta apologized to him. The girl, seemingly the leader of the group, was quite reasonable. The boy seemed to want to say something more, but under the girl's glare, he finally lowered his head. Okay, big sister Yamamoto. After the boy who had asked Kenta to apologize, the group of students left in disgrace, knowing they met a tough opponent today. Tony, in his own way, taught these mischievous students a lesson, earning a new respect from the passers-by. Chapter 521. Tony's gaze followed the group of mischievous students closely, his brow furrowed as he pondered. Something about them struck him as unusual, a familiar aura from his battles against the families. It smells like the families. Tony muttered to himself, a hint of caution in his voice. Just then, a girl with short hair and glasses appeared in his sight. Her steps were hurried, a look of concern on her face. She was Hayashi Yoko, an ordinary high school girl, but her eyes shone with an unyielding spirit. Mr. Singer, are you okay? Yoko's voice was tinged with concern, and she looked at Tony, making sure he was safe. Tony turned and faced Yoko, a nonchalant expression on his face. I'm fine, little sister. Thank you for your concern. Seeing that Yoko was wearing the same uniform as the previous group of students, Tony took the opportunity to learn more. Do you know that group? Tony asked. Yoko nodded and began to explain the group of delinquent students. The girl leading the group is Yamamoto Ami. She and I go to the same school, Hope High School, which is affiliated with Arasaka. Tony nodded, motioning for Yoko to continue. Although she excels academically, her moral character seems to be quite problematic, Yoko's voice tinged with dissatisfaction. She's a prominent figure in school. Not only are the students afraid of her, but even some teachers and administrators are wary of her because she's the daughter of an Arasaka group executive. A glint flashed in Tony's eyes. He realized that Yamamoto Ami might be more than just an ordinary delinquent student. She might have connections to the familia. Yoko, thank you for telling me this. Tony's voice was tinged with gratitude. Sorry to have taken up your time. Yoko nodded. She knew that even though Yamamoto Ami was a free spirit on campus, outside of it, society wouldn't always tolerate her. She knew this, so she chose to keep quiet this time. Tony picked up his guitar again and continued playing. But his mind was already forming a plan. He needed to learn more about Yamamoto Ami and the secrets she might be hiding. A strong smell of family. What Tessa feared has become a reality. Tony licked his lips, thinking to himself. Tony sat on a park bench near Hope High School, his guitar case open at his feet, a few coins and banknotes scattered inside. The afternoon sun filtered through the leaves, casting a soft golden edge on his figure. He played a lively melody, attracting a group of students who had just finished school to stop and watch. The afternoon sun filtered through the leaves, illuminating Tony's figure with a soft golden edge. He played a brisk melody, attracting a group of students, fresh out of school, to stop and watch. The students formed a semicircle, some sitting, some standing, their gaze riveted by Tony's performance. Tony smiled, his gaze scanning the students' faces, searching for the perfect moment to engage. His fingers glided gently across the guitar strings, each note telling a story. "Hey, how's your school band? I heard there's a student named Yamamoto Ami. She's quite talented, isn't she?" Tony asked casually after finishing a song, adjusting the strings of his guitar for the next. "Oh, Yami, she's certainly talented, but she—" A boy wearing glasses began, but seemed hesitant to continue. Tony noticed the boy's hesitation and smiled encouragingly. "It's okay. I just heard about her from someone I know, and I'm a little curious. Is Yami popular at school?" "Well, you could say that." Another girl took up the topic, a hint of teasing in her voice. "She and her friends are always inseparable. Everyone at school is a little afraid of them." Tony nodded, his eyes darting across the students' faces before continuing. "I guess she has a lot of friends, right?" "Huh, friends? That depends on how you define friends." A boy in tracksuit chuckled sarcastically. "Those people around her are more like her followers." Tony's eyebrows raised slightly, catching the hint in the boy's words. He decided to delve a little deeper. "It sounds like Yami is an influential figure. I heard her family has some connections, too. What does her father do?" "Looks like he's a high-ranking executive at the Arasaka Corporation. Quite powerful," a girl replied, a hint of awe in her eyes. Tony feigned surprise, his mouth dropping open and his eyes wide. Arasaka Corporation, the name was familiar to him. Among the targets Tessa and her team were investigating on this mission was the Arasaka Corporation. He continued in a casual tone. "So Yami must be very well treated at school?" "Of course, the teachers don't dare mess with her," a boy complained. "Last time, a teacher accidentally criticized her, and she was transferred the next day." A sneer curled up Tony's lips. This information confirmed his suspicions. He began packing up his guitar, preparing to end the conversation. "Well, thank you all for sharing. I have a performance somewhere else, and I hope to see you again next time." The students left one after another, praising Tony's playing and excited about chatting with a street performer. They didn't realize that this seemingly casual conversation had already given Tony the information he was looking for. Tony, guitar slung over his shoulder, slowly walked towards the park exit. His mind was already building a network of intelligence on Yamamoto Ami. He knew this information would be the key to unlocking the secrets surrounding her and her family. It was almost time to share the situation with Tessa. "Tessa, I detected a strong presence of a familiar at one of our schools. I need you to help me check the father of a girl named Yamamoto Ami. It seems he's a senior executive at the Arasaka Group. I need to understand his position within the Arasaka Group and whether his family has any unusual activities," Tony said on the phone, his voice calm but firm. "All right, leave it to me. It seems Sakia and the others are busy with other things lately, so I have to rely on you." Tessa knew Tony's style. She knew the seemingly casual operative was meticulous in his reconnaissance missions. She promised to gather relevant information as quickly as possible and maintain close communication with Tony. In the days that followed, Tony continued to perform as a street performer around Hope High School. He connected with students through music and casual conversation, while also quietly gathering information on Yamamoto Ami. His actions were cautious and calculated. Chapter 522. While Tony began to inquire about Yamamoto Ami's situation, the intelligence dealer named Enzuo, whom Shine had contacted through her channels, also recently arrived in Ria. Enzuo, renowned in the European hacker community for his exceptional skills in information warfare and cyber intelligence, agreed to work for Schwager, providing cover for AG. Schwager, in turn, promised him a substantial sum of money, support for his work, and intelligence sharing. A week ago, AG, a courageous whistleblower, had risked his life to reveal to Shikia the Arasaka Group's cover-up of the familiar substance leak and water contamination. Now, he was carefully evading Arasaka Group's pursuit, fearing the imminent danger of discovery. Aware of the urgency of the situation, Shine demanded that Enzuo complete a false intelligence theft before Shikia and Schwager's companions could reveal the information, thereby clearing AG of suspicion in any subsequent investigation. The purpose of this operation was to divert the Arasaka Group's attention, buy time for AG and other insiders, and create favorable conditions for Schwager's next move. After completing his mission, Enzuo would depart Riyadh directly, making it difficult for the Arasaka Group to extend its reach abroad. Upon arriving in Riyadh that day, Enzuo immediately began preparations. He first needed to understand the Arasaka Group's security systems and internal structure, so he could devise a fake theft plan that would attract attention while avoiding suspicion. After getting off the plane, He went from Narita Airport to Cheyenne's home. He spoke with her in detail, understanding the information AG had revealed and the Arasaka Group's likely response. Enzuo's eyes gleamed with determination. He understood the importance of this mission and the responsibility he shouldered. Enzuo sat across from Cheyenne, his fingers drumming anxiously on the table. Cheyenne looked at him calmly, awaiting his response. "Miss Cheyenne, are you sure you want to do this?" Enzuo's voice trembled slightly, his eyes darting back and forth across Cheyenne's face, searching for some reassurance. Cheyenne nodded, her voice firm and calm. "Enzuo, we don't have time. The Arasaka Group is closing in on AG. We need to act immediately." Enzuo swallowed, his heart racing. He knew Cheyenne was telling the truth, but he also understood the risks of this mission. He wasn't a brave man, but the thought of the huge reward Cheyenne had promised filled him with greed. "Okay," Enzuo finally said, a hint of resignation in his voice. "I do my best." Cheyenne smiled faintly, knowing Enzuo had agreed. She stood up, walked over to Enzuo, and gently patted his shoulder. "Enzuo, I understand your difficulties, but I believe in your abilities. We will complete this mission together. Remember, this mission is a performance. You only need to leave traces of the intrusion. You won't actually steal any intelligence." Enzuo nodded, a surge of courage welling up in his heart. He knew he couldn't let Cheyenne down, nor could he miss this opportunity to make money. Cheyenne returned to her seat and began to explain the plan to Yoko in detail. "We need you to carry out a fake theft, targeting a research department of the Arasaka Group. We need you to create some confusion to divert their attention." Enzuo listened intently, his eyes gradually lighting up. He began to mentally construct the outline of a plan, considering every detail. "Let me think. Well, first, conduct a thorough investigation of the Arasaka Group's security system and place some Trojans," Enzuo said, his voice growing increasingly confident. "Then, I design a program to disable their surveillance system on the day of the operation." Cheyenne nodded, approving of Enzuo's plan. "Excellent. If necessary, the Schwager intelligence team will also assist you." Enzuo stood up, a smug smile on his face. "Don't worry, Miss Cheyenne. I'm an expert in this field." Cheyenne smiled back. She knew that Enzuo, though timid, was a rare talent in information warfare and cyber intelligence. She believed that as long as Enzuo could overcome his fear, they could successfully complete this mission. In the days that followed, Enzuo began his preparations in the studio provided for him by the Schwager branch. He used his technical expertise to conduct an in-depth investigation of the Arasaka Group's security systems. He designed a complex program to disable the Arasaka Group's surveillance system on the day of the operation. Enzuo sat in his workroom, surrounded by a variety of electronic equipment and communications equipment. His eyes were fixed on the computer screen, his fingers rapidly tapping away at the keyboard, lines of code gradually taking shape as he manipulated them. He was designing a program that would disable the Arasaka Group's surveillance system on the day of the operation. Sweat beads were already beading on his forehead, despite the moderate air conditioning. Untak knew that this procedure had to be flawless. Any small mistake could lead to the failure of the entire operation. "You must do your best, Untak," he muttered to himself, encouraging himself. His thoughts returned to his conversation with Cheyenne. Cheyenne's words betrayed her trust and expectation in him, which filled him with an unprecedented sense of responsibility. Untak stood up, walked to the window, parted a corner of the curtain, and looked out. Night had fallen, and the neon lights of Tokyo began to flicker. The city's bustling energy and vitality stood in stark contrast to his current mood. He lit a cigarette and returned to his computer. He began reviewing his plan, every detail, every possible loophole. He considered every possible contingency, and prepared a response plan for each one. "We need to prepare multiple retreat routes," Untak thought to himself, marking several possible points on his computer. Also, the cracking equipment needs to be double-checked. The minutes ticked by, and Untak was completely immersed in his work. He had only one thought in mind: complete the plan and ensure the success of the operation. Over the next few days, Enzuo frantically prepared. He utilized his technical expertise to conduct an in-depth investigation of the Arasaka Group's security systems. He designed a complex program to disable the Arasaka Group's surveillance system on the day of the operation. Cheyenne, on the other hand, maintained close communication with Enzuo and the branch's intelligence department, coordinating their actions. She knew that the success of this mission would require the combined efforts of everyone involved. In Enzuo's studio, various devices began to emit a low humming sound as his program entered the final testing phase. Determination gleamed in his eyes. He was ready to face the upcoming challenge. Chapter 523. The day of action finally arrived. Enzo stood in front of the Arasaka Corporation building, taking a deep drag on his cigarette, trying to calm his nerves. He was wearing a carefully selected designer suit and carrying a black briefcase filled with forged documents, including a virus-infected USB drive, the key to his operation. Cheyenne and several hacker experts from the Swagger branch had already gained access to the Arasaka Corporation network system, and would provide remote support to Enzo. Enzo knew he wasn't fighting alone, and a surge of courage surged within him. "Enzo, are you ready?" Cheyenne's voice came through the communicator hidden in Enzo's ear, calm and firm. "I am ready," Enzo replied, his voice trembling slightly, but his steps firm. He entered the Arasaka Corporation building, and was greeted by the receptionist's smile. "Hello, sir. Do you have an appointment?" the receptionist asked politely. Unju smiled and replied, "Yes, I have a meeting with the Arasaka Group's IT department." He handed over his business card, printed with his carefully forged identity. Today, Unju was posing as a salesperson for a cybersecurity services company, doing network maintenance. The receptionist checked the appointment records, which had been tampered with by Schwager's hackers, so there was a record. The receptionist nodded. "Please follow me, sir." Unju followed the receptionist, his eyes warily observing his surroundings. They walked down a long corridor and arrived at the door of the IT department. "Good luck with your meeting, sir." The receptionist smiled and left. Enzo stood in the lobby of the Arasaka building, his eyes darting around, searching for the sign leading to the IT department. Dressed in a carefully selected suit, he looked no different from the elites of the Arasaka building. His steps were firm, but his heart was beating incredibly fast. Enzo knew he had to remain calm. Any nervousness or misstep could lead to the failure of the entire operation. He found the sign, clearly marking the location of the IT department. Enzo followed the sign and walked into a long corridor. His eyes warily surveyed his surroundings as Cheyenne's voice reached his ears. "Enzo, you have entered the surveillance area." Cheyenne's voice came through the secret communicator in his ear. "We are monitoring your surroundings in real time." Enzo nodded, knowing that Cheyenne and the Swagger branch's hacker team were remotely assisting him. He continued walking, his finger tapping the combination lock on his suitcase and entering a code. The suitcase opened, revealing a wireless signal detector. Enzo quickly removed the detector and placed it on his ear. This device would help him detect specific wireless signals emitted by the server. "Enzo, we accessed the Arasaka building surveillance system," Cheyenne's voice echoed again. "You can now avoid the surveillance cameras." Enzo nodded and began to follow Cheyenne's instructions, carefully avoiding the camera's field of view. His movements were light and swift, like a stealthy cat. He arrived at the door to the IT department, but he knew the server might not be in that room. He needed to find its exact location. Unju activated his wireless signal detector and began moving around the IT room, searching for the strongest signal. The needle on the detector began to move, eventually pointing to a hidden air vent. "Cheyenne, I found a possible source of the signal," Unju whispered. "We saw it, Unju," Cheyenne replied. "That vent might be a server room." Unju quickly walked to the vent, opened his briefcase, and pulled out a set of tools. His fingers moved deftly, quickly opening the vent cover. He crawled inside. The vent was cramped and dark, with only a faint sliver of light filtering in from a distance. Unju crawled forward cautiously, his heart pounding in his chest. A few minutes later, he came to a door with an electronic lock. Unju removed an electronic device from his briefcase and plugged it into the lock's port. "Cheyenne, I need your help cracking this electronic lock," Unju whispered. "It's cracked, Unju." Cheyenne's voice was light with relief. "The door can be opened now." Unju gently pushed the door open and peered through the crack. Inside was a small server room. In the center of the room was a large server, dotted with indicator lights. "Found it, Cheyenne," Unju's voice was filled with excitement. "The server is right here." Unju stood aside, his heart racing. He knew this was the most dangerous moment. If discovered, he would be in grave danger. Enzo stood in front of the server management room in the Arasaka Group's IT department, his hands trembling slightly as he prepared to work. Just then, footsteps sounded in the hallway around the corner. Enzo quickly retreated and closed the door, feigning the appearance of a lost visitor. Ryota Sato and Miki Nakamura approached, seemingly just visiting the IT department for routine business. Sato and Nakamura stopped and nodded politely at Enzo. "Hello, sir, are you a visitor?" Enzo's heartbeat raced. He knew Sato and Nakamura's identities. They were key figures in the Arasaka group. His throat suddenly felt dry, and for a moment, his words were incoherent. Ah, yes, I'm here. To check some documents. Miki Nakamura smiled faintly, a hint of confusion in her eyes. Documents? Do you mean the IT department's documents? Enzo felt a wave of panic, realizing he had said the wrong thing. Sweat began to bead on his forehead. He knew that if he were to be caught now, the entire operation would be doomed. Just then, Cheyenne's voice came through the secret communicator in Enzo's ear. Her voice was calm and clear. Enzo, stay calm. You're doing great. Tell them you're here to check the network security. Enzo took a deep breath, his eyes firm again. Yes, I am here to check the network security. Our company has recently been collaborating with the Arasaka group, so I need to check some server logs. Sato Ryota nodded, not doubting Enzo's words. I see. Please do as you please. Nakamura Miki also smiled and said, if you need any help, please let us know. Enzo nodded, his voice tinged with gratitude. Thank you, I will. Sato and Nakamura left the IT department, and Enzo breathed a sigh of relief, his heartbeat gradually calming. Huh? He opened the door and entered the server room. He quickly inserted a USB drive into the management computer and began uploading the virus. Cheyenne, I'm starting to upload the virus, Enzo whispered. I understand, Enzo. We're here to support you, Cheyenne replied. The virus uploaded smoothly, and a few minutes later, Cheyenne's voice rang out again. Virus upload complete. Enzo, you can evacuate. Enzo quickly unplugged the USB drive, pocketed it, and turned to leave the IT department. His steps were firm, filled with the satisfaction of completing a mission. Operation successful, Enzo. Cheyenne's voice was light with relief. Now, you just need to evacuate safely. Enzo walked out of the Arasaka company building, looked up at the sky, and took a deep breath of fresh air. He knew that this operation was only the first step in the overall plan, but he had successfully completed his mission. Chapter 524. Enzo planned to go to the cafe to rest and calm his nerves. He was still quite frightened by the previous mission. It felt like a near-death experience. Sitting in a corner of the cafe, his fingers tapped lightly on the tabletop. Although the mission was complete, his heartbeat was still a little rapid. He reported to Cheyenne through the communicator in his ear. Cheyenne, I've been evacuated safely. Is there anything else I can do? Cheyenne's voice quickly replied, Excellent, Enzo. You did a great job. Now you can relax. Okay, we contact you later. Enzo removed the communicator and breathed a long sigh of relief. A smile of triumph crossed his face. This was his first time participating in such a dangerous operation, and it seemed everything was going smoothly. He ordered a cup of coffee and settled into a seat, enjoying this rare moment of peace. Just then, his eyes were drawn to a figure at the counter. The figure was tall, with white hair and a red trench coat. It was his old friend Tony. Indra's eyes lit up. He stood up and waved to Tony. Tony, this way. Tony turned and saw Indra, a hint of surprise on his face. Indra? I didn't expect to see you here. Indra smiled and greeted Tony, giving him a hug. I didn't expect it either. What brings you here? Tony shrugged. I have some things to take care of. You know Tessa introduced us. Indra nodded, knowing what Tony was referring to. He and Tony found a quiet table and sat down to chat about recent events. By the way, why are you in Tokyo? Tell me about your situation. Tony ordered a large sundae. He had a sweet tooth. Unju and Tony sat in a corner of the cafe, their conversation flowing in a relaxed atmosphere. Unju's eyes flicked over Tony, as if searching for the right moment to reveal his secret mission. Tony noticed Unju's gaze and teased with a smile. What's up, Unju? You seem a little mysterious today. Unju sat on a plush sofa in the cafe, leaning back slightly, one hand gently stroking the rim of his coffee cup, the other waving in the air as if to emphasize his words. Oh, Tony, you don't know. This mission was specifically entrusted to me by Miss Cheyenne, a high-ranking official at the Shiva Group. A hint of pride lingered in Injo's voice. I have to say, this isn't something anyone can handle. I infiltrated the Arasaka Corporation's headquarters, where the security system is top-notch. Tony raised an eyebrow, a hint of amusement in his eyes. Really? You sound like a secret agent from a movie. Injo smiled, clearly enjoying the analogy. Pretty much. I also had to upload a virus to their servers. This isn't just any virus. It allows us to access all of the Arasaka Corporation's secrets. Tony picked up the sundae, gently scooped a piece with his spoon, and put it in his mouth. All the secrets? Sounds like you accomplished something big. Injo nodded, his voice more confident. Of course, that's my specialty. I can tell you, I bypassed their security system with ease, like walking into my own home. Tony couldn't help but laugh. He knew Eunju could sometimes exaggerate. Easy? Eunju, are you sure it wasn't Shine and her team who helped you with this? Eunju's expression faltered, but he quickly regained his confident smile. Well, it was definitely a team effort. But I also played a part. I was a key figure. Tony nodded, his eyes gleaming with approval. I never doubt you, Eunju. You always find a way. Eunju leaned back on the couch, his expression relaxed. I know. I just have that talent. Tony smiled and shook his head. He knew his friend sometimes liked to brag, but he also admired Eunju's confidence and ability. You're always so confident, and that's what I admire about you. Eunju chuckled. He knew Tony had seen through him, but he didn't mind. Okay, Tony, stop teasing me. Tell me about you. How have you been? Tony glanced out the window, then returned his gaze to Eunju. You said you got Arasaka secrets through a computer virus. I'm looking for information on an Arasaka group executive. Can you give me that information? Huh? Please help me. I need to find someone. Tony opened his phone. It showed the school's student registration page, with a photo of Yamamoto Ami on it. This was information Tessa and her intelligence agents had obtained by decrypting Yamamoto Ami's school. Why are you asking someone? Enzo asked, puzzled. Tony sat in the cafe, his eyes gleaming with anticipation. Enzo, since you got Arasaka group secrets through a computer virus, do you have any information on Yamamoto Ami's father? I'm investigating him right now. Enzo's expression suddenly became complicated. He coughed, looking a little embarrassed. Tony, about this. Tony noticed Enzo's hesitation and frowned slightly. What's wrong, Enzo? Is there something wrong? Enzo sighed, knowing he couldn't hide it from Tony, so he told the truth. Okay, I'll be honest. I didn't actually get any secrets. I uploaded the virus mainly to cover up for an Arasaka security department employee named Eiji. Tony's eyes flashed with surprise. Cover? What do you mean? Enzo gathered his words and continued to explain. Eiji risked his life to reveal the information about the previous familiar object. The truth about the leak was revealed to Shikia, Swager's executor. Cheyenne and the others planned to disclose this information to the public through gossip, but before that, we needed to use a covert strategy to ensure Eiji's safety. Tony nodded, beginning to understand Indra's mission. So you uploaded the virus to distract Arasaka Group, making them think someone was trying to steal company secrets? That way, they wouldn't suspect Eiji? That's right. Indra's expression relaxed a little, and he gave Tony a grateful look. We simply uploaded a virus that could be suspected of stealing information. This way, Arasaka Group would be busy investigating this false alarm. The data leaks, and they won't notice the truly important information provided by Eiji. Tony leaned back in his chair, a faint smile on his face. That's a really clever plan. The people at Swager always come up with some clever ideas. Injo shrugged, a hint of self-mockery on his face. Although I may have been a bit over the top this time, our cause is just. Sometimes, to achieve our goals, we need to resort to unconventional means. Tony nodded, praising Injo's courage and wisdom. I understand. You've done a great job, Injo. In that case, I need to find another way to obtain information about Yamamoto Ami's father. Injo shrugged, indicating that there was nothing he could do about it. How about asking the Swagers for me? Tony suggested. Don't you dislike interacting with them? Injo asked. It's not that I don't like contact. It's just that if they knew I was the executor, they keep trying to get me to join. I prefer to be alone. Okay, then. Enzo thought the Swagelock team would find out something. Chapter 525. After Indra finished explaining his mission to Tony, it was Tony's turn to explain his own situation. Indra, the situation in Tokyo is more complicated than I expected. Tony's voice was low, a hint of worry in his eyes. Indra listened intently, leaning forward slightly, his expression filled with concern. What happened, Tony? The familiar substance leaked, and everything went out of control. For me, this is big business. You mean, the truth revealed by Eiji? Tony sighed, and began to elaborate. I met a former Arasaka employee named Suzuki. He was transformed into a monster due to the familiar substance leak. Can you imagine? A person who lost everything, even his very identity, due to the company's negligence. Indra's brow furrowed. He knew the dangers of familiar substance. The familiar substance leak. I just heard about it from Miss Cheyenne. It's extremely dangerous. Arasaka. The group should be held accountable for this. Tony nodded, his tone heavy. Suzuki was just the beginning. Many more people may have been affected. I defeated him, but that's only a temporary solution. Enjo's expression grew firm. We must uncover the evidence of the Arasaka Group's crimes and expose their actions. Tony agreed with Enjo. Yes, we need to find conclusive evidence and let the public know the truth. Only then can we prevent further tragedies from happening. Of course, that's Tessa's job. I'd be hunting down the families. Enjo gripped his coffee cup tightly, his eyes gleaming with determination. Since it's Miss Tessa, they definitely find the evidence. Tony mentioned Sheena during the conversation, and Enzo's eyes lit up. He felt this was a potential lead. Tony, since Sheena is from Swagger and you know her, perhaps you could ask her if she could help you get some information about Yamamoto Ami's father, Enzo suggested, a glimmer of hope in his eyes. Tony nodded, his expression serious. That's a good idea. Sheena should have certain information channels within Swagger. She might be able to provide some useful information. Enzo smiled slightly, confident in Tony's actions. Yes, and as the deputy of the Tokyo branch, Sheena has excellent intuition and judgment. If she can help, I'm sure we find something soon. What? She's the deputy of the Swagger Tokyo branch? Tony was a little surprised. He remembered Sheena's frightened look in the dark, abandoned hospital. She looked like an ordinary little girl. So that's how it is, Tony said thoughtfully. Tony leaned back in his chair, his eyes sharp as if pondering something crucial. He suddenly leaned forward, his gaze fixed on Indra, and said seriously, Indra, have you ever considered that we're all dealing with the aftermath of the familiar substance leak? Indra paused, then slowly nodded in understanding. Indeed, but our approaches are different. I'm working to ensure the truth is disseminated, to let the public know what the Arasaka Corporation did. Tony nodded, continuing, and I'm dealing directly with those contaminated by the familiar substance. Enzo's expression grew serious, fully aware of the risks Tony was taking. You're right, Tony. Our goals are the same, just our methods are different. Tony sighed, a heavy look in his eyes. We must find evidence of the Arasaka Group's crimes and expose the truth. I be fighting on the front lines, while you be working behind the scenes. Enzo shook Tony's hand, his eyes filled with gratitude. This time, let's make a killing. Tony smiled in response. We're friends, Enzo. Shouldn't we say something like, Arasaka Group can't escape justice? Ha ha ha, that's just a side note, Enzo laughed. Tony picked up his sundae cup. Then it's settled. I contact Sheena to see if she can help. Enzo also picked up his coffee, and their cups clinked together, creating a crisp sound, a symbol of their cooperation and determination. Thank you, Enzo, Tony's voice tinged with gratitude. With you here, my actions will be even more powerful. Enzo smiled and waved his hand. Don't say that, Tony. We're on the same side. We can make money together. Besides, exposing the Arasaka Group's conspiracy and protecting innocent people is everyone's responsibility. Across town, Yamamoto Ami's group was facing new developments. Recently, they had attracted the attention of a nearby gang of thugs, drawn to Yamamoto Ami's influence at school and her father's position within the Arasaka Group. The gang members, a group of rugged young men, with a variety of tattoos and a fierce, unruly look in their eyes, approached Yamamoto Ami and offered to work for her, hoping to establish connections with the Arasaka Group through her. Yamamoto Ami stood in a corner of the schoolyard, her arms folded across her chest, a look of disdain in her eyes. She didn't hold much awe in the face of the renowned local gang. Though these thugs had some street cred, she saw them as nothing more than a mob. They wore worn leather jackets, their hair dyed in various colors, and sported crude tattoos. Their eyes held a thirst for power, and a desire for influence within the Arasaka Group. However, these guys seemed particularly interested in the influence of her family, a member of the Arasaka Group's executive team. They knew of Yamamoto Ami's father's position within the Arasaka Group, and hoped to cling to the powerful and elevate their own status. The gang leader, a burly man with a hideous facial scar, was unusually polite and fawning toward Yamamoto Ami. I heard you're in contact with some members of the Arasaka Group, Yamamoto Ami said with a hint of contempt. What do you want from me? The gang leader chuckled, a sly glint in his eyes. Ms. Ami, we're simply expressing our loyalty. If you need anything, we're always at your service. Yamamoto Ami gave him a cold look. She knew what these people wanted. They hoped to establish a connection with the Arasaka Group through her, thereby enhancing their status in the underworld. I understand what you mean, Yamamoto Ami finally said, her voice calm and cold. But I want more than just your loyalty. I need your ability. I hear some people haven't been listening well lately, a younger member whispered into Yamamoto Ami's ear. Shouldn't we teach Yoko, who's inciting rebellion, a lesson? The gang leader immediately replied, no problem, Ms. Ami. We show them who they should fear. With Yamamoto Ami's tacit approval, the gang began their action. They planned to intercept Yoko after school and teach her a lesson she would never forget. But Yoko was completely unaware of all this. Chapter 526. Sunlight filtered through the tall sycamore leaves, casting dappled shadows on the campus path. The school bell rang, and Yoko packed her bag, smiling as she walked towards her classmates. They were her rare friends at school, and they shared a deep friendship. Hey Yoko, what should we get for dinner after school today? Asked a girl with ponytails. Her name was Harna, one of Yoko's best friends. Yoko thought for a moment, then suggested, there's a new dessert shop over there. I hear it's great. Should we go try it? Sure. I heard their ice cream is amazing. Another girl's eyes lit up. She was another of Yoko's friends, Akiko. They chatted as they walked, discussing all sorts of lighthearted topics, from fun school stories to the latest fashion trends. Yoko felt relaxed and happy, feeling lucky to have these friends around her. However, they were unaware that several men with malicious intentions were already tracking them. Yamamoto Ami's gang, along with the gang members she exploited, were quietly following them. Yoko and her friends walked out of the school gate and along the sidewalk. Their laughter and chatter filled the air, completely unaware of the impending danger. Just then, several gang members wearing black leather jackets emerged from the nearby alley, their eyes gleaming with malicious sneers. Are those the ones? One of the thugs asked, his voice tinged with menace. Yes, the leader, Yoko. A boy from Yamamoto Ami's gang pointed at Yoko, a sly glint in his eyes. 3 figures appeared from the corner of the street. They were members of a gang, dressed in inconspicuous clothing, but their eyes betrayed an undeniable malice. The 3 thugs exchanged glances, and then deliberately approached Yoko and her friends. Their steps carried a menacing air, a stark contrast to Yoko and her friends' relaxed and cheerful demeanor. The thugs, wearing black leather jackets and grisly tattoos, walked with a heavy, rhythmic pace, like the beat of a death drum, gradually closing in on Yoko and her friends. Hey girls, is school over? One of the thugs greeted sarcastically, his voice tinged with menace. Yoko's friends, feeling a sense of foreboding, nervously approached her, seeking some reassurance. What do you want? Yoko summoned her courage, her voice trembling slightly as she stared directly at the thugs before her. The thugs didn't respond, but instead exchanged a sly glance and suddenly charged at Yoko's friends, roughly pushing them away. Ah! Yoko's friends screamed as they were thrown to the ground, their faces pale with fear. Isolated, she faced 3 thugs who were closing in on her. Their faces wore cruel smiles, as if they were enjoying her fear. Yoko, you've been so arrogant lately. We need to teach you a lesson, one thug sneered. He slowly approached Yoko, fists clenched, ready to strike. What nonsense are you talking about? Yoko was a little confused, but she immediately thought that if she had provoked anyone recently, it would definitely be Yamamoto Ami. Yoko's heart was pounding like a drum, her heart filled with fear, but she knew she couldn't surrender here. She searched for a way to escape, but every direction was blocked by the thugs. Just then, a rush of footsteps came from nearby, and a plainclothes police officer appeared swiftly, their presence like a divine intervention, breaking the tense atmosphere. Police, don't move. The officer's voice was firm and forceful. He pulled out his ID, causing the 3 thugs to panic. The gang members, who had been preparing to attack Yoko, were forced to stop when the police suddenly appeared. A flash of panic flashed in their eyes, clearly not expecting the police to appear at this moment. How could the police suddenly appear? The thugs said dejectedly, as they were taken away. In the police interrogation room, the atmosphere was solemn and dimly lit. Under the officer's interrogation, the gang members gradually broke down, revealing Yamamoto Ami's gang and her role as the mastermind behind the operation. This information was carefully recorded and became crucial evidence. Sheena received a call from her police friend, who solemnly reported the results of the interrogation. Sheena listened, her brow furrowed, realizing the gravity of the matter had surpassed her expectations. It seems Yamamoto Ami has truly crossed the line this time, Sheena's police friend said on the other end of the line. We have sufficient evidence to take legal action against her. Sheena was silent for a moment, then replied, this matter must be handled with great care. Yamamoto Ami's actions constitute a crime, and we cannot allow her to escape legal sanction. Her friend on the other end of the phone agreed, don't worry, we follow the procedures. Justice will be served. After hanging up, Sheena sat in her office, her heart filled with anxiety. She knew this incident was no longer a simple case of school bullying, but had escalated into a criminal case. In the school library, Yoko and her friends gathered, their expressions serious, sitting around a table. Yoko held a pen and an open notebook, writing down the key points of their discussion. "We can't let Yamamoto Ami go on like this." Yoko's voice was low and firm, her eyes gleaming with determination. "She's collaborating with gangs outside the school. This has crossed the line." Hina nodded, her brow furrowed. "We must take action, but how can we do it most effectively?" Yoko glanced at her friends and said, "First, we need to cooperate with the police. Ms. Sheena has already contacted them, and we can provide the evidence we have." Akiko added, "We also need to rally the parents. If they knew about Yamamoto Ami's actions, they would definitely support us." "Yes," Yoko continued. "The parents are incredibly powerful. Once they unite, the school will be forced to take action." There was a glimmer of hope in her voice. Haruna raised another crucial point. "We need to gather more evidence, including evidence of Yamamoto Ami and her group's bullying, as well as their connections to organized crime." Yoko nodded, her gaze firm. "We can use the school's surveillance footage and the evidence we collected ourselves. We must also be prepared to speak out and tell the police and parents about our experiences." Akiko clenched her fists. "We can't be afraid anymore. This time, we must use the law to protect ourselves." Their discussion lasted the entire afternoon, each actively contributing ideas. They knew it would be a difficult battle, but they also knew that only through unity could they defeat evil and protect the innocent. Yoko and her friends gradually formed a detailed action plan. They decided to first cooperate with the police and provide evidence, then rally parents and use social pressure to force the school to take legal action against Yamamoto Ami and her group. Chapter 527. The morning sun shone across the school grounds, and students filed into the school as usual, preparing to begin a new day. However, today was different. Several police cars were parked at the school gate, their lights flashing red and blue, lending a touch of tension to the otherwise peaceful morning. The school administration had been notified, and the principal and several teachers stood at the gate awaiting the police's arrival. Their faces wore serious expressions, clearly aware of the gravity of the situation. The doors of the police cars opened, and several uniformed officers emerged, their expressions serious and their steps firm. Leading the way was an experienced officer named Watanabe. "Good morning, I'm Officer Watanabe." Watanabe's voice was calm but powerful, and he flashed his badge. "We're here to serve an arrest warrant." The principal nodded, his face slightly pale. "We await your instructions, Officer Watanabe." Officer Watanabe nodded, his gaze sweeping across the teachers present. "We have ample evidence that Yamamoto Ami and her group are involved in bullying and illegal collaboration with gangs outside the school. We must take immediate action." The teachers exchanged worried glances, but they all knew it was necessary. The principal cleared his throat and asked, "How may we assist you, Officer Watanabe?" Officer Watanabe produced a list with the names of Yamamoto Ami and several other students implicated. "Please bring these students to the conference room. We will conduct the questioning and arrests there." The principal nodded, then turned and whispered a few words to a teacher, who hurried off, apparently to gather the students on the list. Soon, Yamamoto Ami and her followers were led into a conference room. Their faces were filled with discontent and confusion, clearly confused as to why they had been summoned. In the conference room of a Tokyo high school, the tension was almost palpable. Yamamoto Ami and her small group sat at one side of the conference table. Facing them were several teachers and a stern-looking police officer. Officer Watanabe stood at the other end of the conference table, a document clutched tightly in his hands. His eyes were determined, and his voice was deep and forceful. "Yamamoto Ami, and the other members of your gang, I'm here today because we have solid evidence of your involvement in school bullying and illegal collaboration with off-campus gangs." Yamamoto Ami's face paled instantly, her body trembling slightly, but she tried to remain calm. "I don't understand what you're talking about." Undeterred by her denials, Officer Watanabe continued, "We completed our investigation and have the prosecutor's approval. Now, I will read you the arrest warrants." He unfolded the document in his hands, and clearly read out the charges and reasons for arrest for each individual. With each name, an officer stepped forward and politely but firmly handcuffed the student. "You have the right to remain silent, but every word you say will be used as evidence in court." Officer Watanabe's words echoed throughout the conference room. Yamamoto Ami's followers began to panic. Some tried to defend themselves, but were quickly silenced by the police's commanding presence. "Please don't resist. Follow us," a female police officer said to one of Yamamoto Ami's followers, her voice calm but full of authority. Yamamoto Ami stood in the school conference room, facing the police and school representatives, her hands clasped nervously in front of her. Although still young, she was acutely aware of the consequences she would face. The police had explained the situation to her. Although she was a minor and a first-time offender, her actions constituted school bullying and involved an off-campus gang, forcing her to bear the corresponding legal consequences. Although she had not gained any financial benefit, her actions had violated the law. While she herself might not face severe penalties, her guardian would face fines and other measures. "Yamamoto Ami, your actions have violated the relevant provisions of the Anti-Yoga Gang Act." The officer's voice was calm but firm. "We will issue you a formal warning, and according to the juvenile law, you may be placed on educational and counseling programs." Yamamoto Ami's father, a senior executive of the Arasaka Group, was also facing immense social pressure. He not only had to deal with his daughter's legal issues, but also with public scrutiny of the Arasaka Group's possible involvement. He knew that as a public figure, his actions and family affairs would attract increased scrutiny and judgment. "Ami, your actions have affected not only you, but also your family and the school," the principal said, his voice tinged with disappointment. "You will be required to participate in some anti-bullying education activities organized by the school, and we require you to publicly apologize to the victim." Yamamoto Ami lowered her head, her heart filled with regret. She knew this incident would be a stain on her life, but she also hoped it would be an opportunity for her to reform. Yoko, carrying her school bag, walked home alone. Her steps were brisk, but her heart felt heavy. She didn't know why, but logically, she should be happy that Yamamoto and his group had been brought to justice. Even after Yamamoto Ami returned from her detention, she didn't dare act as recklessly as before. "Yoko, it's been a while since we last met. Is everything going well?" A familiar voice broke her reverie. Yoko turned and found Shina standing behind her, a warm smile on her face. "Miss Shina, why are you here?" Shina stepped closer, a hint of concern in her eyes. "Inspector Watanabe went to your school today, right?" Yoko was somewhat surprised by Shina's knowledge. She nodded. "Yes, how did you know?" Shina smiled slightly, a glint of wisdom in her eyes. "Yoko, you should know. I'm a police officer. When you were attacked, I was the one who contacted Officer Watanabe and arranged for a rapid response." Yoko felt a warm feeling well up in her heart. She finally understood why the police had arrived so promptly. Her voice choked with emotion. "Miss Shina, thank you for helping us." Shina nodded, her expression becoming serious. "Yoko, I know you've been through a lot. But now, you can rest easy for a while. The police will ensure your safety and conduct a thorough investigation into this incident." Yoko's eyes filled with gratitude, and she squeezed Shina's hand tightly. "Miss Shina, thank you so much. Your help means so much to us." Shina gently patted Yoko's hand, her voice soft but firm. "Yoko, protecting you is my responsibility. You should enjoy a carefree school life, not be troubled by these things." Yoko nodded, her heart filled with hope. She knew that with Shina and the police's protection, she and her friends could find temporary peace of mind, no longer having to live in fear. The setting sun shone on the two of them, adding a touch of warmth to this small scene. Yoko and Shina's conversation, though brief, conveyed trust and strength. Shina smiled and patted Yoko's shoulder. "Come on, Yoko, at least starting today, let go of what happened before. You can start a new life." Chapter 528. Yamamoto Ami's father, a senior executive at the Arasaka Group, was facing an unprecedented crisis. He sat in his office, piled high with documents and reports, but he had little energy to attend to these mundane matters. His thoughts were preoccupied with recent events, particularly the media and police attention focused on his ties to organized crime. "Yamamoto, I leave this matter to you. Don't let me down," Miki Nakamura, vice president of Arasaka's business department, said, standing before him. He needed to give the public an explanation. Fortunately, this matter wasn't serious. A reason would be sufficient to defuse the situation. Arasaka had handled similar cases many times before. Soon, an interview arrived. "Mr. Yamamoto, we need an explanation regarding the recent reports," a reporter asked. Yamamoto Ami's father cleared his throat, knowing he had to be careful. "I assure you, the Arasaka Group has always adhered to the law. Any accusations of our collaboration with organized crime are unfounded." Yet, he felt a wave of unease. He knew that the Arasaka Group had indeed utilized the services of Yakuza in some obscure transactions. Although these activities were well concealed, the consequences would be disastrous if exposed. With us, the Arasaka mobile team, why is it still necessary to cooperate with a small Yakuza? Everyone, please think carefully. Ichiro Kinda, an elite soldier from the security department, who accompanied Yamamoto to the meeting, offered a suggestion from the sidelines. Ichiro's words made sense, but they weren't enough to convince the reporters. Yamamoto Ami's father nodded, realizing that the Arasaka group needed to conduct some internal restructuring to restore public trust. I will personally oversee this process and ensure complete transparency in our operations. Meanwhile, the police were actively investigating the Arasaka group's ties to Yakuza. They had summoned key witnesses and begun collecting possible evidence. This wasn't due to Yamamoto Ami's involvement. Arasaka had already been involved in numerous cases involving Yakuza, but Yamamoto Ami's case had simply brought these cases to the forefront. If this evidence falls into the hands of the police, your job will be in jeopardy, Vice President Nakamura privately warned Yamamoto Ami's father before leaving. Yamamoto Ami's father nodded gravely, knowing that his career, and even the reputation of the entire Arasaka group, hung in the balance. He began working closely with the company's legal counsel to prepare for potential legal action. In public, Yamamoto Ami's father remained calm, issuing a public statement emphasizing the Arasaka group's respect for the law and its commitment to social responsibility. He also pushed for a series of internal reforms to ensure more standardized company practices. In a quiet visiting room, Yamamoto Ami sat on a cold, hard chair, her eyes downcast, her fingers twisting nervously. Light from the window filtered through the iron bars, casting a dappled light on her. She heard footsteps and looked up to see her father, an executive at the Arasaka group, a man usually busy with work and stern. Yamamoto Ami's father walked into the room, his face etched with deep fatigue and disappointment. He didn't speak immediately, but sat quietly across from Ami, a small table between them. Ami, his voice was low and trembling, you disappointed me so much. Ami's heart tightened. Her father rarely spoke to her in such a tone. She could sense his disappointment, and it was more painful than any rebuke. Father, Ami tried to defend herself, but her words caught in her throat. Yamamoto Ami's father continued, I know you're under a lot of pressure at school, but I never thought you would do something like this. Bullying classmates and associating with gangs is not only against the law, but also against our family motto. Ami's eyes began to well up with tears. She knew she might have made a serious mistake, one that could affect her forever. I try my best to correct my mistakes, father, Ami said with a hint of determination in her voice. I attend counseling and apologize to Yoko and the others. The father sighed, his eyes filled with disappointment, but also a hint of sympathy. Ami, fortunately, things haven't reached their worst point yet. You need to truly understand your mistakes and learn how to earn the respect of others in the right way. In the visiting room, the conversation between father and daughter lasted a long time. Although disappointed with her behavior, Yamamoto Ami's father understood that it was a lesson for Ami as she grew up. He hoped this incident would be a turning point in her life. The gang members themselves were hopelessly corrupt, and they didn't care what happened to students like Yamamoto Ami. They simply wanted to exploit these wealthy children. Yamamoto Ami sat on a cold bench in the detention center, her eyes empty as she stared at the gray walls. Her father, a senior executive at the Arasaka group, had decided to allow her to reflect here. Everything in her world had changed. In the detention center, Yamamoto Ami's small group was no longer united. They began blaming each other, placing all the blame on Ami. Losing their freedom and facing social pressure, their unity crumbled. This is all your fault, Yamamoto Ami. A henchman shouted angrily, his eyes filled with accusation. He then kicked Yamamoto Ami into a corner. Ami didn't respond. She simply huddled in the corner, her head in her hands, silently enduring the accusations and violence from her companions. In the cramped confines of the detention center, she no longer possessed her former aura. This experience was a profound lesson for Yamamoto Ami. She began to reflect on her actions, realizing that her mistakes had not only hurt others, but also brought unforeseen consequences to herself. Ordinarily, everything would have turned out well. The perpetrator realized his mistake, apologized to the victim, and reconciled. But life wasn't always easy. In a cell at the detention center, Yamamoto Ami felt unprecedented loneliness and fear. Her former companions had now become her attackers. Her mind and body were tormented, nearly reaching their limits. However, at this moment, the familiar substance within her body began to take effect. Due to extreme stress and despair, Yamamoto Ami's familiar substance began to mutate. Late at night, While the rest of the detention center was immersed in tranquility, a deafening roar suddenly erupted from the floor of Ami's cell. Immediately afterwards, the entire cell block began to shake violently, as if some immense force were erupting within. Detention center guards and staff rushed to the scene, only to find chaos. The cell where Ami was held was a wreck, its walls crumbled, its metal bars twisted, and everyone inside, including Yamamoto Ami and her group, had vanished. The police looked at each other, completely bewildered as to what had happened. They began a frantic search of the detention center, hoping for clues. However, aside from some strange marks on the ground, there was no sign of Ami or the others' whereabouts. What had happened to this group? The police were at a loss, unsure how to write a report. Chapter 529. Tony's apartment was located on the middle floor of a Tokyo high-rise. The neon lights outside the window filtered through the bathroom blinds, casting mottled shadows on the tiled walls. The sound of water gurgled as Tony stood under the shower, letting the hot water wash over him, washing away the day's fatigue. He closed his eyes, breathing deeply in the moist air, trying to relax. However, in this moment of peace, Tony's senses suddenly picked up an unusual scent. His eyes snapped open, a familiar sense of alarm washing over him. This was the ability to perform human-machine induction. Family matter. Why at this moment? Tony muttered to himself. He could sense the unique energy fluctuations, a sign of the family matter activating. Without hesitation, Tony quickly turned off the shower, splashing water onto the floor. He grabbed a towel, quickly dried himself, and then donned the combat uniform he had already prepared in the closet. His technique was skillful, and every movement exuded a sense of urgency. Tony walked quickly to the living room and pulled his guitar case from the wall. He checked the weapons inside, making sure everything was ready, and then placed the nearby sword into the case. His gaze was determined, his heart ready for battle. Tony knew this sudden battle might not be easy, but he also knew he had to go. The safety of the city, and the lives of innocent people, might depend on his actions. Tony opened the door to his apartment, stepped out, and closed it gently, a touch of determination in his movements. His footsteps made no sound on the hallway carpet as he quickly walked to the elevator, mentally planning his route. As Tony walked out of the apartment building and onto the bustling streets of Tokyo, his figure quickly blended into the night. He was a night hunter, sensing the presence of his familiar and advancing rapidly towards his target. Sheena was in the office of the Svagria branch. She had just received a police report regarding the detention center incident. The unusual phenomena mentioned in the report immediately reminded her of the influence of familiar substances. Sheena still remembered Suzuki's tragedy. She felt the need to contact Tony. If the situation developed further, she could contact Cheyenne and Shakia. Contrary to expectations, Tony answered the phone quite promptly. Sheena? What's wrong? Tony, this is Sheena. Something strange is happening in the detention center, and I believe it's related to the familiar substances. Sheena's voice reached Tony, a hint of urgency in her tone. The detention center? Okay. Text me the location later, and we meet there. Okay, see you later. Tony quickly replied, I'm on my way, Sheena. I guess this is another case of the familiar's material. Well, let's go there, and see what's going on. Sheena quickly gathered some necessary equipment, including her weapons and communications equipment, then hurried out of the office and jumped into her car. She knew Tony might need her help, and she also needed to confirm the situation with her own eyes. In the city night, Tony and Sheena set out almost simultaneously, their destination the ruins of the detention center. Tony stood outside the detention center, his sharp gaze trying to penetrate the darkness. However, a police officer noticed his presence and approached to question him. Sir, please remain. This is a detention center. No unauthorized persons are allowed. The officer's voice was stern. Tony paused, knowing he couldn't force his way in, especially in this situation. He needed a valid excuse, or perhaps wait for Sheena to arrive. I understand, officer. I'm waiting for a friend. She'd be here soon. Tony's voice was calm, his gaze scanning the officer's face, searching for an opening. The officer nodded, but remained vigilant. Please maintain your distance, sir. We be closely monitoring security here. Just then, Sheena's car sped up and stopped at the detention center entrance. She stepped out, her ID clutched tightly in her hand, and presented her identity to the officer. I'm Sheena from the Swaglia branch. This is Tony. We're investigating an incident related to the detention center. Sheena's voice was firm, her eyes revealing an unquestionable authority. Upon seeing Sheena's ID, the officer's attitude immediately became respectful. Understood, Miss Sheena. Please come in. We will fully cooperate with your investigation. Tony and Sheena quickly entered the detention center and began their investigation. Tony crouched on the ground, carefully examining some strange marks, while Sheena took notes and photographed them, collecting possible evidence. These marks. They appeared to be caused by some powerful force. Tony stood up, a serious look on his face. This force is likely related to the familiar material. Sheena nodded, her heart filled with worry. If Yamamoto Ami is truly possessed by the familiar material, we must find her quickly. Otherwise, she could pose a threat to the public. Tony's eyes darted around, searching for any possible clues. We need to check the detention center surveillance footage to see if we can trace Ami's movements. Sheena immediately contacted the detention center administrators and requested the footage. She knew time was running out, and they had to act quickly. The detention center administrators quickly responded to Sheena's request and led Tony and Sheena to a surveillance room filled with electronic equipment. Multiple surveillance screens flashed across the room, and the administrators quickly retrieved footage from the area containing Yamamoto Ami's cell. The footage began playing, showing the cell's exterior. Due to detention center regulations, there were no surveillance cameras installed inside the cell, so they could only see the outer walls and windows. Suddenly, the surveillance footage shook violently, and the cell's outer wall shook violently, sending dust billowing. They saw a long dark creature burst through the wall at breakneck speed, slithering across it like a giant gecko before disappearing into the night. The officer turned to face Tony and Sheena, his face thick with confusion. That's what the surveillance footage showed. We have no idea how to describe this. Tony and Sheena exchanged glances, realizing the gravity of the situation. Tony's face was grim, and he spoke in a deep voice. It looks like the familiar material has triggered some kind of mutation within her. This power. It's far beyond our expectations. Sheena nodded, her gaze determined. We don't have time, Tony. We must track that creature immediately. They soon reached the outer wall of the detention center, where traces confirmed the footage. This creature is extremely powerful and moves quickly. Tony stood up, his voice tinged with urgency. We must be careful, Sheena. Sheena nodded, her hand gripping her weapon tightly. We're ready, Tony. No matter what this creature becomes, we must stop it. In the darkness of the night, Tony boarded Sheena's car. His spirit sense could detect the presence of the familiar. Their goal was to track down the unknown creature mutated from Yamamoto Ami. Tony's white hair stood out in the moonlight, his eyes gleaming with determination. The two continued their pursuit, knowing that this mutant could pose a threat to the people of the city. They had to find it quickly, and take measures to prevent a possible disaster. Chapter 530. Tony rode in Sheena's car through the streets of Tokyo, neon lights flickering outside the window in the night. Tony held a special sensor device in his hand that could track the remnants of familiar energy. Of course, as an executor, he also had the ability to sense familiar energy, but this device expanded his perception of the spirits exponentially. On the way, Sheena recounted to Tony the story of Yamamoto Ami and Yoko. What a shame! It was so close to a happy ending. It seems the contamination of familiar material has plunged Tokyo into crisis, Tony said calmly, his hand resting on his cheek. This building is a key office for the Arasaka Group, Sheena explained. Yamamoto Ami's father has an office here. Tony nodded, his gaze sweeping across the road ahead. I met Yamamoto Ami and the others once, and I had a vague feeling she had traces of the familiar's material on her. Sheena glanced at Tony, a hint of worry in her eyes. What are you going to do? Tony took a deep breath, his voice calm yet powerful. I find her and put an end to this. In the night, the building's desolation contrasted sharply with its usual bustle. Only a few windows were still lit, a striking contrast. They circled the building, searching for any clues. Tony's eyes were as sharp as a hawk's. His intuition told him something had happened. This might be Ami's father's office. She might come here, Sheena reasoned softly, her voice echoing through the empty hallway. Tony nodded, his gaze sweeping across the lobby, noticing the absence of the security guards. The security guards aren't here. I'm afraid they've been gathered together for some reason. Let's go and take a look. They entered the building and were about to begin searching each floor when a sudden, loud bang shattered the night stillness. Several bodies, accompanied by a shower of broken glass, fell from the sky, landing before them. Tony quickly moved forward to examine the bodies, discovering they were the building's security guards. His expression darkened, knowing they were facing no ordinary threat. Be careful, Sheena. Up there! Tony shouted, his voice still calm, but a hint of nervousness lingered in his eyes. Sheena quickly approached Tony, and they exchanged a glance. She drew her gun, ready for any possible attack. Suddenly, from above the pitch-black ground floor lobby, a massive, 5 or 6 meter tall shadow descended. The shadow had a strange shape. It held its head high, like a centipede, but each of its segments seemed to be a twisted, deformed human limb. Its eyes glowed red in the darkness, exuding a chilling evil aura. Tony and Sheena stared at the monster. They knew this was their target. The mutated Yamamoto Ami. Her form had completely changed, but they had to stop her, no matter the cost. Yamamoto Ami. Sheena called softly, a tremor in her voice. I didn't expect things to turn out like this. We need to put an end to this. Tony, gun in hand, slowly approached. She came here. Looking for her father, right? But it seems her father isn't here. They began to slowly retreat, looking for an opportunity to attack. Suddenly, the monster let out a deafening roar and lunged at Tony and Sheena. They quickly dodged, and the monster's attack missed, leaving a large crater in the hall's floor. Tony and Sheena seized the opportunity to counterattack, their weapons inflicting wounds on the monster, but the monster seemed unfazed. It continued its fierce assault, easily destroying objects within the hall. The aura of the familiar was not as strong as it had been against Suzuki. Tony didn't launch his previous, overwhelming attack. He noticed that Yamamoto Ami transformed into a monster, and the group it had absorbed seemed to retain some sense of self. He had to slow his pace, attempting to channel his own spirit energy into sword energy and strike the monster, weakening its familiar. Tony didn't want to kill the humans if possible. Severing the familiar would be the best outcome. But the monster only grew more frantic. The battle intensified, and Sheena's weapon seemed to have little effect on the monster, and she began to feel the pressure. The monster's strength far exceeded their expectations, and they had to find a way to subdue it. Tony, I attract its attention, you do something. Sheena shouted, her voice almost drowned out by the monster's roar. Tony nodded, his eyes darting across the hall, searching for something he could use. He spotted a decorative column in the center of the hall, and an idea formed in his mind. Sheena, this way! Tony shouted, and began to move toward the column. Sheena immediately understood Tony's intention. She shielded him while firing at the monster, trying to distract it. Tony drew his great sword and slashed through a decorative pillar in the hall, kicking it towards the monster. The pillar struck the monster, causing it to roar and pin it. The monster struggled, but was unable to free itself. Tony swung his sword, severing the decorative pillar in the hall, sending shards of concrete flying everywhere. He kicked the heavy pillar with his foot, pushing it towards the monster. The monster, struck by the pillar, roared and was pinned. The monster struggled, trying to free itself, but failed. Tony and Sheena stepped forward, their eyes fixed on the monster. Tony, what do we do now? Sheena asked, a hint of nervousness in her voice. Tony's eyes were sharp, searching for a weakness in the monster. This monster seems to still have some consciousness. I want to see if I can extract the familiar. Sheena was a little surprised that Tony could even do such a thing. Tony noticed her expression, but he didn't elaborate. Sheena, wait outside, Tony said, his voice tinged with determination. Sheena nodded and turned to walk out, but her steps were slow, clearly still worried about Tony. After Sheena left, Tony took a deep breath, a look of determination flashing in his eyes. He knew what he was about to do was extremely dangerous, but he also knew it was the only way. Tony closed his eyes and began to concentrate, sensing the familiar substance within the monster. He could feel the evil power raging within the monster, but he could also sense a faint trace of human consciousness. Opening his eyes, a ball of red light appeared in his hand. This was his spirit power. Like Sakia, Nineveh, and the others, this ability could be used to target and kill members of his clan. Tony placed his hand on the monster, and light gradually seeped into its body. The creature let out a painful roar, and began to struggle even more violently. Sweat began to bead on Tony's forehead. He knew he had to be careful not to harm the human consciousness within the monster. He began to slowly guide the clan matter, attempting to separate it from the monster. The process was extremely difficult, and a hint of fatigue crossed Tony's face, but he didn't give up. He knew he couldn't let Yamamoto Ami become a monster. Chapter 531. Tony stood beside the decorative column, a ball of red spirit energy gathering in his palm. This energy continuously seeped into the body of the familiar monster, attempting to break free of the familiar. The familiar's massive form began to shrink, its struggles growing weaker. Tony's forehead was covered with sweat, his face thick with nervousness. He had never attempted such a detachment before, and he had no idea what would become of a human tainted by the familiar's power. But he knew that Yamamoto Ami and the other delinquents were simply young people who had gone astray, and they deserved a chance to reform. However, just as the familiar's form shrank to a certain size, it suddenly loosened from the gap held by the column. The monster let out a low roar and suddenly rushed out. Oh no, that was almost there. Tony's heart tightened. He wanted to chase, but it was too late. The monster's speed after shrinking became even faster than before, and it swiftly rushed out the window and disappeared into the night. Tony turned and saw Sheena had returned to the hall, a look of concern on her face. Tony, what happened? Tony sighed and pointed to the students, who had been separated from the Familia fusion. They're safe, but they're still unconscious. I need you to contact the hospital and have them take them away. Sheena immediately pulled out her phone and began dialing the emergency number. She knew the students' safety was the most important thing right now. Tony continued to monitor the unconscious students. He could tell their vital signs had stabilized. He knew they needed professional medical personnel to handle follow-up treatment. Soon, the sirens of an ambulance filled the night sky as emergency personnel from the hospital arrived. They quickly loaded the unconscious student into the ambulance and prepared to transport him to the hospital for further examination and treatment. Tony and Sheena stood in the hall, watching the ambulance depart, their hearts filled with mixed emotions. They knew the battle wasn't over yet. The threat posed by Yamamoto Ami and her clan still existed. Tony turned to Sheena, his eyes etched with a hint of determination. We can't give up, Sheena. Yamamoto Ami hasn't been found, and the threat from her clan hasn't been eliminated. The escaped monster, the mutated Yamamoto Ami, moved through the Tokyo night with an almost animalistic instinct, heading straight for Yoko's home. The sensor in Tony's hand flickered red, and the unusual pattern of energy fluctuations made Sheena frown. Tony simply placed the sensor next to the steering wheel and used it like a navigation system. This direction. She's heading towards Yoko's house. Sheena's voice was tinged with nervousness, her eyes fixed on the sensor Tony had placed next to her steering wheel. Okay, look at the road. Tony reminded Sheena to stay focused while driving. Sheena nodded. We have to hurry. We can't put Yoko in danger. The two of them moved quickly, driving through the sleeping city and heading straight for Yoko's home. In the early hours of the morning, Yoko's home was peaceful. She was deep in sleep, unaware of the impending danger. However, an ominous dark figure quietly approached outside Yoko's room. It was none other than the monster that Yamamoto Ami had transformed into. Its body pressed against the wall, seemingly blending into the night. Suddenly, the window shattered, and a dark shadow rushed toward Yoko at breakneck speed. Yoko's screams pierced the night air, waking her from her sleep to find herself snatched out of the window by the monster. Terror gripped her heart, her voice echoing through the night air, and then, from sheer panic and shock, she fainted. The monster, clutching Yoko, moved swiftly and decisively, dashing out of the house. It passed through Yoko's yard and into a small nearby park. The park was deserted, lit only by a few dim streetlights. Tony and Sheena followed the sensor signals on their devices, their steps swift and steady as they traversed the deserted park path. The streetlights cast dappled shadows, and the silence was shattered by their hurried footsteps. She's nearby, Tony whispered, his gaze scanning the park. The sensor in his hand flickered, indicating a strong energy response. Sheena gripped her weapon tightly, her eyes determined. We have to hurry. Yoko's safety is our top priority. They reached the center of the park, where there was an open lawn with a children's playground in the center. That's when they saw the monster Yamamoto Ami had transformed into. It clutched the unconscious Yoko, leaning against a swing, seemingly gasping for breath. Yamamoto Ami! Sheena shouted, gun raised, her voice echoing through the night air. Let go of Yoko. The monster turned its head, its eyes gleaming red in the night. Its strength seemed to be waning, but it remained dangerous. The monster's body was twisted and grotesque, its limbs long and thin, disproportionate, as if haphazardly spliced together. Its skin, a sickly pale, almost transparent in the night, revealed tiny blood vessels and veins beneath. Its head appeared abnormally swollen, and its eyes were unusually positioned, one in the middle of its forehead, the other on the side of its cheek, both glowing an abnormal red. Its mouth twisted at a strange angle, revealing sharp teeth that gleamed coldly in the moonlight. The monster's back was covered in insect-like limbs, which had spread out limply after it lost consciousness, appearing broken and twisted. Its body was covered in irregular lumps and scars, forming a natural armor during its transformation. What had she done with Yoko? It seemed she had merely grabbed her, not killed her with a single bite, as Sheena had expected. This was a blessing in disguise. On the park lawn, The monster that Yamamoto Ami had transformed into let out a low roar, its body casting a distorted shadow in the moonlight. Sheena and Tony stood side by side, ready to confront the mutated monster. Tony stood on the park lawn, his hands gripping a gun, his gaze fixed on the monster ahead. His fingers steadily squeezed the trigger, each shot accurate, the bullets whizzing towards the monster's vitals. "Keep firing, Sheena," Tony shouted, his voice echoing through the night air. Sheena followed closely behind, her gun spitting flames, forming a dense web of fire alongside Tony's bullets. Her voice was firm and powerful. "I know, Tony, I won't let it escape." However, the monster's strength far exceeded their expectations. Its movements were lightning fast, and each dodge was eerily graceful. Its tail, like a living whip, streaked dangerous shadows through the air. Though Tony and Sheena's barrage of bullets continued, the monster always managed to dodge with the slightest stab. Its limbs twisted, moving in an inhuman manner, repeatedly making their attacks miss. During one attack, the monster's tail suddenly swung across, and Sheena was caught off guard, struck hard by the end of the tail. Her body flew out like a kite with its string cut, arcing through the air before landing heavily on the ground in the distance. "Sheena!" Tony exclaimed, his eyes filled with worry. He wanted to rush over to check on Sheena, but the monster's attack kept him distracted. The monster roared in triumph, seemingly enjoying the battle. Tony knew he could no longer hold back. He had to use his power as an executioner. Tony's great sword appeared in his hand, emitting a faint red glow, the energy of Tony's spirit. Chapter 532. "It's over, Yamamoto Ami." Tony's voice was calm yet powerful. His greatsword slashed through the night sky with an unstoppable force. Each swing was precise, the tip of the sword whistling through the air. The monster sensed the threat, a flicker of fear in its eyes. It began to retreat, attempting to evade Tony's attack. Its body twisted, attempting to avoid Tony's greatsword at odd angles. But Tony's greatsword, like the Grim Reaper's scythe, pierced the wind with each swing, and the monster's defenses began to crumble. Tony's swordsmanship was imbued with the energy of the spirit, a force that had a deadly destructive power over the substance of its kin. The monster let out a low roar, its voice tinged with despair. Tony didn't reply, his eyes filled with determination. He swung his greatsword again, this time, the tip pointed directly at the monster's core. "Try again," Tony said with a hint of resolve. Mechanical energy flowed through the monster's body along Tony's greatsword, beginning to strip away its kinship material. The monster let out a painful roar, its sound echoing through the night sky. Tony's mechanical energy raged through the monster, stripping away the kinship material from Yamamoto Ami bit by bit. The process was painful and lengthy, and the monster's body began to tremble, its roar gradually growing fainter. Then, the monster's body began to shrink, returning to human form. Yamamoto Ami lay on the ground, her body weak and her breathing rapid. Her legs could no longer be restored, but at least her life was saved. Tony sheathed his great sword, his face a touch of fatigue, but more of a sense of relief. He knew that at least he had saved Yamamoto Ami's life. The night sky suddenly erupted with the roar of a helicopter. An Arasaka security helicopter descended from the sky, its powerful rotor blast whipping up a gust of wind across the lawn, swaying the surrounding trees. Tony and Sheena watched this sudden arrival of assistance warily, their weapons clutched, ready for any eventuality. The helicopter's hatch opened, and several heavily armed security personnel quickly disembarked, their movements expert and swift. Ryuta Sato, head of Arasaka's security division, and Ichiro Kinda, an elite member of the security division, strode out of the helicopter. Their faces were etched with seriousness, their gazes fixed on the collapsed Yamamoto Ami. Yamamoto Ami's father, a senior executive at the Arasaka group, was also among the group. His appearance surprised Tony. His steps were unsteady, and his eyes were filled with a complex mix of worry for his daughter and fear of what was about to happen. "Ami." His voice trembled, barely able to fully pronounce his daughter's name. When he saw Yamamoto Ami lying on the ground, her clothes torn and her body mutilated, his face paled. Sato Ryuta approached Tony, his eyes scrutinizing him. "We're the Arasaka Group's security team. We're here to recover." He paused, as if searching for the right words, to recover Yamamoto Ami. Yamamoto Ami's father stood by the helicopter, his eyes filled with questioning and uneasiness. He looked at Sato Ryuta, his voice firm. "Mr. Sato, I need an explanation." "Ami. What happened to her?" Sato Ryuta, the head of the Arasaka security department, faced the questioning from Yamamoto Ami's father with a hint of embarrassment. He knew the complexity of this matter far exceeded the ordinary person's comprehension. "Mr. Yamamoto, Sato Ryuta's voice was low, trying to explain gently, Ami is experiencing a very rare situation. Our security department immediately dispatched to ensure her safety upon learning of the situation. Yamamoto Ami's father was clearly dissatisfied with this answer, and his voice rose a few degrees. Rare situation? She became like that, and you're telling me it's rare? The Arasaka security department dispatched so quickly, you must know what happened. Sato Ryuta sighed, knowing that a more reasonable explanation was necessary. He approached Yamamoto Ami's father, and spoke in a lower voice, Mr. Yamamoto, I understand your concerns. However, some information involves company security secrets, which I cannot disclose here. Please believe that we will do everything we can to help Ami. Yamamoto Ami's father fell silent, a flicker of pain in his eyes. He knew his daughter was inextricably linked to the Arasaka group, and this incident was clearly more complex than it seemed. I just hope she's safe, his voice choked again. I just hope she recovers. Sato Ryuta nodded, a glint of sympathy in his eyes. We will, Mr. Yamamoto. We will use the best medical resources to treat Ami. Ami Yamamoto's father knelt beside his daughter, his hand trembling as he touched her face. Ami, I'm sorry I'm late. Tony knew that the arrival of the Arasaka group meant he had fulfilled his responsibility. He sheathed his weapon and stepped back a few steps, making room for the Arasaka group. While the Arasaka security group members were retrieving Yamamoto Ami, Sato Ryuta turned his gaze to Tony, a hint of question in his eyes. Who are you? Why are you here? Tony remained calm as he replied, I'm a law-abiding citizen passing by. I was attacked by this thing, and I just fought back. Otherwise, the Enterprise would be in trouble. Sato Ryuta frowned, clearly dissatisfied with Tony's answer, but he didn't press the issue. The man had just said the word Enterprise. Sato Ryuta knew that Enterprise was a code name for a group of mysterious capital groups in Gale Country. Perhaps the man before him was a staff member sent from that group. Minimal trouble is worse than excess. After all, these mutants were the result of the Arasaka group's own trouble, and Sato didn't want to make a big deal out of it. The sound gradually faded, as the Arasaka security group escorted Yamamoto Ami away from the scene. Amid the roar of the helicopter, Yamamoto Ami was taken away. Her father's tears fell onto the lawn, mixing with the dirt. Tony glanced around, confirming there were no other threats. Then he checked on Shina and Yoko. He turned and walked towards Shina and Yoko. He gently moved the two unconscious women to a safer place, then stayed by their side, waiting for them to regain consciousness. He called out softly to Shina, Shina, can you hear me? Shina. Shina's eyelids fluttered slightly, and she slowly opened them. Seeing Tony, her voice was a little confused. Tony. What happened? Tony briefly explained the situation to Yoko, his voice a touch of comfort. You're safe. The Arasaka security group has taken Yamamoto Ami away. Shina struggled to sit up, her eyes scanning for Yoko. Where's Yoko? How is she? Tony pointed to the side, where Yoko lay quietly on the grass. Her breathing was steady, but she hadn't yet woken. She's still unconscious, but she should wake up soon, Tony said. Shina nodded, a flicker of worry in her eyes, but she felt a little relieved when she heard Yoko was safe. She turned to Tony, her voice a touch of gratitude. Thank you, Tony. Without you, we might. Tony and Shina were overwhelmed with mixed emotions, but they knew they had done their best. The helicopter of the Arasaka group slowly took off and disappeared into the night, leaving behind only Tony, Shina, Yoko, and a messy park. Chapter 533. Tony and Shina escorted Yoko through the early morning streets. Shina looked directly at Yoko, his tone serious and earnest. Yoko, I hope you can keep what happened tonight a secret. It's very important to us, and to you. Yoko nodded, a hint of shock still in her eyes. I understand, Miss Shina. I won't tell anyone. Her voice was quiet but firm. Her eyes were filled with curiosity and confusion. Miss Shina, who is Mr. Tony? Shina smiled slightly, her eyes a touch of tenderness. Oh, he's a friend of mine. A very reliable friend. Yoko nodded, seemingly satisfied with the answer. I understand. Thank you. I really appreciate this evening. Tony stood quietly by, his eyes sweeping over Yoko, then turning to Shina, a hint of gratitude in his eyes. He knew that Shina's refusal to reveal his true identity was a sign of trust in him and a protection for Yoko. Yoko, remember our words. If you have any questions, feel free to contact us, Shina reminded again, a hint of determination in her voice. Yoko nodded, a hint of gratitude in her voice. I will, Miss Shina. Thank you for your help tonight. Tony added, if there's anything unusual, Or if you feel uneasy, feel free to contact us. He pulled a business card from his pocket and handed it to Yoko. It has my contact information. You can reach me anytime. Yoko took the card, her fingers gently rubbing the lines on it, then carefully put it in her pocket. Thank you, Mr. Tony Mishina. Tonight, if it weren't for you. The group arrived at Yoko's home. It was an ordinary, single-family residential building in Riyadh. The lights in front of the doorway were dim and warm, but at this moment, it seemed a little deserted. She didn't finish her words, but Tony and Sheena understood her meaning. Tony gently patted Yoko's shoulder, his movements gentle yet firm. It's okay, Yoko. You're safe. Everything will be fine. Yoko took a deep breath, raised her head, and smiled, though it was still tinged with a hint of fatigue. I will. Thank you. The loud noise had woken Yoko's parents. They heard the commotion on the second floor and went up to check, only to see a broken window and Yoko missing. They were just beginning to panic when a knock on the door sounded downstairs. Yoko's parents were awakened by the loud noise and hurried upstairs to check, only to see a broken window and an empty room. Their hearts instantly leaped into their throats. Yoko's mother panicked, while her father struggled to remain calm. They hurried downstairs, intent on finding their daughter. Just as they were frantic, there was a knock on the door. Yoko's parents hurried downstairs and opened the door, only to find two strangers standing outside with their daughter, Yoko. Yoko! Where have you been? Yoko's mother cried, her voice tinged with tears. She hugged her daughter tightly, checking her for injuries. Yoko's father looked utterly surprised. He looked at Tony and Sheena with a questioning look in his eyes. Excuse me, who are you? Sheena quickly pulled out her ID, her expression serious and professional. I'm a police officer. We're handling an emergency. Your daughter was unfortunately caught up in a criminal operation, but fortunately, we rescued her. Yoko's father was visibly relieved, but he still felt a little uneasy. Criminal? What's going on? Sheena continued, we're investigating a case, and Yoko is an innocent victim. The situation is under control, but we need her cooperation to ensure her safety. Yoko nodded and turned to her parents. Mom and Dad, they're here to help me. I'm fine. Tony added, we ensure Yoko's safety and resolve this as quickly as possible. If you have any questions or need help, please feel free to contact us. Yoko's parents, though filled with confusion and worry, tried to remain calm, grateful for their daughter's safety. Yoko's mother gently stroked her daughter's hair, her eyes filled with concern and reluctance. Her father, though seemingly relieved, clenched his fists, trying to suppress his inner anxiety. Yoko looked at her parents, a mixture of gratitude and guilt. She knew her risk had put her parents under immense pressure and fear, but she also knew she had to remain strong through it all. She held her mother's hand tightly and whispered, Mom, Dad, I'll be fine. You should take care of yourselves too. Tears welled up in Yoko's mother's eyes. She gently patted Yoko's hand, her voice trembling as she said, Yoko, you don't know how worried we are by doing this. Sheena glanced at her and smiled. Yoko realized that her parents loved her deeply, but they just didn't know how to express it. Yoko's father nodded and gently stroked her head. A hint of tenderness lingered in his eyes. Yoko, I'm glad you're okay. I'm glad you're okay. Sheena and Tony watched this scene, their hearts warming. They knew this family had endured so much, yet they remained resilient. Now that the person has been delivered, we're ready to leave. Sheena said goodbye to Yoko and her parents. Yoko's parents looked at Sheena and Tony, their eyes filled with gratitude and trust. They bowed deeply to Tony and Sheena, expressing their understanding and gratitude. Sheena and Tony bid farewell to Yoko's family. They knew that while Yoko was temporarily safe, much remained to be done. They would continue to investigate the incident and protect Yoko and anyone else who might be at risk. With that, Yoko and her parents turned and walked back into their home, gently closing the door behind them. The light from inside shone through the window onto Tony and Sheena, adding a touch of warmth to their figures. Tony and Sheena stood at the intersection outside Yoko's house. They didn't leave immediately, but waited quietly for a moment to ensure Yoko's safety. Tony's gaze flickered toward the window of Yoko's house, a hint of concern in his eyes. I hope she recovers quickly from this incident. Sheena nodded, her voice firm. She will, and I ensure her safety. The two turned and left. They knew that while this incident was over, their mission was far from over. Chapter 534. The next day, Sheena was in the office of the Swaglia branch. Photos taken at the scene and collected evidence lay scattered across the table before her. She was about to report the incident to Cheyenne. The target, Yamamoto Ami, has been located, but something unexpected happened during the incident. She was infected with the familiar substance and mutated. Shina's voice was heavy as she described Yamamoto Ami's situation in detail, as well as the Arasaka Group's involvement and how they had taken her away. After hearing the report, Shine's expression grew grave. Cases involving the leak of familiar substance are increasing, Shina. The Arasaka Group's involvement may make our investigations more difficult. We need to closely monitor their actions and prepare for the consequences. It's time to expose the Arasaka Group's activities. Shina nodded. I understand. I'm ready. We will do everything we can to protect the innocent and reveal the truth. Enzuo's covert plan was complete. Even if the truth were to leak, Eiji's suspicion would likely be reduced. Next, Shina would be responsible for contacting the media. Meanwhile, Tony had returned to his quarters. He removed his coat, loosened his tie, and pulled out his communicator, ready to report to Tessa. Tessa, it's me, Tony. Tony's voice came through the communicator, a hint of fatigue. Mission accomplished. Yamamoto Ami has been found, but her situation is a bit complicated. Tessa's voice quickly replied, a hint of concern in her tone. I heard the Arasaka Group's involvement made things difficult. But you did a great job, Tony. Tony was silent for a moment, then continued, Tessa, about the bounty. Tessa smiled, a hint of relief in her voice. Don't worry, Tony. Your bounty is ready. I transfer it to you as soon as possible. Tony breathed a sigh of relief, a faint smile on his face. You're wise, Tessa. In this incident, Tony hadn't told Shina that he was working with Tessa. He had also learned from Shina that Tessa was also working with Schwager, but they were essentially two different partners on the same client, so Tony remained cautious. But he also knew that he and Shina were on the same side, working to protect the innocent and uncover the truth. Tony ended his call with Tessa, stood up, walked to the window, and looked out at the night view. A mixture of emotions filled his heart, but he knew his work wasn't over yet. Tokyo was now contaminated by the familiar's material, and more people like Yamamoto Ami and Suzuki would appear soon. Shortly after Tony and Shina resolved the incident, Yamamoto Ami was taken to the Arasaka Group's medical facility by Sato Ryota, Kinda Ichiro, and others. Located deep within the Arasaka Group building, this facility boasted advanced equipment and maintained a high level of confidentiality. After ensuring that Yamamoto Ami's father remained with her, Sato Ryota and Kinda Ichiro left the treatment room. They walked and talked in the hallway, discussing recent events. Oh, what bad luck. I have to deal with these contaminated mutants myself, Ichiro said, a hint of dissatisfaction etched in his expression. Sato Ryota sighed, a hint of fatigue in his eyes. Is this the price the president mentioned? The leak of the familiar material is more serious than we anticipated. Ichiro nodded, realizing the gravity of the situation. The familiar suddenly hatched, and we were caught off guard. Now, besides cleaning up the mess caused by the leak, we also have to deal with the remnants of the familiar cocoons. Sato Ryota pondered for a moment, then said, our Arasaka mobile team has secretly dealt with some recently mutated civilians. However, Ami, Suzuki, and others are all connected to the Arasaka Corporation, so this is the Arasaka Corporation reaping the consequences of their own actions. Ichiro frowned. We need to find a solution quickly, or the situation will only get worse. Sato Ryota and Kinda Ichiro walked through the corridors of the Arasaka Corporation, their steps heavy and filled with worry. Although they had not directly participated in close combat with the familiars, they were well aware of the dangers of the familiar material. Ichiro, remember that after the battle against the giant familiar, we came and riders immediately underwent medical examinations? Sato Ryota's voice was heavy. Kinda Ichiro nodded, a hint of reminiscence in his eyes. Yes, boss. We were all worried we might be infected by the familiar matter. Sato Ryota continued, the report says we're not infected, but we can't let our guard down. We all witnessed the infectiousness and dangers of the familiar matter. We need to report the severity of this incident to the president and request additional resources and support. They knew that only by ensuring their own safety could they better handle the crisis facing the Arasaka Group. Eiji sat at his desk in his apartment, flipping through some documents. His life was shrouded in uncertainty by the Arasaka Group's secrets, but his courage remained undiminished. Suddenly, there was a knock on the door. Postman, a voice called out, but Eiji hadn't ordered anything, nor was he expecting any mail. Mr. Eiji, this is from Amy, the postman added, as if aware of Eiji's cautious nature. Eiji opened the door. The postman standing outside wasn't wearing a traditional postman's uniform, but rather ordinary casual clothes. The envelope in his hand looked remarkably formal. The postman's gaze was firm, and without further ado, he got straight to the point. "Hello, Mr. Ag. I'm Amy's liaison for the International Police, and I'm also a special agent." The postman's voice was deep and forceful, his gaze scanning Ag's face, as if confirming his identity. Ag was a bit surprised. He hadn't expected an agent to appear at his door. He nodded, motioning for the agent to continue. "Officer Amy asked me to convey her gratitude to you for your bravery in the Arasaka Group incident," the postman continued, handing over the letter. "This is from Officer Amy. It contains some important information." Ag took the letter, his heart filled with curiosity. "Who still uses letters these days?" The agent explained that because the Arasaka Group is a giant in the internet and artificial intelligence industry, eavesdropping methods are ubiquitous, so they resort to this primitive form of communication for safety reasons. The postman nodded, indicating mission accomplished, and turned away, leaving Ag standing alone at the door, holding the letter that could change his life. Ag closed the door and returned to his desk, examining the envelope carefully. It was plain, with only his name written neatly. He took a deep breath and carefully opened the envelope. Inside was a letter, and some information on recent developments. In the letter, Shakia, acting as Amy, explained the current situation to Ag in detail. She told him she had contacted relevant agencies, including but not limited to the Shiva Group. News about the Arasaka Group concealing the contamination of their familiar supplies would gradually leak to the media through gossip. At the same time, she had arranged a cover-up to minimize Ag's suspicion. After reading the letter, Ag felt a surge of warmth in his heart. He knew someone was working for his safety and justice. He took a deep breath, then put the letter away, his heart filled with gratitude. Chapter 535. Soon after, inside the Arasaka Corporation skyscraper, security personnel Sato Ryuta, Kinda Ichiro, and Ag accompanied Tanaka Yoshiko to the top floor. The corridors were quiet and deserted, a solemn and mysterious atmosphere permeating the air. Historical photos of the Arasaka Corporation hung on the walls, showcasing the company's development and achievements. Tanaka Yoshiko was a special guest of the Arasaka Corporation's Scientific Research Department. Her status was so special that even high-ranking security personnel like Sato Ryuta and Kinda Ichiro treated her with respect. "This way, Dr. Tanaka." Sato Ryuta's voice was tinged with respect as he guided Tanaka Yoshiko to the dedicated elevator leading to the higher-level research institute. The elevator doors opened, and Tanaka Yoshiko stepped in. Sato Ryuta, Kinda Ichiro, and Ag did not follow. The elevator doors slowly closed, carrying Tanaka Yoshiko to the higher-level research institute. Ag stood aside, his eyes filled with a complex emotion. He knew that the Arasaka Group's high-level research center housed the company's most confidential secrets, a place even he had never set foot in. "Mr. Sato, Ichiro," Ag finally spoke, a hint of doubt in his voice. "Is Dr. Tanaka here for something important?" Sato Ryuta and Kinda Ichiro exchanged a glance, their eyes also revealing a hint of confusion. But they quickly regained their serious expressions, and Sato Ryuta replied, "Ag, we haven't been informed of the specific circumstances. Arasaka Group affairs sometimes require confidentiality. We're just security personnel, and we just need to do our job." Kinda Ichiro added, "Our responsibility is to ensure safety. Leave everything else to those above us." Ag nodded, understanding his place. Although he was deeply curious about the secrets of the Arasaka Group, he also knew that some matters were beyond his control. In the Arasaka Group's high-level research center, Yoshiko Tanaka would meet with the group's top leaders to discuss crucial issues. These issues were undoubtedly closely linked to the future of the Arasaka Group and, perhaps, even the fate of the entire city. As soon as Yoshiko Tanaka stepped out of the elevator, she was greeted by President Arasaka's personal bodyguards. Dressed in black suits and solemn expressions, they seemed unsurprised by her arrival. The bodyguards, led by a burly man, wore a subtle look of respect on his face. "Dr. Tanaka, please follow me. The president has been waiting." Yoshiko Tanaka nodded, and she followed them down a long corridor to the door of a large laboratory. The door slowly opened, revealing a technologically advanced interior. The laboratory was filled with a bustling yet orderly atmosphere, its fully automated equipment humming tirelessly. Tanaka Yoshiko was already very familiar with the surroundings. Her gaze swept over the surrounding culture tanks, which held the remains of various artificial families. She paused before the two families' cocoons sprayed with inhibitors. These cocoons had been cut into smaller pieces and placed in even larger culture tanks. These tanks were connected by a complex series of pipes and equipment, ultimately converging somewhere. Yoshiko Tanaka walked over to a petri dish in the center of the vast laboratory. This dish seemed to be a control center, connecting to the surrounding culture tanks. She peered through the dish's transparent lid. Inside the dish, the body of an elderly man floated quietly in a blue nutrient solution. His eyes were closed, his face wrinkled, yet his former dignity still lingered. This man was Tetsuro Arasaka, the president of the Arasaka Group. President Tetsuro Arasaka, how are you feeling? Yoshiko Tanaka approached the dish with a smile. She visited him regularly every month to maintain Tetsuro's health. At that moment, an electronic synthesized sound emanated from the equipment next to the dish. So Tetsuro Arasaka had been in the Arasaka building the entire time. But since he couldn't see anyone in his current state, he lied and said he was traveling abroad. Dr. Tanaka, I'm fine. How's this experiment going? Tetsuro Arasaka floated quietly in the dish. Though unable to move, he was able to communicate via the computer. He is a ruthless businessman and a ruthless leader with a single goal, to maintain eternal control of wealth and power. To achieve this, he will stop at nothing, including collaborating with the cult's apostles. Tanaka Yoshiko, one of the cult's apostles, has a clear goal, to harness the power of her familiar. She has no interest in Tetsuro Arasaka's immortality, but she sees an opportunity to collaborate with the Arasaka Group, which would allow her to access greater resources and knowledge to achieve her own goals. Dr. Tanaka, how is your research progressing? Tetsuro Arasaka's voice came through the incubator's communication device, a hint of command in its tone. Yoshiko Tanaka stood before the incubator, her eyes etched with determination. President Arasaka, we made some key breakthroughs. But it will take time to fully master the power of the familiar. Tetsuro Arasaka's tone hinted at impatience. Time is what I lack most. You need to expedite the process. Yoshiko Tanaka nodded. She knew Tetsuro Arasaka was impatient, but she also knew she couldn't rush things. I do my best, President. But the power of the familiar isn't so easy to control. Tetsuro Arasaka was silent for a moment, then said, I understand. But you must understand that our cooperation is secret. This secret cannot be discovered by anyone. A cold glint flashed in Yoshiko Tanaka's eyes. Don't worry, President. The apostles of the cult are all very secretive. Their cooperation was based on mutual interests, and this transaction was known only to Tetsuro Arasaka and the apostles of the cult. Even Arasaka Group Vice President Ryota Sato and Miki Nakamura were kept in the dark. In this city, everyone strives for their own goals, but not everyone knows the truth. Tetsuro Arasaka and Yoshiko Tanaka's collaboration carries enormous risks. If known to the outside world, it could lead to unforeseen consequences. Yoshiko Tanaka returned to the lab console and began carefully examining the experimental data, searching for a breakthrough. Her team members, carefully selected scientists, were also busy at work, unaware of the Arasaka Group's secrets. The lab was filled with a tense yet orderly atmosphere, everyone striving towards a common goal. Yoshiko Tanaka knew her research could change the world, but she also knew that change could be for both good and ill. Tetsuro Arasaka quietly observed her in the petri dish, his heart filled with anticipation. He knew that Yoshiko Tanaka was a brilliant scientist whose research might allow him to realize his dream of immortality. But he also knew that the price of such a dream might be enormous. But he had already broken through humanity's destiny, seeking what was not his. What was the price? In this city, the struggle between good and evil never ceased. Yoshiko Tanaka, Tetsuro Arasaka, Tony Shina, and the members of the Swagger Group, each striving, in their own way, towards their own goals. Yoshiko Tanaka's work continued for hours, well into the night. She had finally completed the day's experiment. Her body felt a touch of fatigue, but her heart was filled with satisfaction. With tissue samples from the giant familiar, her research was edging closer to success. From the initial visit to the scene where Trom had defeated the familiar, collecting familiar samples, to their gradual extraction of artificial familiar material, the cult had undergone a long period of research. Chapter 536. Recently, Li Jiayi, Bruce, and Zhou Longsheng, 3 young people, experienced the convenience of high technology on the bustling streets of Tokyo, Rya. They had just visited Tokyo Tower, and were preparing to head to their next attraction, Akadaiba. To immerse themselves in the local tech culture, they opted for a ride in a self-driving taxi, an innovative service in Tokyo. The interior of the taxi was spacious and modern, with simple decor and a futuristic feel. Li Jiayi sat in the back seat, her fingers gently caressing the smooth seat surface, her eyes flickering with curiosity about the high-tech. Bruce sat next to her, his gaze drawn to the rooftop display, which displayed real-time route and traffic conditions. This is amazing, Longsheng, Li Jiayi said excitedly, a hint of admiration in her voice. Everything is automated, even the taxes are so advanced. The Arasaka Group has indeed brought significant technological expertise here, but, well, Longsheng had also heard about the Arasaka Group's exploits. Bruce nodded, his gaze still fixed on the display. Indeed, the technological prowess of the Kingdom of Ria is always impressive. Unfortunately, as the taxi was driving along a busy street, the system inside suddenly sounded an alarm. The taxi slowly pulled over, its engine and autopilot system shutting down. Looks like we're in trouble. This thing isn't very stable yet, Bruce said with a hint of resignation. Li Jiayi frowned. She looked around and saw that they had stopped in front of a convenience store. Pedestrians and cars hurried by, unnoticed by their predicament. Bruce quickly pulled out his smartphone. He expertly scanned the code in the taxi company's app and began searching for a way to contact a repairman. His fingers darted across the screen, quickly finding the emergency contact option. Don't worry, Jiayi, Bruce soothed. I contact them right away. I remember the instructions said there are several repairmen in each district, and someone should be here soon to help us. Li Jiayi nodded, trusting Bruce's abilities. She peered out the car window, observing the world outside. Autonomous taxis plying Tokyo's streets, a testament to the city's technological prowess. Got it, Bruce whispered. He found the emergency contact information provided by the taxi company, and quickly sent the repairman's location via the app. Soon, a repairman named Murakami arrived at the scene. Murakami was a middle-aged man, with a gentle smile, but the wrinkles around his eyes, and the tired look in his eyes betrayed a life that wasn't easy. His work clothes were stained with oil, betraying the hard work he endured. Murakami quickly set to work, his technique expert, clearly accustomed to handling such emergencies. While waiting for their taxi to be repaired, Longsheng, Li Jiayi, and Bruce chatted with Murakami, trying to pass the time. Bruce, who spoke Ayala, served as their translator. They soon learned that the city was controlled by a giant corporation, the Arasaka Corporation. Using its high-tech surveillance system, the Arasaka Corporation exerted strict control over the lives of its citizens, a fact that made Longsheng, Li Jiayi, and Bruce feel a sense of unease. Life has changed, becoming more convenient. But is this a good thing or a bad thing? Murakami revealed that he used to be a programmer for a subsidiary of the Arasaka Group, and his current daily work involves repairing and updating the autonomous taxi systems. However, with the constant advancement of technology, his skills are becoming obsolete. To cut costs, the Arasaka Group is replacing human workers with robots, leaving Murakami facing the threat of unemployment. I have to learn new skills, or I soon be obsolete, Murakami said, using his tablet to connect to the car's system via Bluetooth, troubleshooting while chatting. There was a hint of resignation in his words, and a flicker of worry about the future in his eyes. Zhou Longsheng, Li Jiayi, and Bruce listened to Murakami's words, their emotions becoming complex. They began to realize that behind the city's glitz lies the bitterness and helplessness of ordinary people. Thanks to Murakami's efforts, the taxi was quickly repaired. He smiled as he saw off the 3 passengers, then mounted his motorcycle and headed for his next job. His figure faded into the Tokyo night, looking a little lonely. Longsheng, Li Jiayi, and Bruce were back on the road, feeling both thrilled and deeply moved by the experience. They knew this trip had not only allowed them to see the beauty of Tokyo, but also to understand the humanity and challenges behind technology. After the taxi was repaired, Murakami watched Longsheng, Li Jiayi, and Bruce leave. As they gradually disappeared into Tokyo's busy streets, Murakami boarded his motorcycle and headed back to his home on the other side of the city. His home was a simple apartment in a relatively old residential area. Murakami wore a gentle smile, but his eyes concealed a deep worry. His daughter had a rare genetic disease that required expensive gene editing treatment, a treatment only available at hospitals affiliated with the Arasaka Group. Murakami returned home to his wife and children. Despite a long day at work, he forced himself to have dinner with his family. As he listened to his wife describe daily life at home and saw his daughter's carefree smile, his heart was filled with guilt and determination. "Dad, you worked hard today." His daughter's voice was tender and sweet, her small hand tightly clasping Murakami's. Murakami smiled and patted his daughter's head. "For our family, this little hardship is nothing." After dinner, Murakami returned to his studio, where he conducted his nightly black market cybersecurity missions. Complex code and command line interfaces flashed across his computer screen, and he skillfully manipulated the keyboard, beginning his clandestine work. On the black market, Murakami participated in various illegal cyber missions, from data cracking to information gathering. These jobs were extremely risky, but the rewards were relatively lucrative. He had to be careful not to attract the attention of the Arasaka Group. The Arasaka Group's network security monitoring was notoriously strict, and the consequences of being discovered would be disastrous. Late into the night, Murakami was still busy at his computer. His eyes began to tire, but he knew he couldn't stop. The cost of his daughter's medical treatment weighed heavily on his shoulders, and he had to keep working for his daughter's future and his family's well-being. "Murakami, are you still working?" His wife's voice came from outside the door, a hint of concern. Murakami looked up, stood up, and opened the door. "Yes, I have something else to take care of." His wife looked at his tired face, a hint of heartache in her eyes. "Don't overwork yourself. Your health is important, too." Murakami nodded, and he gently hugged his wife. "I know. Thank you. I make sure to rest." His wife smiled, then turned and left the studio. Murakami sat back down at his computer, his fingers touching the keyboard once more, and resumed his work. In this city, Murakami is just one of countless striving individuals. His story, though unknown, is nonetheless filled with courage and sacrifice. His efforts, though arduous, are also filled with hope and perseverance. If only this could actually bear fruit. Chapter 537. Murakami's night was filled with tension and anxiety. In his studio, the cold glow of his computer screen illuminated his serious face. He had just accepted a highly risky mission to leak sensitive information about the Arasaka Corporation online. This information was of grave importance. It revealed that the Arasaka Corporation had been negligent in a previous experiment, a negligence that may have led to the release of an unidentified contaminant in Tokyo, posing an unpredictable and significant threat to human health. Murakami's fingers raced across the keyboard, his eyes fixed on the screen, ensuring every step was precise. He knew that once this information was released, it would cause a huge uproar and spur the Arasaka Corporation's cybersecurity team into action. He had to be careful not to reveal his identity. The message, encoded into a seemingly meaningless string of data, was sent to the other end of the network through a hidden channel. Murakami took a deep breath, knowing that this was only the beginning. He would need to closely monitor the network's response and prepare for any possible consequences. His night was destined to be filled with sleeplessness and vigilance. After the news was released, Murakami's heartbeat quickened as he nervously monitored the online reaction. Multiple windows were open on his computer screen, displaying real-time updates from various social media platforms and forums. His fingers raced across the keyboard, his eyes glued to the screen, tracking the spread of the news. "Hurry up, spread it quickly," Murakami whispered to himself, his voice tinged with urgency. His underground commissions were paid based on the volume of his messages. The more clicks and shares, the more money he earned. At first, everything seemed to be going smoothly. His anonymous post began to spread among netizens, gradually gaining some attention. He saw people commenting, others forwarding it, and the message's influence slowly growing. But this smooth sailing didn't last long. Suddenly, Murakami noticed something was wrong with his social media account. He tried to refresh the page, but found it was locked, unable to access anything. No. Murakami anxiously tapped on the keyboard, trying to log back in, but all his efforts were in vain. A cold sweat began to form on his forehead. He knew what this meant. The Arasaka Group's cybersecurity team had noticed his actions. Murakami quickly switched to another account and began trying to monitor the situation from different angles, searching for possible vulnerabilities. "We have to hurry. Let's use multiple accounts." Murakami's voice trembled slightly, but his hands remained steady, working swiftly on the keyboard. His movements had to be quick and precise, without any hesitation. Murakami's fingers pounded across the keyboard, his eyes scanning the screen. He expertly used VPN to switch his IP address. Meanwhile, inside the Arasaka Group's network security monitoring room, a group of technicians toiled furiously. The screens before them displayed complex data flows and network activity graphs as they attempted to track the source of the information. "Found it. There's unusual activity here. It's coming from an IP address using a VPN." A technician pointed to a bright spot on the screen, his voice tinged with excitement. Their team leader, a serious middle-aged man, immediately issued an order, "Trace this IP address. I want everything about it." The online pursuit between Murakami and the Arasaka Group was like a war without gunpowder, tense and intense. Murakami knew he was racing against time, his every decision potentially determining the fate of him and his family. Murakami's fingers danced across the keyboard, his eyes fixed on the screen, beads of sweat glistening on his forehead under the light. He was racing against time, trying to erase any trace of himself online. The Arasaka Group's cybersecurity department was no pushover, possessing cutting-edge technology and resources. Murakami knew he had to be extremely cautious. Damn, they're too fast. Murakami cursed under his breath, his heart pounding as he quickly closed an account that was about to be tracked. Using his technical knowledge, he began to navigate the dark corners of the internet, like the captain of a ghost ship trying to evade detection. He changed IP addresses, used multiple jump points, and even used his long-held emergency identity, all to stay ahead in this cat-and-mouse game. It was late at night, but Murakami's studio was still brightly lit. His wife gently pushed the door open and looked at him worriedly. "Murakami, are you still working?" "It's late." Murakami looked up, his eyes filled with fatigue. "I know, dear, but I have to finish this." A flicker of unease crossed his wife's eyes. "Did something happen? You look worried." Murakami stood up and gently hugged her. "It's okay, just some work issues. I take care of it." His wife nodded. Although she was worried, she understood the nature of Murakami's work. She turned and left the studio, leaving him to continue his work. The next day, Murakami's phone vibrated. He had received an anonymous message. He opened it, and the content froze his blood. "We know what you've done. Turn yourself in, or face the consequences," the message read, its threat unmistakable. Murakami felt powerless, his hands trembling, barely able to hold the phone. He knew he was backed into a corner. His address, his family, his work, everything was exposed to the Arasaka Group. He faced a difficult choice: either turn himself in and hope for leniency, or continue to evade, potentially losing his job and even endangering his family's safety. Murakami's heart was filled with fear and anxiety, knowing his decision would affect him forever. He thought of his daughter, her smile, her future, and his heart was filled with pain. He took a deep breath, trying to calm himself. He knew he had to make a choice, and quickly. Murakami sat in his studio, his brow furrowed, as he stared at the anonymous message on his computer screen. He knew the confrontation with the Arasaka Group had entered a new phase, and he had to take action to protect himself and his family. Murakami sat on the sofa in the living room, his wife across from him, 2 cups of cooling tea on the table between them. A gentle smile graced Murakami's face, but a hint of worry lingered in his eyes. "Dear, I have news for you." Murakami's voice was calm, trying to sound relaxed. His wife looked up, a hint of curiosity in her eyes. "What is it, Murakami?" Murakami took a deep breath, knowing this topic was difficult to broach. "There's a job transfer opportunity at the company, and I might need to be out of town for a while." His wife's brow furrowed slightly. She could sense Murakami's hesitation. "Out of town? What about us? What about the children?" Murakami reached out and took his wife's hand. A hint of determination lingered in his voice. "I know this is sudden, but this is an important opportunity for our family's future. I make arrangements to ensure you're well while I'm gone." His wife was silent for a moment, then nodded. "I understand, Murakami. You're always so busy with work, and I'm used to it." "I'm used to it. But how long will you be gone this time?" A flicker of guilt flashed in Murakami's eyes, knowing his lie had troubled his wife. "It's not certain yet. It could be a few months, or even longer. I try to keep it short." His wife sighed, stood up, and began to clear the teacups from the table. "Okay, I tell the kids. Don't worry, I take care of the house." Murakami also stood up and hugged his wife tightly. "Thank you, dear. I promise I'll be back soon." That evening, Murakami had dinner with his family, trying to keep the atmosphere light, though his heart was filled with worry. He knew that his job transfer was actually to protect his family from the threat of the Arasaka Group. Chapter 538. Murakami found an internet cafe outside Tokyo that offered private rooms. In Riyadh, such cafes allow customers to rent small cubicles long-term, serving as temporary living and workspaces. Murakami decided to stay here for a while he gathered evidence of the Arasaka Group's illegal activities. The internet cafe's private room was small, but fully equipped, sufficient for Murakami's basic needs. He settled in and began his undercover investigation. Multiple windows appeared on Murakami's computer screen, some running data search programs, some monitoring social media activity, and still others accessing information on the dark web. This should be safe here, at least for now, Murakami thought to himself, knowing he had to proceed with caution. Using his technical knowledge, he began gathering information about the Arasaka Group. He visited secret forums and chat rooms known only to insiders, hoping to uncover any clues. He also contacted former colleagues and industry sources. Although this was risky, he was willing to take the risk to uncover crucial evidence. Murakami's workbench was piled high with printed documents and notes, potential evidence he had gathered from various sources. He meticulously analyzed this information, attempting to uncover any illicit activity by the Arasaka group. In a small cubicle in the internet cafe, Murakami frantically worked on his computer. A complex series of codes and command line interfaces flashed across his screen as he attempted to contact a well-known hacker group through an encrypted messaging app. This group, renowned for their anonymity and efficiency in the online world, was capable of accessing virtually any information. Murakami's fingers tapped away at the keyboard, his eyes focused and determined. He knew what he was doing was extremely dangerous, but he also knew he had no way out. "I need your help," Murakami sent a message to a member of the hacker group via encrypted messaging software. The hacker group quickly replied, "We heard about you, Murakami. The information you want is not cheap." Murakami knew they were serious, but he was ready. "I understand. I'm willing to pay if you can help me." The hacker group quickly gave Murakami a name. "We know someone named Enzuo, an international intelligence broker. He may have what you're looking for." Murakami noted the name, his heart racing. "Thank you, I contact him." Through the hacker group's introduction, Murakami managed to contact Enzuo. Enzuo was a mysterious figure in the circle, rumored to have unparalleled connections and access to unimaginable information. "Mr. Enzuo, I need your help," Murakami said to Enzuo over the messaging app. "I'm collecting some information about the Arasaka group. It's very important to me." Enzuo's voice came through the computer speakers, a touch of calmness. "Mr. Murakami, I understand your situation. I can help you, but you need to be more specific about your requirements." Murakami took a deep breath and began to elaborate on the type of information he needed: internal documents of the Arasaka group, communication records, and any possible evidence of illegal activities. "I understand, Mr. Murakami," Enzuo said. "I will help you gather this information, but it will take time. I happen to be in Ria." "You're in luck." Murakami nodded, even though he knew Enzuo couldn't see. "I'd be patient, as long as I can get the evidence." Over the next few days, Murakami anxiously awaited Enzuo's response. He knew this information could be the key to exposing the Arasaka group's illegal activities, or perhaps his only hope for protecting himself and his family. Murakami spent several sleepless nights in the cubicle of the internet cafe, his life becoming monotonous and tense. He transferred the deposit to Enzuo through his fellow hacker gang members, and he tried to eat and drink less, minimizing the number of times he left the cubicle. His face had grown a few days' worth of stubble, and his eyes were bloodshot. Finally, Enzuo sent a message, arranging a face-to-face meeting with Murakami. A glimmer of hope gradually appeared in Murakami's eyes. Murakami's voice was tinged with excitement. "Mr. Enzuo, you've been a great help." Enzuo replied with a simple confirmation on the messaging app. "Mr. Murakami, I'm glad to be of assistance. Please come at the agreed time and place." Enzuo's message filled Murakami with both nervousness and anticipation. They agreed to meet at a fast food restaurant in a busy neighborhood, where the bustling crowds offered a degree of cover. Murakami cautiously left the internet cafe, wearing a hat and sunglasses to avoid attracting attention. His steps were quick and cautious, and he frequently glanced back to see if anyone was following him. The restaurant was bright and noisy, its cacophony of sounds providing excellent cover. He found a window seat, from which he could observe what was happening outside. Soon, Enzuo appeared. He was a middle-aged European-American man with brown hair, slightly overweight, and wearing a plain jacket. He looked like an ordinary office worker. His eyes were wary, and he glanced around before approaching Murakami. "Mr. Murakami?" Enzuo's voice was low, his eyes scanning Murakami's face. Murakami nodded. "It's me. You are, Mr. Enzuo." After Enzuo sat down, he pulled a small flash drive from his jacket pocket and handed it to Murakami. "It contains what you need." Murakami's heartbeat quickened. He took the flash drive and felt its weight. "Is this evidence?" Enzuo nodded. "Yes, these are some internal financial documents related to the Arasaka group's tax evasion. But this is only part of it. The internal information on the Arasaka group is extremely difficult to obtain. I need more time to gather it." Murakami took a deep breath. He knew what Enzuo said was true. "I understand, Mr. Enzuo. Thank you. I will pay you accordingly." Enzuo waved his hand. "There's no rush for the reward, Mr. Murakami. I'm more concerned about the security of this information. How do you plan to use it?" Murakami's eyes were firm. "I need to expose the Arasaka group's illegal activities and protect my family." Inzuo was silent for a moment, then said, I advise you to proceed with caution. The Arasaka Group is not an easy target. Murakami nodded, understanding what Inzuo meant. I will, Mr. Inzuo. The meeting ended quickly. Murakami carefully put away the flash drive and left the fast food restaurant. He knew that what he held in his hands might be his only bargaining chip against the Arasaka Group. After hearing Murakami's story, Inzuo frowned. He knew that the Arasaka Group was a powerful force, and Murakami alone could not contend with it. Mr. Murakami, your courage is admirable, but you alone won't be enough, Inzuo said in a low voice, his gaze fixed on Murakami. You need more help, professional protection. Murakami's fingers clenched around the flash drive, his eyes etched with anxiety. I know, Mr. Inzuo, but I don't know where to turn. Inzuo nodded. He pulled a business card from his jacket pocket and handed it to Murakami. I might be able to connect with some organizations that can provide the necessary protection for you and your family. A glimmer of hope flashed in Murakami's eyes. He took the card, his voice trembling. Really? Mr. Inzuo, if that's the case, I'd be incredibly grateful. Inzuo's expression was serious. I can't promise anything, but I can try to contact them. Give me a little time. Take care of yourself in the meantime. Murakami clutched the card tightly, his heart filled with gratitude. Thank you, Mr. Inzuo. Your help means a lot to me. Inzuo stood up, his figure gradually disappearing into the crowd at the fast food restaurant. Murakami stayed in his seat, feeling both worried and hopeful. He knew he was no longer fighting alone, but had new allies and new hope. Chapter 539. Murakami was in a private room at the internet cafe, the small space his temporary refuge. Anime posters covered the walls, adding a touch of color to the otherwise drab space. The air was thick with the heat of electronic devices and the faint aroma of fast food, blending to create a unique atmosphere. Murakami's computer screen displayed densely packed documents and code. His eyes were fixed on the screen, and he tapped on the keyboard, jotting down key information. His concentration was so intense that he barely noticed the passage of time. Scattered on his desk were notes and printed documents, the crucial evidence he had gathered about the Arasaka Group. Murakami knew he had to handle this information with care. Any negligence could render his efforts in vain. This evidence must be strong enough, Murakami muttered to himself, his eyes gleaming with determination. He knew he was facing not only the Arasaka Group's legal team, but also their financial resources and influence. Murakami stood up and stretched, feeling a hint of fatigue. He checked his watch. It was already late at night. He decided to take a short break to clear his head. He left the private room and went to the internet cafe's common area, where he ordered a quick snack and ate a few bites. The food wasn't particularly tasty, but for Murakami, it was enough. He just needed some energy to keep working. He quickly finished his meal and returned to the private room. Back in the room, Murakami continued his work. He began organizing the evidence he had collected, sorting it by chronological order and importance. He needed to ensure that every document was original and unaltered so that it would stand up in court. Murakami's work was meticulous. He examined the metadata of each document, confirming its creation and modification time. He used specialized software to compare the files to ensure there were no signs of tampering. He also prepared a detailed list of evidence, documenting the source and content of each piece of evidence. Throughout this process, Murakami constantly reminded himself that he was fighting for justice, for his family and all those affected by the Arasaka Group's illegal activities. His actions, though secretive, could be the key to changing everything. Late into the night, Murakami continued his work. His eyes were bloodshot, but his mind remained focused. He knew this battle would not be easy, but he also knew that as long as he persevered, justice would prevail. He rechecked his evidence, confirming that everything was in place. He knew this legal battle would be a difficult one, but he also knew that he now had support and preparation, and he would face it bravely. In the office of the Swaglia branch, Shina received a message from Cheyenne and Hayato, relayed from Inzuo. She immediately took action, following Cheyenne's instructions and contacting various personnel to provide Murakami with the necessary support. Standing at the front of the conference room, Shina's gaze swept over the several team members present. Before her was a large screen displaying Murakami's photo and some key information. We have a new mission, and it's part of our information war against the Arasaka Group. Shina's voice was firm and powerful. Mr. Murakami is a hacker. He's facing tremendous pressure from the Arasaka Group for spreading the truth. We need to provide him with all-round support. The team members listened intently, understanding the importance of this mission. Shina continued, First, we need to ensure the safety of the Murakami family. I will dispatch a protection team to covertly protect them. Arasaka Corporation may hire a gang to threaten Mr. Murakami's family with violence. She turned to a Swagger intelligence agent who led the protection team. Araki, you are responsible for this mission. Your team must act immediately to ensure the safety of the Murakami family. Araki nodded, his eyes gleaming with determination. Understood, Ms. Shina. We will do everything we can to protect them. Shina turned to a technical expert responsible for collecting and analyzing information related to the Arasaka Corporation. Inoue, your team must delve deeper into the Arasaka Corporation's data. We need to find their weaknesses. Inoue nodded, his fingers flicking across his tablet, pulling up a complex stream of data. We have begun a preliminary investigation, Ms. Shina. We will continue to track their financial and business transactions, looking for any information we can exploit. Finally, Shina dialed the video call code for veteran lawyer Chihiro Ayazato. Chihiro is a leading figure in the legal team affiliated with the Ryokoku branch, renowned for her sharp legal acumen and exceptional advocacy skills. Chihiro, we need your expertise, Shina said to attorney Chihiro after delivering the briefing on Murakami's case. Her voice was clear and firm, and her eyes betrayed her confidence in Chihiro's abilities. Mr. Murakami's case is extremely complex, and we need you to lead it. Chihiro Ayari's eyes were fixed on the screen, listening attentively to Shina's request. She knew this case was not only crucial for Mr. Murakami, but also had a significant impact on Schwager's reputation and influence. I've been reviewing the case files, Ms. Shina. Chihiro's voice came through her headset, a hint of seriousness and professionalism. This case is indeed very complex. It involves the Arasaka Corporation, which has repeatedly resorted to manipulating prosecutors. But rest assured, I will do my best to defend Mr. Murakami. Chihiro's tone radiated confidence and determination. She adjusted her glasses and continued, I have arranged a meeting with Mr. Murakami to better understand the details of the case. I am also assembling a dedicated legal team, including external experts, who will assist us in handling this case. Shina nodded, pleased with Chihiro's quick response and professionalism. Chihiro, I know this case will be handled in the best possible hands in your hands. We will provide all necessary support. Shina was pleased with the team's preparation and professionalism. She knew this fight would be difficult, but she also knew that Schwager had the ability to help Murakami. She was confident that, united, they could help Murakami uncover the truth, protect his family, and ultimately win this legal battle. With Schwager's support, Murakami was no longer fighting alone. He now had a powerful team behind him, and together they would expose the Arasaka group's wrongdoings and fight for justice. Shina and her team would spare no effort to support Murakami and ensure he could stand firm in this fight. A few days later, Enzo contacted Murakami via encrypted messaging to inform him that Schwager had agreed to help and would send someone to secretly protect his family. This news brought great comfort to Murakami, and a long-lost smile appeared on his face. Mr. Enzo, your help means a lot to me, Murakami replied on the messaging app. I will work even harder to ensure victory in this battle. Enzo quickly replied, Mr. Murakami, we are all rooting for you. Murakami nodded, his heart filled with gratitude. He knew that he was no longer alone, and with Schwager's support, he had greater strength to face the Arasaka group. Chapter 540. As news of the Arasaka group's concealed pollution continued to spread online, and in the media, public attention continued to grow. The heated public opinion dealt another blow to the Arasaka group's business. While not serious, it would affect the Arasaka group's overseas operations. Ryota Sato, the head of the security department, had been tasked with a mission by the head of the cybersecurity department within the Arasaka group's business department to apprehend those suspected of leaking information. Ryota Sato sat in his office, before him a document listing several names and information. His brow furrowed, he wasn't thrilled about the assignment. First, as the head of a department, he was being tasked by a subordinate of another department head. Second, this task wasn't within his department's purview. It was a measure the Arasaka group had to take to protect its own interests. Arrest the person who spread the information? Kandichiro glanced at Sato Ryota, his voice tinged with dissatisfaction. Boss, that's not our job. What are those people in the network department doing? Isn't following the network cables to open boxes what they're best at? We don't have law enforcement authority. Asking us to arrest them directly is just a slap in the face. Eiji also smiled. Luckily, he seems to still be able to work within Arasaka Corporation. Thanks to the actions of Sakia and the others, Arasaka hasn't yet leaked the confidential information about the pollution leak and cast suspicion on him. In fact, He was the one who initially leaked the news that Arasaka Group was concealing the leak. Yes, we can't move out, and neither can the mobile unit, Sato pondered. However, the Arasaka Group's top brass had already given the order, and Sato Ryota knew he had to carry it out. He stood up and walked to the window, overlooking the streets of Tokyo. His gaze finally rested on a building in the distance. A Yakuza stronghold. Sato Ryota took a deep breath. He knew that if he were to use force against those who opposed the Arasaka Group, he would be forced to collaborate with the Yakuza once again. It was not something he was willing to do, but within the Arasaka Group, sometimes extreme measures were necessary to achieve their goals. He told Ichiro and Eiji to disperse. He needed some time alone. Sato returned to his desk and dialed a familiar number. A gruff voice came from the other end. "Mr. Sato, how can we help you?" Sato Ryota was silent for a moment, then said, "Yes, I have a job for you. Please prepare, and I send you the details shortly." After hanging up, Sato Ryota felt conflicted. He knew that collaborating with the Yakuza might bring unforeseen consequences, but for the sake of the Arasaka Group, he seemed to have no other choice. In a dark corner of Tokyo, a group of Yakuza members wearing black leather jackets gathered in a dimly lit bar. They sat around a shabby table, a smartphone vibrating in the middle, the screen displaying Sato Arasaka. One of them, a man with a shaved head and intricate tattoos, excitedly said, "Hey boss, looks like we got business again." The gang leader, a middle-aged man with a scarred face, picked up his phone, spoke, and then read a message from Sato Ryota. A cold smile curled his lips. "It's Sato from the Arasaka Group. They need us to handle some trouble." The leader replied, "Mr. Sato, we will definitely handle this for you." His voice shone with determination and confidence. "This team is the mercenaries of the Arasaka Group. They handle all kinds of trouble for the Arasaka Group, from underworld affairs to business conflicts. They are the sharp edge of the Arasaka Group, clearing all obstacles for the Arasaka Group. However, this mission is not a simple one. It involves the core interests of the Arasaka Group. If handled improperly, it could lead to a bloodbath. But for this team, danger and challenge are the very joy of life." The leader stood up, his eyes gleaming with greed. "Brothers, prepare for action. This mission is no small feat. We must show the Arasaka Group our worth." His words were filled with determination and anticipation, a thirst for the impending challenge. His body tensed, as if ready to plunge into battle at any moment. The gang members echoed in unison, their voices filled with passion and anticipation. They quickly left the bar, splitting into several cars, and heading towards Murakami's home. Their eyes were filled with a thirst for battle. For them, every action held a rich reward. Their vehicles slid through the night, their headlights illuminating the road ahead. Their figures stood out against the gloom, like ghosts in the darkness. Their hearts were filled with anticipation. They longed for the success of this operation and for a rich reward. They arrived at Murakami's home, an ordinary single-family house in a residential area, its lights gleaming in the night. They quickly exited the car, and a group of about 10 people split into two groups, surrounding the house. However, they were unaware that Swager's men had already received the news. Near Murakami's home, 3 Swager operators, tasked with protecting Murakami's family, were already awaiting the arrival of the gang. On a quiet street in Tokyo, 3 plainclothes Swager operators, Ishida, Ayanami, and Honda, prepared to carry out their mission. They were professionally trained intelligence agents from the Tokyo branch, possessing the same law enforcement powers as the police. They chose to use non-lethal force to avoid unnecessary casualties. Ishida stood at the front, showing his ID to the gang members. His voice was firm and forceful. "Stop! This is not the place for you." He was dressed in plain clothes, but his demeanor was no different from that of a police officer. He carried a high-voltage stun gun on his waist, ready to stop the gang members at any time. Ayanami and Honda stood on either side of Ishida, their eyes calm, each holding a stun gun and a taser. Ayanami's stun gun was designed to quickly subdue a target, while Honda's taser fired electrified darts, temporarily incapacitating the target. The gang members were startled by this sudden obstruction. They paused, exchanging uncertain glances. But they quickly regained their ferocious nature, with the leader responding fiercely, "Police? Even if they are, stay out of our way." The gang members drew their weapons, ready for a fierce confrontation with the Swager agents. Their eyes gleamed with anger and a desire to fight. They would not give up easily. Ishida didn't retreat. He continued to warn the gang members, "We are the police. Your actions are now illegal. Lower your weapons, or we will take necessary measures." The gang members hesitated. But after all, the Arasaka group had offered them too much, and ultimately, at the command of their leader, they decided to attack. A melee ensued. Chapter 541. Ishida stood in the alley near Murakami's residence, stopping gang members who tried to pass. He braced himself for the coming confrontation, his hand tightly gripping a stun gun, a weapon designed for non-lethal combat, capable of quickly subduing an opponent without harming their life. The gang members roared and charged at Ishida, their clubs and chains gleaming coldly in the night. Ishida showed no fear, waiting for the perfect moment to strike. The gang members had no idea how formidable an opponent they were about to face. Snarling and brandishing their weapons, they charged at Ishida. A flash of calmness flashed in Ishida's eyes, and his body erupted with astonishing speed and strength. The first gang member rushed at him, club in hand, but Ishida easily dodged with karate footwork, his right hand swiftly striking, the stun gun accurately catching the man's wrist. The gang member howled in pain, and the club fell to the ground. Sizzle! With a crackling sound of electricity, the member felt a sharp numbness spread throughout his body. His movement suddenly stopped, and he collapsed to the ground. Ishida then used a karate side kick, sending the other member back several steps, and eventually falling to the ground. Ishida's movements were swift and precise, each strike perfectly timed to avoid unnecessary violence. In the melee, Ishida continuously utilized his karate techniques, combined with the use of the stun gun, making his fighting style both efficient and controlled. Each of his strikes seemed carefully calculated, ensuring the swift subjugation of his foe while avoiding excessive damage. Every strike was precise, every dodge perfectly timed. One after another, the gang members rushed forward, but Ishida, outnumbered, weaved through the crowd, each strike a whisper, each evasion a flawless effort. Ayanami, a former member of the self-defense forces, now an elite member of the Swaglia branch. Her military-inspired fighting technique, CQC, close quarters combat, was perfectly demonstrated in this battle. At the outset, the gang members pounced on her like a pack of hungry wolves, but Ayanami remained undeterred. A calm glint shone in her eyes, and her body, like a cheetah poised for attack, was ready to meet the challenge. When a gang member charged at her, brandishing an iron bar, Ayanami displayed her exceptional reaction speed and fighting skills. She dodged the opponent's attack with a sidestep, then quickly closed in, employing joint locks and wrestling techniques from CQC to pin him to the ground. With a resounding snap, the member's arm was deftly twisted behind his back, the iron bar falling to the ground. He groaned in pain, unable to continue fighting. Ayanami then utilized her flexibility and balance to execute a series of complex fighting moves. Her movements were fluid and deadly, each strike targeting the opponent's weak spot. Her leg, like a whip, struck the opponent's knee with swift and precise movements, knocking him off balance and falling to the ground. Another member attempted a sneak attack from behind, but Ayanami's senses were incredibly sharp, seemingly anticipating her opponent's movements. Sensing danger, she whirled and delivered a precise elbow to the opponent's abdomen, causing him to double over in pain and unable to move forward. Ayanami's movements were not only efficient, but also imbued with grace and control. Each of her strikes was perfectly calculated, ensuring a swift, non-lethal subjugation of her opponent. Her fighting style was practical and direct, devoid of unnecessary movement. During the battle, Ayanami remained calm and focused. Her movements exuded a calm confidence, as if she had foreseen the outcome. In this tense battle, Honda, a sharpshooter and a champion shooter, became an indispensable asset to the team. The tranquilizer gun he carried not only allowed him to maintain a safe distance, but also enabled him to quickly support his allies without causing them to die. As Ayanami faced the enemy in front of her, she failed to notice a gang member quietly approaching from behind. Honda, with his keen observation and extensive battlefield experience, immediately detected the danger. "Watch out behind you," Honda shouted, his voice echoing loudly and forcefully across the battlefield. His warning reached Ayanami in time, allowing her to react swiftly. As he warned, Honda had already taken aim. The tranquilizer gun in his hand fired steadily and accurately. With a pull of the trigger, the tranquilizer bullet pierced the air, hurtling toward the lurking gang member. The dart struck its target with pinpoint accuracy, and the member instantly felt limp, twitching and falling to the ground. At Honda's warning, Ayanami spun quickly, ready to engage. But when she saw that Honda had already eliminated the threat with the tranquilizer gun, she was filled with gratitude. She knew that Honda's sharpshooting skills and calm judgment were the key to her maintaining her advantage in battle. Honda's action not only saved Ayanami, but also reaffirmed his value as the team's sharpshooter. In the Swaglia branch, he was not only a shooting champion, but also a vital support force. His tranquilizer gun played a vital role in the battle, effectively supporting his teammates while maintaining a safe distance. Ayanami cast a grateful glance at Honda, knowing that no matter how formidable the enemy, with Honda by their side, they could face any challenge together. Honda's mastery of the marksmanship and his use of the tranquilizer gun brought new tactical options and enhanced combat efficiency to the Swaglia branch's battles. The tacit cooperation and outstanding performance of Ishida, Honda, and Ayanami successfully repelled the gang members. After the battle, they stood among the fallen gang members and exchanged a reassuring glance. Despite the intense battle, they knew it was only part of their mission. As the team leader, Ishida calmly directed the situation, ensuring that all potential threats were contained. His sharp gaze scanned the surroundings, ensuring that no potential hazards were missed. Honda, a former shooting champion, played a crucial role in the battle with his tranquilizer gun. Maintaining a respectable distance, he supported his companions with precise shots, ensuring the smooth progress of the fight. Ayanami, with her exceptional CQC skills and combat acumen, became an indispensable member of the team. Every strike she made was precise, effectively subduing the enemy. The three of them quickly and efficiently handled the scene, contacting the police to remove the fallen Yakuza members. They knew that these Yakuza members were only part of the Arasaka Corporation, and that their true vigilance lay in the company's ruthless tactics and hidden machinations. With the arrival of the police, the Yakuza members were taken away, and the battle came to a temporary halt. But Ishida, Honda, Ayanami, and Shina all knew that this was only the beginning of their struggle against the Arasaka Corporation. They must remain vigilant and prepare for further challenges. Chapter 542. Nineve is a meticulous and taciturn female executor who always demonstrates her determination and ability through actions rather than words. As a member of Team K, she has earned the respect of her teammates with her professional skills and calm demeanor. Team K's captain, Old K, is a seasoned veteran whose wisdom and leadership are the core of the team. For the past few days, Nineve and Team K have been investigating the activities of the Star Cult in Kansai. They have acted swiftly and cautiously, each step meticulously planned. According to informants, the Star Cult may attempt to influence local political decisions in Nara through various means, which has drawn the team's attention. Old K and Nineve adopted a relaxed and covert approach to gathering intelligence and discussing their plans. They dispersed, experiencing the local customs and culture of Nara, while also conducting their intensive investigation. They chose to hold meetings at local eateries, such as a famous ramen shop or a store selling Nara specialties, so they could enjoy a meal without drawing attention to themselves. In a busy ramen restaurant, Old K and Nineveh sat in a corner, steaming bowls of ramen and a few side dishes before them. The other patrons were enjoying their meals, oblivious to the fact that these two seemingly ordinary tourists were discussing something important. As Old K savored his ramen, he whispered to Nineveh, "According to our informant, members of the Order of the Stars have been frequenting the hall across from this ramen restaurant lately." Nineveh nodded, her eyes scanning the shop interior to ensure no suspicious individuals were watching them. "We need more evidence," she replied softly, her voice almost drowned out by the clamor within. "We can't act rashly." Nineveh's pet, Xiao Wu, the fox fairy of the Inari goddess, sat beside her in a custom-made backpack. Xiao Wu possessed various transformation abilities. She leveraged Nineveh's mechanical power to manifest her form, while simultaneously shrinking herself, making her movements more convenient. She seemed to be thoroughly enjoying this trip, glancing around curiously, her interest in everything around her evident. At another small shop selling Nara specialties, operators J and H ran into Nineveh again. While selecting local souvenirs, they exchanged information about the Order of the Stars. Operator H nodded, her gaze determined. In her hand, she held a map of Nara City with several suspicious locations marked on it. "We gathered information about mysterious missionary activities taking place in these areas recently. We need to monitor them," she said succinctly, her finger sliding lightly across the map. "The rest of Team K has dispersed to monitor these locations." "Very well. Then, regarding the local politicians, I have to trouble Miss Nineveh." Jay gave Nineveh a trusting look. "Okay, leave it to me." As the executor, Nineveh had no problem keeping tabs on an ordinary person around the clock. Over the next few days, Nineveh and Team K began their intense surveillance. They split into small groups, taking turns monitoring suspected politicians and the activities of the cult. Nineveh, accompanied by Xiao Wu, quietly deployed surveillance equipment near the residences of local politicians, while Old K led another team to investigate locations where the cult might be conducting charitable activities. During a surveillance mission, Nineveh discovered a secret meeting between a politician and members of the Order of the Stars. She quickly adjusted the angle of her surveillance equipment to capture every detail. This period had yielded some results. It was time to meet again. I researched the backgrounds of those politicians, Nineveh whispered to Kay. They all seemed to be connected to a charity called Light of Hope. Kay wasn't surprised. Light of Hope. He repeated the name. Isn't this the one we met in Tokyo? Running here? Xiao Wu, seemingly sensing her master's nervousness, poked her head out of her backpack and nuzzled Nineveh's hand, as if to comfort her. Nineveh smiled slightly, gently stroked Xiao Wu's head, and then continued to discuss the action plan with Kay. During their investigation in Nara, the members of Team K had stumbled upon members of the Light of Hope charity, whose activities in Tokyo had previously caught their attention. However, this time, the situation was different, as the members of Light of Hope appeared to be connected to individuals wearing the iconic robes of the Order of the Stars. Team K's familiarity with the cult's attire immediately raised their alarm. Inside the sushi restaurant, soft, traditional music from the Kingdom of Riyadh drifted through the air, creating a relaxing and joyful atmosphere. Team K's members sat in a semi-open booth, before them plates of fresh sushi and sashimi, accompanied by steaming glasses of sake. Despite the relaxed atmosphere, Team K's members could not fully relax. Their minds were focused on the upcoming mission, each aware that it could potentially impact the safety of the entire Kansai region. Old K, as the team leader, had a sharp gaze and a calm confidence in his demeanor. After taking his order, he glanced around at the team members and whispered, "It seems there may be a connection between Light of Hope and the Order of the Stars." His voice was low, but each word was clear and powerful enough to cut through the surrounding clamor. Nini sat across from Old K. She nodded, a serious glint in her eyes, indicating she fully understood the gravity of the situation. "I suggest we split into two groups," she suggested, her voice calm and firm. "One group will monitor Light of Hope's activities, and the other will track the robed individuals." As she spoke, she tapped her fingers lightly on the table, a small movement that indicated her mind was racing as she pondered the next course of action. The team members nodded in agreement, expressing their absolute trust in Nini's judgment and ability. Then the team began to discuss the specific action plan. Their voices were low and rapid, each actively contributing their ideas and suggestions. They discussed how to allocate personnel, how to avoid detection, and how to gather as much useful information as possible. Throughout the process, the sushi chef continuously delivered fresh sushi to them, but the team members' attention was not drawn to the food. Their goals were clear, and their resolve was resolute. Even in this relaxed environment, they remained vigilant and focused. Over the next few days, Team K began a close surveillance operation. They noticed that members of Light of Hope and the Order of the Stars were frequently meeting in public, exchanging information, and seemingly planning some large-scale event. Chapter 543. Ninive and Team K quickly formulated an action plan during a gathering at a sushi restaurant. Their goal was to uncover the connection between the Star Cult and the Light of Hope charity and gather sufficient evidence to prove it. Nini's mission was to track down Nara City Councilman Hachiro Kono and his allies. She needed to gather evidence of their interactions with members of the Star Cult, whether audio, video, or photographs. Any physical evidence that could prove their connection was crucial. For this mission, Nini prepared a set of concealed audio and video equipment, as well as a high-powered camera, to covertly gather evidence. In a traditional tea house in Nara, the rustic wooden structure and Japanese-style decor created a tranquil atmosphere. The afternoon sun filtered through the paper windows, casting dappled shadows on the tatami mats. The delicate aroma of tea and cherry blossom petals filled the air, and guests chatted quietly, enjoying a moment of tranquility. Nineveh chose a window seat. Dressed in a simple kimono, her long hair gently tied up, and her face lightly powdered, she blended perfectly into her surroundings. This was her first time wearing such an outfit, but Xiaowu told her it was necessary. Indeed, most women on this street were dressed in this way, and Xiaowu's suggestion made sense. Now, Xiaowu remained at Nineveh's side, in stealth mode, offering her advice. She clutched an old book on the tea ceremony, seemingly absorbed in her reading, but in reality, her attention was completely focused on two people on the other side of the room. Takano Hachiro, a councilman with considerable influence in local politics, sat in a secluded corner of the tea house, facing several people wearing the insignia of the Order of the Stars. Embroidered with intricate astrological patterns, they evoked a mysterious air. Though their conversation was hushed, a tense atmosphere seemed to hang in the air. Nineveh gently set the book down, her movements smooth and natural, drawing no attention from others. Her gaze seemed to casually scan Kono Hachiro, and the members of the Order of the Stars, but in reality, her eyes were sharp, capturing every subtle movement and expression. Her right hand, seemingly casually adjusting the cuff of her kimono, delicately pressed the button of a hidden recording device. This almost imperceptible movement instantly activated the device, silently recording their conversation. At the same time, Nineveh's left hand stealthily reached for a small bag beside her. To others, she appeared simply organizing her belongings, but in reality, she was already grasping a small camera. While seemingly ordinary in appearance, this camera boasted high-definition still and video recording capabilities. Using the tea house's decorations and plants as cover, Nineveh quietly adjusted the camera's angle. Through the camera's small display, she carefully observed every move of Kono Hachiro and the members of the Order of the Stars. As the two exchanged a small package, Nineveh quickly pressed the shutter, capturing the moment forever. Inside the tea house, Nineveh's beauty and elegance certainly caught the attention of many, including Councilman Hachiro Kono. He noticed the blonde foreign woman, seemingly interested in the tea ceremony, and asked the shop owner about her identity. The owner replied that Nineveh was just an ordinary tourist, not an acquaintance. Hachiro Kono, clearly intrigued by Nineveh, decided to approach her in person. This, however, caused some headaches for the members of the star cult around him, who exchanged bewildered glances. But considering their partnership with Kono Hachiro, the cult members had no choice but to acquiesce. Nineveh noticed Kono Hachiro's approach and quickly adjusted her strategy. As Kono Hachiro approached her with a gentle smile, Nineveh set down her book and greeted him with a polite and friendly demeanor. Kono Hachiro smiled and greeted Nineveh, his eyes sharp and calculating, a politician's. "Hello, beautiful foreign lady, I noticed you seem quite interested in the tea ceremony. I wonder if I might have the honor of sharing some interesting anecdotes about Nara with you." Nineveh smiled and nodded. Though her Nara language wasn't entirely perfect, her voice was soft and charming, fitting for a foreign tourist. "Yes, this is my first time here, and I'm fascinated by Nara's culture and history." Clearly captivated by Nineveh's response, Kono Hachiro began to discuss Nara's attractions and historical stories, subtly trying to learn more about Nineveh. Nineveh took advantage of the situation. Posing as a tourist curious about Nara, she asked Kono Hachiro a series of seemingly casual questions, but in reality, they were designed to elicit more information about him and the star cult. "I heard there's some very special event going on in Nara lately." "The Star Festival, huh?" Nineveh said casually. "Are you familiar with it?" Obviously pleased with Nineveh's address, Kono Hachiro pulled up a chair and sat across from her. He began to recount Nara's historical sites and traditions, subtly weaving in some references to the Star Festival and the Star Cult, trying to gauge Nineveh's reaction. Nara is not only the ancient capital of the Kingdom of Riyah, but also a center of many religious and spiritual activities. For example, we're about to hold a grand festival that will attract believers from all over the world. "Are you interested?" Kono Hachiro asked, his eyes trying to capture every subtle expression on Nineveh's face. Nineveh nodded, a hint of mild curiosity. "That sounds fascinating. I'm always curious about festivals in different cultures. Does this festival have any special significance?" Kono Hachiro smiled slightly, seemingly pleased with Nineveh's interest. "It's a new festival, a special ritual that represents light and hope. We believe that through this ritual, prayers can connect with the energy of the universe and bring blessings to people." Nineveh maintained her smile, her eyes gleaming with wisdom. "Connecting with the universe? That sounds like a very unique experience. Do you think such a ritual can truly bring about change?" Kono Hachiro leaned back in his chair, his demeanor becoming more relaxed and confident. "Of course, ma'am. The rituals hold profound significance. They're more than just religious activities, they're a spiritual awakening. I believe everyone who participates in our ceremonies will feel a sense of power they never felt before." Nineveh nodded gently, her voice tinged with inquiry. "So what do you think this power can be used for? What impact will it have on the people of Nara?" Takano Hachiro didn't answer directly, instead discussing the Light of Hope's charitable work in Nara and how they assist those in need. Nineveh listened attentively, nodding frequently, her mind rapidly analyzing every word, searching for clues and information. Nineveh skillfully steered the conversation, and Hachiro unwittingly revealed some insider information about the Order of the Stars. Nineveh's recording device, silently recording their entire conversation, provided Team K with valuable intelligence. Chapter 544. After their chance encounter at the tea house, Nineveh and Team K became deeply interested in the Star Festival mentioned by Kono Hachiro. They decided to conduct a thorough investigation into the event in hopes of uncovering the star cult's true purpose. Nineveh sat in an unassuming car, her eyes fixed on Kono Hachiro's limousine. Old K sat beside her, a communication device in hand, ready to contact the other team members. The Star Festival Kono Hachiro mentioned doesn't sound like an ordinary religious event, Nineveh said thoughtfully, her fingers tapping lightly on the steering wheel. Old K nodded in agreement. If there's something fishy going on, we uncover it. The tracking operation continued through the busy streets of Nara. Kono Hachiro's car weaved in and out of traffic, while Nineveh and Team K's car followed silently, like a ghost. While investigating the Star Festival, Nineveh and Team K discovered Kono Hachiro's secret connection to the Star Cult. They noticed Hachiro Kono's frequent visits to an ancient shrine in Nara, which aroused their suspicions. The grounds of this shrine were the site of the Star Festival. According to intelligence gathered by Team K, the shrine's corporate entity had recently undergone a change, and a significant amount of funds from unknown sources had been flowing in. Where did this money come from? Perhaps the Light of Hope organization had raised funds from the Arasaka group? Amidst the tranquility of Nara, an ancient shrine quietly nestled at the foot of the rolling hills, surrounded by towering ancient trees and moss-covered stone steps, exuding a mysterious and solemn aura. However, beneath this tranquility lay a hidden secret. After careful planning, Nineveh and Team K began their surveillance of the shrine. Divided into 5 teams, they monitored Hachiro Kono's every move 24/7. Each time Hachiro entered the shrine, he would stop at a specific location in the hills behind it, a detail that had not escaped Nineveh's keen eyes. Watch out. He's going in, Nineveh whispered to Operator J beside her, her gaze fixed on Hachiro Kono through her telephoto lens. Disguised as photographers, they set up a camouflaged observation post behind a large tree outside the shrine. The telephoto lens quietly captured Hachiro Kono's every movement. He seemed deeply immersed in the shrine's religious activities, but Nineveh knew that beneath the surface lay a hidden truth. As the sunset faded behind the hills, the rest of Team K took over the surveillance. Equipped with night vision goggles and infrared cameras, they continued their surveillance of the hills behind it. Under the cover of darkness, they discovered that Takano Hachiro had not left, but had remained at a specific location in the back mountains for an extended period. A faint light seemed to flicker there, starkly contrasting with the surrounding darkness. What the hell is he doing? Operator D muttered, his eyes glued to the monitor. 90's brow furrowed, knowing they needed to get closer to the truth. Go back and prepare your night gear. We need to investigate, she decisively declared. The next day, Nini decided to take a more proactive approach. She and 2 other operators, D and H, donned dark clothing suitable for night travel, and quietly approached the back mountains under cover of darkness. Using the terrain and vegetation as cover, they quietly approached Takano Hachiro's location. As an Inari deity, Xiaowu used her powers to control the nearby rats to act as spies for the team. With this ability, Nineveh and the others began their investigation smoothly. As they approached the area where Kono Hachiro was staying, Nineveh discovered traces of artificial carving, suggesting a possible underground passage. Look here. This is definitely not a natural formation, Nineveh whispered to the team, pointing to a metal handle on the rock. The handle rotated, and Nineveh used her spirit energy to sense the mechanism of the lock inside. It seemed this was the secret. The lock was mechanical, not electronic. Nineveh's spirit energy, like a fine thread, penetrated the lock and unlocked it. With another twist, the door in the mountain wall swung open. She signaled the team to proceed with caution. They found a cleverly hidden entrance leading to a deep tunnel. Nineveh and her team delved deeper into the tunnel, which was adorned with symbols and patterns associated with the order of the stars. These symbols shimmered dimly in the flashlight. These patterns are the same as those we saw in the rainforest ruins, Nineveh whispered, certain they had arrived at the right place. The tunnel ended in a spacious underground warehouse, decorated in a style similar to the Order's stronghold in the rainforest ruins. Strange carvings adorned the walls, and the dim lighting cast long shadows. The space was also filled with advanced electronic equipment and ritual objects, creating a sense of incongruity between modern and ancient. Thankfully, no one was here, or they would have resorted to violence. In this secret basement, Nineveh discovered crucial evidence, including detailed plans for the Star Festival and a list of cult members. These documents revealed that the Star Festival was actually an elaborate, large-scale hypnosis ritual designed to control the minds of the citizens. This is insane! We have to stop them. Operator H clutched the documents tightly in her hands, her voice firm and powerful. An unyielding glint shone in her eyes, clearly prepared to face any challenge. Nineveh nodded, her expression serious. Record all the information immediately. We need to take it back for detailed analysis. Another operator, D, also took action, pulling out a camera and photographing every corner of the scene. Nineveh and her team quickly photographed and recorded the evidence, then carefully restored everything to its original state. They had to evacuate without attracting the cult's attention. After their successful operation, Nineveh and Team K quickly evacuated the scene. They returned to their safe house, ready to present their collected evidence to the police and the media, exposing the Star Cult's conspiracy. Old K sat at a folding table in the makeshift command post, facing a pile of documents and electronic devices collected from the secret basement. His fingers tapped rapidly on the keyboard, organizing and filing the evidence gathered by Nineveh and his team. Every photo, every document was meticulously labeled and categorized to ensure clarity and completeness. Okay, all organized, Old K said, inserting a USB drive containing the data into his computer and beginning to upload it back to the Swagger Tokyo branch. Sheena, are you ready? He asked into the communicator. All right. Sheena's calm voice came from the other end of the communicator. I contact the Metropolitan Police Department through the Swagger team to ensure we have full support for our operation. In the Swagger Tokyo branch, Sheena was engaged in intense communication with the Metropolitan Police Department's top brass. Although the local police had never handled a case of this complexity, the Swagger team's reputation and influence made them aware of the seriousness of the situation. The police stated that despite their lack of experience, given Swagger's involvement, they would fully cooperate. Chapter 545. The next day, sunlight streamed through the streets of Nara, illuminating the police station's conference room. Old K, Nineveh, and key members of Team K were invited to meet with local police representatives. The station dispatched an experienced inspector, Inspector Yamada, who greeted them with a formal yet friendly demeanor. At the start of the meeting, Old K spoke first, explaining in detail to Inspector Yamada the basics of the Order of the Stars, including their beliefs, organizational structure, and potential threats. He also provided a briefing on Team K's previous operations in the Brazilian rainforest, giving the police a clearer understanding of this mysterious organization. We understand that we may be dealing with more than just a religious group, but a highly organized and potentially dangerous criminal organization, Old K said gravely. Inspector Yamada listened intently, his brow furrowed, clearly realizing the gravity of the situation. Thank you for the detailed information you provided. It's invaluable to us, he replied. Old K then made their request. We need your help to monitor the local presence of the Star Cult. We also hope to receive legal support to ensure our actions are legal and effective. Inspector Yamada nodded in understanding. No problem. We will provide the necessary monitoring and legal support. We will also deploy additional police forces to ensure the safety of the public, he promised. Nini spoke, proposing the cancellation of the Star Festival. She told the police that the Star Festival was actually a cover for the cult's evil plans. We must cancel the Star Festival to prevent the cult's plan from succeeding, Old K said firmly. Inspector Yamada's expression grew somewhat awkward, and he sighed. Mr. K, you may not know that the Star Festival is a recent tourism and cultural event organized by the local government with significant investment. It was promoted by Nara Councilman Hachiro Kono. If there's something fishy going on, we need to report it to higher authorities and hold numerous meetings before we can decide whether to cancel it. Naiwei nodded in understanding. We understand this is complicated, but we have solid evidence that the cult is using this event for illicit purposes. She opened a folder on her phone and handed some key evidence to Inspector Yamada. Inspector Yamada carefully examined the evidence, his brow furrowed. This evidence is indeed compelling, but canceling the event will take time. We need to proceed with caution. Time is of the essence for us, Nineveh emphasized. Every minute of delay gives the cult one more minute to prepare their dangerous plan. Old K added, we suggest at least increasing the police presence at the event site to ensure public safety. In the meantime, we can continue to gather more evidence to support the decision to cancel the event. Inspector Yamada pondered for a moment, then nodded. This is a compromise. I will report this immediately to higher authorities, and recommend that additional police be dispatched to the event site. We will also convene an emergency meeting as soon as possible to discuss further steps regarding this event. Nineveh and Old K exchanged a glance. They knew this was an imperfect solution, but under the current circumstances, it was the best they could achieve. Nineveh knew that to fully expose the Star Cult's conspiracy, they had to delve into every clue connected to them, including those who supported them politically. As an influential counselor in the Kansai region, Hachiro Kono's support was undoubtedly a significant boost to the cult. Nineveh was determined to uncover any collusion between Hachiro Kono and the cult. "We need to delve deeper into Hachiro Kono's background," Nineveh said during a team meeting, her gaze firm. "His relationship with the cult may involve illicit dealings or even illegal activities." Old K nodded in agreement. "I began collecting his financial records to see if there's any evidence of embezzlement or bribery. We also need to monitor his communications. We might uncover unexpected findings." Nineveh added, "We also monitor his social activities. Hachiro Kono might accidentally reveal important information in social settings." The members of Team K sprang into action, launching a comprehensive investigation into Hachiro Kono. They gathered information from every source, from public financial reports to private conversations, leaving no detail unturned. A few days later, Nineveh and her team uncovered some key clues. Through a series of online investigations, Old K discovered some unusual financial transaction records belonging to Hachiro Kono. These records showed that he had received several large sums of money from unknown sources at specific times. "The timing of these fund flows is very strange," Old K said, pointing to the transaction records on the screen. "They coincide with several major events of the Order of the Stars." Nineveh instructed, "Continue to track the source of these funds. We need solid evidence linking them to the cult." Meanwhile, Nineveh and K arranged for their team to conduct covert surveillance of Takano Hachiro's residence and office. Nineveh knew that exposing Takano Hachiro's collusion with the Star Cult would require unconventional means. She decided to utilize Xiaowu's special abilities for this investigation. "Xiaowu, this mission is crucial. We need you to infiltrate Takano Hachiro's office and gather some crucial evidence," Nineveh said to Xiaowu, her expression serious and solemn. Xiaowu was Nineveh's partner, a fox spirit of the Inari god with supernatural powers. She could change her size, and even become invisible, making her ideal for covert missions. Xiaowu's eyes sparkled with excitement as she shrank to the size of a palm and landed lightly on Nineveh's shoulder. "Don't worry, Nineveh, I will complete this mission." Xiaowu's voice was filled with confidence. Nineveh handed Xiaowu some miniature recording and video equipment, small enough to be easily concealed in her hair. "Be careful, Xiaowu. We need to make sure these devices remain undetected." Xiaowu nodded, confidently assuring him, "Leave it to me. I move as quietly as the wind, leaving no trace." Under the cover of darkness, Xiaowu began her infiltration. She slipped lightly through the window of Takano Hachiro's office, using her stealth abilities to avoid the security system and staff. Inside the office, Xiaowu carefully placed the recording and video equipment in strategic locations, ensuring they would capture Takano Hachiro's conversations and actions. Her movements were swift and cautious, and she didn't set off any alarms. "It seems our suspicions were correct," Nineveh said after listening to the recordings. "Takano Hachiro is indeed involved in a shady dealings with the cult. We need more evidence before we can make this public." Chapter 546. In Team Swager's makeshift base, the tension was almost palpable. Nineveh and the members of Team K gathered in a makeshift surveillance room. A screen on the wall displayed a map of Nara, marking the possible locations of the Star Cult's activities. In the center of the room sat a long table, strewn with documents and electronic devices. Nineveh activated the recording device, and the conversation recorded by Xiaowu began playing. The conversation between Kono Hachiro and Apostle Israfil gradually became clearer, each word dripping with conspiracy. "How are preparations for the Star Festival progressing?" Kono Hachiro's voice rang through the speakers, his authority and urgency evident. Israfil's voice was calm and confident. "Everything is proceeding as planned. The necessary resources are in place, and the arrangements for the ceremony are ready." Nineveh paused and glanced around at her team members. "We need to closely monitor every detail of the Star Festival to ensure no clues are overlooked." The recording continued playing, revealing the collusion between Kono Hachiro and the cult. Their discussion involved financial support, political convenience, and how Hachiro Kono could leverage his political position to help the cult expand its influence. "Passage of this bill will provide us with more room for maneuver," Hachiro Kono said in the recording. Israfil responded, "Your contribution is crucial to us, and we will never forget it." Nineveh paused again, her brow furrowed. "We need to investigate this bill and determine its connection to the cult." As the conversation deepened, Hachiro Kono expressed the personal benefits he had gained from collaborating with the cult, including financial, power, and other forms of personal gain. The team members' expressions grew increasingly grim, realizing the scale of this conspiracy was far greater than they had anticipated. Israfil revealed to Hachiro Kono the cult's long-term goals and plans, as well as Hachiro Kono's role and contributions in these plans. Nineveh quickly recorded the key information, preparing for a deeper investigation. Most alarmingly, Israfil mentioned that 2 more apostles would soon arrive in Rhea. This sparked a wave of concern among Team K, who knew it could signal a major move by the cult. "This information is crucial," said Old K, his eyes gleaming with determination. "We must be prepared for the arrival of these 2 apostles." Nineveh nodded, her voice firm. "We must strengthen surveillance and develop a response plan. We must not let the cult's plan succeed." After the recording ended, Team K sprang into action. The information specialist began tracking the bill mentioned by Hachiro Kono, attempting to identify its connection to the cult. The other team members began developing a surveillance plan to track the incoming apostles. Nineveh turned to Old K. "We need to check in with the police again to ensure they understand the severity of the situation." Old K nodded. "I will contact Inspector Yamada immediately to update us on our findings." Meanwhile, Nineveh and Team K began planning how to expose Hachiro Kono's crimes while protecting the citizens from the upcoming Star Festival. She knew it would be a difficult battle, but she and her team were ready for the challenge. At Team Swager's temporary base, Nineveh and the members of Team K nervously prepared for their upcoming mission. After communicating with the police, they obtained permission to raid the cult's warehouse at the shrine and destroy the brainwashing equipment inside. They gathered around a conference table, covered with maps, photos, and information about the Star Cult. The tablets in their hands displayed real-time intelligence updates and the weather conditions in the Nara area. Nineveh held the tablet, her gaze sharp and her voice firm. "Our mission is to stop the Star Festival, destroy the cult's brainwashing equipment, and ensure the safety of the citizens." She pointed to the shrine. "This is our target location. The warehouse we explored earlier." Old K sat at his computer, his fingers rapidly tapping away, pulling up a 3D model of the shrine. "I hacked into the shrine's security system," he said. "We can avoid the main surveillance area and enter from here." His fingers traced a route on the model. The members of Team K began assigning tasks. Old K was responsible for remote support and surveillance system jamming. He would remain at the command post, providing intelligence support to the front lines through electronic equipment. "Xiao Wu, we need you to infiltrate the shrine, plant jammers, and disable their cameras and other equipment to ensure our actions remain undetected by the cult," Nineveh said to Xiao Wu. Xiao Wu nodded, her eyes gleaming with determination. "I will complete the mission, Lady Nineveh." Nineveh turned to the other team members. "We will split into 2 groups. J, D, H, and C will be the Alpha team, responsible for destroying the brainwashing equipment. The rest of us will be the Beta team, responsible for perimeter security and support." She glanced at each team member. "Does everyone understand their mission?" The team members nodded in agreement, their expressions serious, ready to take on the challenge. With their missions assigned, the members of Team K began checking their equipment. They were equipped with night vision goggles, communications equipment, demolition tools, and other necessary gear. Each member was aware of the importance and danger of this mission. As night fell, Team K prepared to depart. Donning black combat uniforms and night vision masks, they quietly left their temporary base. Nineveh led Team Alpha, while Team Beta was led by Old K. They boarded several unassuming vehicles and drove through the streets of Nara toward the shrine. The vehicles moved through the darkness, their path illuminated only by the occasional streetlight. As the shrine's outline gradually became clear, Nineveh gave the command, "Prepare for action." The members checked their equipment for the final time, then disembarked and merged into the night. They approached the shrine silently, following a pre-planned route that avoided key surveillance areas. Nineveh and Team Alpha moved toward the basement entrance, while Team Beta established a perimeter around the perimeter, ready for any potential situation. In the darkness of the night, Team K approached the shrine silently. Nineveh and the members of Team Alpha followed a pre-planned route, moving swiftly and cautiously through the shrine's courtyard. Team Beta stood guard outside, ready to respond to any emergency. However, as they approached the basement entrance, Nineveh suddenly stopped. Her intuition told her that things were not as simple as they had anticipated. Her spirit sense told her that a group of people were hiding nearby. An ominous aura hung in the air. "Come out! Stop hiding!" Nineveh called toward the grove. A cold voice shattered the night silence. "You discovered us. I've been waiting for you, Swager's men." The light suddenly flickered on, illuminating the entire entrance area like daylight. Apostle Israfil was floating in the air. He led a group of members of the Order of the Stars, emerging from the shadows behind the grove. They wore black robes, grim masks on their faces, and held weapons in their hands. A flash of surprise crossed Nineveh's eyes, but she quickly regained her composure. She knew this battle was unavoidable, and she had to protect her team and complete the mission. "Hey, isn't that guy?" Nineveh said calmly, her voice revealing the sheer power of her absolute strength. Chapter 547. In the night, Team K's footsteps shone silently along the cobblestone path of the shrine. Nineveh's eyes were sharp, like the brightest stars in the night sky. She knew the coming battle would be a tough one. Old K's voice suddenly rang out over the communicator, shattering the night's stillness. "Miss Nineveh, there are ambushes outside the shrine. We will stop them and try to buy you time." Nineveh gripped her weapon tightly, knowing Old K and the team members outside would face a tough battle. "Understood, Old K. We won't waste a single second. You fight for." Israfil sneered, his voice echoing through the night air. "Do you think you can easily ruin our plan? Tonight, you won't be able to escape." Nineveh strolled forward leisurely, her gaze fixed on Israfil. "Boy, it's been a while since we last saw you, and you seem quite a bit more arrogant." Israfil was startled. He hadn't expected Nineveh to be so calm. He scanned her, searching for any flaws. "You are?" His voice was filled with uncertainty. Nineveh smiled faintly, removing her night vision mask, revealing a pair of bright eyes. "Come on, let me see your true abilities." Her voice was filled with defiance. A flicker of panic crossed Israfil's eyes. He knew Nineveh's fighting prowess, but he also knew he couldn't retreat tonight. He took a deep breath, trying to calm himself. "You go ahead, I take care of them," Nineveh said to Xiao Wu and the members of Team K. She faced Israfil and his men alone, her posture erect and straight, like a Valkyrie. In the nighttime shrine, a tense standoff unfolded. The tension between Nineveh and Israfil reached a fever pitch, the air around them seemingly frozen. Israfil's men, a group of black-robed cult members, emerged from the shadows and surrounded Nineveh. Their faces were sternly masked, their hands clutching sharp weapons, ready to strike at any moment. Nineveh stood still, her eyes calm and resolute. She knew this battle would be fierce, but she never flinched. "Come on, let me see what you're made of." Nineveh crouched slightly, ready for battle. Israfil sneered, waving his hand for his men to attack. "Go seize her!" The cult members immediately pounced on Nineveh, their movements swift and ferocious. But Nineveh was even faster, weaving through the enemy's attacks like a flash of black lightning. Her body twisted nimbly, dodging attack after attack. Her hands swung out like lightning, each strike precise and accurate, hitting the enemy's vital points. Furthermore, her true form and her double could attack simultaneously, rendering sneak attacks from behind useless. "Ah!" A cult member screamed and fell to the ground, his mask blown off by Nineveh's fist, revealing a pained expression. Nineveh didn't stop, dashing across the battlefield, each strike carrying deadly force. The surrounding cultists were sent flying. Israfil's eyes flashed with surprise at this. He hadn't expected Nineveh's fighting prowess to be so formidable. His men were as powerless as babies before her. "Enough!" Israfil roared, joining the fray himself. A powerful aura emanated from his body, and the power of his familia coalesced in his hands. "Nineveh, your strength is indeed formidable, but against the might of my familia, you stand no chance." Israfil roared, attacking Nineveh. Nineveh sneered, but instead of retreating, she charged forward, meeting Israfil's attack. She tumbled through the air, dodging Israfil's blow and simultaneously delivering a spinning kick to his chest. Bang! Israfil was knocked back several steps, a hint of shock in his eyes. He hadn't expected Nineveh to dodge his attack so easily. "Your strength is nothing more than this," Nineveh said coldly, her eyes filled with disdain. Israfil, enraged, roared, and attacked Nineveh once again. His body spun in the air, the concentrated familiar power in his hands forming a powerful wave of energy. But Nineveh was quicker, weaving through the wave and easily dodging Israfil's attacks. Her body tumbled through the air like a nimble swallow. "It's over," Nineveh whispered softly, spinning in the air and delivering a powerful kick towards Israfil's head. Bang! Israfil was sent flying backwards, falling heavily to the ground. Nineveh stood still, a powerful aura emanating from her body. Her eyes were cold and determined, knowing that this battle was only the beginning and more challenges awaited her. Seeing this, the surrounding cult members retreated, overawed by Nineveh's strength and daring not to advance. Israfil's eyes flashed with surprise and anger. He hadn't expected his men to be so vulnerable. He took a deep breath, clasped his hands together, and chanted an ancient incantation. "In the name of the stars, open the gate to another world." As the incantation rang out, a vast halo formed beneath Nineveh and Israfil, enveloping them. A dazzling light emanated from the halo, and the surrounding space began to warp and distort. Nineveh felt a dizzying sensation, the world before her instantly shifting. She was pulled by an invisible force, transcending the boundaries of reality. When her vision cleared again, she found herself in a mysterious and vast space, a vast expanse of empty earth and a dazzling sky of stars. A web of stars, woven together, surrounded her, shimmering with dazzling light. Amidst the boundless starry sky, Israfil's figure grew immense, his body transformed into a monstrous form, covered in shell-like armor. Israfil expanded to 100 meters in height, nearly touching the edge of this space. His body was shrouded in a deep blue light, as if draped in a brilliant robe of stars. Glowing lines emerged from his body, like ancient totems imbued with mysterious power. His eyes gleamed with a feral and fiery light, revealing an undeniable majesty. Israfil spread his arms as if to embrace the entire starry sky, his voice reverberating through the space like thunder. Nineveh, as an executor, you are indeed powerful. But the leader said that those who fully harness the power of their familiar will gain combat power comparable to that of an executor. His voice was filled with confidence. Your magic is getting quite good, quite a bit of progress, Nineveh sneered. A haughty smile curled his lips, his eyes gleaming with a challenge. Come on, let me see your true power. Israfil clasped his hands together, and the energy of the starry sky began to gather towards him, forming a massive energy ball. It spun within Israfil's palms, emitting chilling waves of power. Unfortunately, it was just bluffing. Nineveh raised her right hand, a fierce glow erupting from her body. She pushed against the energy ball thrown by the apostle, and activated spirit fusion. Chapter 548. Then let us see, is your familiar's power greater, or is my mechanical spirit's? Nineveh's voice echoed through the starry sky, her figure gleaming dazzlingly in the starlight. A flash of surprise flashed across Israfil's eyes, but it was quickly replaced by a fierce fighting spirit. He had never faced such a formidable opponent. Nineveh's transformation unleashed the fighting spirit deep within him. He let out a deafening roar, and the entire starry sky seemed to tremble under his roar. His massive body streaked across the starry sky, streaking with blue light, as brilliant as a meteor shower. His speed was immense, almost instantly traversing the starry barrier and rushing before Nineveh. Israfil waved his hands in the air, the familiar's power coalescing in his grasp, forming blue blades of light that slashed towards Nineveh. Nineveh faced Israfil's fierce attack, her figure dancing nimbly in the air, like a fairy dancing amidst the starlight. She easily dodged Israfil's light blades, her body twirling through the air like a white whirlwind, each tumble carrying immense force. Bang! Nineveh's powerful kick struck Israfil squarely in the chest, sending his massive form reeling back several steps. His roar of pain echoed through the starry sky. Israfil's eyes flashed with shock. He hadn't expected Nineveh, in her giant form, to possess such immense power. Nineveh didn't pause. She continued to traverse the starry sky, each strike brimming with force. Her body tumbled through the air like a white meteor, shattering the tranquility of the sky. Her hands began to gather the power of her spirit, preparing to launch a counterattack. Israfil roared in anger, attacking Nineveh once again. His body spun in the air, the concentrated power of his familiar in his hands forming an even more powerful wave of energy. But Nineveh was quicker, weaving through the energy wave and easily dodging Israfil's attack. Her body tumbled through the air like a nimble swallow. A piece of cake, Nineveh smiled. Apostle Israfil's power was indeed formidable, but he was clearly still unskilled. Asshole! Try this! Amid Israfil's furious roar, the energy within the starry sky barrier surged. His familiar's power distorted the surrounding starlight, forming brilliant nebulae. Under his control, these nebulae transformed into countless razor-sharp star blades, hurling towards Nineveh. After transforming into a giant of light, Nineveh's perception was greatly enhanced, allowing her to detect the trajectory of every star blade. She moved nimbly through the starry sky, dodging attacks with astonishing speed and agility. Her hands traced streaks of light through the air, creating a shield of light that deflected any star blades that slipped through her net. Do you think such an attack can defeat me? Nineveh's voice echoed through the starry sky, her eyes revealing an unyielding fighting spirit. Israfil, seeing this, seethed with rage. The executioner, huh? So arrogant? His body began to glow an even brighter blue light, and the entire starry sky seemed illuminated by his power. He clasped his hands together, then suddenly spread them outward, unleashing a massive galactic vortex. This force was powerful enough to rip through space, forming an all-consuming black hole. Nineveh felt the black hole's pull, and knew she couldn't be sucked in. She took a deep breath, focused all her mechanical energy, and gathered it in her palms. Then, she simultaneously spread her hands to the left and right, releasing a powerful beam of light. Mechanical slash. Nineveh first attempted a standard special move. The beam, like a sharp sword, pierced the center of the black hole, engaging in a fierce confrontation with Israfil's galactic vortex. The two forces collided in midair, creating a massive explosion. The light and color of the starry sky reached a peak at that moment. Nineveh and Israfil's figures appeared and disappeared in the blast, their battle reaching a fever pitch. Inside the starry barrier, the battle reached its climax. Israfil roared, unleashing his ultimate skill, summoning a storm of stars. Countless star cores coalesced in his hands, forming a massive star that bombarded Nineveh. The power of the clan, unleashed to its fullest. Buried among the stars, Nineveh stood at the center of the starry barrier, facing Israfil's stellar storm that threatened to tear the entire space apart. She knew this was a battle of courage and conviction. She couldn't retreat, and there was no way back. She closed her eyes, took a deep breath, and allowed her mind and spirit to merge into one. It was time to teach this cult's apostle a lesson. He had never seen Nineveh in action before, so this time, he would be the first to learn. She slowly brought her hands together, her fingertips touching, forming a perfect diamond. Her entire body began to radiate a dazzling light, as bright as the sun, illuminating the entire starry barrier. The power of light rapidly gathered within her, forming a sphere of light that swirled around Nineveh's chest, growing brighter and larger. Apsu stream. Nineveh roared, her voice brimming with strength and determination. She thrust her hands forward, unleashing her powerful abilities. The ball of light, propelled by her, transformed into a vast stream of light, like a giant dragon of light, hurtling towards Israfil. The star storm and the Apsu stream collided in midair, creating a violent explosion. The entire starry sky barrier trembled, as if the entire universe itself were shaking at that moment. Light radiated, and energy waves spread like ocean waves, filling the entire space with this force, creating a spectacular spectacle of interwoven light and shadow. Israfil's star began to disintegrate under the impact of this stream of light. The star storm gradually dissipated, unable to withstand Nineveh's Apsu stream. The stream of light pierced through the storm and struck Israfil's body, causing him to roar in pain. "No! This is impossible!" Israfil cried desperately, his voice filled with resentment and fear. He couldn't believe that his formidable familiar power had been defeated by Nineveh. But his voice was quickly swallowed by the force of the light stream, vanishing into the starry sky. Finally, under the impact of the Apsu light, Israfil's massive form began to collapse. The familiar's power could no longer sustain him, and he reverted to his original form, falling powerlessly to the ground within the starry sky barrier, unable to fight any further. Nineveh stood quietly in the starry sky, her Apsu light slowly dissipating. She knew she had won. She didn't immediately lower her guard, but observed carefully for a moment, confirming that Israfil had completely lost his fighting ability. With the end of the battle, the starry sky barrier began to dissipate, the stars vanishing into the night sky, and Nineveh returned to her original form, returning to the real world. The cultists watched as Israfil fell heavily from the barrier space, lying motionless on the ground. Chapter 549. As the power of the Apsu stream faded, the starry sky barrier began to gradually crumble. Israfil's body tumbled from the sphere of light, landing heavily on the stone steps of the shrine. The purple-black sphere of light, the mysterious portal that had once marked the entrance to the barrier, reappeared before Nineveh and Israfil. It emanated an eerie light, like a window into another world. His robes were torn, revealing scars from the battle. He gasped, his eyes filled with resentment and shock. His men hurriedly gathered around him, trying to help him to his feet, but Israfil was too weak to fight. Nineveh followed closely behind, stepping out of the purple-black sphere. Her gaze was determined, her posture still erect. She did not immediately pursue, but stood quietly before Israfil, examining the defeated apostle. "Apostle Israfil, huh? Your ambition and power have ended today." Nineveh's voice was calm and powerful. She had no intention of killing the apostle, now incapacitated. Israfil looked up, a complex emotion flickering in his eyes. He knew he had been defeated by Nineveh, defeated by the power of this executor. He struggled to speak, but ultimately bowed his head helplessly. "Damn it! Is my power not enough?" The purple-black ball of light gradually dissipated after Nineveh left, vanishing into thin air like a phantom. With the dissipation of the barrier, the surroundings returned to normal, as if nothing had happened. Only Israfil and his men remained, testifying to the reality of that supernatural battle. Of course, to the cultists, it was simply a purple-black ball of light emanating from his head, enveloping him and Nineveh. They had no idea what was happening inside. "Let's go!" Israfil realized that his plan had been thwarted by Nineveh's encounter, so he activated his teleportation spell again. Nineveh didn't stop him. After all, as long as he was there, the cult's arrival wouldn't cause any trouble. Nineveh turned and headed for the secret warehouse on the mountainside. She knew that victory in this battle wasn't the end, but rather the beginning. The Star Cult's conspiracy was far from being fully exposed and stopped. In the shrine's warehouse, the operators of Team K had already completed their mission. The modified audio equipment, the brainwashing tools originally intended for use in the Star Festival, had now become a pile of scrap metal. When Nineveh arrived, the operators who had entered had already completed their mission and were preparing to return. Xiao Wu, after confirming that no equipment had been left behind in the warehouse, lightly flew onto Nineveh's shoulder. Her eyes gleamed with the relief and joy of mission completion. "It's all done, Nineveh." Xiao Wu's voice was clear and melodious, her smile like a flower blooming in spring. Nineveh gently stroked Xiao Wu's head. With their mission complete, the members of Team K began to evacuate in an orderly manner. Their movements were swift and silent, leaving no trace. Nineveh walked at the end of the group, her sharp gaze ensuring there were no signs of danger. Back at their temporary base in Nara, the team members unloaded their equipment, their faces revealing tired yet satisfied expressions. Nineveh entered the command post, where Old K and several other operators were already waiting. "Mission accomplished. We successfully thwarted the Order of the Stars plan," Nineveh said to Old K, her eyes gleaming with triumph. Old K nodded, a relieved smile on his face. "This is the result of our teamwork, Nineveh. Your leadership and the efforts of the team members are crucial." Nineveh nodded, knowing that this victory belonged to the entire K team. She glanced around at the team members present, each face brimming with pride and a sense of accomplishment. "Everyone, take a break. We may have more missions ahead," Nineveh said, her voice tinged with anticipation for the challenges ahead. The team members dispersed, some to rest, others to pack their equipment. Nineveh and Xiaowu returned to their rooms. Xiaowu, transformed back into her elf form, nestled comfortably in Nineveh's pocket, enjoying the warmth of her rest. A day later, Nara's historic shrine once again celebrated the Star Festival. Although Swager's K-Team and Inspector Yamada were fully aware that the event was a cult conspiracy, considering the large number of participants, abruptly canceling it could cause public panic and anxiety. After careful deliberation, they decided to proceed with the festival, but with necessary precautions. K-Team demonstrated professionalism and efficiency in their operation, successfully disabling the tampered equipment. The police also replaced the equipment with standard replacements, ensuring that the cult could not exploit the event for its nefarious purposes. As the festival progressed, people gathered inside and outside the shrine, enjoying the festive atmosphere and the charm of tradition. The laughter of children, the melodious music, and the drumming of traditional dances blended together, creating a harmonious and joyful atmosphere. Nineveh and Xiaowu were also among the crowd, their eyes scanning the surroundings, vigilant. Although the crisis seemed averted, they knew that enemies lurking in the shadows could strike at any moment. Nineveh's eyes shone with determination, ready for any eventuality. Councilman Hachiro Takano attended the event, standing on a makeshift stage and delivering a passionate speech into the microphone, attempting to inspire the crowd. However, he was unaware that the conspiracy behind his cult had been exposed, and he himself was about to face legal trial. Standing in the crowd, Nineveh and Xiaowu observed their surroundings thoughtfully. Nineveh, dressed in a simple kimono, blended in with tourists and locals, her gaze sharp, ever alert for any anomalies. Xiaowu, in her elf form, sat on Nineveh's shoulder, her eyes darting curiously around. "It seems our action worked," Nineveh whispered to Xiaowu, a hint of relief in her voice. Xiaowu nodded, a hint of pride in her smile. "Yes, Lord Nineveh. The cult's plan has completely failed this time." Nineveh, however, did not let her guard down. She knew the Cult of the Stars might launch another attack, and she and Team K must be ready to respond to new challenges. The Star Festival unfolded in a warm and peaceful atmosphere. Dance, music, traditional tea ceremonies, and the laughter of children all created a scene of peace. Nineveh and Xiaowu joined in the joy, savoring this moment of victory. However, deep down, Nineveh and Xiaowu knew their battle was far from over. The Cult of the Stars had not yet been completely uprooted, and more work lay ahead. But for today, at least, they could put aside their burdens and savor this moment of peace, earned through their hard work. Chapter 550. Steam wafted from the scattered coffee cups on his desk. Sheena occasionally glanced out the window. Tokyo's neon lights still shone brightly in the dead of night, but he sensed a hidden undercurrent beneath the bustling scene that kept him from relaxing. He rubbed his temples, trying to clear his mind. Several key locations were marked on the map displayed on the screen. These were potential gathering areas, based on the traces of cult activity mentioned in the report. We must prepare in advance, Sheena muttered to himself, then picked up the phone and dialed a number. Hello, it's me. We need to convene an urgent interdepartmental meeting to discuss the new intelligence on Team K in Kansai, and our next steps. Specifically, regarding the arrival of the new apostle, we need a comprehensive surveillance and interception plan. After hanging up, Sheena quickly organized the documents, summarizing the key points to share at the meeting. He knew time was running out, and every second could be crucial in preventing disaster. At the same time, he began to mentally calculate the resources and manpower he could mobilize. Their success in Kansai provided them with valuable experience and information, but the situation in Tokyo was even more complex, with a dense population and high mobility. Any negligence could lead to irreversible consequences. Soon, the lights in the conference room came on, and the heads of the relevant departments gradually arrived. Sheena stood before the projection screen and calmly and resolutely began to explain the situation. As you can see, while we have achieved initial success in Kansai, this is only the beginning of the battle. The movements of the new apostles indicate that the Star Cult has deeper plans. We must crush them once and for all before they can take root. For the next few hours, the conference room was filled with a tense and focused atmosphere as strategies, resource allocations, and personnel deployments were meticulously mapped out. Sheena knew this wasn't just a battle against an evil cult. Sheena sat in his office, pondering his next move. He knew that against an enemy like the Star Cult, Swager's power alone might not be enough. Tony, an expert hunter of the families, would greatly enhance their combat effectiveness if he could join them. Sheena picked up the phone and dialed Tony's number. Tony's voice came from the other end of the line, sounding somewhat nonchalant. Sheena, what's up? I'm busy here. Sheena cut straight to the point. Tony, we have new intelligence. New apostles from the Star Cult are coming to Ria from Europe. I think this is a great opportunity for us. Tony was silent for a moment, then said, I'm not interested in the cult. But you said? Apostles from Europe? Sheena continued, I understand your position, Tony. Since your job is to hunt families, tracking families' apostles might be a better option. I see. Once things in Tokyo are over. Tony mused. If the apostles who came were the ones he had tried to persuade, he would be entangled by the cult again sooner or later. In this case, it would be better to take the initiative and make his position clear again. Apostles from Europe? If they're indeed those guys who approached me before, then I should definitely reconsider. I had interactions with them before and understand their methods. I need more information from you, especially the specific identities of these apostles and their likely arrival time. Sheena nodded. Although Tony's motives were personal, his participation in the operation was a boon for Schwager. Very good, Tony. We need your expertise and experience. We provide all the support you need. I compile the relevant materials and send them to you as soon as possible. Your intuition and experience will be invaluable to us. We need to ensure this operation is foolproof. Sheena's response was tinged with urgency, knowing that this collaboration was a significant turning point for both parties. After Tony hung up the phone, Sheena leaned back in his chair and took a deep breath. He knew that Tony's joining would bring new hope to Schwager, but it also meant greater responsibility. Meanwhile, within the solemn halls of the Tokyo District Court, a crucial trial was underway. The case of auto mechanic and hacker Murakami, accused of leaking Arasaka Group trade secrets, had reached a fever pitch. Defense attorney Chihiro, with her exceptional legal acumen and superb debating skills, had built a solid legal defense for Murakami. The atmosphere in the courtroom was tense, with all eyes focused on Chihiro. Dressed in a crisp black lawyer suit, she stood erect, like a warrior about to go into battle. Her voice was clear and powerful, each word a carefully crafted work of art, both powerful and graceful. Your Honorable Court, we are facing a serious accusation of leaking trade secrets for personal gain. However, Mr. Murakami had no connection to these trade secrets. He was not involved in any of the related projects, and the prosecution's accusation is based entirely on false assumptions. Chihiro's voice echoed throughout the courtroom, her eyes fixed firmly on the judge and jury. Chihiro then launched into a series of logical deductions, dissecting each piece of circumstantial evidence presented by the prosecution, revealing its flaws and doubts. For example, although the allegedly leaked documents were found on Mr. Murakami's computer, the possibility of hacking or an internal system vulnerability cannot be ruled out. Mr. Murakami's alleged connection to these documents is a complete fabrication by the Arasaka Group, to conceal its own illegal activities. Inside the courtroom, the crowd was gripped by Chihiro's passionate yet delicate defense. Even the judge couldn't help but reflect, as if drawn into a feast of thought. Murakami, sitting in the dock, his expression, once frozen like a statue, gradually softened under Chihiro's rock-hard defense. A glimmer of unspoken gratitude and trust flickered in his eyes. As the debate reached its climax, Chihiro perfectly struck a chord with a powerful question. Respected prosecutor, if the indirect and questionable evidence we have now is sufficient to determine life or death, then wouldn't anyone with any connection to the Arasaka group be a shadow teetering under the shadow of suspicion? The foundation of the law lies in its rigorous precision and impartial justice, not in a sandcastle of vague inferences. We cannot easily slap someone with the shackles of guilt simply because they are unlucky at a disadvantageous time and place. These words pierced the silence of the courtroom like a thunderclap, and the prosecutor, stunned by the obvious gaps in the chain of evidence, earnestly requested more time to conduct a thorough investigation and reach a flawless verdict that would brook no doubt. Chihiro's tactical move not only bought Murakami valuable time, but also added a heavy weight of justice to the court's balance. Chapter 551. The prosecutor presented a record of Murakami's IP address changes, purportedly proving that Murakami's identity as a hacker was undeniable, and that he was paid to do anything he could. However, Chihiro didn't give up. Objection. The air in the courtroom seemed to freeze, every eye fixed on this dramatic turn of events. Chihiro's rebuttal was like a stream of fresh air, washing away the seemingly ironclad accusations. What do you mean? Much of the evidence the prosecutor had collected was also provided by the Arasaka group. If Chihiro had additional evidence, she would be willing to see it. Chihiro smiled faintly, her composure and confidence radiating under the courtroom spotlight. She pulled several carefully prepared documents from a folder and presented them to the court one by one. Dear prosecutor, I understand your trust in the existing evidence, but I must point out that IP address changes alone cannot serve as a refutable proof of criminal activity, especially in today's highly developed internet environment, where IP address spoofing, borrowing, and even theft are commonplace. My client, Mr. Murakami, as an IT professional, could very well have been a victim of technological misinformation. She then turned to the next page of evidence. This is an analysis report from a cybersecurity expert, detailing how IP addresses were forged using advanced hacking techniques. It also records numerous unauthorized access attempts to Mr. Murakami's computer during the time period of the incident. These all point to the possibility that someone deliberately framed him, using his device to conduct illegal operations in order to conceal their true identity. Murakami knew these were traces left behind during his online battle with the Arasaka Group's cybersecurity personnel. However, the lawyer Schwager had contacted was truly impressive, finding a way to defend him from these points, and he was secretly impressed. Chihiro swept her gaze around the courtroom, ensuring everyone present felt the weight of her words. As for whether Murakami took bribes, we also have evidence showing that the flow of funds in his accounts was completely transparent and legal, and no single payment can be directly linked to the alleged bribery. Instead, we discovered some unusual fund flows from the Arasaka Cybersecurity Department, linked to several accounts within the Arasaka Group. The purpose and destination of these funds are extremely suspicious and warrant further investigation. According to the evidence presented by Chihiro, Arasaka's funds went to a charity called Light of Hope, which even listed several individuals as collaborators. Of course, they might not have anything to do with Murakami's case. However, one name stood out clearly on the list of subordinates. Hachiro Kono. As soon as she finished speaking, a murmur echoed through the courtroom, everyone stunned by this unexpected turn of events. The prosecutor's expression changed slightly, clearly not anticipating Chihiro's thorough preparation and countermeasures. He cleared his throat, bracing himself for this sudden challenge, but it was clear that the case was subtly tilting. The evidence we have suggests this was orchestrated to divert attention and protect the true mastermind behind the illegal activities, Chihiro said, presenting a collection of meticulously collected evidence. Every document, every conversation transcript, silently told a story that was radically different from the prosecution's version. Her words were powerful, their logic coherent, and they reversed the situation that had initially been unfavorable to Murakami. Under Chihiro's fierce attack, the Arasaka Group's legal team began to fret. They attempted to confuse the public and the court with a series of seemingly related but actually unrelated evidence, attempting to divert public and court attention away from the group's internal violations and focus instead on Murakami's personal abilities and motives. However, this strategy proved incredibly fragile against Chihiro's carefully constructed logic. Even the prosecutor found it difficult to immediately agree with the Arasaka group's arguments. Chihiro's rebuttal was like a summer rainstorm, both refreshing and pointed. I must emphasize again that the core of this case is not Mr. Murakami's technical prowess, but the dark underbelly of illegal activity within the Arasaka group that urgently needs to be uncovered. If the Arasaka group insists that Mr. Murakami's accusations are the real issue, then please answer directly. Why have so many records of illegal activity been uncovered within the group? Isn't the existence of these records more worthy of our attention than any individual's actions? Her words struck like a hammer, striking every corner of the courtroom, exposing any attempt to evade the essence of the issue. Inside the courtroom, the audience whispered in disgust, and the judge's expression grew increasingly solemn, evidently realizing the sudden turn of events and the complexity of the case. In the following minutes, the courtroom became a battlefield for Chihiro to present her evidence. Not only did she prove that Murakami had nothing to do with the so-called trade secrets, she also further exposed the shady dealings and illegal activities within the Arasaka group. Chihiro's strategy was clear: to shift the focus of the case from Murakami to the misconduct of the Arasaka group. She even released videos and photos of Murakami's family being threatened by hired thugs. In other words, even if Murakami used hacking to release damaging information about the Arasaka group, that information itself exposed the Arasaka group's illegal activities. Rather than stealing intelligence for profit, it was more of a righteous act. Faced with Chihiro's offensive, the Arasaka group's legal team began to feel overwhelmed. Their defense gradually lost its persuasiveness and even seemed inconsistent at times. Everyone in the courtroom, including the prosecutor, began to realize that Murakami might indeed be an innocent victim. Judge, I move to adjourn the court. There is still a lot of additional evidence to be supplemented, and the prosecution requests time to review the new evidence. It was the first time the prosecutor had encountered such a fearless female lawyer like Chihiro. Although he secretly admired her, because the case was against the Arasaka group, he decided to handle it with greater caution. I understand. Finally, the judge decided to adjourn the court temporarily. This move not only demonstrated the need for more careful consideration of the case, but also bought Murakami precious breathing space, allowing truth and justice to rest and move forward. The court's temporary adjournment was like the calm before the storm, foreshadowing the impending storm that would completely alter the dynamics of this contest. For Murakami, this wasn't just a ray of hope, it was a commitment to innocence and justice. Chihiro's tireless efforts seemed to have turned everything around, adding yet more uncertainty and anticipation to this contest. Chapter 552. During a break in the tense court session, the prosecutor took the unusual step of requesting a brief meeting with Chihiro in the courtroom lounge. The recess was only 2 hours, and the court would continue hearing Murakami's case from the afternoon until the evening. The police were collecting additional evidence during this time. The courtroom lounge was a simple space, with a few abstract paintings hanging on the walls, adding a touch of art to the otherwise functional room. The furniture was simple and practical, with a long table and a few chairs forming the main furnishings. Despite the scorching sun outside, the temperature inside remained comfortable, providing some relief from the tense courtroom atmosphere. A hint of worry lingered in the prosecutor's eyes. He sat across from Chihiro, his voice brimming with urgency. Attorney Chihiro, I know time is short, but I believe this conversation with you is necessary. The situation at the Arasaka group is far more complicated than we imagined. Chihiro maintained her usual calm and focused demeanor, listening attentively to the prosecutor's words. The prosecutor continued, I must remind you that the Arasaka group's influence is deeply entrenched in Riyadh. They possess resources and means far beyond our expectations. I'm concerned that if you go all out against them, you could face significant risks. Chihiro nodded slightly, understanding the prosecutor's concerns. She responded, I appreciate your reminder, Mr. Prosecutor. However, as a defense lawyer, my duty is to fight for my client's rights and uphold the fairness of the law. No matter who the opponent is, I must stand firm. I have the protection of the Shiva group behind me, so I don't need to worry about my own safety. The prosecutor was slightly taken aback, clearly not fully aware of the power behind Chihiro. He pondered for a moment, then slowly nodded. I understand, Attorney Chihiro. Since you have such strong support, I'm relieved. Next, we should indeed work together to uncover the truth. As the recess wore on, the conversation between the two men drew to a close. Chihiro stood and extended her hand to the prosecutor, expressing her respect and gratitude. The prosecutor also stood and shook Chihiro's hand. Both men's eyes revealed a resolute determination for the upcoming trial. Chihiro smiled faintly, her eyes gleaming with a dedication to justice. Indeed, the truth is our shared goal. I believe that through our efforts, we will be able to restore the facts and bring the true wrongdoing to justice." The prosecutor also smiled, and the conversation between the two men concluded in a friendly and frank atmosphere. Although they were opponents in court, in this private meeting, they both demonstrated respect for the law and justice. As the recess wore on, the conversation between the two men drew to a close. Chihiro stood up and extended her hand to the prosecutor, expressing her respect and gratitude. The prosecutor also stood up and shook Chihiro's hand. Both of their eyes revealed a resolute determination for the upcoming trial. The court will continue hearing Murakami's case this afternoon and evening. Chihiro and the prosecutor will both return to the courtroom to continue their duties. Although they play different roles in the courtroom, they share a common goal: the pursuit of truth and justice. While this impromptu meeting didn't change either party's positions, it deepened their mutual understanding and respect, adding a new level of anticipation to the upcoming trial. Inside a Tokyo courtroom, after a few hours' recess, the trial resumed. Murakami's future hung in the balance, and both defense attorney Chihiro and the prosecutor knew the upcoming debate would be crucial in determining his fate. New evidence revealed a cover-up within the Arasaka group regarding the contamination of the families, providing Chihiro with a powerful argument. The trial reached its final stage. Arasaka Corporation's representative, an experienced legal advisor, rose from the jury box, a sly look in his eyes. "Your Honor," he said, "despite the defense's alleged evidence, it doesn't justify Murakami's actions. He may have been motivated by personal grievances or other motives." Chihiro stood, her gaze firm, her voice clear and forceful. "Your Honor, members of the jury, today we will reveal a secret deeply hidden within the Arasaka Corporation. This secret concerns the safety and well-being of all of us." With steady steps, she approached the display table at the front of the courtroom and opened a document, preparing to present evidence. "We have discovered internal communication records within the Arasaka Corporation. These records show that, despite being fully aware of the severity of the familiar contamination, the company's top management chose to conceal the truth." Chihiro projected the document onto the courtroom's large screen, the dense text and data clearly visible. She pointed to a specific section of the screen. "Here, here, and here, all irrefutable proof of their knowledge. These unknown pollutants were not treated and were entering the groundwater." The data here was filled with technical terms, and the jury began to debate. Arasaka's representative for the plaintiff stood up and attempted to challenge the validity of the evidence. "Your Honor, we doubt the evidence presented by the defense. These communication records may be fabricated, and we cannot convict the Arasaka group based solely on this." Chihiro remained unmoved. She calmly retorted, "Mr. Prosecutor, these records were obtained directly from the Arasaka group server and are digitally signed to verify their authenticity. If the prosecutor requests it, we can provide complete proof of the acquisition process." She continued, "More importantly, these records contain specific plans for how the Arasaka group will address the pollution problem. One plan is to deal with it publicly, and the other is to cover it up to prevent the stock price from falling." Chihiro turned to Murakami, a hint of sympathy in her eyes. "Mr. Murakami is simply trying to expose this hidden truth. His actions are motivated by the public interest, not by any personal gain." "That's right," Murakami agreed, mustering the courage to do so. While he was essentially being paid for his work, it was also true that he was revealing truths that would benefit the public. The plaintiff's representative from Arasaka Company tried to rebut, but his words paled in the face of the overwhelming evidence. The judge's expression betrayed a profound consideration of the case's complexity. In her closing statement, Chihiro reiterated, "Mr. Murakami is innocent. His actions were motivated by a pursuit of justice, not by any personal gain. We cannot convict him simply because of his courage and integrity." After hearing both sides' arguments and deliberating, the judge issued his verdict. Based on the evidence presented and the arguments presented by both attorneys, the court finds Mr. Murakami not guilty. His actions were motivated by a desire to expose wrongdoing, not by personal gain. Therefore, the court acquits Mr. Murakami. The judge's ruling was resounding. After the trial, the courtroom erupted in applause. Murakami and his family embraced each other, tears welling in their eyes. Chihiro stood quietly by, knowing she had not only won a court battle but also secured the justice that an innocent man deserved. The ruling received strong media and public response, with many praising attorney Chihiro's performance. She not only demonstrated her professional competence, but also exemplified the legal profession's commitment to justice. New evidence and the court ruling led to further investigation of the Arasaka group, which thoroughly exposed its illegal activities. As the Murakami case's impact continued to escalate online, pressure on the Arasaka Group intensified. Public concern for corporate responsibility and environmental protection has reached an unprecedented level, forcing governments and regulators to act. Chapter 553. The news of Murakami's victory was like a stone dropped into a calm lake, sending ripples through the air and quickly garnering widespread attention and discussion. This victory was not only compensation for Murakami personally, but also a punishment for the Arasaka Group's illegal activities. It symbolized a triumph of justice and brought a glimmer of hope to all those following the case. However, this victory did not bring peace to Murakami's life, but instead thrust him into an even more dangerous situation. Hardly had the joy of victory faded when, the next day, Murakami's family was involved in a sudden car accident. This accident not only left Murakami's family in critical condition, but also caused Murakami himself to mysteriously disappear, as if swallowed by an invisible darkness. The accident occurred on a rural road without surveillance, making its cause and course of events elusive. With no witnesses or video footage, everything seemed meticulously orchestrated to conceal the truth. The Schwager branch quickly intervened in the investigation, suspecting it was not a simple traffic accident, but a premeditated attack. On the other end of the line came the sound of lawyer Chihiro's rapid breathing. Her voice, clear and firm, came through the receiver. "Shina, I just received news that Murakami was in a serious car accident. His family has been taken to a nearby hospital, and I'm already there." Shina gripped the phone tightly, brow furrowed. "I heard that too. This is no small matter. We can't just sit back and watch." Chihiro's voice shone with determination. "This is definitely not a coincidence. We must get to the bottom of this." Shina responded immediately. "I agree. I head to the scene immediately. See if you can find any clues at the hospital." After hanging up the phone, Shina quickly put on her coat, grabbed her car keys, and strode out of the office. She knew this would be a race against time. The accident site was located on a remote rural road in Saitama Prefecture, surrounded by dense forests. The air was thick with the smell of dirt and gasoline. Shina crouched down and carefully examined the strange marks on the ground. She noticed tire scratches and scattered car parts, none of which fit the profile of a normal car accident. "This isn't an ordinary car accident," Shina muttered to herself, her fingers lightly touching the scratches on the ground. "It's more like a premeditated attack." Meanwhile, Chihiro anxiously awaited news outside the hospital's ICU. She peered through the window, watching the busy medical staff. Clutching her bag tightly, Chihiro silently prayed for the safety of the Murakami family. Lawyer Chihiro, a doctor, emerged, his face solemn. "Murakami's family is in grave condition. We're doing our best to save them." Chihiro nodded, a hint of anxiety in her voice. "Thank you, doctor. What about Murakami himself?" The doctor shook his head. "We haven't found him. He may have left the scene after the accident." Chihiro felt a surge of unease. She knew Murakami's disappearance could mean a greater danger. She immediately called Shina and informed her of the hospital situation. Shina drove through the winding country roads, her heartbeat accelerating with every turn of the wheel. Arriving at the accident scene, she practically ran out of the car, her brow furrowed at the sight before her. She saw the damaged car belonging to the Murakami family, but only one was at the scene. The other car seemed to have some parts left, and there were distant tire tracks, suggesting a hit-and-run. She crouched down, carefully examining the scene. Car parts and shattered glass were scattered around. Shina gently traced the scratches with her fingers, as if she could sense the chaos and violence of the accident. She approached the local police officer investigating the scene. Shina displayed her ID and quickly got to work. "I'm Shina, the head of the Schwager branch. We need all the information regarding this accident." The officer nodded and handed her a report. "We discovered some anomalies at the scene. The victim, Mr. Murakami's family, is in the ICU, but Mr. Murakami himself is missing." Shina pulled out Schwager's detection equipment and walked around the scene, her eyes fixed on the ever-changing readings. As the equipment ticked, her expression grew more serious. "This is impossible," she muttered to herself. How could there be a reaction of familiar energy here? She recalled every detail of the Murakami case, trying to connect the dots. Shortly after Murakami won his lawsuit, he and his family were involved in this car accident. Now, detection equipment shows signs of familiar energy at the accident scene. What does this mean? Is Murakami or his family connected to the familiar? Or has someone used a man-made familiar monster to attack the Murakami family? She took a deep breath and forced herself to calm down. She knew now was not the time to panic. She needed more evidence to support her hypothesis. Shina's eyes were as sharp as a hawk's. She meticulously searched the accident scene, leaving no clues unnoticed. Her eyes quickly scanned the scratches and scattered parts on the ground, searching for crucial details that might have been overlooked. Suddenly, a piece of metal fragment caught her eye. A strange logo emblazoned on its surface stood out from the crowd. She squatted down and carefully picked up the fragment. It was a strange logo, strikingly similar to the Arasaka Group logo she remembered. Sheena's heart tightened. Could this be the Arasaka Group logo? She wondered. Does this prove that the vehicle involved in the accident was from the Arasaka Group? This was getting interesting. Acting quickly, Sheena sealed the metal fragment in an evidence bag and prepared to take it back to the Schwager branch for further analysis. At the same time, she knew that if Murakami had truly become a familiar, he might be in grave danger. Sheena quickly contacted attorney Chihiro and informed her of the scene and her findings. On the other end of the line, Chihiro's voice tinged with worry. Sheena, you said you detected readings of familiar energy at the scene? Did the familiar attack their family? It's possible, but I found fragments with the Arasaka Military Industries logo on them. I'm afraid it's not that simple, Sheena replied. Chihiro's heart tightened. Is it really Arasaka who did it? They're so shameless. Sheena's voice was low but firm. I will continue the investigation. We must find Murakami as soon as possible, dead or alive. Sheena glanced at the tire tracks of the perpetrator stretching off into the distance. I'm afraid I have to leave for a while. After hanging up, Sheena looked around the accident scene again. She knew the secrets behind this accident were far more complex than she had imagined. But no matter how elusive the truth, she must uncover it, for Murakami, for justice. Chapter 554. Sheena spotted the wreckage of a large jeep at the foot of a cliff a few hundred meters away. A gap had been struck in the mountain road, and the broken guardrails were conspicuous. Sheena carefully descended the slope and approached. She scrutinized the jeep's wreckage at the foot of the cliff, her brow furrowed, filled with doubt and unease. Debris was scattered across the ground, bloodstained, but there was no body. The scene was worse than she had expected. She approached cautiously, each step carefully, as if afraid to disturb the silent ruins. Nearby was the riverbank, where a small stream flowed nearby. The jeep had overturned on the mudflat. Nearby were flattened reeds on the riverbank, as if a helicopter had landed. So, were the bodies in this car recovered by the helicopter? Just as she was absorbed in surveying the scene, a voice suddenly shattered the silence. It seems we met again in the same place. Sheena turned and saw Tony standing on the nearby hillside, holding a familiar detector, a hint of surprise on his face. Tony's voice was tinged with amusement, following the familiar detector signal. I didn't expect to meet you again. We're truly destined to meet. Sheena nodded slightly and waved at Tony. You're just in time, Tony. We need your help. There was a hint of urgency in her voice, clearly indicating a more serious situation than she had anticipated. Since things had come to this point, the two quickly began to work together. Sheena carefully examined the jeep's wreckage, her sharp eyes capturing every detail. The jeep looked as if it had been scratched by some monster's claws, reminding her of a similar situation she had encountered before, fortunately with Sakia in the car. Help me push this. Sheena asked Tony to help her lift the hood of her car. Opening the hood of the overturned vehicle, the two discovered the Arasaka Corporation logo on the parts, which intensified her unease. She pieced together the clues and pieced together a general outline of what happened. This accident is related to the Arasaka Corporation. They intended to assassinate the Murakami family. Due to some intense stimulus, Mr. Murakami transformed into a monster. Then, the monster like Mr. Murakami attacked the Arasaka assassination vehicle, which ended up overturned here. Arasaka security personnel eventually recovered the bodies. As for Murakami, he could have been recovered, or he could have escaped. I think that's what happened. Tony approached the wreckage, his familiar detector humming softly. His expression grew serious. The familiar energy here is very strong. It seems you're right. Sheena squatted down, picked up a piece of metal with the Arasaka Corporation logo, and took a full-scale photo of the jeep. Her voice was firm and powerful. This is the evidence. We must find Murakami as soon as possible and gather more evidence to expose the crimes of the Arasaka group. Tony held the familiar energy detector, his eyes fixed on the flashing readings, his expression focused. When he reached the riverbank, next to the flattened reeds, the detector signal suddenly disappeared. This unusual phenomenon made Tony pause. He looked up at the sky, as if contemplating something. There are traces of a helicopter landing here. Sheena approached. It seems that Murakami, who has transformed into a monster, has been subdued and taken away by Arasaka, Tony said in a deep voice, a hint of unease in his voice. This time, things are not so simple. Sheena nodded and thought for a moment. I need to go back to the branch office first and ask Cheyenne's opinion. We must act quickly, and not give the Arasaka group any opportunity. Tony immediately agreed. I go back and look for a possible location where Murakami is being held. Based on previous operations, the Arasaka group's artificial familiar experiments were conducted here. Sheena opened her phone and pointed to a pharmaceutical factory outside Tokyo, the secret laboratory that Shikia and the others had infiltrated and investigated. Sheena quickly shared the address with Tony. If Murakami is still alive, the most likely scenario is that he's been taken there. We need to act quickly. Tony took the note, a determined look in his eyes. I understand. I rushed to that location immediately, hoping to find Murakami before the Arasaka group does. Sheena squeezed Tony's shoulders, expressing his gratitude. Thank you, Tony. We split up and keep in touch. After a brief farewell at the riverbank, the two men each set out on their own. Tony quickly left the scene and headed for the location Sheena had specified, while Sheena returned to the Swager branch to discuss countermeasures with Cheyenne. At the Swager branch, Cheyenne quickly reported the situation and his theories to Cheyenne. Back home, Cheyenne listened to Sheena's report, her brow furrowed. She knew the secrets behind this incident were far more complex than she had imagined. The Arasaka group's actions have exceeded our expectations. We must take stronger measures, Cheyenne said sternly. Sheena, your actions and Tony's are crucial. Please also thank that hunter named Tony for me. His fighting prowess. Maybe. Anyway, Hayato and I will be a while away from returning, so I leave this to you. Sheena nodded, her eyes gleaming with determination. I will, Miss Cheyenne. We will not let the Arasaka group succeed. Meanwhile, Tony had arrived at the pharmaceutical factory outside Tokyo. He approached the factory cautiously, using his familiar detector to conduct reconnaissance. The detector's readings were unusually strong here, confirming that Murakami was likely being held there. Tony took a look around. This place certainly didn't look like an ordinary factory. The security measures were excessive. He needed to observe carefully and find a good opportunity to infiltrate. As night fell, Tony disappeared into the shadows of the pharmaceutical factory and began his search for Murakami. Sheena, meanwhile, was preparing her next move at the Swager branch. Tony wandered the streets near the pharmaceutical factory, searching for a place to rest and gather his thoughts. Tokyo was still brightly lit under the night sky, and he finally chose a nondescript ramen restaurant. Steam billowed from the interior, and the aroma of food filled the air, bringing a sense of warmth and comfort. Tony found a corner seat and ordered a bowl of their signature ramen. He needed to replenish his energy and clear his mind before the late-night operation. While waiting for his ramen, he pulled out his phone and began sending Tessa a report on the operation. Tessa's contact information appeared on the phone screen, and Tony's fingers tapped rapidly on the virtual keyboard. Tessa, I arrived at the target location outside Tokyo. Preliminary reconnaissance shows that the factory is heavily guarded, and the Arasaka group seems to be attaching great importance to this place. I plan to infiltrate late at night and search for Murakami's whereabouts. I haven't ruled out an elimination operation. Very good. I be in Kansai for a few days. There seem to be new cult movements there. Fox team has also been reorganized during this time. I look forward to everyone's cooperation in the fight. After resolving the Murakami issue, your reward will be immediately transferred to your account. Tessa replied, seeming to have a lot of things to deal with herself. After sending the message, Tony put his phone back in his pocket, his thoughts returning to the upcoming mission. He knew that infiltrating the Arasaka group's pharmaceutical factory would be fraught with danger, but he was confident in his abilities. Chapter 555. Soon, piping hot ramen was served. Tony took a deep breath, savoring the aroma, and began to enjoy his simple meal. He knew this might be his only chance to eat hot food for a while. The ramen shop gradually filled up. Tony sat in a corner, trying not to draw attention. He observed his surroundings, alert for any potential threats. As a seasoned operative, he knew every detail was crucial before carrying out a mission. Meanwhile, within the Arasaka group's secret laboratory, located within the pharmaceutical factory, under dim lighting, a monstrous Murakami lay bound to a custom-made laboratory table. His body had undergone changes due to his transformation into a family, and he was subsequently subdued, anesthetized, and captured by Sato Ryuta and Kinda Ichiro, who arrived at the scene wearing reinforced knight armor, and brought back to the laboratory. The laboratory staff were busy conducting various tests and recording records. Sato Ryuta and Kinda Ichiro, who had been responsible for transporting Murakami, had just completed their mission, safely transferring him from the accident scene to the laboratory. In a corner of the lab, Ichiro looked at his boss, Sato Ryuta, with some concern. Boss, this time we're cleaning up the mess for the network department. Is that really okay? Ichiro frowned, his tone hinting at dissatisfaction. Sato Ryuta sighed, his expression resigned. These losers only care about causing us trouble. They even secretly ordered the mobile team to assassinate a civilian. They really underestimate us. Then why should we help clean up? Ichiro asked indignantly, not understanding why he had to pay for someone else's mistakes. It's mainly because this guy has turned into a monster. When it comes to company matters, this kind of thing takes priority, Sato Ryuta explained, his mind primarily focused on his own interests. As operatives, they must prioritize emergency situations that could threaten the organization. Frankly, the situation is a mess right now. The rifts between the various departments within the Arasaka group seem to be growing increasingly pronounced. With President Arasaka's long absence, his son seems unable to rein in these conflicting vice presidents. Although Sato Ryuta is also a vice president, and even one who controls the Arasaka group's combat capabilities, that doesn't mean he can do whatever he wants. On the contrary, he often feels like a mere errand boy. The security department isn't profitable itself, but rather the maintenance and development of various equipment consumes a significant portion of the budget. So, in a sense, he's severely constrained by these other profitable departments. Even his interactions with the cult's apostles were at the president's suggestion. He has no real need to trade with the cult. It seems the president is hiding something from him. Now that we completed our mission and transported Murakami, transformed into a monster, here, we leave the rest to us, Sato Ryuta continued. Let's go back, Ichiro. Ichiro nodded. Although he still felt reluctant, he knew his job responsibilities. As operatives within the organization, they had to follow orders from their superiors, even if those orders came from departments they didn't fully agree with. Across the laboratory, several scientists in white coats were conducting various examinations on Murakami. They expressed intense interest in his physical changes, seemingly searching for the secrets behind the phenomenon of familiarization. Sato Ryuta and Kinda Ichiro left the lab and headed for the cybersecurity division. Their top priority now was to return and confront the cybersecurity division. They knew the upcoming conversation wouldn't be easy, but they were prepared for any eventuality. After dinner, Tony paid his bill and left the ramen restaurant. He slowly walked down the street back to his secluded spot near the factory, ready to begin his infiltration. Late at night, Tony disappeared beyond the pharmaceutical factory walls. Using the cover of darkness and the surroundings as a shield, he quietly approached the factory entrance. Tony, hey, this way! A familiar voice called out. It was Sheena. She was hiding behind a large truck, apparently planning to infiltrate and investigate. Why are you here? Tony approached, a little surprised. This is also Operator Swager's mission. Let's go and find a way to infiltrate. Sheena gestured to her toolkit, which appeared to contain a number of infiltration tools. What a fuss. Come on, wait here. Tony rolled his eyes at Sheena and headed for the gate. Hey. Sheena was clearly unaware of Tony's intentions. The factory's high walls and tight security might be an insurmountable obstacle for most people, but for Tony, with his ability of mechanical hypnosis, it was a piece of cake. He approached the factory gate, where 2 guards were patrolling. Tony took a deep breath, focused his mind, and activated his ability. A strange glint flashed in his eyes, and he approached the guards. Good evening, gentlemen, Tony greeted in a calm tone, his voice carrying a reassuring charm. The guards stopped and looked at Tony, their eyes gradually becoming confused before they smiled at him. Good evening, sir. Several guards looked at the man carrying a great sword in a friendly manner. Tony's mesmerism abilities took effect, and he easily controlled their minds. Can I come in? Tony seemed to ask, but there was a hint of command in his voice. He was implanting his own thoughts in them. The guards nodded mechanically. Thank you very much. Oh, and by the way, how about a map of your place? I think you have one? Tony asked, stepping back as he was about to step through the door. One of them then pulled out a security map of the factory and handed it to Tony. Thank you for your cooperation, Tony said softly, then gestured for the guards to continue their patrol, as if nothing had happened. Tony waved to Sheena, who was hiding outside the door, and asked her to follow. Huh? What did you do? Sheena watched, confused, as the guards let them in. Never mind, just go. Tony didn't bother wasting time with Sheena. He scanned the map in the light of his lamp, his mind rapidly analyzing the distribution of the factory's cameras and the route to the underground laboratory. Tony turned and walked easily into the factory. This is the experimental area. This door has a combination lock. I try to crack it. Sheena checked the records of Team K's infiltration from a previous mission and knew the location of the laboratory. Ah, there's an entrance there. Tony pointed to an open window on the 3rd floor. Oh, through the window? But I don't have a grappling hook. Sheena rummaged through her tool kit, unable to find any suitable wall-climbing tools. It's okay, wait here for me. It's too dangerous down there. Tony gestured to her without further ado. You have the tools? I guess so. Wait for me somewhere away from the cameras. Tony, sensing an ominous aura ahead, decided to go alone. Tony circled around to where Sheena couldn't see him and, using his mechanical power, climbed vertically onto the wall. He walked parallel to the ground, as if it were flat ground. Using this supernatural power, he evaded surveillance cameras and entered the room. Following the route on the security map, he walked on the ceiling, maneuvering around blind spots on security equipment, and continued his journey towards the underground laboratory. Chapter 556. His movements were light and agile, each step carried with extreme caution. The factory's security layout was clearly mapped out in Tony's mind. He knew which areas required special attention and which he could pass through quickly. As he advanced deeper into the factory, Tony began to sense the fluctuations of his familiar's energy emanating from the underground laboratory. He knew he was approaching his target. Simple. This level of infiltration was a piece of cake for Tony, the executor. Nineveh might have been able to use some more sophisticated tactics, but she probably didn't use the ceiling to protect Sakya. Tony's infiltration went remarkably smoothly, but he didn't let his guard down. He knew that the Arasaka group's laboratory might harbor unknown dangers, and he had to be prepared at all times. At the laboratory entrance, Tony used his spirit hypnosis technique again, easily disabling the access control system. He quietly opened the door to the underground chamber and descended the stairs to the core of the laboratory. Tony's heartbeat quickened as the elevator slowly descended. The doors opened, a pungent chemical odor wafting across his face. He found himself in a laboratory filled with high-tech equipment. However, the scene before him startled him. The bodies of the lab workers were scattered throughout the lab, a scene of chaos. What happened here? Tony realized his premonition had come true. His spirit sense remained as sharp as ever. The incident in the lab must have happened quickly, leaving the relevant personnel without time to raise the alarm. He quickly realized that a test subject had gone berserk in the lab. He moved cautiously through the lab, wary of possible danger. Suddenly, he heard screams and hurried footsteps from the front. Tony quickly approached and discovered several researchers being pursued by a clawed monster. The monster was enormous and swift, its claws stained with blood, clearly having just caused these tragedies. Its body had swelled to an incredible degree, its muscles bulging beyond measure. Its skin had turned gray, streaked with dark blue veins, and seemed poised to burst at any moment. The monster's facial features were distorted and hideous, its eyes completely replaced by an animalistic gleam, its pupils dilated to the limit, gleaming with an unnatural light. Its teeth had become sharp, like the fangs of a wild beast, powerful enough to tear through the toughest flesh. The deep growl from its throat betrayed a primal rage and pain. Its arms were incredibly thick, with claws several inches long sprouting from its fingertips. These claws were as sharp as daggers, capable of cutting through metal and human flesh with ease. Murakami's back and shoulders were covered in sharp bone spurs, which not only increased his threat but also made him look even more terrifying. The researchers fled in terror, but the monster pursued them relentlessly. Tony knew he couldn't just sit back and watch. He quickly drew his pistol and aimed at the monster. "Stop!" Tony shouted, his voice echoing through the lab. The monster stopped and turned to look at Tony, a feral glint in its eyes. Tony seized the opportunity to fire, the bullet hitting the monster's leg, causing it to roar in pain. "Run!" Tony shouted to the researchers, and they immediately seized the opportunity to flee the monster's pursuit. Tony didn't let his guard down. He knew the monster was most likely Murakami. "Are you Murakami?" Tony demanded, hoping to gain an answer from its reaction. The monster seemed to react to the name Murakami. It let out a deep growl, then turned and fled toward the cargo handling entrance. Tony quickly gave chase. He couldn't let the monster escape, nor could he allow it to harm anyone else. He followed the monster through the cargo handling entrance and into another area. Tony gripped his pistol tightly, knowing he might have to make a difficult choice. But before that, he had to try every possible means to calm Murakami's fury and find a way to restore his sanity. In the shadows of the underground passage, Tony's footsteps echoed with an urgent rhythm. His gaze fixed ahead. The monster Murakami had left a trail of footprints as it fled toward the cargo loading dock. Tony knew he had to end the chase quickly and prevent the monster from causing further damage. As Tony rushed into the cargo loading dock, he finally caught up with the monster. In the dim light, Murakami's back appeared incredibly large, his muscles tense in the weak light, emitting a menacing aura. But Murakami seemed to still have a glimmer of consciousness. He turned his face, seemingly in pain. He clutched his head, trying to struggle, but ultimately the desire to destroy overcame him. Murakami! I'm sorry. Tony quickly drew his sword, its blade gleaming coldly in the light. He knew that facing a monster like this, he needed to prioritize neutralizing its offensive power. Its claws were its primary weapon. If he could sever them, the threat would be greatly reduced. The battle was imminent. The monster let out a deafening roar and charged at Tony. Tony calmly calculated the monster's attack pattern, seeking the optimal timing and angle. The moment the monster swung its claws, Tony nimbly dodged. Exploiting the gaps in the monster's attack, he quickly closed in, his sword pointed directly at the monster's wrist. Tony's swordsmanship was precise and brutal. However, the monster's strength far exceeded Tony's expectations. Its claws were not only incredibly sharp, but also incredibly tough. Tony's sword left deep marks on the monster's arm, but it didn't immediately sever its claws. Tougher than I thought. Tony gently landed on the container, looking down at the monster. The battle intensified, as Tony and the monster engaged in a life-or-death struggle in the cargo loading and unloading yard. The dim lights intertwined with shadows, adding a touch of drama to the impending battle. It was in this tense atmosphere that the life-or-death struggle between Tony and the monster Murakami had transformed into began. The monster attacked first, its movements swift and brutal, its massive body casting a vast shadow across the empty loading and unloading yard. Its sharp claws sliced through the air, emitting a sharp whistling sound as they aimed directly at Tony's vitals. Tony calmly assessed the monster's attack pattern, his steps nimbly avoiding the monster's continuous attacks at almost impossible angles. Each dodge was precise to the millimeter. After a deft evasion, Tony found his opportunity. He seized the opportunity and struck the monster's hand with his sword. This time, the blade sliced into the monster's claws with unerring accuracy. With a dull crack, 1 or 15 of the monster's claws finally fell to the ground, like a nail being cut. Taking advantage of the monster's momentary distraction, Tony slashed at the claws on its other hand. The massive hand, now bare without its claws, looked abruptly less threatening. The monster roared in confusion, its attack power greatly weakened. Tony didn't let his guard down. He knew that even though the monster had lost one claw, it was still extremely dangerous. He continued to fight the monster, searching for a chance to end the battle. Chapter 557. The monster roared in pain, its attacks becoming more frenzied. But without its claws, its power was noticeably reduced. Tony didn't give the monster a moment to breathe. He continued his attacks, his sword flashing like lightning around it. The battle reached a fever pitch. Tony's every strike was accurate, his sword movements growing faster and faster, leaving scars on the monster's body. The monster's roar gradually grew deeper, its attacks becoming increasingly weaker. Finally, with a well-aimed strike, Tony's sword energy pierced the monster's body. The monster groaned and fell to the ground, unable to attack. When Sheena hurried to the scene of the battle, she witnessed a heartbreaking scene. Tony was facing off against the monster that Murakami had transformed into. The battle between the two was extremely fierce. The monster's body was huge and twisted, no longer human, but Sheena still recognized Murakami's features in the broken figure. Just as Tony was about to deliver the fatal blow, Sheena arrived and shouted, "Tony, wait!" Her voice was filled with urgency and anxiety. "Sheena, you? It's dangerous here. Get out of here." Tony's sword was about to chop off the monster's head. "Please, Tony, stop." Tony paused and turned to look at Sheena, a hint of confusion in his eyes. Sheena quickly ran to the monster's side. She looked at the creature that had once been Murakami with sympathy in her eyes. "He's beyond help, believe me." Tony understood Sheena's feelings. He also knew Murakami was a pitiful man. "Murakami, can you hear me?" Sheena called softly, trying to jolt him back to consciousness. "Your wife and children are safe. They need you. You can't give up hope." The monster's body trembled slightly at Sheena's call. A glint flashed in its eyes, as if it were trying to recall its past identity and life. Murakami's voice was low and hoarse, revealing a deep despair. Can I ever go back to the way I was? I feel like I didn't expect Murakami to regain consciousness at the last moment." Tony sheathed his sword, witnessing Murakami's final journey. Sheena gripped Murakami's hand tightly, her eyes determined. "No, Murakami, you can't give up. We will find a way to save you. She turned to Tony, pleading for his help. Tony, I remember you once saved Yamamoto Ami and those delinquent students using that magic. Please use the same method to save Murakami. You remember that. But Tony was silent for a moment. He knew Shina was referring to the spirit purification ability he had once used. This ability could separate the substance of the familiar from the human body, a miracle achieved only by the executor's precise control of their spirit. But he also knew that this ability wasn't infallible. It had a certain chance of failure. Tony took a deep breath, then spoke slowly. Shina, this ability carries a risk of failure. If it fails, Murakami might. Shina interrupted him. I understand, but I'm willing to take the risk. I accept the outcome, no matter what. Please give it a try, Tony. Tony nodded, walked over to Murakami's side, and began to concentrate, preparing to unleash his magic. A faint glow emanated from his hands, gradually growing brighter before slowly covering Murakami's body. The magic's power began to take effect within Murakami's body, his muscles relaxing and his breathing steadying. A glimmer of hope shone in Murakami's eyes, as if he could sense his recovery. Tony concentrated on unleashing the magic, beads of sweat forming on his forehead, revealing that wielding this power was no easy task. But to save Murakami, to give this once ordinary man a chance at life, Tony was willing to take the risk. Under the combined efforts of Tony and Shina, Murakami's body began a slow, miraculous transformation. As Tony's magic power seeped into every cell of Murakami's body, the monstrous features gradually faded, and his body began to return to its original form. Murakami's muscles stopped swelling, and the gray hue on his skin began to fade, returning to its human hue. However, his hands and feet were left with noticeable white keratin marks, like vitiligo, bearing witness to the suffering and transformation he had endured. When the magic fully took effect, Murakami's eyes slowly opened, and consciousness began to return. He looked around in confusion, finally resting his gaze on Shina and Tony's faces, his eyes filled with bewilderment and unease. Am I still alive? Murakami's voice was weak and trembling. He tried to move his arms and legs, but found that one arm and one leg were unable to move. Shina gripped Murakami's free hand, offering his best attempt at comfort. Yes, Murakami, you survived. We help you. Don't give up hope. Tony stood by, a serious expression on his face. Murakami, your situation is unique. While my ability has largely restored your body, some of the damage is permanent. One of your arms and legs may not be able to return to their original state. Murakami's eyes flashed with pain and acceptance. He took a deep breath and spoke slowly. I understand. At least I'm still alive. Thank you. Thank you. If it weren't for you, I might have. Shina gently patted Murakami's shoulder. Don't say that, Mr. Murakami. We will help you find a treatment. The crimes of the Arasaka group must be exposed, and your experience will be crucial evidence. Tony nodded in agreement. Now, we need to transfer you to a safe place, so you can receive proper medical care. Shina, I leave this to you. Shina and Tony loaded Murakami into the car. Working together, Murakami was carefully transferred to the Swager branch's secret safe house. This secluded and secure location was specifically designed to protect special cases like Murakami. Inside the safe house, a medical team, comprised of top-tier doctors and nurses, was on standby, ready to provide comprehensive treatment and care for Murakami. They conducted a detailed examination of Murakami's body and developed a comprehensive treatment plan designed to help him recover and, to the greatest extent possible, restore his limb function. Murakami lay on a medical bed, connected to various vital monitoring devices. A hint of confusion and anxiety lingered in his eyes, but with the medical team's attentive care and Shina's encouragement, his expression gradually relaxed, and a glimmer of hope emerged in his heart. Shina sat by Murakami's bedside and whispered, Murakami, you're safe now. We will do everything we can to help you recover. Your wife and children are waiting for you, so please don't give up. Murakami nodded slightly, his voice weak but firm. I won't give up. Thank you. Without you, I don't know what I would have done. After Murakami was taken into care by the medical team, Tony prepared to leave. Shina walked him to the street intersection. Chapter 558. Inside the Swager branch's safe house, everything was calm. Murakami had received the necessary treatment and care, and his wife and children were out of danger. Swager would provide special care for the family, but Tony was not responsible for the rest. At this moment, Tony and Shina left the safe house. Tony had to leave, and Shina walked him to the intersection. On the way, Shina asked Tony about his next move. Shina turned to Tony, a hint of concern in her eyes. What are you going to do next? Tony pondered for a moment, then replied, I plan to go to Kansai. Didn't you say before that a new cult apostle was coming to Ria to support the cult's activities there? Sheena nodded and smiled. I'm glad you can go. I keep an eye on things in Tokyo. Tony chuckled. What a joke. I'm not a swagger. What do you mean by I keep an eye on? Well, I just rest up for a while, and leave in the next 2 days. He waved and was about to leave. Sheena suddenly brought up Tony's ability. Come to think of it, this is your second time using that ability. It looks so familiar to me. Tony immediately interrupted. Stop, stop, stop. You didn't see anything. This is the secret technique of the familiar hunters. You don't need to know more. Worried that Sheena would ask too many questions, he added, don't tell your colleagues, and don't mention it in the report. Sheena looked at Tony's nervous expression, and couldn't help laughing. Why are you so nervous? Well, can you tell me in private? She looked at Tony's face curiously, her eyes glittering with inquiry. Tony avoided Sheena's gaze. What's that? Sheena didn't give up, pressing on. Mr. Tony, are you the executioner? She had actually guessed it pretty close. Tony feigned confusion as he hurried away. Executioner? Go away, I can't hear you. His figure quickly disappeared around the corner of the street. Sheena stood there, watching Tony's retreating figure, a smile playing on her lips. She felt that Tony was indeed a reliable man. He must be the executioner. His abilities were very similar to those of Sakya, Nineveh, and the others, and Sheena had already seen them. Although he was always mysterious, he always stepped forward in critical moments. Tony's abilities and identity remained a mystery to Sheena, but she knew that in this world full of unknowns and dangers, having someone like Tony by her side was a blessing. She believed that no matter what Tony's past was, they would fight side by side for a common goal: to uncover the truth and uphold justice. During Shakia, Cheyenne, and Hayato's absence, a special trust and tacit understanding developed between Sheena and Tony. Soon after, Tony returned to his residence. Tony stepped through the threshold of his apartment, not stopping as he walked straight through the living room. He pulled a seemingly unassuming, yet highly customized, phone from his pocket. As he entered the room, his smartphone awoke, and with a tap, he was connected to Tessa. He walked and talked, finally settling down on the edge of the sofa. He leaned forward, his expression solemn, intently preparing to recount the day's events. Tessa, mission accomplished, target alive. Furthermore, the victim's family is safe and out of danger. He paused, his voice lowering. The monster caused casualties among several researchers in the Arasaka Biochemical Laboratory, but fortunately, no public areas were affected. On the other side of the screen, Tessa's face was serious and focused, hanging on every word. Well done, Tony. This is the best possible outcome. Her affirmation was tinged with a subtle sense of relief. As expected of you, Mr. Tony. The victim's survival will receive an additional bonus, Tessa's voice echoed with approval. Thank you. That's very important to me, Tony replied with a smile, mentally mulling over how to use the purification technique more effectively. Tessa changed the subject, her tone taking on a hint of mystery. There's new information, provided by Indra. It's related to the cult. It might interest you. Tony leaned forward slightly, motioning for her to continue. Go ahead. Remember those 2 cult apostles from Europe, who always follow you? They're planning to come to Ria and are expected to arrive at Narita Airport tomorrow night. I send you the flight number later. The information Tessa provided made the atmosphere in the room tense, though it wasn't surprising to Tony. After all, Sheena had already mentioned it, though not the exact location. Upon hearing this, Tony's eyes sharpened, revealing unquestionable determination. If they come, I have a plan. I can't keep being led around by the nose. This time, I'm going to take the initiative and catch them off guard. His words were concise and decisive. Clearly, Tony had grown weary of these 2 apostles, who followed him everywhere, and had been secretly plotting a countermeasure. After several days of reflection, he decided to adopt a more proactive strategy, to completely break free from this endless entanglement. Then I wish you good luck, Mr. Tony, Tessa encouraged Tony. In his residence, Tony carefully planned his next move. He decided to go to Narita Airport to deal with the 2 apostles before heading to Kansai. He knew this would be a battle not to be underestimated, so he needed to be in top condition. Tony quickly went to bed today, resting his energy for the next day's action. His sleep was deep and peaceful, untroubled by dreams, filled only with preparation for the challenges ahead. The next morning, Tony awoke in the morning light, quickly dressed, and prepared for his departure. After a hearty breakfast, he checked his gear, ensuring that all necessary supplies were in place. Then, he set off for Narita. The journey from Tokyo to Narita was only about an hour and a half, and Tony planned to use this time to rethink and refine his tactics. He knew that every detail could determine the outcome of a battle. Back in Narita, Cheyenne and Sakia received news from Nineveh and Team K at the same time Sheena informed Tony. They learned that apostles from other nations of the Order would also arrive in Ria, which undoubtedly increased their vigilance. On the day Tony left for Narita, Sakia, Cheyenne, and Hayato stood before a waterfall on the hill behind the dojo. The waterfall here was magnificent and powerful, its water cascading down from a great height with a deafening roar. Shakia took a deep breath, knowing that today would be a significant milestone in her training. She concentrated her mind, channeling all her strength into the tip of her blade. Cheyenne and Hayato watched nervously, knowing that Shakia was about to attempt what her master, Master Jinxie, had called the final stage. Shakia swung her blade. The movement seemed casual, but a dazzling burst of spirit-powered sword energy emanated from the blade. Like lightning, the energy sliced through the air, striking the rock face with a resounding bang. Immediately afterwards, a massive blast of energy blew violently towards the waterfall, actually carving a small slit in the water, though it only lasted a fraction of a second. Cheyenne and Hayato watched in amazement. Though brief, the achievement was already astonishing enough. Cheyenne recorded the entire process on her phone, recording Shakia's training achievements and sending it to Master Jinxie. However, Master Jinxie's response surprised everyone. Not quite yet. Sakia was a little unconvinced. She had already been able to create sword energy that could sever half a bamboo forest with a single strike, and even temporarily stun a stream. She thought to herself, is Master Jinxie teasing me? Chapter 559. Master Jinxie's video left both Shakia and Ziyuan lost in thought. In the video, Master Jinxie stood before an ordinary household faucet, waving his chopsticks in what appeared to be a simple gesture. But what happened next surprised Shakia. A nearly invisible sword energy emanated from the tip of the chopsticks, striking the stream of water gushing from the faucet. The sword energy didn't flash and disappear like Shakia's previous attack. Instead, it acted like an invisible blade, splitting the stream in two. The water split on either side of the sword energy, skirting the space between them, and continued on its own paths. Does it have to last that long? Shakia wondered. She watched the sword energy in the video linger for several seconds, until Master Jinxie lowered his chopsticks, and the streams rejoined. Ziyuan was also astonished. She knew Master Jinxie's demonstration was far more than just a display of technique. It was conveying a profound martial arts principle to Shakia. It's not just about the strength of the sword energy, but also about controlling it, Ziyuan explained softly. Standing before the waterfall, Sakia recalled the video of Master Jinxie, and a new understanding began to form within her. She knew that reaching that level required not only strength, but also the precise control of her inner spirit energy. Whether it was Nineveh or Master Jinxie, their control over their supernatural powers was exquisite. Sakia had only just reached this level, and now, Master Jinxie urged her to further improve. I understand. I try again. Sakia used the breathing technique again, channeling her energy. After half an hour, beads of sweat covered her forehead, and her breathing became rapid. Damn, I still can't even hold it for a second. Shakia understood the principle. It was similar to the shield she created to block a flash flood. But maintaining it required a long period of concentration. And being able to freely control this energy during an attack would require further training. Cheyenne noticed Shakia's condition and gently suggested, Shakia, you've done well. But maybe it's time to rest. Shakia nodded gently. She did need to put down her sword for a while to allow her body and mind to recover. Since there weren't any urgent missions lately, Shakia needed to find a balance between work and rest. Seeing this, Cheyenne offered a new suggestion. I just recently received word that some apostles from the cult are arriving through Narita Airport. I'm planning to take you on a patrol of the airport, just to relax. What? These weirdos are actually arriving by plane? Shakia was slightly taken aback. She had previously seen the apostle named Israfil during the battle in the rainforest. He was a male dragon man, who could also use certain supernatural powers, supposedly drawing on the power of his family. I thought they flew in directly. Maybe they're not that powerful, Cheyenne smiled. Patrolling the airport would not only relax her, but also be a new mission, albeit one with a less intense level. Good idea, Cheyenne. Shakia smiled. Let's see what these apostles are capable of. Good idea, Cheyenne. Shakia smiled. Let's see what these apostles are capable of. As the two of them headed for Narita Airport, Shakia's mood gradually relaxed. She knew this wasn't just a chance to relax, but also a stage to test the progress of her cultivation. She was filled with anticipation, yet also a touch of nervousness. After arriving at the airport, the two immediately began their patrol. Shakia's gaze swept through the crowd. The intelligence indicated the apostles' arrival time was a time frame, and Cheyenne and the others didn't know the exact time. Cheyenne hadn't stated that this patrol would necessarily target the apostles. They arrived, taken action, and it was possible to capture them later. Just then, the airport announcement announced the impending arrival of an international flight. Cheyenne and Shakia exchanged a glance, realizing this might be the flight carrying the apostles they were targeting. Shakia deployed her spirit-sensing net at the passenger arrival's exit. She knew that the apostles could disguise themselves, and as dragon men, they possessed the ability to hypnotize ordinary humans, making them appear indistinguishable from ordinary humans. It was impossible to identify the apostles based on their appearance. Cheyenne went to work with the airport security department, which she had prearranged, to spot-check the documents of arriving passengers. Soon, Shakia sensed something strange. She noticed an energy similar to her own intruding into her own sensory network. What's going on? Shakia looked around in confusion, trying to locate the source of the mysterious energy. Shakia's exceptional vision allowed her to spot a man with white hair and a red coat sitting in a waiting area on the other side of the arrival's exit, also looking in her direction. The man's eyes seemed to meet hers for a moment. Then, as if he too had noticed something was amiss, he stood up and prepared to leave. Sakya, feeling suspicious, followed him stealthily. She carefully kept her distance, her gaze fixed on the man with white hair and a red coat. She noticed his unusually steady steps, and as he moved through the crowd, he seemed to skillfully avoid being seen. As the man emerged from the airport hall, Sakya noticed he wasn't heading for any transportation, but instead, towards a secluded corner of the hall. Sakya's intuition told her that this man was likely one of the apostles they were looking for. She quickly informed Cheyenne via the communicator. Cheyenne, I spotted a suspicious individual and am following him. He's heading towards the work corridor at the airport exit. Cheyenne immediately responded, I'd be here to assist you. Be careful and don't act rashly. Sakya followed the man with white hair and a red coat closely. Her steps were light and swift, trying to stay within an undetectable distance. However, the man suddenly disappeared around a corner, seemingly blending into his surroundings. Shakia was startled to discover that her spirit-sensing network had also lost track of him. Such a sudden disappearance was practically impossible for Shakia, who was acutely aware of energy fluctuations. This immediately alerted her, certain that this man was no ordinary person. She quickened her pace, cautiously approaching the corner. However, just as she was about to turn the corner, something unexpected happened. A sword silently extended across Shakia's neck, its blade cold and sharp, pressing against her skin. Chapter 560. Kaya's heartbeat raced in her chest. Faced with the sudden threat, her fighting instincts were fully activated. The cold gleam of the sword reflected in her eyes, and every movement betrayed the strength of rigorous training. The man's surprise was quickly replaced by a thrill of battle. He nodded slightly, acknowledging Sakya's skill. Very well, you are indeed no ordinary opponent. A newfound respect lingered in his voice. Sakya wasted no time. Her body reacted swiftly, dodging the man's sword with a backflip and simultaneously launching a kick aimed directly at his vitals. The white-haired man in red, holding his greatsword in one hand, dodged Sakya's attack with a sidestep. His movements were fluid and natural, revealing his extensive combat experience and exceptional swordsmanship. Oh! The man noticed the golden glow at the tip of Sakya's toes, and a flicker of curiosity crossed his eyes. The golden glow seemed to indicate that Sakya was no ordinary warrior, but rather a being possessing special abilities. Sakya distanced herself, stood still, and adopted a boxing stance. Her gaze was determined, indicating she would not back down easily. Then let's see, your greatsword is more powerful, or my boxing is superior, Sakya responded, her voice full of challenge. Sakya's toes pressed forward again, her body spinning through the air. Each kick left a golden afterimage, like a meteor streaking across the night sky, beautiful and deadly. The man was Tony. A flicker of admiration flashed in his eyes, astonished by Sakya's abilities. He began to take this fight seriously, no longer holding back, brandishing his greatsword and engaging Sakya in a fierce clash. Sakya's fighting style resembled a meticulously choreographed dance, each punch and kick precise, agile, and deadly. Her movements were fluid and natural, as if fused with the surrounding air, each strike accompanied by a whistling sound, demonstrating her exceptional skill. Tony, acting as the executioner, wielded a great sword, using force to defeat subtlety, each strike imbued with power and speed. His swordplay was sweeping and powerful, attempting to control the situation with overwhelming force and suppress Sakiya's offensive. Generally speaking, a weapon would have a clear advantage against an unarmed opponent, but against Sakiya, this rule seemed to defy all expectations. Tony's exceptional kinetic vision allowed him to notice the golden energy swirling around Sakiya's fists and feet. This energy not only enhanced her attack power, but also extended her reach, as if her hands and feet were equipped with invisible swords. Just then, Cheyenne's voice broke the tense standoff. She rushed to the scene, and saw the man confronting Sakiya. She couldn't help but exclaim, "Mr. Tony, why are you here?" Tony's attention was momentarily distracted by his own name, but he quickly regained his composure. "It's me. Who are you? Why do you know me? Are you from the cult?" "Hello, Mr. Tony. Sheena from our branch has been under your care lately." Cheyenne stepped forward and shook Tony's hand. "I see. You're from Swagger's side." Tony sighed and shook Cheyenne's hand. It was clear that the woman before him was Sheena's superior. And the woman he was fighting. Tony glanced at Sakiya. Sakiya and Cheyenne exchanged glances, both surprised. Cheyenne introduced Tony to Sakiya. "He's a hunter from the familiar clan. He's taken care of Sheena several times in Tokyo." "I see. Thank you so much," Sakiya thanked Tony. Cheyenne asked if Tony was also tracking the apostles. Why was he fighting Sakiya here? "Sorry, I didn't ask any questions." Sakiya blushed, her cheeks flushing slightly, clearly ashamed of her own impulsiveness. Cheyenne and Sakiya introduced themselves. Tony looked at the girl with dark blue hair. This was the executor he heard Tessa talk about, Sakiya. Is this person among the executors? Tony was unsure. He was an executor himself, and he had some impression of past executors. However, perhaps due to the long journey through time, his memory was still hazy. For now, Tony decided to keep it a secret from the other party that he was also an executor. Tony noticed their confusion and explained, "I received word that 2 of the apostles, who have been pestering me, might be entering Narita Airport. I'm here to confirm their identities and stop them." Cheyenne nodded in understanding. "I see. We came to the airport for the same reason. It seems we share the same goal." Sakiya sheathed her knife and said to Tony, "Since we're both here to stop the apostles, there's no need for us to fight here. We can cooperate." Tony pondered for a moment, but hesitated to agree immediately. "Cooperation is a good option, but for now, I suggest we split up." The Dragonoid apostles were very shrewd. A single operation might be too ambitious. They should know the appearance of the key figures in Swagger, and Tony's appearance as well. As for what they looked like, Cheyenne and Sakiya had no idea. They could only rely on the executor's spirit-sensing ability to identify them by the life energy they emanated. The 3 of them hurried back to the terminal, only to find a strange atmosphere. As soon as they entered, they immediately noticed something was amiss. The normally bustling terminal was unusually quiet, a stark contrast to the airport's usual bustle. "Where are the people? Have all the flights ended for today?" "It shouldn't be so quiet," Sakiya whispered, a hint of confusion in her voice. Cheyenne looked around, her intuition telling her that the silence might be hiding something unusual. "No, it's not because the flights have ended. I sense something's amiss." Tony nodded, his eyes sharp as he scanned the terminal for any signs of abnormality. "I feel the same way. We need to be careful. This might be a deliberate attempt by the apostles to conceal themselves." "Do the apostles have this ability?" Sakiya blinked. This Tony seemed quite knowledgeable about the apostles. The 3 began to disperse within the terminal, maintaining sight and communication range for mutual support. Tony quietly closed his eyes, concentrated, and began to sense the life energy emanating from his surroundings. His spirit-sensing ability allowed him to detect energy fluctuations imperceptible to ordinary people. Shiwan observed the surroundings, searching for any possible clues. They knew the apostles might have employed some form of disguise, so they couldn't judge based solely on appearances. At that moment, Tony's brow furrowed. He sensed a familiar smell in this space. "Found it." Tony, without calling Sakiya and Shiwan, simply climbed over the security checkpoint and ran deeper into the airport. "Hello, Mr. Tony?" Sakiya noticed Tony's actions and wanted to remind him not to be so conspicuous. But soon, Sakiya realized something as well. She hurried after Tony, with Shiwan close behind. Chapter 561. Tony's footsteps echoed through the corridors of the terminal, his figure gathering speed as he pursued. However, as he passed through a seemingly ordinary door, he unexpectedly stepped into a strange dimension utterly alien to the real world. What? Tony felt a flash before his eyes, and then he was transported to a new scene. This was a trick by the cult's apostles. He knew it, having experienced it once before. That was the first time he was entangled by an apostle. Here, without the hustle and bustle of an airport, replaced by an ancient and solemn atmosphere, he found himself in the hall of an ancient colosseum, surrounded by towering stone pillars, their surfaces deeply etched by the erosion of time. The cracks and crumbling stones on the walls spoke of the vicissitudes of time. He stood like the interior of a towering castle, its emptiness and silence imbued with an indescribable sense of oppression. Moonlight streamed in from a high opening, its silvery glow casting long shadows on the stone pillars and walls, shrouding this mysterious place in a veil of mystery. Stop playing tricks. Come find me if you need me, Tony shouted, but no one responded. He kept moving forward. In this timeless space, Tony felt an unusual force coursing through the air. He knew this wasn't accidental, but rather a force that had brought him here. Perhaps it was fate, or perhaps it was a prelude to the unknown challenges ahead. What are you up to, you treacherous villains? Tony continued along the road, crossing a suspended bridge and arriving at a wide square. It looked more like the top of a tower than a square. The space atop the tower, illuminated by the moonlight, seemed particularly mysterious. A figure sat on a classical chair in the center. His silver hair gleamed softly in the moonlight, and his blue coat stood in stark contrast to the ancient surroundings. This figure seemed to blend seamlessly into the place, giving the illusion that he had been waiting for countless centuries. Is there someone? Tony asked, puzzled. He took 2 steps forward when he suddenly heard a crashing sound behind him. Turning, he saw the path he had come from had vanished, replaced by a rolling sea of clouds. Tony's footsteps echoed softly on the cold stone slabs. As he drew closer, his voice trembled with uncertainty. Nero? Nero Angelo, is that you? As the distance closed, Tony could finally see the man's face clearly. The silver-haired, blue-clad man slowly turned. His features bore a striking resemblance to Tony's, though a bit younger. His piercing eyes seemed to see through the human heart, revealing a power that could not be ignored. Long time no see, brother. How long has it been since we arrived in this era? Nero's voice held a hint of cynicism, yet it also concealed deep emotion. Tony stared at his brother, a mixture of excitement and wariness. He didn't approach immediately, but instead maintained a distance, observing Nero's every movement. His intuition told him that this situation was too strange and required caution. This situation is very unusual, Nero. Tony's voice was low, revealing his alarm. Your sudden appearance has made me suspicious. Nero smiled faintly, seemingly unfazed by Tony's caution. I understand your concerns, brother. But rest assured, I mean no harm. I simply been searching for you, and I didn't expect to meet you here again. Tony gripped his great sword tightly. He knew that regardless of whether the man before him was the real Nero, he had to be prepared for anything. His gaze locked with Nero, searching for any possible flaw. Then, let's prove your identity. Tony slowly raised his great sword, the tip pointing towards Nero. If you are truly my brother, you should understand why I must do this. Nero nodded, a flicker of admiration in his eyes. Very good, brother. You're always so cautious. Come, let's resolve this question the way of the executioners. The 2 men faced off in the moonlight atop the tower, a battle between brothers about to begin. Nero nodded slightly, a powerful aura emanating from his body, clearly an exceptionally powerful executioner. The air between the 2 seemed to freeze in that moment, and then the battle began. Under the moonlight atop the tower, Tony and Nero's duel was like a meticulously choreographed dance, each movement imbued with power and beauty. Nero wielded a long sword shaped like a Riyah sword. His stance and grip betrayed a fighting style distinct from Tony's. Nero's swordplay was agile and graceful. Each swing seemed to carve invisible ripples in the air. Blade energy emerged from thin air, swirling and dancing around his body like a ghost in the moonlight. This energy not only increased his attack range, but also made his attacks even more unpredictable. Tony, facing his brother's onslaught, did not flinch. He gripped his greatsword tightly, responding to Nero's every blow with force and speed. Tony's swordplay was vigorous and powerful, each swing carrying a piercing sound. His sword energy collided with Nero's in the air, sparking dazzling sparks. The 2's battle was like a dance, their figures intertwined in the moonlight, each encounter a harmonious yet shrouded in murderous intent. Nero's longsword spun like a silver snake, weaving through the air, while Tony's greatsword swooped down like a tiger, unstoppable. As the battle progressed, Tony gradually adapted to Nero's rhythm, anticipating his attacks, and finding opportunities to counterattack. Nero, in turn, sensed his brother's strength and determination, a flicker of admiration in his eyes, clearly recognizing Tony's prowess. As the fight progressed, Tony gradually sensed a familiarity in his brother's strength and technique. The rhythm of their battle, their attack patterns, even the subtlest movements, convinced him that the man before him was indeed his younger brother, Nero. "Brother, your strength is truly remarkable." Nero, after one attack, leaped back slightly, maintaining a distance from Tony. Tony caught his breath, a hint of relief in his eyes. "You're not bad, Nero. Your swordsmanship is truly eye-opening." Finally, they both stepped back, maintaining a distance as they examined each other. Tony sheathed his great sword, his breathing slightly rapid, but a hint of relief in his eyes. "You're indeed Nero. My feeling wasn't wrong." Nero smiled, knowing he passed Tony's test. "It seems, brother, you're still as sharp as ever. Want to come with me, brother?" Nero extended his hand, inviting Tony. "Go." "Where to?" Tony asked, puzzled. Chapter 562. After confirming that the silver-haired, blue-clad figure before him was his younger brother, Nero, Tony felt a complex mix of emotions. He felt relieved, yet also a tinge of doubt. Reassured that his years of searching had finally yielded results. Doubtful that his brother's appearance didn't seem accidental. "Brother, now that we've been reunited, I hope you can join me." Nero's voice held a hint of anticipation. Tony frowned, knowing he still had a mission to complete and couldn't leave easily. "Nero, I'm glad to meet you, but I have a mission to complete. I can't just leave with you." Nero's eyes flashed with an eagerness. "I understand your concerns, but this matter is extremely important. Since I arrived in this era, I come across the truth behind Project Flashpoint. This concerns the future of all of us." Tony's eyes immediately grew serious at the mention of Project Flashpoint. He had always thought that Project Flashpoint was a plan for humanity to survive and fight back against the families. What truth or falsehood was there in that? Tony was a little confused. Flashpoint? The truth? I arrived in this era 2 years ago. In Gale Country, I met 2 old acquaintances. From them, I learned some of the details behind Flashpoint. Nero thought for a moment and said, "Old acquaintances. Are they from Swager?" Tony tilted his head and looked at his brother. He knew the general structure of the Swager organization, and that it was created by the descendants of some people from his own era and Jinxie, the executor who first arrived in this era. "Not really. Anyway, brother, I hope if you have time, you can come with me to Gale Country to take a look," Nero said to Tony earnestly. "Okay. Fine, wait until I finish this batch of work," Tony said, scratching his head. "It seems we all have our own tasks now. So Nero, what's going on here? Please keep it a secret." "What? So secretive?" Tony felt as if his brother was hiding something from him. As Tony and Nero were about to exchange information about Project Flashpoint, a figure descended from the sky, shattering the tranquility of the tower. It was Sakiel, one of the apostles of the Order of the Stars, and one of the targets they were searching for at the airport. His appearance surprised and alarmed Tony. Just as Tony was about to tell his brother to stay away from the apostle, he was surprised to see the apostle and his brother Nero smile at each other, as if they had some kind of tacit understanding. Tony's hand unconsciously rested on the hilt of his sword, a surge of unease and confusion welling up in his heart. "Nero, tell me what's going on." Tony's voice was tinged with urgency, realizing his brother might be collaborating with the apostle. Apostle Sakiel looked at Tony, a smug smile playing on his face. "Since you're so stubborn, we had no choice but to turn to your brother. He's a fellow executor, and a reasonable person." Tony hadn't expected the cult to go after his brother first. He knew Nero was kind-hearted, but he wasn't familiar with the world, and he wondered what tactics the cult had used to persuade him. Nero looked at Tony, a firm look in his eyes. "Brother, I acted with them based on my own judgment. I hope you won't interfere with their actions this time. We met today just to say hello. To let you know I'm fine." Sakiel also issued a final warning to Tony. "Tony, do not interfere with the cult's operations in Ria again. We know you won't give up easily, so this time we simply played along and brought your brother along." Tony felt an unprecedented sense of crisis. He hadn't expected his beloved brother to side with the enemy. He took a deep breath, trying to calm himself. "Nero, are you sure you understand these people's true motives? They're not pure." Nero nodded. "I understand, brother. But I believe I can make the right choice." Tony looked at his brother, his heart filled with conflict and struggle. He knew he couldn't give up easily, But at the same time, he didn't want to become his brother's enemy. He had to find a way to expose the cult's conspiracy without harming Nero. He saw Nero wink at him quickly. So far, Nero had only mentioned acquaintances in Gale Nation. The cult definitely wasn't one of them. Perhaps his brother was conducting some kind of undercover mission? Tony suddenly realized this. Okay, Nero, Tony said slowly. I won't give up easily, but I won't be your enemy either. I find out the truth, and hopefully you be on the right side then. Sakir sneered, seemingly unconcerned with Tony's words. Then let's see who's right. Today, let this be your final warning. With that, Sakir turned and gestured to Nero. Nero drew his sword and made the sign of the cross before him, which opened a portal, and the two prepared to depart. Before leaving, Nero turned back and gave Tony a deep look, his eyes filled with mixed emotions. Tony stood atop the tower, watching his brother and the apostle leave. He knew that this struggle had only just begun. Cheyenne and Shakia followed Tony's lead through the airport exit corridor. However, as they passed through the automatic doors, Tony had vanished without a trace. They stood amidst the bustling crowd, surrounded by a constant stream of passengers and busy staff. That agonizing feeling just now is gone? Sakia glanced around, a hint of confusion in her voice. She felt her senses returning to normal, the surroundings once again becoming vivid and vibrant. Cheyenne also sensed this change, her eyes gleaming with alarm. Indeed, we may have been attacked in some way. The apostles may have used some power to trap us in this strange, deserted space. Sakia clenched her fists, a hint of anger rising in her. How dare they use their power here, and even separate us from Tony? Cheyenne quickly analyzed the situation. This could be their strategy, to weaken us by separating us. We must find Tony immediately, and ensure his safety. The two began searching the crowd for any sign of Tony, keeping an eye out for any signs of anomalies. Cheyenne, drawing on her experience and intuition, observed the surrounding passengers, searching for clues. Sakia, on the other hand, used her spirit-sensing abilities to try to detect any traces of energy left by Tony. Cheyenne nodded. All right, we split up, but stay in touch. Notify each other immediately if we find anything. Just then, Sakia's spirit-sensing ability picked up a strange energy fluctuation. This didn't seem like Tony. Then there was only one possibility. It was the fluctuation coming from the apostle. Chapter 563. Sakia stood amidst the bustling crowd at the airport. Her senses were exceptionally sharp, capable of picking up subtle fluctuations imperceptible to ordinary people. These fluctuations moved closer and farther, constantly shifting positions, as if guiding her to some unknown destination. Her intuition told her that this was a challenge from the apostles of the order. A spiritual battle had begun. She quickly turned on her communicator and informed Cheyenne of the situation. Cheyenne, I can sense the presence of the cult's apostles. They seem to be leading me somewhere. Cheyenne's voice immediately responded, Shakia, this sounds like a trap. I go with you. Shakia was silent for a moment, then said firmly, No, Cheyenne. I think you should stay here. Let me go meet this apostle alone. If we go together, we might play into their hands. Although Cheyenne was worried, she knew Shakia's strength should not be underestimated, and she had absolute trust in her judgment. I understand, Shakia. Be careful. If anything goes wrong, notify me immediately. The cult's apostles were also capable of using supernatural powers. Ordinary people were no match for them. Cheyenne knew her own strength. Shakia said in a relaxed tone, I will. Don't worry, I won't act rashly. After ending the call, Shakia took a deep breath, adjusted herself, and prepared for the upcoming challenge. She knew this would be a battle that would test her wisdom and strength. She closed her eyes, concentrated her mind, and allowed her spirit-sensing abilities to reach their peak, beginning to track the source of the fluctuations. As Shakia moved, she gradually moved away from the crowd, heading towards a secluded corner of the airport. Her steps were firm and confident, and despite facing an unknown enemy, she held no fear. Cheyenne quietly observed Shakia's departure from a distance, her heart filled with worry, yet also with pride in her courage and strength. She stood ready to rush to her aid at the first sign from Shakia. Shakia's pursuit eventually led her to a cargo loading area in the airport parking lot. It was relatively quiet, with only a few staff members busy at work. She stopped and looked around, searching for any trace of the apostle. Suddenly, from Shakia's perspective, the staff members vanished. At the same moment, a female voice rang from behind her. You're here, Shakia. I've been waiting for you. Realizing she had been drawn into this strange dimension once again, Shakia quickly turned and faced the voice's owner. As she faced the suddenly appearing woman, Her voice exuded a power that could not be underestimated. I'm here. I'm Sakia of Swager. Tell me your name. You're one of the apostles of the Order of the Stars, right? Sakia's tone was firm, her manner neither arrogant nor timid, revealing the demeanor of an executor. The woman's voice held a hint of admiration, as expected of an executor who has faced Israfil. You're quite spirited, and I admire you. She wore a black suit and glasses, looking like a professional woman. However, as she finished her words, her disguise dropped, revealing her true identity. Her appearance changed. Gone were the black suit and glasses, replaced by a white-scaled figure. Her long, lavender hair flowed gently, shimmering with a mysterious light. Her face, pure and enchanting, contrasted sharply with Alshua's black scales, showcasing the unique charm of the dragon race. I am Shamshil, one of the apostles. Thank you for your guidance, as we meet for the first time. Shamshil's voice was soft and confident. She bowed slightly in respect to Shakia. Shakia observed Shamshil warily, knowing that the apostle before her was no ordinary person. Shamshil, what is your purpose in bringing me here? Shakia asked, her body slightly tense, ready for a possible fight. Shamshil smiled softly, her eyes gleaming with wisdom. I simply wish to witness the strength of the executor capable of standing up to Israfil. Furthermore, I hope we can have a pleasant exchange. Sakia remained vigilant, knowing this exchange might not be simple. I doubt the apostles of the order have any good intentions. If you desire a fight, then proceed. I will not back down. Shamshil waved a hand, signaling peace. Fighting is not the purpose of my visit. I rather wish to understand you and Swager. After all, we may cross paths again in the future. Sakia remained silent for a moment, her gaze fixed on Shamshil, trying to discern her true intentions from her words and actions. I will believe you for now, but I will not let my guard down. What do you wish to discuss? Shamshil stepped closer, her voice low and sincere. I want to understand your true reasons for opposing the order, and your views on Project Flashpoint. Perhaps we can find common ground. Sakia and Shamshil's confrontation unfolded quietly in the loading and unloading area of the airport's parking lot. What's there to talk about? I witnessed the Master's cruel human experiments, and from then on, I realized the Star Order wasn't worth talking to. Sakia, not expecting this guy to lure her here just to chat, felt a touch of disappointment. I apologized to the Master. I think his name is Antori, right? He apologizes for his actions. In the airport's cargo loading area, the dim warehouse lit only by scattered lights and the occasional roar of machinery, adding a touch of mystery and tension to the confrontation between Sakia and Shamshil. What's there to talk about? I witnessed the Master's cruel human experiments. From that moment on, I realized the Order of the Stars wasn't worth talking to. Sakia's voice was firm and uncompromising, her eyes fixed on Shamshil, fearless. Shamshil didn't seem surprised by Sakia's attitude. She sighed softly. I apologized to the Master. I think his name is Antori, right? He's acting the way he did. There was a hint of sincerity in her tone, but Sakia knew that this apology wouldn't change anything. I understand your feelings, Shamshil said. But Miss Sakia, the situation at the cult's branches around the world is complex and ever-changing, and each apostle's responsibilities vary. The Star Cult, concerned for humanity's future, is also serious about this. But compared to the Swarovski system, our approach is different. We're exploring another possibility. Sakia sneered, that proves your organization can't even move forward and retreat in unison. Every apostle in the cult has his own philosophies and methods. Antori's approach is indeed unacceptable, but that doesn't mean the entire cult is like that. Shamshil paced around Sakia. We're not an army, and we don't have strict discipline. We welcome anyone who believes in our teachings and joins us, and we don't keep anyone who leaves. I see they're quite skilled at mind control. I have plenty of evidence. Sakia didn't listen to her nonsense. Chapter 564. Shamshir continued, I must also tell you that Tony, who was with you earlier, is also an executor. You are essentially the same kind. This news suddenly dawned on Shakia. She finally understood why Tony had seemed so powerful in battle, and his energy fluctuations gave her an inexplicable sense of familiarity. Why are you telling me this? Shakia asked, a hint of confusion in her voice. Shamshir smiled faintly, her expression revealing an elusive depth. Because I believe that even between opposing sides, we can find common understanding. We, the Order of the Stars, are not as monolithic as you imagine. There are also those among us who seek peace and hope to resolve issues through dialogue. Did you say something similar to Tony? Shakia put her hands in her pockets, remembering Tony's earlier mention of his purpose for coming to Narita Airport. Indeed, unfortunately Mr. Tony is a stubborn man. He's never acknowledged us. However, I can tell you that Mr. Tony's brother, also an executor, named Nero, has joined us. Shamshell's revelation caused Sakia's eyes to widen. An executor actually sided with the order. What are you talking about? Sakia was shocked. Mr. Tony is probably catching up with his brother right now. You can ask Mr. Tony later. Shamhel smiled at Sakia. Shamhel extended his hand, as if inviting Sakia to join a broader world. Together, we can create a world without pain and war. You can be one of the builders of this new world. Sakia wasn't buying it. A hint of sarcasm lingered in her tone. Your actions, no matter how noble they are presented, can't conceal their true nature. In Nara, my companion sabotaged your operation. You talk nice things, but you're always stirring up trouble. If you were truly so peaceful, why would you use mind control devices on the people? Shamshel didn't give up. She continued to persuade, claiming that time was running out and the families were pressing. This was also to save more people. Sakia remained unwavering in the face of Shamshel's persuasion. Her attitude was firm, and her eyes revealed an unquestionable determination. After Shamshel's words, Sakia didn't respond immediately. Instead, she countered with a firm, clear voice, filled with questioning and defiance. Let me ask you, Shamhel. You come to Ria to support your comrades, right? What exactly are you planning to do? Sakia's question cut to the heart of the matter. She wouldn't accept any explanations or excuses from Shamhel. She needed a clear answer, the true purpose of the apostle's visit to Ria. Shamhel was taken aback, clearly not expecting such a direct question from Sakia. A flicker of hesitation crossed her eyes, but she quickly regained her composure and replied, We are indeed coming to Ria to support our comrades. I can't reveal the details of our plan, but please know that our goal is to achieve a more harmonious world. Sakia remained unmoved, her question sharpening. A harmonious world? By what means? Through human experiments like Entorios? Or by buying off and controlling the people like the Arasaka group? Sakia's questioning seemed to overwhelm Shamhel, her voice beginning to weaken. Miss Sakia, I understand your concerns. But please understand, not all of us apostles agree with that approach. Sakia's response didn't let Shamshel's guard down. She pressed on. So, how do you plan to achieve this goal? Through peaceful means, or through violence and control? Shamhel remained silent, knowing that Sakia wouldn't be easily persuaded. Each of Sakia's questions was like a hammer, hammering down Shamshel's excuses, and making it difficult for her to respond. Shamshel's questions weren't just a challenge to Shamhel, they were a testament to her own convictions. She wouldn't accept any vague explanations. She demanded clear answers, otherwise, they would be dismissed as sophistry. Shamhel maintained her harmless smile in the face of Sakia's aggressive questioning, like an unchanging mask concealing her true emotions. Her demeanor remained composed, seemingly unfazed by Sakia's provocations. However, Sakia wasn't fooled by her composure. Her sharp eyes saw the biggest flaw in this so-called negotiation. A hint of sneer etched in her voice, she directly exposed Shamter's facade. If this were a truly sincere negotiation, why would you use the apostle's supernatural powers to confine me in such a strange dimension? A golden energy surged from Sakia's palm. Immediately, the space around her seemed to tremble, creating a strange crack. This crack suddenly appeared around Sakia's palm. Unfortunately, it's useless against the power of the spirit. Shamshel's eyes finally flickered with surprise, knowing her plan had been discovered. She sighed softly and admitted her actions with a smile. Haha, you discovered it, Miss Shakia. This is my familiar's power, the threshold space. Bringing you here may be a bit presumptuous, but since you're a powerful executor, we're also concerned about your safety. Shakia wasn't impressed, her expression revealing clear distrust. Safety? Or are you simply trying to control the conversation, so I can't refuse your proposal? Suddenly, as if receiving a message, Shamhel tilted her head and looked away. But after only a few seconds, she looked back at Shakia, spread her hands, and smiled with a hint of resignation. I understand your concerns, Miss Shakia. But please believe me, I mean no harm. The liminal space is merely to ensure that our conversation is not disturbed by outside forces. Shakia remained unmoved, her response firm and clear. No matter your intentions, I will not bend to your will here. My convictions and resolve cannot be constrained by any space or force. Shamhel observed Shakia's unwavering attitude, knowing that no amount of words could change her decision. She bowed slightly as a gesture of respect. I respect your choice, Miss Shakia. The liminal space will soon be lifted, and you are free to leave. As Shamhel finished her words, the The strange space around them began to dissipate, and the scene of the airport cargo loading and unloading area reappeared in Shakia's vision. However, the apostle seemed to be left alone in the space created by that power. "Hey! Don't run!" Shakia rushed towards where the apostle stood, but encountered nothing. It looked like the two dimensions had become disjointed. Thank you for listening to me for so long. I must be leaving now," Apostle Shamshel said, waving goodbye to Shakia through the gap in space. Shakia returned to the loading and unloading area of the parking lot. The staff around her were still moving around normally. It looked like the apostle had escaped. Now all we had to do was reunite with Cheyenne and Tony and exchange information. Chapter 565. Amid the bustle and clamor of Narita Airport, in a lounge, Sakia, Cheyenne, and Tony sat together, exchanging information. "That apostle told you I'm also an executor, right? Well, there's no need to hide it. However, I'm currently operating as a bounty hunter and have no plans to join any organization. Please understand," Tony said to Cheyenne. Cheyenne and her group, the Swager group, were hoping to gather all the executors. "I see. I understand." Cheyenne wasn't rushing Tony into joining the Swager group. "It's regrettable, but we won't force anyone. Otherwise, it would be no different from a cult." "That's good. Thank you for your understanding, Miss Cheyenne. My primary goal now is to find my brother." Surrounded by the hurried passengers and the roaring announcements, the three of them seemed blocked out by the soundproof walls. Their attention was completely focused on the challenge they were about to face. "Come to think of it, I didn't expect you encounter them too." Tony stared at Sakia, a complicated expression on his face. "And they persuaded you." "Indeed, it seems each of their apostles has their own philosophies." Sakia recalled Shamshiel's rhetoric. "But their goals are all the same, so it's impossible for us to cooperate with them." Cheyenne heard what the female apostle Sakia had encountered said. Tony and Sakia both nodded. It seemed they shared the same ideologies, aware of the loopholes in the apostle's rhetoric. "So, it seems she told me all this just to buy time for that Sakir," Sakia concluded. "They're still very wary of the executors. They're aware of their own combat capabilities. They can't stand up to us alone." Tony smiled. "But they say there's an executor on their side. And that person, I know. It's my brother." Tony's expression was a little complicated. Cheyenne's voice was calm and powerful. "Tony, we learned your brother was taken by Tsakiel. This undoubtedly puts you in a difficult position." Tony's fingers unconsciously clenched into fists, his knuckles pale from the strain. But he didn't express any further emotion. A conflict flickered in his eyes, a mixture of concern for his brother and determination for the coming battle. "I know, but we must stop the cult's plan. My brother's affairs. I take care of them." There was a hint of hoarseness in his voice, but every word was remarkably firm. "Well, we all trust you, Mr. Tony." Cheyenne listened quietly, her hands rapidly typing on her laptop, pulling up a map of Narita City and key locations. Her eyes were focused and calm as she analyzed the possible courses of action. "Based on the intelligence we currently have, the cult's pattern of action and purpose remain unclear, but we cannot afford to be complacent." Tony stood up, his figure remarkably resolute under the light. He nodded, his voice calm and clear. "Next, I will travel to Nara as planned. Ms. Sheena from your Tokyo branch has shared relevant intelligence with me, and there may be more clues about the cult there. Sakia, Cheyenne, Narita City is in your care." His words were free of unnecessary emotion, only a calm commitment to the mission. Cheyenne gently closed her laptop, her eyes revealing a resolute look. "We find the cult's hideout, and keep an eye out for any clues about your brother." Her voice held an unwavering resolve, indicating she was ready for the challenge ahead. "Don't worry. If everything is confirmed to be fine in Narita, we rush to your side if needed. Miss Nineveh and the others are still on a mission in Nara. Perhaps you run into them?" Shakia gestured to Tony. "Perhaps, but don't expect me to coordinate perfectly." Tony shouldered his guitar case, which contained his great sword and other weapons. He had used a mechanical disguise on the case, so the security scan would reveal it as nothing more than a musical instrument. "I wish you all the best." Cheyenne also stood up and said goodbye to Tony. With the action plan finalized, the three of them headed to their respective mission areas. Shakia and Cheyenne remained in Narita City, using their own abilities and resources for search and surveillance. While Sakia was training early in the morning, her spirit-sensing abilities would help them locate any unusual energy fluctuations in the city, while Cheyenne's intelligence analysis skills would provide them with crucial clues. Tony boarded a plane for Nara. At about the same time Tony's plane took off, a black sedan quietly pulled off the Narita Expressway. This was the car prepared by the order, carrying the apostles Sakiel, Shamshiel, and Nero, speeding along the highway to Nara. Sakiel leaned back in the back seat, his fingers tapping unconsciously on the edge of the window, each tap a test of the silence within. "We given Tony and the Swagers a little warning. Our goal has been achieved. A decisive victory." There was a hint of contempt in his tone, as if he had already dismissed his opponent's threat. Shamshiel sat quietly in the seat opposite him, her glasses glinting in the dim car lights. She sighed softly, seeming somewhat unconvinced by Sakir's confidence. "It's best not to underestimate the executors. Our mission has just begun, and Nara City will be our next stage of action." Her voice was calm and firm, revealing a thoughtfulness unlike Sakir's. "Tony, and the executor in Nara, and Sakia, they probably all gathered together." Sakir smiled, as if he knew what would happen to their advantage if so many executors gathered. Could he be trying to persuade them to join again? Israfil said that the executor in Nara was a woman named Nineveh, whom he had previously tried to persuade but failed. He was undoubtedly defeated by Nineveh again this time, Shamshiel said. "That Sakia you met earlier, and Nineveh, don't seem to have their root cubes with them. Those executors who joined Swager must have had their root cubes taken care of. This means their strength is compromised," Sakir said, glancing at Nero. "Indeed, executors are at their strongest when their root cubes are close together. And Swager, I heard they're putting their root cubes together to attract their families to New Spring and Autumn City for easier attack," Nero replied, stroking his long sword. "It's a shame. With executors like us arriving earlier, the families might run loose. With you here, our cult's work can be carried out safely, Nero. It's all thanks to you." Sakir looked at Nero with admiration. "But don't forget my brother. His great sword, like my sword, is a container for storing root cubes. That's why we both carry our own weapons at all times. They're like a part of our bodies. Well, we need to seize this opportunity. It's best to defeat the other executors first. Once your brother shows up, we find a way to hold him back," Shamshiel added. Nero nodded, appearing confident. Chapter 566. Under the Nara night, the lights in Team K's temporary office remained bright. Nineveh and her team members were working closely with local police to uncover evidence of corruption against Councilman Hachiro Kono. Although the recordings Xiao Wu had collected during her undercover investigation revealed clues that Hachiro Kono was colluding with the cult, these were insufficient to serve as direct evidence in court. Nineveh sat in her office, her brow furrowed, her gaze shifting between the record player and a pile of documents. A hint of frustration lingered in her voice. While these recordings are helpful in understanding the situation, the court requires direct evidence. Old K, sorting through documents, his eyes determined and his voice calm, said, "We must find stronger evidence directly pointing to Hachiro Kono's bribery." His hand gently glided over each document, searching for a possible breakthrough. Police Representative Inspector Yamada stood nearby, his tone firm. "We apply for a search warrant and conduct a thorough search of Takano Hachiro's residence and office. We need to find account books, bank transfer records, or any other documents that could serve as direct evidence." Xiao Wu is also working hard, using her special abilities to assist the police and Team K in gathering intelligence. Determination gleamed in her eyes. "I closely monitor Takano Hachiro's every move. If I have access to his personal space, perhaps I can find the evidence we need." Naiwei smiled wryly and patted Xiao Wu's shoulder. "Unfortunately, Xiao Wu's supernatural powers can't be used as evidence in court. Xiao Wu, you should get some rest." Xiao Wu pouted. "Oh, what a hassle." Old K made a cup of coffee and seemed confident. "Now we just have to wait and see what the police say. The things we found earlier in the cult's secret warehouse are pretty strong evidence." A few days later, the police finally made a breakthrough. During a local educational institution's investigation into Hachiro Kono, they discovered secret documents documenting the financial transactions between Kono Hachiro and the cult, the amount of money being shocking. Inspector Yamada walked into the conference room, a document in hand. "A search warrant has been issued. We can search Kono Hachiro's home and office at any time." Old K excitedly stood up and called the team members to action. "We've finally been waiting for this." The group moved quickly, dividing into small groups and heading to Kono Hachiro's office and home. Nineveh and Old K led one group to his office, while the police took charge of his home. In Kono Hachiro's office, Nineveh and Old K began a thorough search. They carefully opened every drawer and checked every filing cabinet, leaving no place where evidence might be hidden. In a hidden safe, Nineveh and Old K discovered key documents documenting Kono Hachiro's secret dealings and financial transactions with the cult. Nineveh's eyes gleamed with triumph. This is what we're looking for. Meanwhile, the police also made a discovery at Kono Hachiro's residence. They found several hidden electronic devices containing records of Kono Hachiro's communications and evidence of his dealings with cult members. With direct evidence obtained, Team K and the police began preparing to arrest Hachiro Kono. Nineveh and Old K returned to the temporary office, concerned about the legacy plan mentioned repeatedly in the records of Hachiro Kono's dealings with the cult. It mentioned Hachiro's plan to privately open several tumulus sites in the Nara area for excavation by the cult. Tomb? Nineveh pondered. Could it be? Old K checked the document bag, confirming the information. A tumulus from the Kofun period. Tombs from the Kofun period of the Rya Kingdom are found throughout the country, practically covering the entire territory of Rya, with the exception of Hokkaido. These tumulus sites were centered in the Denki-nai region, present-day Kyoto and Nara, extending from Fukushima Prefecture in the north to Kumamoto and Oita prefectures in the south. Among these, some well-known tumulus sites are as follows. Hashimura Kofun. Located in Sakurai City, Nara Prefecture, this tumulus is one of the largest early tumulus mounds, with a burial mound measuring 280 meters long. It is speculated to be the tomb of Hirokihime no Mikoto, the daughter of the 7th Emperor Koryai. The Yonagimoto Tumulus Group, located in Tenri City, Nara Prefecture, includes the Shibuya Mikuyama Tumulus, the largest of the early period, which is approximately 310 meters long and is believed to be the mausoleum of the 12th Emperor Kikyu. The Kurizuka Tumulus, also located in Yonagimoto-cho, Tenri City, Nara Prefecture, is a large, front, rear-round tumulus from the early Kofun period. Part of the surrounding moat remains, and numerous important artifacts have been unearthed from the burial chamber. These tumulus mounds not only reflect the funeral customs and religious beliefs of the time, but also the existence of the Yamato regime and its cultural exchanges with mainland China. With the advancement of archaeological research, more tumulus sites are being discovered and studied, providing valuable information for understanding the history of the Kofun period. The first ancient tomb the cult planned to rob, approved by Hachiro Kono, was the Hashira Tumulus. Judging by the date, it was last month, so perhaps the cult's tomb robbers were already on the move. What's the purpose of these ancient tombs in the kingdom of Paria? Operator J asked curiously. Treasure hunt? They're quite common, Operator D smiled. Xiao Wu, do you have any ideas? Nineveh decided to consult Xiao Wu, the little land deity, on this matter. She gave Xiao Wu her spirit energy, allowing her to materialize before the group. Let me see. Xiao Wu took the map and examined the locations of the ancient tombs. Her large eyes sparkled with curiosity and confusion. What is the cult trying to do by robbing these tombs? What treasures are there that they covet? Nineveh and Old K exchanged glances. They knew there might be a greater secret hidden behind this. We need to investigate further, Nineveh said. These ancient tombs may not only bear witness to history, but may also hold the key to the cult's plans. Xiao Wu stood in Team K's makeshift office, a hint of worry in her eyes, for she knew the secrets sealed within the ancient tombs could have dire consequences. My mother has told me about these ancient tombs. Xiao Wu explained, her voice tinged with seriousness. They aren't just the tombs of ancient nobles. They contain secret techniques and instruments mastered by the ancients to communicate with nature spirits like us. Nineveh listened intently. As an executor and a natural priestess, she could communicate with nature spirits like Xiao Wu. She realized that if these techniques and instruments fell into the hands of the cult, the consequences would be disastrous. The ancients believed that through these techniques and instruments, they could harness the power of nature spirits, protect their people, and even influence natural phenomena. Xiao Wu continued, her fingers gently touching the location of the ancient tombs on the map. Old K frowned, knowing that if the power of these artifacts were misused, it could cause great chaos. If the cult obtains these secrets and artifacts, they might try to control the forces of nature, or even use them for nefarious purposes. Nineveh nodded, her voice firm and powerful. We can't let that happen. We must protect these ancient tombs, and ensure that the secrets and artifacts are not exploited by the cult. Team K sprang into action, splitting into small groups. One group prepared to arrest Kono Hachiro, while the other headed to the ancient tomb site to prevent the cult from sabotaging it. Chapter 567. After temporarily handing Counselor Hachiro Kono's case over to the police, Team K and Nineveh turned their attention to the cult's true reason for coming to Nara. As Xiao Wu's information gradually became clearer, they realized there might be a deeper conspiracy behind it. The cult's goal wasn't just to exploit the clan's power. They also sought to obtain the secret of communicating with the forces of nature, a secret left behind by the Nineveh clan. Nineveh knew she couldn't allow such a thing to happen. I understand. Next, I take some time to visit the several ancient tombs around Nara. They should be tourist attractions now, right? Nineveh thought for a moment, her chin resting on her hand. Yes, that's right. And the tombs can only be viewed from a distance, not entered, Operator J replied. If there's something fishy, it should be easy to identify, right? Just ask if any suspicious individuals have entered or left recently, said Team K's captain, Old K. I understand. We better split up. Sakia is still training, but we should be able to do that. Nineveh nodded to Old K. Of course, Miss Nineveh's abilities are also very reliable. K smiled. In the makeshift office, Nineveh and Team K sat around the conference table, discussing their next action plan. The map on the wall was densely marked, highlighting the entrances and exits of the ancient tombs that needed to be investigated, as well as areas that needed to be patrolled by drones, highlighting their potential importance. We already know that the cult is interested in these tombs, and they may have already begun action. Nineveh's voice was clear and firm, her gaze scanning each team member's face, ensuring that everyone understood the urgency of the situation. Old K nodded, his expression serious. It's been 2 or 3 days since we defeated the cult's apostles at the shrine. They likely reorganized and are preparing for another move. We can't let them succeed, Operator J added, his fists clenched into fists, a testament to his resolve. Xiao Wu also listened intently. Her presence provided the team with a special sensory ability, allowing her to detect fluctuations and anomalies in nature's spirits. Unfortunately, Xiao Wu needed Nineveh to reveal herself. Nineveh felt it would be more efficient for her to accompany another operator. We should split up. This way we can cover more ground and discover the cult's presence more quickly, Old K suggested. He knew this strategy would maximize their limited manpower. Split up is a wise option, but we also need to maintain open communications and be ready to support each other. Nineveh nodded. Team K quickly divided their tasks, deciding to split into 3 groups, each responsible for monitoring and protecting a specific ancient tomb site. They checked their equipment, ensuring everyone had sufficient resources and equipment to handle any potential dangers. With the action plan finalized, Old K stood up and checked his phone. We still have some time. After lunch today, we begin patrols. Raise the alert level. We can't let the cult succeed. Understood. The members of Team K sprang into action. They split into small groups, left the makeshift office, and headed for their respective destinations. Each member knew their mission: closely monitor the ancient tomb ruins to prevent any sabotage by the cult. The vast land of Nara is dotted with numerous ancient tumulus ruins. Based on Xiao Wu's information and Team K's strategy, they decided to patrol and reconnaissance 3 strategically located tumulus sites. Nineveh and Xiao Wu headed for the Hashitsuka tumulus, one of the largest of the early tumulus sites, located in Sakurai City, Nara Prefecture. The tumulus mound, measuring 280 meters in length, its imposing size and historical significance made it a potential target for the cult. Nineveh understood that such tumulus sites might contain ancient powers and must be carefully protected. Old K, along with operators J, C, and D, headed for the Yanajimoto Tumulus Complex in Tenri City, Nara Prefecture. This tumulus complex includes the Shibuya Makaima Tumulus, the largest of the early tumulus sites, measuring approximately 310 meters in length. Old K's team needed to closely monitor the area to prevent cult members from infiltrating and illegally excavating. The remaining 6 operators formed a group and headed for the Kurizuka Tumulus, also located in Yanajimoto-cho, Tenri City, Nara Prefecture. This is a large, front-to-back, round tomb from the early Kofun period. Part of the surrounding moat remains, and numerous valuable artifacts have been unearthed within the tomb. A senior operator from this team is in charge, ensuring the smooth conduct of the reconnaissance. The 3 tumulus ruins are located relatively close to each other, approximately tens of kilometers apart, making them easily accessible by car. The troops were divided into 3 groups, forming a triangular protective network covering the major tumulus sites in the Nara region. By operating in a dispersed manner, Team K was able to more effectively cover key areas while maintaining open communications, ensuring rapid mutual support in the event of an emergency. When Nineveh and Xiao Wu arrived at the scenic area of the Jumu tomb, they first approached a staff member. "Hello, I'm a police officer. I'd like to inquire about something." Nineveh flashed her ID, revealing her identity and purpose. It should be noted that when Swagger operators carry out their missions, they operate under the guise of local police. This is also how Swagger collaborates with police organizations around the world. Nineveh also produced her police ID, which displayed her real police number. Cheyenne, Shakia, and others all had such IDs. Her serious and professional demeanor immediately caught the staff's attention. Nineveh's voice was clear and firm. We need to know if anyone has been here in the last few weeks. Or if you noticed anything unusual. Struck by Nineveh's aura, the staff member immediately grew serious, recalling recent events. We've been seeing a lot of visitors lately, most of them ordinary tourists. But a few days ago, yes, there were a few people who didn't look like tourists. Oh! Nineveh's eyes flashed with a hint of alarm. Can you describe their appearance? What were they doing? The staff member nodded, trying to recall. They were wearing dark clothes, hats, and sunglasses, and seemed very cautious. They didn't follow the tourist route like other tourists, but instead wandered around the ancient tomb, as if searching for something. Nineveh continued to inquire, about where? The scenic area staff member pointed to the area on the map where the suspicious individuals had been. Xiaowu listened quietly, her eyes slightly closed, as she began to sense the fluctuations of the surrounding nature spirits in her own way. She hoped to draw upon the memories of nature spirits and animals to reconstruct the events of that wave of people. While her presence was invisible to the common eye, her abilities were crucial to the investigation. Nineveh asked again, did you notice any unusual behavior from them, or were they carrying any unusual equipment? The staff member pondered for a moment. Now that I think about it, they seem to be carrying some specialized measuring tools, as well as some instruments I don't recognize. I thought they were government workers, so I ignored them. Nineveh nodded, her expression growing more serious. This might be the person we're looking for. Thank you for your information. It's very important to us. She turned to Xiaowu and said, Xiaowu, let's look around and see if we can find any trace of them. Xiaowu nodded, her eyes reopening, with a gleam of determination. Okay, Nineveh. I use my perception to help find any traces they left behind. Nineveh and the staff thanked them again, then, along with Xiaowu, began a thorough investigation of the Chopstick Tomb. They patrolled the perimeter of the ancient tomb, searching for any possible clues or traces. Chapter 568. At the Yanajimoto Tumulus, Old K, along with operators J, D, and C, briefed the area's administrator on the situation before entering the complex and conducting a thorough reconnaissance. They split up, each responsible for a different area, using ultraviolet light and thermal imaging scanners to thoroughly inspect the surroundings. The area also provided them with surveillance footage from the past 2 weeks, but nothing seemed to be revealed from the footage alone. It seemed they needed to investigate further. Old K, with his experience, knew that in such an environment, any sign of an unusual cult could be a sign of activity. He whispered to his team, stay alert and watch for any unusual signs. Operator J, who was monitoring the entrance to the tumulus, noticed some unusual footprints. Unlike those of ordinary tourists, they appeared heavier and more chaotic. He immediately reported his findings to Old K. Old K, I found some strange footprints at the entrance. They look like someone has been carrying something heavy. Operator J's voice came over the communicator. Old K quickly headed to the entrance and carefully examined the footprints. He squatted down and traced the footprints on the ground with his fingers. These footprints are indeed unusual. They might have been left by a cult member. Operators D and C patrolled the area surrounding the ancient tomb. They found some abandoned tools and scraped grass and trees. These marks looked like they were made by tools used for excavation and exploration. Operator D examined the nearby soil. Old K, we found some excavated soil. It was clearly hastily backfilled. It looks like someone may have carried out some excavation work here, Operator D reported. Old K immediately instructed, collect this dirt and see if we can find any more clues. Also, expand the search area to ensure we don't miss any possible hiding places. As their investigation deepened, Old K and his team uncovered increasing evidence suggesting that members of the cult may have been scouting and exploring the ancient tombs for some time. They might be searching for a specific tomb or attempting to uncover its secrets. Old K knew they had to act swiftly to stop the cult's plot. He reported to Nineveh over the intercom. Nineveh, we found some suspicious signs in the Yanajimoto Tumulus complex. It looks like the cult may have been operating there for some time. Nineveh responded, Roger that, Old K. We also found some clues in the Hashizaka Tumulus. We need to act quickly to prevent further cult activity. At the Kurizuka Tumulus, another team was also conducting an intense reconnaissance. They used drones for aerial reconnaissance and deployed sensors and cameras on the ground, forming a three-dimensional surveillance network. As night fell, their operations became more cautious and meticulous. Outside the Kurizuka tomb, another unit of Team K was conducting a reconnaissance mission in an intensive and orderly manner. While no staff had yet received any reports of suspicious individuals entering or leaving the area, they could not rule out the possibility that they were the cult's next target. After obtaining the approval of the scenic area manager, they decided to install surveillance equipment within the area. The installation of the automated surveillance equipment continued into the evening. The arrival of darkness posed additional challenges to the investigation, but it also provided cover, enhancing the secrecy of the operation. The temporary leader of the team was Operator H, an experienced female operator who had previously achieved remarkable success alongside Shakia and Old K. Holding a communicator, she whispered a command, "Drone, take off." Begin aerial reconnaissance. A small drone slowly ascended from a concealed position, its thermal imaging and night vision cameras capturing every corner of the ancient tomb. This discreet reconnaissance drone would fly silently in the night sky for the next few days, making almost no sound. It could be recharged during the day using solar energy, and had a cruising range of up to a week. It was also Swager's cutting-edge detection equipment. Meanwhile, on the ground, the team members quickly and carefully deployed sensors and cameras. Their movements were skillful and swift, and each one clearly understood their tasks and responsibilities. Once deployed, these devices would form a three-dimensional surveillance network covering the entire ancient tomb area. If any criminals came to rob the tomb, they would be caught red-handed. Southeast direction, deployment complete, an operator reported over the intercom, having just installed a hidden camera in the shade of a large tree. Another operator installed a vibration sensor on the ground not far away to detect any possible intruders. Northwest, vibration sensor in place. The captain nodded, his eyes scanning the various surveillance screens to ensure that each device was functioning properly. Check all equipment, ensure communication is clear, and report any anomalies immediately. Under the cover of night, the tourists gradually dispersed. Nineveh learned from the other teams that they had already set up the surveillance equipment and that the patrols could now end at 9 p.m. Just as she was about to leave, Nineveh suddenly felt something powerful appear in her spirit-sensing network. As an executor, Nineveh possessed extraordinary perception, able to sense subtle shifts in the surrounding energy. Following her lead, Nineveh noticed a young man wearing a strange short-sleeved t-shirt. He was Tony's younger brother, Nero. Of course, Nero hadn't revealed his identity to Nineveh at this point. Nero's three-dimensional features were distinctly different from those of the Asian tourists, and his silver hair stood out in the moonlight, creating a stark contrast with the surroundings. Using her spirit-sensing abilities, Nineveh sensed the silver-haired young man's uniqueness. Nineveh walked to about 4 or 5 meters away from the young man, observing him as best she could without disturbing him. Unexpectedly, the young man took the initiative and approached Nineveh. His manner was natural, his tone tinged with curiosity and admiration. This ancient tomb is truly magnificent, and its historical and cultural value is extraordinary. Nineveh nodded slightly and replied, "Yes, it has witnessed many historical changes and is a precious cultural heritage." The young man's eyes wandered around the tomb, as if searching for something, but his expression and tone were no different from those of an ordinary tourist. Although Nineveh was wary, she maintained a friendly demeanor. "You seem very interested in this place," Nineveh asked tentatively, trying to find clues in the young man's answer. The young man smiled, "I'm simply very interested in history and culture. Ancient tombs, like this, always hold much to offer." Nineveh nodded, her sharp gaze searching for any sign of abnormality in the young man's eyes, but she gained no further information. Although the young man's words and actions appeared normal, Nineveh's spiritual senses told her that he was not ordinary. After a brief conversation, the young man politely said goodbye and turned away. Nineveh watched him go, filled with doubt. She knew that at this critical moment, any unusual figure could be a clue. Nineveh turned to Xiaowu and said, "Follow that silver-haired young man. He might not be just an ordinary tourist." Xiaowu nodded, her gaze following the young man's back. "Leave it to me, Lady Nineveh." Xiaowu, in her spirit form, excelled at this kind of stealthy tracking. She jumped off Nineveh's shoulders and quietly followed the silver-haired young man. Chapter 569. Xiaowu lightly followed the silver-haired young man's steps, silently leaving the scenic spot. Her gaze remained fixed on the young man's back until he stopped beside a black sedan. Under the dim streetlight, a man and a woman stood beside the car, their postures revealing a different aura than most. Xiaowu hid in a corner, her eyes flickering with curiosity and vigilance. She could sense a strange energy emanating from the two men. Although she lacked the keen perception of an executor, Her intuition told her that these were not the ordinary people she encountered on a daily basis. Just as the silver-haired young man was about to get into the car, he suddenly turned and glanced in Xiao Wu's direction. Xiao Wu was startled, her heart skipping a beat. She had assumed that as a land deity, she could observe everything undetected, so she hadn't sought cover. Did he see me? Xiao Wu wondered to herself. Her eyes met the silver-haired young man's, and in that moment, time seemed to freeze. However, the young man's face betrayed neither surprise nor hostility. His eyes were deep and calm. He turned and slid gracefully into the back seat of the sedan. Xiao Wu froze in place. Her invisibility should have made her ghost-like in the night, but now she felt an unprecedented sense of exposure. She watched the sedan start, the tires scraping softly against the asphalt, then the vehicle slowly drove away, eventually disappearing into the night. Xiao Wu knew she needed to make a quick decision, continue following or return to report to Nineveh. Thanks to their spiritual connection, Xiao Wu was able to quickly report the situation to Nineveh. Lord Nineveh, I tracked the silver-haired young man. He's meeting a man and a woman near the sedan. I can sense a strange energy emanating from them. They're not ordinary people. So what's the situation now? Nineveh asked. I might have been discovered. Xiao Wu's voice was tinged with uncertainty. Nineveh's voice soon followed, tinged with seriousness and concern. Xiao Wu, are you okay? What exactly happened? Xiao Wu regained consciousness, quickly gathering her thoughts and recounting the events in detail, including the moment she locked eyes with the silver-haired youth. Nineveh was silent for a moment, then slowly said, Xiao Wu, return first. We need to reassess the situation. This silver-haired youth must be someone special. Okay, Lady Nineveh, I'll be right back. Xiao Wu shrank, transforming into a wisp of green smoke and flying towards Nineveh. It was already dusk, and the night slowly spread like a vast sheet of black velvet, enveloping the entire city of Nara. Nineveh and Team K had just returned to their temporary base after a day of intense action. This was their safe haven during the battle against the cult. Their footsteps echoed in the hallway, a touch of fatigue but more of a sense of determination. Entering the base's living room, Nineveh, K, and the others activated their Swagger terminals, which beeped. This is a message from Inspector Yamada. Nineveh and Old K exchanged glances, each pulling out their terminals to check the messages. The investigation into the case of Hachiro Kono and others has entered a new phase, the message read. However, we encountered some difficulties. Hachiro Kono and his accomplices have fled, and our search has yielded no results. Nineveh's brow furrowed slightly as she quickly analyzed this new development. Is it possible that the cult is involved? We have the same suspicion, Old K and the other operators nodded. It appears they may have hidden Kono Hachiro and the others to avoid capture. The news was like a bombshell, sending a tense atmosphere through the base. Nineveh and the members of Team K gathered in the living room, each pondering their next move. However, Nineveh knew that after a tiring day, the team needed rest. She stood up and said to the team, everyone's worked hard today. Let's discuss our findings first, then return to our rooms. Tomorrow we formulate an action plan based on the new situation. The members of Team K nodded in understanding. They sat down in the living room of the rented Japanese-style guest house, spread out each team's Swagger terminals and tablets, and began to share their findings. Old K first activated his device, and pulled up a map of the Nara region's ancient tombs, marking several key locations they had discovered today. We detected signs of cult activity here and here, but haven't yet found their hideout. Operator H continued, my team and I have patrolled the area surrounding the ancient tomb ruins, and haven't found anything unusual, but we set up surveillance to prevent any sudden movement by the cult. And then there's our side. Come on, Xiao Wu. Nineveh summoned Xiao Wu. Xiao Wu cleared her throat, her voice tinged with mystery and seriousness as she began to recount her findings today. Lady Nineveh and I encountered a very unusual individual near the ancient tomb ruins. Xiao Wu's large eyes gleamed with reminiscence as she continued, a young man with silver hair. His presence gave us a sense of a strange energy. The team members' attention was drawn to Xiao Wu's words. They knew that as a nature spirit, Xiao Wu possessed an extraordinary ability to perceive energy fluctuations. This man's silver hair stood out against the setting sun, and his demeanor was completely different from the surrounding tourists, Xiao Wu said, mimicking the silver-haired man's gestures. He seemed quite interested in the ancient tomb ruins, but he didn't approach like the average tourist. Instead, he quietly observed from a distance. Old K frowned and asked, did you sense the energy emanating from him? Was it the power of his clan, or something else? Xiao Wu shook her head. That's what I find strange. His energy fluctuations don't resemble the power of his clan. They're a unique kind of fluctuation I never felt before. This feeling convinced me that he's no ordinary person. Then, I had Xiao Wu stealthily follow him, but it failed, Nineveh said. Xiao Wu, are you sure he noticed you? Xiao Wu nodded, a hint of nervousness in her voice. I'm almost certain his eyes met mine. Although I was only observing from a distance, he seemed to be able to sense my presence. Old K listened quietly, a complex expression in his eyes. If this silver-haired man can truly sense Xiao Wu's presence, then he's likely connected to the order, perhaps even one of the apostles we're looking for. Not necessarily. I have a feeling I've seen this silver-haired young man before. Besides, Apostle Israfil didn't show any signs of noticing Xiao Wu before. Nineveh pondered. Old K nodded in agreement. This is indeed a very important clue. We need to further investigate the identity and purpose of this silver-haired man. Xiao Wu, you've done a great job. Your report is crucial to our next steps. Xiao Wu smiled and nodded. She felt her discovery was of great value to Team K. Although she was only a minor land deity, her presence was irreplaceable to the team. As the intelligence exchange concluded, Nineveh announced, everyone's worked hard today. Let's rest now. Tomorrow, we reformulate our action plan based on these new leads. Captain K also addressed the others, excellent. The intelligence we gathered is very valuable. Now, we need to rest, recuperate, and prepare for tomorrow's challenge. The team members nodded in agreement and began packing up their equipment, preparing to return to their rooms. Nineveh also gathered her belongings and returned to her room. But she didn't rest immediately. Instead, she sat by the window, gazing at the night sky, pondering her next move. Chapter 570. As the first rays of morning light pierced the night, Nara's skyline was tinged with a faint golden hue, and a new day quietly dawned. However, in this peaceful morning, Nineveh and the members of Team K could not enjoy this tranquility. Their nerves were on edge, their hearts filled with a premonition of the impending challenge. Last night, the surveillance equipment they had deployed around the ancient tomb ruins played a crucial role, capturing an unusual signal at 3:20 a.m. On the screen, several blurry figures moved stealthily in the dim light. They seemed to be carrying certain tools, and every movement exuded a sense of stealth and mystery. These mysterious figures, blending into the night, began digging at a distance from the ruins, as if searching for something or performing some secret ritual. Their movements were cautious and methodical, clearly well prepared. These people appeared at every ruin. They were undoubtedly members of the cult. In Team K's monitoring room, K, who was checking the remote surveillance, had a flicker of alarm in his eyes. He quickly gathered the members of Team K. We finally caught them. They'd probably come back tonight, and we know where they're digging. Let's prepare for the operation tonight. Roger. The operators replied in unison, their voices brimming with determination. They quickly set about preparing for the night's operation, checking their equipment, setting traps, and ensuring everything was in place. With plenty of time left until nightfall, the operators, following their divisions from yesterday, split up and made preparations for the tumulus ruins they were monitoring. They knew this struggle hinged not only on the secrets of the tumulus ruins, but also on the security of Nara and the wider region. By the way, Miss Nineveh, Cheyenne said she sent you a message this morning. I wonder if you saw it. Old K called to Nineveh after the group had dispersed. Nineveh paused and pulled out her swagger terminal. Cheyenne had told her that a new companion, with her permission, would be joining the operation temporarily. A new companion? Nineveh was surprised. She had thought they could handle it on their own. They say they're from abroad, clan hunters. Of course, I'm not familiar with such a profession. They're probably mercenaries or something. Old K scratched his head. Nineveh frowned slightly. Although she had some concerns about the arrival of a new companion, she knew that in the fight against the cult, every possible aid was valuable. Well, I hope it's someone reliable. She replied to Cheyenne, letting her know that she and Team K had been informed, and then began preparing for tonight's operation. Under the cover of darkness, Team K and the members of Nineveh each arrived at their designated ruins. Under the moonlight, the three groups of soldiers moved silently through the shadows of the three ruins. Their eyes were alert, their hands tightly gripped with their weapons, ready to respond to any emergency. Tonight, they would bring these cultists to justice. As planned, K and J quickly set up ambush in the grove, preparing to ambush the cult's excavation team. The night was deep, broken only by the occasional chirping of insects and the rustling of leaves in the breeze. The minutes ticked by, but the cult's excavation team still hadn't appeared. The team members began to feel uneasy, exchanging puzzled glances. Old K checked his watch, frowned, and whispered, "Something's not right. Let's wait another 10 minutes." 10 minutes passed, and the area around the ruins remained dead silent. Old K decided, "We can't wait here. Let's move." The team quickly gathered their gear and prepared to leave the grove. But then, they realized that no matter how they moved, they seemed to be going in circles. One of the team members nervously said, "Captain, we seem lost." Old K looked around, noticing a strange change in the arrangement of the trees. He realized, this isn't lost. We might be trapped in some kind of hallucination. Suddenly, a gentle breeze rustled past, and a robed woman slowly materialized before them. Her voice was ethereal and otherworldly, as if from another world. "Welcome to my domain." "Who are you?" Jay raised his weapon, pointing at the mysterious woman who had suddenly appeared before them. "Hello, operators from the Swarovski region." The newcomer slowly approached them. "It's not peaceful here. Please leave." Operator D was about to warn the other person to stay away, but Old K also stepped forward, gun drawn. Old K immediately ordered, "Prepare for battle." "It's the enemy." "Yes, I am Apostle Shamshil. Let me see your strength." Shamshil's robes fluttered in a wave of energy, and he floated in the air. With a wave of his hand, he unleashed waves of energy, striking the operators. The team members quickly dispersed, seeking cover and preparing for battle. Team member J, an expert in illusions, immediately pulled out his equipment and began analyzing the surroundings. He said in a deep voice, "It's Shamshil. She's using illusions to confuse us." Old K immediately gave the order, "Remain calm. Don't be affected by the illusion. J, find a way to break it." "I'm trying." The liminal space, a realm of illusions meticulously woven by Shamshil, is a place both mysterious and dangerous. It exists on the edge of reality and illusion, a realm where the varied laws of time and space are distorted. In this space, nothing seems real. Trees and bushes seem to have a will of their own, shifting form and position before the operator's eyes, creating dead ends and endless loops. The sky is no longer a simple night sky, but a shimmering play of light and distorted colors, like a living abstract painting. The operator's footsteps echo through this space, yet no echo is heard, as if the space itself swallows the sound. Their vision is obscured by the distorted light, making it difficult to discern distant scenes. Every step is fraught with uncertainty, as if the ground could at any moment become an abyss. In the liminal space, Shamshil can manipulate the environment at will. She can conjure the operator's deepest fears or their most cherished dreams to test their will and convictions. These illusions are so real that the operators begin to doubt their perceptions, and even their very existence. K and J's team was now in an unprecedented crisis. How could they escape? At this moment, Nineveh and Xiaowu encountered a new enemy in the ruins they were responsible for. "Who are you?" Xiaowu bravely stood before Nineveh this time, revealing herself, ready to fight alongside her. Before Nineveh and Xiaowu, a tall, black-robed figure, holding a double-bladed sword, stood on the rooftop of the ruins, looking down at them in the moonlight. "I am the Apostle Sakiel, and I have come to seek guidance from the Executor." Sakiel's figure loomed particularly large in the moonlight. He held a double-bladed sword, its blade reflecting a cold light in the moonlight. He slowly raised the weapon, ready for the coming battle. "Wow, you're a real ace up your sleeve. You must be the new Apostle Israfil was talking about. Alright, let's see what you can do." Nini remained calm, her heart trembling. The Apostle's meager fighting prowess seemed like a joke to her. Better to subdue him quickly and extract the information from him. Chapter 571. The battle was imminent, and the moonlit ruins became the stage for the showdown. Nineveh, Xiaowu, and Apostle Sakiel intertwined in the moonlight, preparing for a fierce duel. Nineveh stood in the moonlight, her figure remarkably slender and graceful. Her gaze was resolute, revealing the aura of a formidable force to be reckoned with. Xiaowu stood silently behind her, ready to assist with her natural magic at any moment. The duel began with a gentle shout from Nineveh. She lowered her body slightly, her legs slightly bent, ready to exert force. Her hands gently wavered, as if drawing invisible symbols in the air, summoning the power of her mechanical spirit. As she summoned, the surrounding air began to vibrate, and an invisible force gathered around her, forming a mechanical spirit double, invisible to ordinary eyes. Nineveh's mechanical spirit double was the embodiment of her will and power. It had no physical form, yet it could execute her every combat command, participating in battle in a way beyond ordinary comprehension. As the duel began, Nineveh's figure suddenly faded into indistinctness. Her mechanical double, under her command, rushed towards Sakir like a flash of lightning. Its speed was incredibly fast, reaching Sakir in almost an instant and launching its first attack. Sakir was noticeably more stable and nimble than Israfil. He sensed the movement in the air and swiftly swung his double-bladed sword, forming a shadowy barrier to block the mechanical double's attack. The apostles' ability to harness the power of their familiar to touch their own mechanical doubles qualified them to engage Nineveh. But that was only a qualification. A confident smile played on Nineveh's lips. Her true form also charged towards the soaring apostle. Her figure appeared particularly graceful in the moonlight, each movement imbued with power and beauty. Her mechanical soul double and her true form alternated their attacks, carving graceful paths through the air. Wow, this is Lady Nineveh's battle. Xiao Wu was stunned. She felt that there was no need for her to assist Nineveh. It was a battle between gods. Sakir's eyes flashed with surprise. He had not expected Nineveh's attack to be so unique. He quickly adjusted his tactics, the tip of his double-bladed sword beginning to gleam with a strange light, preparing for Nineveh's next attack. Nineveh's mechanical soul double executed an elegant turn in the air and attacked Sakir again. This time, the mechanical soul double's attack was even more fierce, leaving a trail of afterimages in the air, as if multiple Ninevehs were attacking Sakir simultaneously. Sakir's double-bladed sword spun in his hand, forming a circle of swords, attempting to ward off attacks from all directions. However, Nineveh's mechanical double, like a ghost, constantly darted through the gaps in the circle, leaving Sakir unprepared. Nineveh's fighting style was both elegant and deadly, each movement imbued with power and rhythm. Under her command, her mechanical double displayed astonishing combat prowess, forcing Sakir to give his all in this unprecedented confrontation. Nineveh, however, was still taking her time, launching wave after wave of attacks with ease. "TSK, what a tough job you assigned me." Sakir scoffed, barely able to defend himself. Humph. Nineveh's offensive had been going smoothly so far. But soon, Nineveh noticed that the opponent seemed to have adjusted their offensive and defensive strategies. Her attack route had been blocked. Faced with Nineveh's attack, Sakir stood like an ancient, impenetrable castle, his defense impenetrable. His double-bladed sword danced in his hands, each swing accurately hitting Nineveh's mechanical double's attack point. The sword's gleaming light seemed to weave a silver net in the night sky, firmly binding all of Nineveh's attacks. Interesting, then? But this didn't faze Nineveh. Nineveh's mechanical double attacked from all sides, sometimes like a tiger descending from a mountain, sometimes like a snake emerging from its lair, but Sakir's double-bladed sword always managed to block the attack at the crucial moment. His steps were steady, his body slightly tilted, and each movement seemed so natural and precise, as if every move was the result of countless practice. "You underestimate me, Master Executor." Zakir seemed to be aware of Nineveh's identity. Like Israfil, the apostles of the order addressed the executor with a respectful title, though their current relationship was hostile. Oh! More promising than Israfil. Nineveh's impression of Israfil, who was always going to show off his skills and reveal his true colors, was just a foolhardy young man. This man, on the other hand, seemed much more composed. A flicker of determination flashed in Nineveh's eyes. She knew that against an opponent like Zakir, conventional offensive tactics would be ineffective. She began to vary the rhythm of her attacks, like a conductor orchestrating a complex symphony. Her mechanical doubles traced intricate paths through the air, like meteors in the night sky, shattering the stillness with unpredictable arcs, attempting to penetrate Sigil's defenses from every angle. Nini's attacks became faster and more varied. Her mechanical doubles seemed to possess a life of their own, dancing through the air, sometimes dispersing, sometimes converging, forming a web of attack, attempting to exploit every vulnerability in Sigil's path. Her movements were imbued with power and grace, each strike like an artist's brushstroke, precise and expressive. However, Sagil remained calm and focused. His gaze was as firm as a rock, unfazed by Nini's onslaught. "Roar!" Sagil roared, and suddenly, for double-bladed swords, forged from the power of his clan, appeared out of thin air. These additional double-bladed swords instantly increased his range of attack and defense. His double-bladed sword seemed to possess life in his hands, each swing appearing natural and fluid, accurately capturing Nini's attack intent. His swordsmanship exuded a graceful, unhurried beauty. Each of his blocks was perfectly timed, without a single wasted movement. Zakir's defense was like a solid fortress. No matter how fierce Nineveh's attacks, he always managed to parry them at the crucial moment. His double-bladed sword slashed streaks of light through the air, forming impenetrable lines of defense that contained all of Nineveh's attacks. Interesting. I didn't expect there were truly skilled individuals within the order. Nineveh felt a surge of respect. She could sense the power and wisdom inherent in Zakir's defense. Each of his counterattacks seemed effortless, and each block revealed his profound understanding of the martial arts. Despite Nineveh's relentless attacks, Zakir remained perfectly defended, a testament not only to his years of training but also to his mastery of the art of combat. This moonlit duel became a contest of wits and strength between the two warriors. Nineveh's attack was like a raging storm, while Zakir's defense was like an impenetrable dam. In this battle, every sword and every punch is full of power and beauty, which makes people admire it. Chapter 572. Operator H's team quietly approached the ruins they were assigned. They had expected peace here, but reality was far from their expectations. Just as they arrived at their ambush point near the ruins, preparing to hide and await any possible cult activity, they suddenly erupted in flames. Dozens of cult members emerged from the darkness and surrounded them. The cult's members wielded cold weapons, but these weapons, enhanced by the power of Apostle Israfil's familia, shone with a strange radiance, demonstrating their extraordinary lethality. Apostle Israfil stood high in the treetops, calmly orchestrating their battle plan. Operator H's team reacted quickly. They were equipped with Swager's high-tech portable concealed body armor. These vests looked like ordinary clothing, yet they provided powerful protection in critical moments. The cult's crossbows would have their power reduced by 90%. Otherwise, the damage inflicted by the crossbows would be enough to kill even ordinary people. The tasers and combi guns in their hands were masterpieces of Swager technology, not only compact but also powerful. They served as effective riot control weapons, and could also be used against stronger families. Remain calm, use your weapons to your advantage. Operator H commanded loudly, her voice clearly transmitted through the communicator to every member of the team. The tasers in the operator's hands crackled with electricity, firing beams of electricity at the cultists. While not fatal, they were enough to instantly paralyze the enemies struck, rendering them incapable of combat. The combi guns released concentrated energy beams, striking the cultists' weapons with pinpoint accuracy. The intense heat caused the metal to glow red, even melting it, weakening the enemy's attack power. However, the cultists, empowered by their clan's power, not only gained immense strength, but also surpassed ordinary humans in speed and endurance. Wielding their enhanced cold weapons, and emitting deafening roars, they recklessly charged towards Operator H's team. Operator H's team displayed exceptional combat skills and teamwork. Leveraging the range and power of their high-tech weapons, they engaged the enemy in a fierce clash. Every shot was meticulously calculated, striving to achieve maximum results at the lowest possible cost. From a high vantage point, Israfil observed the battle, a hint of surprise in his eyes. He had not expected Operator H's team to display such formidable combat prowess despite such unfavorable circumstances. As the battle intensified, Operator H knew they could not afford to waste too much time here. She quickly analyzed the battlefield situation and issued a new order: concentrate firepower and open a breakthrough. We cannot be trapped here. The team responded immediately, concentrating their firepower and launching a fierce attack in a single direction. The combined firepower of taser and combination rifles formed a powerful offensive, gradually tearing a hole in the cultists' encirclement. They were only 4 or 5 people, but thanks to their sophisticated equipment and extensive combat experience, they, led by Operator H, launched a fierce charge towards the eastern gap. Israfil, standing high above, sneered with a hint of surprise. Swager's men are still so formidable. Sigh. He had witnessed the astonishing combat prowess displayed by Operator H's team in the face of adversity, and it made him realize that these operators were no ordinary opponents. Their high-tech weapons and tacit teamwork demonstrated their thorough training and preparation. Israfil judged it was time to personally intervene in the battle. He took a deep breath, then leaped from a height, hurtling towards the battlefield like a meteorite. The power of his familiar flowed through him, granting him extraordinary speed and strength. The ground trembled slightly as his feet touched the ground. He had a single target: Operator H, clearly the team leader. Israfil's entry immediately heightened the tension of the battle. His movements were swift, each attack like a storm, bearing down on Operator H. Operator H, faced with the Apostle's direct attack, did not flinch. With a calm mind and precise judgment, she engaged Israfil in a fierce battle. Is this an opponent Nineveh and the others can easily defeat? Faced with the Apostle's fierce attack, Operator H could not help but marvel at the Executor's strength. Even for operators equipped with high-tech weaponry, the Apostles were formidable foes. Operator H and the team fought and retreated. However, just as Operator H and Israfil were engaged, the situation on the battlefield shifted again. 2 figures suddenly appeared in the direction of their advance. Their arrival, like a death sentence, completely blocked Operator H's team's path. Another expert? Operator H exclaimed in shock. Across the battlefield, the appearance of Nero and Ing heightened attention. Nero, a tall, silver-haired young man in a dark blue coat that fluttered in the wind, appeared like a cold front on a winter's day, sharp and calm. He wielded a long sword and gently drew it. With a flash of light, several surrounding trees fell, their massive trunks slamming into the road, completely blocking Operator H's team's path. And Ing, the mysterious woman in white robes, was as unpredictable as her name. She unsheathed her beam sword, its blade composed of pure energy, gleaming red. Facing the energy blasts fired by the operators, she calmly wielded her beam sword, deflecting them one by one. Each energy blast was dissipated the moment it contacted the beam sword, dissipating into tiny specks of light in the air. The addition of Nero and Ing not only demonstrated the profound strength of the order, but also served as a severe test of the resolve of Operator H's team. Their presence was like two insurmountable peaks, blocking the operator's path. Operator H caught all of this from the corner of her eye during her battle with Israfil. Although nervous, she remained calm. She knew that facing such a formidable foe, only the strength of the team could offer a chance of a breakthrough. The presence of these two powerful figures, Nero and Ing, undoubtedly demonstrated the importance the order attached to this battle. Shadow, in particular, not only had she demonstrated her combat prowess against Swager in previous missions, but she had also previously collaborated with Israfil. Clearly, the cult had meticulously planned this operation, employing a strategy similar to TNG's horse racing strategy, deploying their strongest forces at the most crucial moment. In the cult's meticulously laid trap, Operator H's team faced an unprecedented challenge. Without the support of executors or other high-powered units, they were left with no support. Chapter 573. In the forest near the ruins, the dust of the battle finally settled. Despite their valor, Operator H and her team were ultimately unable to withstand the overwhelming might of the order. Faced with Nero's wielding sword, Israfil's familiar power, and Ying's ghostly agility, the three combined to form an inescapable web, trapping the operators. Stay still. With the air of a victor, Israfil unleashed his familiar power, creating a magical barrier shimmering with a faint blue light. The 5 operators were trapped within, the barrier's immense power rendering their struggles futile. What kind of magic is this? Operator H and her team, using energy weapons, were unable to break through the cage constructed by the familiar's power. Operators of the Swarovski operators, I won't kill you. We are all members of an organization that serves the executor. But I need you to stop interfering with our plans, Israfil said to the imprisoned operators. You are also serving the executor? Are you kidding? I don't see any executors following the order, Operator H said unwillingly. Sorry, there really are. A silver-haired young man holding a long sword slowly approached, looking at Operator H meaningfully. Ah. Operator H only then realized that this guy's unfathomable power actually had a great background. So he was a newly emerged executor. You're an executor. Then why didn't you contact us? Operator H asked in confusion. Hello, I'm a little late introducing myself. I'm Executor Nero. I heard about the Swarovski operators. Nero, maintaining his elegant demeanor, walked around the imprisoned operators. Then why? In my eyes, the Shivik tribe is no different from the cult. After all, not every executor is willing to join the Shivik tribe. I hope you understand. Nero said calmly to Operator H. Alright, stay put. We have to get to work, Israfil said to the operators, then waved to the cultists as he walked away. The members of the cult began their excavation in the joy of victory. They didn't dig directly within the scenic area. Based on the apostles' exploration of the underground using their clan's power, they already had a complete understanding of the buried structures. The location they were currently excavating was the tomb, where the magical instruments and mystical arts were supposedly stored. Digging about 5 meters from here should reveal the tomb's roof. Within the ruins lay the secrets the cult had longed to obtain. Israfil and Nero stood in the shadows of the ruins. Israfil's voice, echoing low in the quiet night, revealed to Nero the true purpose of their excavation. What we seek, Nero, isn't merely treasure, but ancient knowledge that can enlighten the soul and grant us limitless power. Israfil's eyes gleamed with a vision of the future. With this knowledge, we can guide humanity, spread our faith, and reshape the world according to our will. Thus, humanity can successfully survive the judgment of the families. Nero listened quietly, his silver hair swaying gently in the night breeze. His expression seemed to express no attitude, merely a faint smile. He knew that the order sought a power that could radically change the world. Their goal was to allow humans to control the families, but could that really work? Nero intended to witness it with his own eyes, and also to explore possibilities beyond the Swarovski pattern. Meanwhile, within the barrier, Operator H and her team, though temporarily deprived of their freedom, still held a blazing fire of indomitable determination. They exchanged resolute glances, silently vowing to never give up as long as there was a glimmer of hope. The excavation of the ruins quietly commenced under the cult's excavation team. Their methodical movements betrayed meticulous planning and preparation. Under Israfil's command, the cultists divided into small groups, each responsible for a different section of the ruins. The excavation site was illuminated by torches and portable lights, their shadows flickering across the ancient stone walls, creating a mysterious and tense atmosphere. The cultists carefully removed each slab and cleared away every speck of dust. However, this was no ordinary excavation, but one driven by the strength of their families and their exceptional craftsmanship. Hand tools danced in their hands, digging away the surface soil. Israfil's family's power, like an invisible force, accelerated the removal of the earth, greatly accelerating the excavation process. I helped too. Nero, the silver-haired young executor, stood to one side of the excavation site. He was not only a formidable warrior, but also an expert excavator. His swordsmanship was not only deadly on the battlefield, but also incredibly efficient in excavation. Each swing of his blade cut into the earth with precision, loosening large chunks of soil and quickly moving them away. Thank you. Having Lord Nero here is like adding wings to a tiger. Israfil, meanwhile, patrolled the excavation site. His familiar's power, occasionally released, gently lifted the earth as if by some mysterious force, greatly facilitating the cultists' work. His power not only reduced the cultists' physical labor, but also ensured the safety of the excavation, preventing potential collapses and accidents. No wonder they dared to excavate in the dead of night. Their work was swift and silent, practically unnoticed. The cultists moved with measured speed. As they dug deeper, the tomb ceiling finally revealed itself. In the dim glow of the fire, the stone bricks and carved details gradually became visible, revealing the exquisite craftsmanship of the ancient artisans. Israfil, observing this, immediately signaled everyone to stop their work. His eyes shone with a seriousness. He knew the next step was crucial. If the tomb ceiling wasn't strong enough, blindly opening a hole could cause a collapse, destroying any treasures hidden within, and even endangering the safety of all the cultists. Stop! Israfil's voice rang out clearly and forcefully in the still night. We need to inspect the structure of the ceiling first. Every step must be taken with extreme caution, without any mistakes. The cultists followed his instructions, stepping back to make room for Israfil. Israfil stepped forward, crouching down to carefully examine the arrangement and joints of the tombstone tiles, occasionally tapping them gently with his fingers, listening to the dull echo. His clan's power gave him an extraordinary sense of the structural stability. After confirming the structure of the tomb's roof, Israfil stood up and addressed the surrounding cultists. The tomb's roof is relatively stable, but we must remain cautious. Lord Nero, you will assist me. I need your spiritual power to sense the structure behind the stone walls. We must create a small enough hole in the ceiling to allow entry without damaging anything within. Chapter 574. When the tomb ceiling was exposed to the public, Israfil did not rush to act. He knew full well that ancient tombs often concealed countless traps and mechanisms, and any rash action could lead to disastrous consequences. He glanced at the surrounding cultists, then turned to Nero, his voice tinged with seriousness. We need your spirit sense to determine the structure behind the stone wall. We must ensure every step is precise. Nero nodded, a calm glint in his eyes beneath his silver hair. He closed his eyes and began to focus his spirit power. He took a deep breath, and the air around him seemed to solidify with his movements. This was his spirit sense, a basic skill that every executor, like Nineveh, Sakya, and the others, possessed. His silver hair moved without a breeze, and an invisible energy surged from his body, slowly seeping into the stone wall. His mind engaged in a silent dialogue with the space behind the stone wall, sensing the space beyond. The air around him seemed to tremble slightly with his power. An invisible wave slowly spread out, penetrating the thick stone wall and exploring the secrets within the tomb. A moment later, Nero opened his eyes and nodded to Israfil. Behind the wall is nothing. There are no traps or mechanisms, but there is a strange energy flowing. Drilling from this position is no problem. Nero scratched a circle in the stone with his knife, indicating that he had determined the structure of the tomb and found a safe entry point. Israfil bowed to Nero with a hint of respect. Thank you very much, Lord Nero. He then turned and addressed the white-robed female figure who waited quietly nearby. Next, Miss Ing, we need you to carve a perfectly sized hole in the stone wall. Leave it to me. Ing nodded slightly, then slowly walked to the tomb ceiling. With a gentle swing of her beam sword, the blade emanated a soft, steady glow. Her movements were graceful and precise. The beam sword sliced across the stone wall, its force controlled to perfection. The energy beam melted the rock without a single jarring noise. Sections of the stone wall were removed piece by piece by the beam sword's precise cuts, without causing any vibration or dust. As the last brick was removed, a hole wide enough for one person to pass through appeared in the tomb ceiling. Israfil and Nero exchanged a glance, and Israfil nodded to Ing in approval. They knew this opening was the key to entering the tomb, and a test of Ying's skill. Israfil stepped forward and nodded approvingly at Ing. Well done, Ing. Your skills are always impressive. Ing smiled faintly, sheathed his beam sword, and stepped aside. Israfil turned to the cultists and said, Prepare the ropes and ladders. We are about to enter the tomb. Remember, there may be unknown dangers within, so we must proceed with caution. The cultists sprang into action, removing ropes and ladders from their backpacks, and securing them to the edges of the tomb ceiling. Israfil, leading the way, was the first to slowly descend the ladder. Each step he took was extremely cautious, his eyes vigilantly observing every corner of the tomb. He left the junior cultists to guard the excavation site, while he, along with 2 assistants, went down with Nero and Ing to investigate. Under a silent night sky, Israfil, Ing, Nero, and 2 carefully selected cultist helpers prepared to descend via rope ladder into the depths of the ruined mausoleum. The air was thick with an ancient and mysterious aura, as if every stone brick told a 1,000-year-old story. Israfil took a deep breath and slowly spread his arms. His supernatural powers began to surge, creating subtle vibrations in the air, as if invisible wings were fluttering behind him. His body slowly rose, then slowly descended, drifting lightly towards the depths of the tomb, like a ghost walking in the night. Ing and Nero exchanged a glance. They knew they didn't need ropes or a rope ladder. Ing leaped lightly, his body tracing an elegant arc through the air, effortlessly grasping the rope and rappelling down. Nero, with almost silent steps, slid slowly down the tomb wall, his silver hair gleaming in the dim light. For the 2 cultist helpers, however, the descent required a more cautious approach. They meticulously checked every link of the ropes and the ladder to ensure there were no safety hazards. Following Israfil's instructions, they cautiously descended step by step, paying close attention to every possible danger. Israfil landed at the bottom of the tomb. He glanced around, confirming there were no traps, and signaled to his companions above that it was safe. His voice echoed through the tomb, Safe, descend. Ing landed lightly, and immediately began scanning her surroundings with a flashlight, her sharp eyesight meticulously examining every corner. Nero stood on the other side of the tomb, his gaze sweeping over the murals and carvings on the walls, searching for any hidden clues. The 2 cultist helpers finally reached the tomb's base safely. They quickly dispersed and began assisting Israfil and Nero in their inspection. Their movements weren't as agile as Ing and Nero's, but they held their own. As the group deepened deeper into the tomb, the air grew colder. The flashlights illuminated the passage, casting long shadows. The murals on the walls dimly illuminated the light, seemingly depicting ancient myths and battle scenes, adding a touch of mystery to the journey. When their footsteps finally reached the tomb floor, silence reigned, the only sound being the rustling of their footsteps and their own gentle breathing. The interior of the tomb seemed unusually spacious, its walls covered in super-ancient divine script. Arranged in elegant and mysterious curves, these characters recounted ancient legends and sacrificial rituals. A star map was painted on the ceiling of the tomb. Despite the vicissitudes of time, the alignment of the stars remained clear, as if guiding the path to another world. The floor was paved with neatly laid stone slabs, each intricately carved with patterns, reflecting the exquisite craftsmanship of ancient artisans. In the center, a massive stone coffin lay quietly, its surface also covered in inscriptions and images from the Age of Gods. These images included mythical beasts, natural landscapes, and other difficult-to-decipher symbols. Stone offering tables surrounded the coffin, bearing remnants of ancient pottery and jade. Despite the age, they still shone with a faint luster. Ing and Nero separated to examine other areas of the tomb. Ying's keen eyes noticed a seemingly hidden stone door in a corner, also inscribed with intricate divine script. Nero carefully examined the murals on the walls. These depicted ancient battle scenes and sacrificial ceremonies, vividly showcasing the social life of a pre-ancient civilization. Two cultist helpers began documenting every detail of the tomb, photographing the inscriptions and images with their equipment, providing valuable data for subsequent research. Israfil walked toward the sarcophagus in the center of the tomb. He reached out and gently touched the carvings on it. His supernatural powers allowed him to sense the subtle energy fluctuations within the sarcophagus. He whispered, "Something's unusual here. We need to be careful." Chapter 575. Ing and Nero approached quickly, their gaze fixed on the sarcophagus. Israfil took a deep breath and slowly placed his hand on the lid. His supernatural powers began to surge, and the lid slowly moved away with a dull rumble. An ancient aura emanated from the sarcophagus, carrying with it a suffocating chill. Israfil and the others took a cautious step back, knowing that this aura might portend some unknown danger. However, as the sarcophagus fully opened, they discovered not a body, but a stone tablet engraved with strange symbols. Israfil carefully removed the tablet, knowing it might be the key to deeper secrets. But there seemed to be no other artifacts that resembled magical weapons. Suddenly, a soft mechanical sound echoed, and the sarcophagus slowly moved away, revealing a set of stone stairs leading down. Israfil and the others exchanged excited glances, knowing that this might be the entrance to even deeper secrets. "It seems we're lucky," Israfil said with a smile. "This is a secret passage leading deep down. Prepare to descend, but remain vigilant." Deep within the tomb, Israfil and his team stood before the age-worn entrance to a chamber, facing a silent ancient space. This place was more than just a relic. It was also a testament to the intertwined civilizations of their dragon people and humanity beyond antiquity. The walls and sarcophagi within the tomb were engraved with mysterious divine scripts. These scripts might be an insurmountable linguistic barrier for ordinary anthropologists, but for Israfil and his team, they held extraordinary significance. Israfil, a member of the dragonkind race, possessed a natural understanding of these ancient texts. He gazed at the inscriptions on the wall, a familiar glint in his eyes. "These characters are the language of our ancestors," he whispered, a subtle hint of pride in his tone. The group slowly descended the stone steps, taking each step carefully, fearing to trigger any unknown mechanism. The light from the torches cast dancing shadows on the steps, adding to the tense atmosphere. At the bottom, they arrived at a hall filled with gold, silver, and gems. The treasures gleamed alluringly in the light. But there seemed to be no further path. There must be some mechanism that could open a further path. "Hooray!" The two followers cheered. "Don't be too excited yet. We can move these things later, once we find our target." Israfil's apostle ability was teleportation. If he wished, with a wave of his hand, he could pack up all the treasures and take them away in one go. But now wasn't the time. Oh, okay, Master Apostle." The apostle calmed the followers' restless heart. They needed to continue their exploration. Israfil assigned two assistants to examine the tomb's other entrances and possible mechanisms, while he, Nero, and Ing focused on deciphering the divine inscriptions within. They knew these inscriptions not only recorded ancient history, but also potentially held clues to hidden treasures. They spread out, carefully examining every detail within the tomb. Israfil stood beside the sarcophagus, his fingers gently running over the inscription on the lid, attempting to decipher its secrets. Nero walked slowly along the wall, his silver hair gleaming in the firelight, his gaze sharp, taking in every possible clue. Ing stood quietly in a corner of the tomb. The mask covering half her face was actually a tactical goggle, allowing her to analyze the environment using an augmented reality system. Her gaze rested on a seemingly insignificant stone slab, engraved with distinctive symbols. She walked over and carefully examined them. Over time, they gradually pieced together some clues. Israfil discovered that the inscription on the sarcophagus described an ancient ritual, while Nero found patterns related to natural elements in the murals. Ing noticed that the symbols on the slab appeared to be a map pointing to the location of a secret treasure. They pooled their findings and began to discuss and analyze them. Israfil pointed to an inscription on the sarcophagus and said, "It mentions a heart of nature. I think this might be the secret treasure we're looking for." Nero added, "The patterns in the murals indicate a direction, possibly a path to the secret treasure." Ing pointed to the symbols on the slab and said, "These symbols mark a specific location. I think we should start our exploration there." As the three of them explored individually, the two followers turned their attention to the treasure chests placed in the center. Unable to contain his curiosity, a lackey cautiously approached one of the treasure chests. Despite his cautious movements, he accidentally triggered a hidden mechanism the moment he opened the chest. Suddenly, a low rumble echoed throughout the hall, and the carved patterns on the wall seemed to come alive, unleashing a barrage of arrows and darts. "Be careful!" Israfil shouted, a calm glint in his eyes. He swiftly swung his arm, unleashing a powerful blast of air that deflected the incoming arrows and darts. Nero reacted instantly, his figure moving swiftly through the hall like a ghost, his long sword unsheathed, slashing down the arrows hurtling towards him. His blade work was impeccably precise, each strike perfectly timed, without a single wasted movement. Ing simply hid behind a large golden cabinet, successfully dodging the hail of arrows. Israfil, using his supernatural powers, hovered in the air, avoiding the traps on the ground. His sharp eyes quickly analyzed the mechanism's workings. Soon, he discovered the mechanism's control hub, an ancient device hidden in the wall. Nero, Ing, cover me! Israfil shouted. He flew towards the control hub, preparing to shut it down. Nero and Ing immediately intensified their attack, using their swordsmanship and shadow abilities to buy Israfil time. Israfil reached the control hub, his fingers lightly touching the symbols on the device, quickly finding the way to shut it down. As his supernatural powers activated, the device emitted a dull thud, and the mechanisms throughout the hall ceased functioning. The crisis averted, Israfil slowly landed on the ground, looking at the two henchmen with a hint of resignation. I asked you to inspect the mechanism, not to activate it. Nero and Ing returned to his side, both with a look of relief on their faces. Nero sheathed his long sword, and Ing stared at the two henchmen speechlessly. The two henchmen also emerged from their hiding places, their faces still tinged with fear, yet also with awe at the abilities of Israfil, Nero, and Ing. However, after this mechanical attack, one of the hall's walls rotated half a circle, creating a passage. Let's continue forward, but be more cautious this time, Israfil warned, his gaze once again casting towards the depths of the hall, where their true goal lay hidden. A secret treasure capable of communicating with nature. He knew the road ahead was long, but as long as he, Nero, and Ing were there, nothing could stop them. Chapter 576. While Israfil and his team delved deeper into another ruin, the team led by operators J and K encountered their own predicament. They were trapped in a bizarre dimension, seemingly unable to find a way out no matter how hard they tried, as if they were trapped in an endless maze. Operator J's brow furrowed as he surveyed his surroundings. The surrounding woods appeared ordinary, yet they concealed a trap set by Apostle Shamshel. Is this apostle named Shamshel trying to tease us? His voice tinged with impatience and dissatisfaction with the current situation. She's not rushing to attack, Kay added, his eyes alert, his hands gripping his weapons tightly. Instead, she's trapped us in this strange dimension, leaving us stranded. Operator J seemed to sense something, and he whispered, is she trying to hold us back? His voice echoed through the woods, as if searching for an answer. Old K and J stood back to back, the others surrounding them. The 5 members of their team had been trapped here for nearly half an hour. The walk to the parking lot should have taken only 10 minutes, but this small forest seemed like a bottomless pit, swallowing up all their attempts. We need to find a way to attack the apostle herself. A glint of determination flashed in Old K's eyes. Perhaps that will persuade her to let us go. He decided on a more aggressive strategy. Operator J nodded in agreement. He knew that conventional tactics might not be effective against an enemy like Apostle Shamshel. We can try to concentrate our firepower, break through her illusion, and attack her directly. His tone was filled with determination. The team members quickly gathered together and began to discuss countermeasures. They knew they had to break Shamshel's illusion, otherwise they would never be able to leave the grove. Everyone was thinking about how to use their special skills and weapons to find a way to break the illusion. Just then, Operator J suddenly heard a faint sound of wind, as if guiding them in a certain direction. Listen! He signaled for silence, and all eyes were focused on him. They listened carefully. The wind seemed to repeat a pattern, like a code or a signal. Operator K immediately realized this might be a weakness in Shamshel's illusion control. Following this sound, we might be able to find her true form. K nodded and waved his hand, signaling the team to follow the wind. They began to move through the grove. Although the surroundings still seemed chaotic, the wind became their compass. As they moved deeper, cracks began to appear in the illusion. The trees stopped shifting, and the sky became clearer. Finally, in a clearing, Shamshel's figure emerged, her hands casting a spell to maintain the illusion. I finally found this guy. Old K waved to his team, signaling them to retreat behind the bushes and prepare for action. Hidden behind the bushes, Team K held their breath, awaiting the perfect moment to attack. Their eyes were fixed on Apostle Shamshel in the clearing, immersed in her supernatural powers, maintaining this reality-distorting illusion. Old K crouched at the front of the team, his eyes sharp as a hawk, observing Shamshield's every move. With a deep, firm command, "Move," Team K launched their attack. The operators leaped from behind the bushes and quickly dispersed, forming a circle. Their weapons radiated bursts of light, and various attacks rained down upon Shamshield. However, these attacks seemed to merely pass through her body, causing no damage. In this space created by her supernatural powers, Shamshield was like an untouchable illusion. Team K's standoff with Apostle Shamshield in the grove had reached a stalemate. Ordinary weapons seemed powerless to reach her illusory form. Within the space created by her supernatural powers, she reigned supreme. The operators were not superhumans, like Sakya and the others, and could not directly attack this realm. Remember, Sakya had once shattered the illusionary space created by Shamshield with a simple use of her spirit energy. Shamshield stood in the center of the clearing, waving her hands in strange gestures, maintaining this reality-distorting illusion. A confident smile adorned her face, as if she were extremely satisfied with the situation. Old K's brow furrowed, knowing they needed to find a way to break this impasse. At that moment, Operator J noticed a subtle change in Shamshield's spellcasting. Her eyes narrowed slightly, as if she were concentrating. The turning point of the battle soon arrived. J made a quick decision. He pulled a special flashbang grenade from his tactical belt, adjusted it to a high-frequency noise mode, and hurled it forcefully at Shamshield. The flashbang grenade exploded beside Shamshield, emitting a blinding light and a sharp, high-frequency sound wave. Shamshield's face instantly grimaced with pain, her hands clasping over her ears as the illusionary space began to ripple. High-frequency sound waves directly impacted Shamshield's senses, causing a sharp ringing in her ears and discomfort. She hadn't anticipated the operators attacking her in this manner. Even though Shamshield was invulnerable to physical attacks within this barrier, the sonic boom still reached her. Her illusionary space began to ripple, like a stone dropped into a calm lake. Shamshield closed her eyes tightly and covered her ears with her hands, trying to block the sudden sonic attack. Old K's eyes lit up, realizing the situation immediately. High-frequency noise. She's sensitive to it. Old K quickly issued a new order. Everyone, use flash grenades. Concentrate fire. Distract her with flash grenades. The members of Team K sprang into action, pulling out their Schwager-made flash grenades from their gear and adjusting them to the same high-frequency mode. With a single command, 5 flash grenades were hurled at Shamshield almost simultaneously. As more flash bombs exploded around Sham's hell, the high-frequency sound waves created a powerful disturbance. Cracks began to appear in Shamshield's illusory space, and her body swayed violently under the impact of the sound waves. The trees and rocks in her illusion began to twist and deform, becoming unstable. The explosions echoed in succession, and the high-frequency sound waves reverberated through the grove, creating a powerful disruptive force. Cracks began to appear in Shamshield's illusory space, and her body swayed violently under the impact of the sound waves. It was clear that this high-frequency noise had a profound impact on her. In the moments before her illusory space completely collapsed, Shamhel made a quick decision. Her body began to blur, as if merging with the surrounding air. As the members of Team K watched, her figure faded, finally disappearing in a dazzling flash of light, having used some form of emergency teleportation or invisibility to escape the battlefield. Chapter 577. With Shamshield's disappearance, the members of Team K suddenly felt dizzy. The scenery around them began to distort and melt, like the steam rising from a summer's heat. The illusion, like a shattered mirror, peeled away piece by piece, revealing the true face of the real world. The grove, once shrouded in illusion, returned to its ordinary nighttime scenery. The lights on the distant roadside shone warmly through the treetops. Operator J blinked, his vision blurring back to clarity. He turned to Old K and said, "It seems we're back to the normal world." His tone was filled with relief. Old K glanced around, confirming they had escaped Shamshield's illusionary space. He gripped the Swagger terminal tightly in his hand and quickly opened the communication channel. "Attention teams. This is Team K. We have escaped the Apostle's illusion." "Repeat," illusion lifted. There was no response from the terminal. Normally, the voices of the other teams should have been coming by now. Old K's brow furrowed, realizing that Shamshield's true purpose might simply be to delay them, buying time for the Order's other operations. "Everyone listen up. The other 2 teams from the ruins haven't responded. They might have been ambushed." Old K's voice tinged with urgency. "Shamshield might just be holding us back. We must expedite our actions. Check our equipment. We may need to support the other teams immediately." The members of Team K quickly checked their equipment and weapons, ensuring they were ready. They knew that, though they had escaped the illusion, the real battle might have just begun. Old K quickly analyzed the situation via the Swagger terminal and coordinated actions with the other team leaders. "We must disrupt the enemy's plan and not let their scheme succeed," he said, his voice brimming with determination. Under Old K's command, Team K moved swiftly, their figures weaving through the night, rapidly advancing toward locations where support might be needed. Although Shamshil had vanished, the members of Team K knew the battle was far from over. They must remain vigilant and ready for new challenges. In the ruins overseen by Nineveh and Xiao Wu, the battle had reached a fever pitch. Nineveh's punches and kicks were a storm of force, each strike imbued with power and speed. Her mechanical double, like her own, displayed astonishing combat prowess. However, Apostle Tzatkiel's defense was equally impenetrable. His double-bladed sword wielded with impenetrable force, each block perfectly timed to neutralize Nineveh's attacks. A flicker of admiration flashed in Tzatkiel's eyes. Nineveh's offensive clearly fueled his fighting spirit. With a low roar, the power of his clan surged, and suddenly, 4 shimmering arms appeared behind him, each holding a sharp weapon. These 4 weapons gleamed coldly in the moonlight, forming a nearly impenetrable defensive network alongside his double-bladed sword. Nynaeve's eyes flashed with excitement upon seeing this. Her desire for victory was fully aroused. Facing such a formidable foe, she not only refused to retreat, but instead grew even more excited. Her mechanical spirit power surged, and her stand speed increased again. Like Sakir, Nynaeve and her mechanical spirit stand possessed a combined 4 arms, making this duel truly intriguing. The battle erupted once more, Nynaeve and her stand clashing with Sakir's fists and swords in a ferocious display of ferocity. The blows raged from the sky to the ground, and then from the ground back to the sky. The double-edged sword clashed with Nineveh's fists and kicks, sparks flying with every clash. Though Nineveh's attack was fierce, her eyes revealed her enjoyment of the fight and her curiosity about Sakir's swordsmanship. After a fierce exchange, Nineveh stepped back. Smiling, she said to Sakir, "Your swordsmanship is truly remarkable. The double-bladed sword feels like a living thing in your hands. I haven't encountered an opponent like you in ages. You should know Israfil. He's no match for you." Sakir maintained a defensive stance, his voice calm yet powerful. "Lord Nineveh, thank you very much for your praise. Your prowess astounds me. As an executor, your power is truly extraordinary, but combat is more than just a contest of strength." Nineveh nodded, her figure blurring again as her mechanical soul double attacked again. "That's why I didn't unleash my full mechanical soul power today. While invincibility is certainly lonely, sometimes, sparring with a master is a real pleasure." Sakir responded, "Then I help you stretch your muscles." His double-bladed sword suddenly gained speed, its light streaking across the night sky like a meteor, each swing carrying a piercing sound. Nineveh accepted the challenge with a smile. Her and her double's attacks became more dynamic and varied, complementing Tzatkiel's swordsmanship. "A worthy swordsman, eh? Today, let's have a proper exchange." During the battle, the two exchanged blows, as if engaging in a swordplay dialogue. Nineveh's punches and kicks and Tzatkiel's swordsmanship intertwined to create beautiful patterns in the night sky. Their battle transcended a life-or-death struggle to become an exploration and respect for martial arts. Every clash of weapons sent sparks flying, and the sound of metal clashing echoed through the night sky. The battle between the two resembled a meticulously choreographed dance, each attack and defense precise and graceful. Xiao Wu watched nervously from the sidelines. She wanted to step forward to help, but Nineveh waved her hand to stop her. "This is a fight between him and me," Nineveh declared loudly, her voice brimming with undeniable determination. "Watch and learn from this battle." Nineveh's double coordinated seamlessly with her own, their movements as one, each attack full of variety and unpredictability. Despite possessing the power of his clan, Sakir dared not afford to be careless against an opponent like Nineveh. Nineveh's true strength was revealed in battle. Her attacks were like a raging storm, while Sakir stood firm like a fortress, resisting them steadily. Their battle was not only a contest of strength, but also a test of skill and experience. As the battle progressed, Nineveh gradually sensed Sakir's fighting style and rhythm, adjusting her tactics and seeking weaknesses. Sakir, in turn, sensed Nineveh's threat and began to respond more cautiously to each attack. This battle was not only a contest between Nineveh and Sakir, but also a clash between the dragon people and the executors of the ultra-ancient civilization. Illuminated by the moonlight, their battle became a visual feast of power, each movement imbued with strength and beauty, drawing awe and admiration. Xiao Wu knew she couldn't get involved in this battle between gods, and Nineveh seemed unusually cheerful, as if her previous battle with Israfil and the others hadn't been satisfying enough. But Xiao Wu felt something was amiss. she didn't see any cultists coming to loot the site. Could it be? Chapter 578. Amidst the fierce battle, Xiao Wu did not directly participate in the clash between Nineveh and Sakir, but instead supported the battlefield in her own unique way. She closed her eyes, connecting with nature and animals, expanding her wide-ranging perception, searching for other cultists who might be lurking nearby. Xiao Wu's ability allowed her to sense the presence and emotions of living creatures, her awareness extending to every corner of the ruins, following the breeze and the footprints of animals. However, after a careful investigation, she discovered that aside from Sakir, no other cultists were present. This discovery alarmed Xiao Wu, who immediately transmitted this information to Nineveh through telepathy. Lord Nineveh, I noticed something amiss. Through my animal perception, I detected no trace of other cultists. It seems Sakir is alone here. Nineveh, upon hearing Xiao Wu's telepathic communication, felt a flicker of doubt. She had originally believed that the battle with Sakir was a diversionary tactic, convinced that the cult's true purpose was to locate or steal some valuable artifact within the ruins. As the executor, she possessed immense confidence in her ability to sense the mechanical spirits, which was one of the reasons she chose to engage Sakil here. However, Xiao Wu's information opened her eyes to another possibility. Sakil was alone here, not to protect the ruins, but to detain her in Nineveh. This meant the cult might be conducting a more covert operation elsewhere, and this was merely a carefully orchestrated covert operation. Nineveh's mid-air figure suddenly ceased its attack, her mechanical spirit form vanishing into the night sky like a phantom. With a gentle descent, Nineveh landed steadily on the ground, her gesture signaling that the game phase of the battle was over. Sakir noticed Nineveh's uncharacteristic behavior, and a flicker of alarm flashed across his eyes. The apostle knew that Nineveh must have somehow realized the trap they had fallen into. What, executioner? The battle has just begun, and you're giving up? Sakir tried to provoke Nineveh with provocative words, hoping to keep her at bay. But Nineveh remained unfazed by his provocation. She retorted, Mr. Apostle, I observed the area, and there's no one else around. You're only here to hold Xiao and me back. Sakir's lips curled into a sneer, and he replied, Oh really? Then you truly overestimate yourself. Perhaps I simply wish to challenge you, the executor, in person. Nineveh remained unmoved. She calmly replied, Your provocation has no effect on me, Sakir. I know the Order's plan isn't that simple. Your stalling efforts are meaningless to me. Your main force should be heading elsewhere, right? Her eyes gleamed with determination and wisdom. It was clear that Nineveh had already made her next move. I don't intend to waste time here, Nineveh continued. If you have no other plans, then I take my leave. The real battle may await me elsewhere. Sakir felt an unprecedented pressure from Nineveh's decisiveness. He realized that Nineveh was not only formidable in combat, but also meticulous in her thinking, making her a formidable opponent. Sakir's heart sank, realizing that Nineveh had grasped the Order's plan. His mission, as Nineveh had stated, was to delay her, buying Israfil and the others time to search for the hidden treasure deep within the ruins. Israfil hadn't sent a communication yet, meaning they hadn't yet achieved their objective. Given this, Sakir knew he couldn't let Nineveh leave to support the others. Nineveh, you are indeed clever, but the game isn't over yet. Sakir's voice suddenly hardened, his eyes gleaming with determination. Nineveh turned to face Sakir, her eyes devoid of fear, only preparation for the coming attack. Oh! So you're changing your tactics? She replied calmly, her body bracing for action. Sakir took a deep breath, his familiar's power surging. This time, it wasn't for defense, but for a fierce attack. His double-bladed sword shone with an even brighter light, and the air around it vibrated, revealing the immense power he was about to unleash. Come on, let me see your true strength. Nineveh was undaunted. Her spirit energy gathered once more, and her double reappeared around her, ready to meet Sakir's attack. Sakir roared, charging at Nineveh, his double-bladed sword tracing sharp lines through the air, each strike imbued with power and speed. His attacks became more direct and fierce, attempting to overwhelm Nineveh and prevent her escape. Nineveh nimbly dodged Sakir's attacks, her stand coordinating seamlessly with her own, not only deftly neutralizing Sakir's attacks, but also periodically seeking opportunities to counterattack. She knew that while Sakir's attacks were fierce, they were also a sign of his eagerness, and she needed to exploit this to find a chance of victory. Nineveh's eyes flashed with determination, and she suddenly made an unexpected move. At this critical moment in the battle, she chose not to continue using her mechanical soul stand to fight on multiple fronts, but instead, she reclaimed its power and merged it with her own body. This move surprised even the observing Xiao Wu. As the power of the mechanical spirit returned, Nineveh began to radiate a dazzling light. Her body hovered slightly in the air, the surrounding air rippled by the overwhelming force. She activated her mechanical spirit fusion state, but this time, instead of transforming into a giant as usual, she remained the size of an ordinary human. Yet, even so, Nineveh's combat power was dramatically enhanced. A faint aura enveloped her body, and every inch of her skin seemed to hold explosive power. She swiftly crossed her hands in the opening stance of the Apsu flowing light, her unique technique. A surge of light gathered in her palms, and shot towards Sakir. The light moved with incredible speed, piercing the air with a sound as it hurtled towards Sakir. Faced with this sudden and powerful attack, Sakir's eyes took on an unprecedented seriousness. He knew this was Nineveh's full-strength attack, and he must give it his all. Sakir roared, channeling all of his clan's power into his double-headed sword. The sword was instantly enveloped in a dense layer of energy, emitting a faint blue glow. He swung his sword toward the beam, attempting to use the double-bladed sword's strength to block Nineveh's ultimate attack. However, Nineveh's attack was far more powerful than he had anticipated. The moment the beam of light made contact with the double-bladed sword, a massive wave of energy erupted, shaking the entire battlefield. The double-bladed sword began to crack under the impact of the light, and finally, with a crisp shattering sound, it shattered into countless fragments. Zakir was thrown back several steps by the force, a look of disbelief on his face. He stared at the hilt in his hand, and the scattered blade fragments, a bitter taste of defeat welling up in his heart. Nineveh slowly landed on the ground, untransformed. Her face was devoid of triumphant joy, only a calm composure. She looked at Sakir and said calmly, "Thank you for accompanying me today, but now I must return to my duties." Sakir was silent for a moment, then nodded slowly. "I admit defeat. Lord Nineveh, the power of the executioner is truly awe-inspiring. I have no intention of hindering you any further." Chapter 579. Zakir stood in the moonlit ruins, the fragments of his double-headed sword scattered at his feet, his heart filled with mixed emotions. His defeat by Nineveh, the powerful executor, was to be expected. Rather, it was remarkable that he had held out this long. He slowly bent down, picked up the hilt, and turned to leave. As Zakir's figure faded into the night, Nineveh was just about to evacuate the ruins, the echoes of the previous battle still resonating in her mind. She and Xiaowu were about to return to reunite with the other teams to gather intelligence and formulate their next plan of action. However, at that moment, her communicator suddenly began to buzz rapidly, shattering the stillness of the night. Old K's voice came through the communicator, a subtle hint of nervousness in it. "Nineve, emergency. We lost contact with Operator H team." Nineve's eyes immediately sharpened, and she quickly responded, "Details, Old K. They suddenly lost signal while on a mission, and we're worried they might have met with an accident." Old K's voice tinged with anxiety. Nineve's heart sank, but her voice remained calm. "Send me their last known location. Xiaowu, and I will be leaving immediately." Old K quickly provided the necessary information, and Nineve clutched the communicator tightly, ending the call. She turned to Xiaowu, her eyes gleaming with determination. "Xiaowu, the situation has changed. Operator H team may be in trouble. We must act immediately." Xiaowu's eyes were equally resolute, and she nodded. The two of them quickly checked their equipment, ensuring everything was in place. Nineve knew that in an emergency like this, every second was crucial, and they had to race against time. As Nineveh and Old K were rushing from afar to the ruins assigned to Operator H's team, a dramatic shift unfolded within. A mysterious figure quietly appeared near the imprisoned Operator H and his team. This uninvited arrival seemed to foreshadow a reversal of events. Deep in the ruins, Operator H and his team were trapped in a cage formed by the power of their families, surrounded by tight security. The situation appeared extremely critical. However, amidst this tense atmosphere, a figure, like a ghost in the night, silently approached the cage. He first surveyed the surroundings, ascertaining the placement of the guards and the structure of the cage. His sharp eyes captured every detail. Like a gust of wind in the night, the shadowy figure swiftly and silently approached the nearest guard. Before the guard could react, the mysterious figure subdued him without a sound. His movements were precise and efficient, each strike accurate, demonstrating his extensive combat experience and exceptional skill. After all the guards were dispatched, the mysterious figure arrived in front of the cage. "Who are you?" The operator stared in surprise at the silver-haired, red-coated man. "Shoo!" The man signaled for silence. He examined the cage's structure, discovering a complex barrier formed by the power of his clan. Standing before the cage, he took a deep breath and slowly drew the great sword from his back. The blade gleamed coldly in the moonlight, and a solemn expression crossed his eyes. Break! He swung the sword fiercely, slicing through the air with thunderous force, striking the cage. Wherever the blade touched, the barrier shattered like fragile glass. With a loud bang, the cage shattered under the sword, fragments flying everywhere. Operator H and his team were finally free. They looked at the man, their eyes filled with surprise and gratitude. Swager's men, right? Leave it to me now. I'm Tony, here to provide support. Tony's words were firm and forceful, reassuring Operator H and the others. Operator H recognized Tony. Are you the familiar hunter Miss Cheyenne mentioned? Yes, Tony replied, his gaze once again turning to the depths of the ruins, as if searching for something. Operator H quickly recounted their encounter to Tony, including how they had been ambushed by the cult and all the information they had learned. Tony listened, his brow furrowed, clearly contemplating his next move. Anyway, let's clear out the enemies here first, Tony said, pointing to the cultists digging in the distance. The operators quickly gathered their equipment and, along with Tony, swept through the cultists outside like an unstoppable force. As the last cultist fell, Operator H and his team, though exhausted, held an indomitable glint in their eyes. They gathered around Tony, ready to delve deeper into the ruins and uncover the cult's secrets. However, Tony shook his head, his voice firm and powerful. The enemies outside have been dealt with, but the dangers within the ruins may be even greater. I intend to go alone. You remain here, remain vigilant, and be ready for support. Tony stood at the entrance, his deep gaze seemingly piercing the thick night, sensing the subtle fluctuations in the air. His brow furrowed slightly, as he sensed a familiar lingering energy. The distinct aura of his younger brother, Nero. I trace the energy here. It's Nero's, Tony whispered, a subtle ripple in his voice. He understood that as a familiar hunter, he had to confront Nero personally, no matter the outcome. Turning to face Operator H and his team, Tony's eyes flashed with determination. You are ordinary humans. Following me into the ruins would only be a burden. His words were blunt and firm, without a trace of euphemism. Contact your support and secure this place, Tony continued, his gaze turning once again to the depths of the ruins, where unknown dangers and secrets seemed to lurk. I go down and meet Israfil and the others. Operator H understood Tony's decision. They knew Tony's abilities and experience far surpassed theirs. He nodded. We understand, Tony. We contact support and secure this place. Tony didn't say much. He simply nodded, then turned, his greatsword hefted over his shoulder, and walked with determined steps deeper into the ruins. His figure gradually vanished in the dim passage, leaving only the sound of his determined footsteps echoing through the empty ruins. Tony leaped through the gap in the tomb's roof into the deep entrance of the ruins, soon emerging into the corridor. The air within the ruins was thick and humid, but Tony, using his illumination mechanism, barely illuminated the path ahead. His senses were now acute, tracking the faint traces of energy left by Nero. These traces, like a thin line, gradually unfolded within Tony's perception, guiding him deeper into the ruin's heart. Tony's gaze swept over the surrounding stone walls, searching for any possible clues. His fingers gently touched the carvings on the wall, feeling the marks of time, while also searching for any remnants of Nero's energy. Every time he advanced a certain distance, he paused, closed his eyes, and concentrated on sensing the surrounding fluctuations. As Tony advanced deeper, the passageway within the ruins narrowed, and the air grew more oppressive. He could sense that he was approaching Nero's location. Chapter 580. Deep within the ruins, Israfil, Nero, and Ing faced a new challenge. They arrived at a room covered in spikes. The walls, floor, and ceiling were covered in sharp spikes, evidently designed to protect the ruins' deepest secrets. Looking carefully, Israfil discovered they were standing at the entrance to a spacious room. Before them lay a narrow passage, flanked by abysses, its bottom studded with sharp spikes. From the walls, massive pendulum spikes hung, ready to swing and strike down any intruder who stepped into the trap. Israfil, Nero, and Ing faced a dense network of spikes, but for extraordinary beings like them, possessing superpowers or superhuman physiques, these traps were merely minor obstacles in their path. However, the two followers lacked superpowers, and could not force their way through. Israfil stood at the room's entrance, carefully observing his surroundings. He knew that these spike traps would be extremely dangerous if triggered. He whispered to Nero and Ing, "Be careful. The traps here are very sensitive. We must find a safe path." Nero nodded, his silver hair gleaming in the dim light. His sharp eyes scanned every possible trap. Ing shrugged and asked Israfil, "You can teleport, right? Can't you just move everyone over there?" "Look over there," Israfil pointed to the closed door across the way. It looked like another door that couldn't be opened without disarming the trap. Ah, what a waste of time. Ing threw up her hands helplessly. She left it to Israfil's decision. As you wish. Nero also gestured to follow Israfil's instructions. Israfil examined the mechanism carefully, a flicker of contempt in his eyes. It's a rather old-fashioned trap, he murmured, his tone lacking any contempt for the enemy. But it's still deadly. Israfil began analyzing the mechanism's triggering mechanism. He noticed that faint lines of light seemed to connect the spikes to the bricks of the central connecting bridge. These lines were filaments, like fishing line, forming a complex network. Any contact could trigger the mechanism. If you stepped on the wrong brick, the bridge would collapse. Nero and Ing also surveyed their surroundings, their eyes sharp, searching for a safe path. Nero whispered, the central passage appears to be the only safe path, but we must not be careless. Follow me, Israfil said softly, carefully following a seemingly safe path. Every step he took was cautious, avoiding any light that might trigger the mechanism. Israfil moved first. He took a deep breath and slowly began to levitate, his body gradually lifting off the ground. His supernatural powers allowed him to float freely in the air, unmolested by the spiky pits below. You two stay here and don't move, Israfil said to the two cultists, a hint of seriousness in his voice. I handle these traps. The cultists nodded in obedience, knowing that Israfil and his three companions were more than capable of handling the situation. Israfil began to slowly move through the air, each step appearing light and effortless, as if he were walking on air. Nero and Ing followed him, not bothering to avoid the traps, because they were truly useless to them. Suddenly, the spiked pendulums on the wall began to move, whistling towards Israfil with a whistling sound. However, Israfil remained calm, dodging nimbly in the air and quickly drifting to the other side. Nero and Ing were also busy, sprinting across the connecting bridge, ready to respond at any moment. When a spiked pendulum launched itself and lashed out towards them, Nero quickly drew his long sword. With a flash of silver light, the spiked pendulum was neatly severed, falling into the spike pit. Ing, holding her beam sword tightly, swung swiftly as another spiked pendulum struck her. The intense heat from the beam sword easily melted the pendulum, reducing it to a pile of scrap metal. The spikes on the roof activated and fell, but Israfil, using the power of his clan, moved the previously destroyed pendulum, transforming it into several pillars that supported the spike ceiling. Israfil provided support toward the exit, while Nero and Ing protected each other on the ground, simultaneously cutting off any attacking mechanisms. Finally, they successfully passed through the room filled with spikes and pendulums. Israfil slowly landed on the ground opposite. He looked back at the trap they had just broken through, a flicker of pride in his eyes. We did it, Israfil said to Nero and Ing, his voice tinged with relief. These traps can't stop us. At this moment, the door behind Israfil opened automatically. It seemed they had successfully passed this level as well. Okay, let's go. Israfil used his clan's power to teleport the two henchmen at the entrance. After all, they would be needed to carry things later. After some clever coordination and a thrilling breakthrough, Israfil, Nero, and Ing finally made their way through numerous traps and arrived at a room emitting a mysterious light. This place was completely different from the other cold, dim rooms in the ruins. The air was filled with a sacred and solemn atmosphere. Clearly, they were approaching their ultimate goal. The temple where the secret treasure was stored. The walls of the room were inlaid with glowing gems, emitting a soft and steady light that illuminated the entire space. The carvings and murals on the walls came alive in the light, telling stories of ancient legends and myths. The floor was paved with smooth stone slabs, reflecting the light of the gems, making the entire room even more mysterious and magnificent. In the center of the room, a raised platform rested on which a radiant treasure chest sat. The treasure chest was engraved with intricate symbols and patterns, echoing those found elsewhere in the ruins, highlighting its importance and value. There appeared to be no further traps around the chest, but the three knew its secrets wouldn't be so easily revealed. Israfil gazed at the chest, his eyes gleaming with excitement. We finally found it. This must be where the secret treasure is stored. Nero and Ing also arrived at the platform, their gaze fixed on the chest. Nero whispered, "Be careful. There may be hidden traps here." Ing nodded in agreement, her sharp gaze scanning the surroundings, searching for any hidden traps or mechanisms. Indeed, the light and silence here are somewhat unsettling. Israfil smiled faintly, confident in his abilities. Whatever the trap, we come this far. Let's uncover the secrets of this treasure chest together. The three gathered around the chest. Israfil, a dragon man, reached out, bit open a hole with his teeth, and gently touched the symbols on the chest. He was no stranger to this type of encryption. He traced the pattern of symbols with his fingertips, and the blood on his fingertips smeared onto the switch as he touched it. The symbols on the treasure chest began to glow even brighter, as if responding to his blood. Suddenly, the treasure chest slowly opened with a low rumble. As the lid rose, a powerful wave of energy emanated from the chest's interior, filling the entire room. The three of them gazed nervously inside, anticipating the secret treasure's appearance. In the center of the treasure chest sat an object emitting a soft glow. Surrounded by a faint halo, it stood out even against the dazzling backdrop. Israfil, Nero, and Ing knew they had finally found the target of their quest. The legendary secret treasure. Chapter 581. As the secret treasures in Israfil's hands, those shimmering talismans and the non-paper scroll, were carefully removed, Nero couldn't help but curiously inquire about their true purpose. For them, as executors, living in an era when the natural witches were still active, these ancient tools seemed to have no direct use. Nero gazed at the talismans and scrolls in Israfil's hands, a hint of doubt in his eyes. What use are these secret treasures to us? In that room radiating a mysterious light, Israfil, holding the secret treasures, began to explain the profound origins and significance of these treasures to Nero's questions. These talismans and scrolls, Israfil said slowly, his voice filled with respect for history, are not only symbols of power, but also the inheritance of the shared wisdom of the dragon people and humans. In ancient times, when our ancestors lived alongside humans and faced the harsh natural environment, the dragon people gifted these treasures to humans to help them protect themselves and coexist harmoniously with nature. Nero and Ing watched as Israfil removed a cloth bag from his person, carefully placed the talismans and scrolls inside, and then tied the bag shut. Israfil continued, however, over time, modern humans have forgotten this ability, the importance of living in harmony with nature, and have endlessly demanded from it. Now, it is time to return these treasures to their rightful owners. As dragon people, we have the responsibility and the ability to ensure that these secret treasures fulfill their intended purpose. Nero nodded, indicating his understanding of Israfil's words. I understand. Anyway, do what you wish. Ing also added, the dragon people have a deeper connection with nature. In your hands, these secret treasures can indeed be of even greater use. Israfil looked at Nero and Ing, his eyes gleaming with determination. That's right. We must not only recover these secret treasures, but also use them to correct humanity's mistakes and restore the balance of nature. You too, pack up the treasures inside and take them away. Israfil signaled to his two followers that they could now pack up the treasures. Okay. The two followers quickly began to search. As Israfil and his companions prepared to quietly depart with the secret treasures, Nero's keen senses picked up a familiar energy fluctuation. A flicker of alarm flashed in his eyes, and then he said in a deep voice, "It's Tony. He's after us." Tony's voice rang from the temple entrance, firm and powerful. Your constant digging up other people's ancestral graves is over. He appeared at the doorway and strode into the luminous room, his gaze fixed squarely on Israfil and Nero. Give me the item, Nero. And you guys too. Tony's words carried an unquestionable command, his steps firm and imposing, like an unstoppable warrior. Israfil wasn't surprised by Tony's appearance. He knew this familiar hunter's tracking abilities were not to be underestimated. Faced with this sudden situation, Israfil reacted quickly, preparing to cast a mass transfer spell, hoping to safely evacuate with the treasure and his companions. However, he knew that this powerful spell would take time to cast. Nero faced his brother without hesitation. He unsheathed his long sword, its blade gleaming coldly in the temple's light. If you want it, you have to come and get it yourself. You know the rules, brother. Ing was more enthusiastic. She was intrigued by Tony's fighting prowess and eager to test it out. I go meet him first. She slowly stepped forward without hesitation. Seeing Ying's enthusiasm, Nero didn't rush to draw his sword. He too wanted to see the masked woman's strength. Israfil commended Ying's bravery, but he also worried she might be pushing herself too hard. Knowing the executor's strength, he warned, be careful, Ing. Tony is no ordinary opponent. We all know the executor. I won't push myself, don't worry. Ing seemed simply eager to spar with Tony. She had fought both Nineveh and Sakya before. She was well aware of the executor's fighting prowess. She might have been evenly matched with Sakya then, but Sakya had made significant progress now. But even so, why did he insist on advancing? Or perhaps she had made considerable progress recently? The battle was imminent. Nero and Ing prepared to confront Tony, while Israfil concentrated on performing a mass teleportation spell. His hands drew complex symbols in the air, and the surrounding space began to subtly ripple. Tony paused, his gaze scanning Nero and Ing before settling on the secret treasure in Israfil's hand. Take the item and run away, truly the style of a thief. Seeing Israfil begin to cast the spell, Tony no longer hesitated, drawing his gun and shooting at him. Dang dang. Nero, standing nearby, blocked the bullet with his sword. At the same moment, Shadow unsheathed his lightsaber and charged at Tony. The battle had begun. As Tony's eyes locked on the secret treasure in Israfil's hand, a sneer curled his lips, his voice echoing through the temple. Taking something and running? Such a thief. Sensing the signs of Israfil casting a spell, Tony no longer hesitated. He quickly drew his gun from his waist and aimed at the casting Israfil. The gunshot rang out, and the bullets streaked through the air like meteors, heading straight for their target. However, Nero's movements were even faster. With a flash of his figure, he unsheathed his long sword and, at an almost impossible angle, deflected the bullets one by one. Sparks flew across the temple, and the sharp, piercing sound of metal clashing was deafening. But this was easy for Nero, and Tony wasn't surprised. At this tense moment, Shadow also joined the fray. Her figure moved swiftly and silently like a ghost in the night. The beam sword in her hand activated instantly, radiating a dazzling glow that illuminated her determined face. "Humph, you dared to show off your meager skills before an expert." Tony responded swiftly, drawing his great sword from his back and blocking Shadow's lightsaber with astonishing speed and force. Metal clashed, sparks flew, and the collision of two forces reverberated throughout the temple. Wow! As expected of an executioner. Shadow quickly leaped back to create distance. Shadow's beam sword could supposedly cut through any metal, but the weapons of the executioners, especially Tony and Nero, were forged from their own root cubes. In other words, Nero and Tony were essentially fighting with their own root cubes, a unique ability of the brothers as executioners. Shadow's lightsaber slashed through the air, each strike imbued with power and speed. Her movements were deft and swift, like a deadly dance. Tony used his massive sword as both shield and weapon, each swing appearing steady and powerful. The two figures darted swiftly between the temple's pillars, the clash of lightsabers and great swords stirring up waves of energy. Each of Shadow's attacks sought to find Tony's weaknesses, and Tony, with his vast combat experience, deftly parried Shadow's attacks. Chapter 582. Amid the temple's solemn atmosphere, Ing, like a hunter in the night, flashed and launched a fierce attack on Tony. Her red beam sword danced in her hand like tongues of fire, slicing through the air with scorching force, attempting to overwhelm Tony with lightning speed. Tony faced Ying's attack with composure. His gaze was as firm as a mountain, and the great sword in his hand seemed one with his body. Each swing accurately blocked Ying's attack. The sound of metal clashing echoed through the temple, sparks flying, illuminating his calm face, but leaving no gaps in his defense. As Ying's attacks grew more rapid, Tony finally spoke, his voice tinged with teasing. "Woman, your skills are good, but you're still far from enough to stop me." His words revealed a calm confidence. "Watch out!" Thunder slash. Tony shouted, his voice echoing throughout the temple. His great sword slashed through the air in a perfect arc, unleashing his ultimate move. This move, the culmination of years of combat experience, embodied immense power and speed. The great sword slashed down with astonishing speed and force, a visible shockwave forming around the blade. The power of the spirit of mechanics enveloped the sword's light like thunder piercing the air, illuminating the entire temple with a high-energy current, deflecting Ying's beam sword. The force of that strike seemed to compress and rip even the air, emitting a deafening roar. Ying felt a surge of immense power, and like a kite with a broken string, her body flew backward, landing heavily on the stone slab several meters away. She struggled to her feet, wiping the blood from the corner of her mouth, a flicker of resentment in her eyes, but at the same time, she was clearly aware of the gap in strength between herself and Tony. Tony sheathed his great sword, his gaze blazing as he glanced at Ying. "Your courage is commendable, but your strength is insufficient." His voice echoed through the temple like a victor's declaration. Ying landed heavily dozens of meters away. She felt a surge of energy and blood, aware of the gap in strength between her and Tony. She struggled to her feet, wiped the blood from the corner of her mouth, and stepped aside. Though she felt resentful, she knew she could no longer fight. "As expected of you." The executioner, not bad. Ying didn't seem to be seeking a life-or-death duel with Tony, so she retreated. Ying retreated, her figure gradually fading into the shadows, while Nero slowly approached the battlefield, longsword in hand, the tip of the blade touching the ground with a crisp sound. His eyes betrayed a steely determination. "Brother, It's our turn now. Tony turned to face Nero, a seriousness flashing in his eyes. Nero, I believe in you. If you must fight me now, I accept the challenge. Brother, as long as you understand. Nero smiled. He was pleased that his brother accepted his current stance. Regardless of his true intentions, Nero had to stand with the order now. My primary goal is to stop Israfil. Nero, can you stop me? The air between the two seemed to freeze in that instant, the tension reaching a peak. Nero and Tony, once brothers, now faced off in this battle. Tony's gaze pierced the clamor of the battlefield, fixed on Israfil. He knew that the completion of the spell would be the key to Nero's victory. And Nero, as a guardian, was determined to protect Israfil with his own life, ensuring the completion of the spell and the safety of the treasure. Tony launched the attack, his steps steady and swift, each step stirring up dust. He swung his great sword, each blow carrying the force of splitting mountains and shattering rocks, aiming directly at Nero, attempting to force him away from Israfil. The duel between the two revealed their true strength. Sword energy and blade flashes clashed hundreds of times a second, each clash sending out dazzling sparks. Unlike his previous battle with Shadow, Tony displayed his true fighting prowess. Israfil sensed the intensity of the battle as he cast his spell, his gaze lingering on Tony for a moment. The man wielding the great sword, each swing carrying the force of thunder, possessed such immense power that Israfil marveled inwardly. Even Nineveh would have found it difficult to match him. Yet, Israfil felt a sense of relief that Nero was on their side. Nero's long sword, like the sharp blade of a guardian deity, accurately parried Tony's blows with each swing. The battle between the two brothers was not only a contest of strength, but also a test of skill and experience. Tony's swordsmanship was vigorous, each strike imbued with destructive force. Sword energy surged through the temple, leaving deep scars on the stone pillars. Nero, on the other hand, responded with a more agile swordsmanship. His blade flashed like flowing water, penetrating every pore, always managing to neutralize Tony's attacks at the crucial moment. Are you really going to stop me, Nero? Tony demanded of his brother during the fierce exchange, his eyes gleaming with determination. Of course, Tony, Nero replied, his voice filled with determination. Several times, Tony's attacks nearly touched Israfil, disrupting his spellcasting. Beads of sweat formed on Israfil's forehead, and his hands trembled as he continued to draw the runes for his spells. However, Nero didn't let Tony succeed. Whenever Tony's attack threatened to break through his defenses, Nero always managed to block it in time. During one fierce charge, Nero even blocked Tony's sword with a precise horizontal slash. You are indeed powerful, Tony, Nero panted after a clash, but it's not enough to break through my defense. Tony snorted coldly, a flicker of admiration in his eyes. You're not bad, Nero. It seems you made considerable progress over the years. The two men's strength was fully demonstrated in this battle, equally matched. Every attack and defense was filled with power and wisdom. Their battle unleashed a storm within the temple, and every clash made the air crackle. The two figures moved swiftly within the temple, sword energy and blade flashes weaving through the air like deadly webs. Every attack made the air whistle, and every defense sent sparks flying. Israfil knew that if Tony broke through Nero's defenses, his spell would be unfinished, and the cult's mission would fail immediately. But he also witnessed Nero's determination and strength, which filled him with confidence. Under Nero's protection, Israfil, despite his uneasy heart, persevered in casting the spell. His spell gradually neared completion in the tense atmosphere, and the ownership of the secret treasure and their fate were about to be revealed. For Nero and Tony, this battle between the two brothers was not only a contest of strength, but also a clash of convictions. They both knew that the outcome of this battle would determine the fate of the secret treasure and the futures they each sought. Witnessed by the Dragon Man's secret treasure, their offensive and defensive battle reached a fever pitch, every second filled with tension and danger. Chapter 583. When Nineveh and Old K's team hurried to the ruins, they found the battle nearing its end. In the night, beside the excavated tomb, Operator H's team stood guard, their faces filled with surprise and exhaustion. Old K paused, his voice tinged with disbelief. Have you already defeated the cult? Operator H nodded, a touch of gratitude on his face. Yes, we were in dire straits, but the familiar hunter Tony appeared and saved us. His voice betrayed his deep respect for Tony. Nineveh's eyes gleamed at the mention of Tony's name. Tony? The legendary familiar hunter? He's here? Her voice was thick with anticipation. It was rare to see Nineveh like this. Operator H explained. Yes, he not only saved us, but he single-handedly fought against the cult's apostles. If it weren't for him, we might have. He didn't finish his words, for Nineveh had already made her decision. Nineveh didn't wait for Operator H to finish. She activated her spirit sense, sensing Tony's energy fluctuations. She knew Tony might need support, and she also wanted to witness the legendary hunter's prowess firsthand. With a firm step, she rushed into the depths of the ruins without hesitation. "Nineveh, where are you going?" Old K asked anxiously, a hint of worry in his voice. "I'll be back soon." Nineveh's voice echoed in the air, and her figure had already disappeared into the shadows of the ruins. Old K looked in the direction where Nineveh had disappeared, a complex emotion flashing in his eyes. He knew Nineveh's strength, but he also knew Tony's power. Deep within the ruins, Tony and Nero's battle continued. Tony's swordsmanship was like a raging storm, each strike imbued with power and speed. Nero responded with even more agile blade work, his blade flashing like flowing water, penetrating every pore. Tony's goal was to interrupt Israfil's spellcasting. He knew that once the spell was completed, the secret treasure would fall into his opponent's hands. A hint of anxiety flashed in his eyes, and his attacks intensified. "Nero, are you really going to stop me?" Tony asked, panting after a fierce attack. Nero's eyes were firm, and his answer was unwavering. "To protect the secret treasure, I must do this, brother." The battle erupted again, and the two figures moved swiftly throughout the temple, sword energy and blade flashes intertwining in the air like deadly webs. Every attack made the air whistle, and every defense sent sparks flying. Protected by Nero, Israfil, despite his anxiety, persisted in casting his spell. His spell neared completion amidst the tense atmosphere, preparing for the final outcome of the battle. However, just as Israfil was about to complete his spell, Tony unleashed his ultimate blow. His greatsword traced a perfect arc through the air, unleashing a powerful golden aura that hurtled straight towards Israfil. Nero, observing this, stepped before Israfil without hesitation. His longsword clashed with Tony's sword energy, producing a deafening roar. The two's power collided in the air, generating a powerful shockwave that shook the surrounding stone pillars. Nero was also knocked back and forth by this attack, falling several times behind Israfil. Finally, seeing Nero fall behind the apostle, Tony suddenly thrust his sword and flew towards Israfil. Shadow shift, star step. As Israfil finished the spell, his spell was instantly completed. A beam of light erupted from Israfil's hand, enveloping the entire group before disappearing into the temple. Tony's attack missed. Nineveh rushed into the temple at that moment and witnessed the scene. "Damn! So close!" Nineveh? Why are you here?" Tony stood there, looking at the place where Israfil and the others had disappeared, a flicker of resentment in his eyes. Suddenly, he heard footsteps behind him. Turning back, he saw a familiar face, Nineveh. "Tony! Long time no see, it's really you. I'm glad you still remember me." Nineveh, an executor who hadn't lost her memory, recognized Tony instantly. Nineveh and Tony had crossed paths somewhat during Operation Flashpoint. Although Tony, like Jinxie, had suffered some memory loss during the jump, he still had a basic memory of the executors he met. It's just luck. Otherwise, like Munreal. Jinxie, who can't even remember his companions' faces, that would be terrible. Tony spread his hands. "A silver lining, huh? By the way, was that guy you just fought with from the Order?" He looked familiar. Nineveh and Tony had switched back to their own super ancient language. "Don't worry about the details," Tony said with a wry smile. "With your strength, you should be able to catch them, right?" Nineveh knew Tony's abilities. His fighting ability was comparable to hers, and Israfil wasn't very strong either, so how could he have escaped? "Well, it's a long story. Let's get out first," Tony sighed. On their way out of the ruins, Tony suddenly stopped. He turned to Nineveh, his eyes a hint of seriousness. "Nineveh, I have something to tell you." Nineveh looked at Tony, a hint of confusion in her eyes. "What is it?" Tony was silent for a moment, then slowly said, "The man who just stopped me was my brother Nero. He's also an executor." Nineveh was slightly taken aback. She hadn't expected such a relationship. She thought back, and it seemed they hadn't really had much in common back then. "The executor Nero? I don't seem to have any impression of him." Tony sighed. "That's right. When we first met, I was working as a mercenary on my own. My brother Nero was still young then. You probably only saw him when we finally gathered. You probably don't remember him." Nineveh nodded. She understood Tony's feelings. "Why did your brother start a fight with you?" Tony's eyes were filled with melancholy. "Perhaps he chose a different path, or perhaps he had his own mission. I feel like he's hiding something from me, but he feels it's inappropriate." Nineveh smiled slightly. It sounds complicated. Simply put, he's on the side of the Order, isn't he? That's right. Tony sighed. The Order tried to persuade me, but I know they're studying the power of the families. That kind of thing is completely against the will of heaven. Next time Nero shows up, I support you. Nineveh pointed at herself with a thumb. Very well, Miss Nineveh, you're always so reliable. After we get up there, let's return to the Swager base together and exchange intelligence. Okay, but there's one thing I want to clarify first. Tony nodded, a firm look in his eyes. I don't want to join Swager or any other organization for the time being. I want to remain free and do what I believe is right. This time, my cooperation with Swager is merely a business one. My actions are still aimed at understanding Nero and the others' intentions. Nineveh nodded in understanding. I understand your perspective. Everyone has the right to choose their own path. Chapter 584. Nineveh and Tony walked out of the ruins together. In the darkness, Old K and his team apprehended the cultists Tony had knocked unconscious, preparing to hand them over to the approaching police. A cordon was quickly erected around the excavated tomb to ensure its integrity. Old K stepped forward and briefed Nineveh and Tony on the situation. The police will be here soon. We have the scene under control. He glanced over them, confirming they were unharmed. Also, Old K continued, additional police have been deployed to the other two ancient tombs to strengthen security. The cult should be unable to continue robbing tombs for the time being. Nineveh nodded, her expression serious. That's good news. Come to think of it, you're Tony, right? I heard from Ziyuan that help is coming. You're just in time. Thank you. Although Old K's tone was terse, his eyes revealed a hint of recognition and respect. Nineveh stood aside, not revealing Tony's identity as the executioner to Old K and the other team members. She knew Tony had his own ideas and plans, and their trust was enough for her to keep it a secret. Nineveh told Old K, the most important thing now is to secure the ruins and deal with the scene. We can discuss other matters later. Old K nodded in agreement. You're right. Let's secure the scene first, and then discuss the next steps in detail. At that moment, the sound of sirens approached, and police convoys arrived at the ruins. Team K began handing over their duties to the arriving police, explaining the situation in detail and directing them to handle the arrested cultists. Nineveh and Tony stepped aside, quietly observing the bustle of the scene. Both understood that, while the crisis had been temporarily alleviated tonight, Tony followed Nineveh back to the guest house where Team K had gathered. The lights in the guest house seemed particularly warm in the night, but the atmosphere inside was tense and serious. The members of Team K gathered around the conference table, waiting for Nineveh and Tony to share their experiences deep within the ruins. Old K sat at the head of the table, his gaze firm, his voice tinged with urgency. Nineveh, Tony, we urgently need to know what happened to you in the ruins. Any detail could be crucial in stopping the cult's further actions. Nineveh nodded, her eyes gleaming with recollection, and she began to recount her encounter with the Apostle Sakiel in detail. Her description was vivid and precise, detailing every move and tactical decision, from Sakiel's mysterious appearance to the fierce exchange between the two sides. Old K's team took turns recounting their experiences fighting the Apostle Shamshel. They described how they remained calm amidst the illusionary traps Shamshel had created, and how they relied on each other's wisdom and courage to overcome numerous obstacles. Their stories were filled with tension and excitement, showcasing the K team members' unity and resilience in the face of adversity. Tony, in his deep, powerful voice, recounted their observations of the ruins' interior. He described in detail the ancient mechanisms and traps, and how they cleverly circumvented these deadly defenses. He also recounted his battles with Israfil and others, his account revealing a deep respect for the wisdom of the ruins' builders and a profound understanding of combat. However, some information was deliberately omitted from their accounts. Tony didn't mention his brother Nero, and Nineveh cooperated by concealing the fact that the cult had an executor. They knew that such information might cause unnecessary confusion and panic, and that they needed more time to process these complex relationships. As the discussion deepened, the members of Team K began to exchange ideas, offering their own insights and suggestions. They discussed possible courses of action, and how to strengthen connections and protection with other relics. Tony and Nineveh also actively participated, their experience bringing new perspectives and ideas to the team. In the BNB's conference room, after sharing their intelligence, Nineveh, Tony, and Old K's team realized that the talismans obtained by the cult might be more than just ancient relics. They might contain powerful powers that could be used to communicate with nature, and even be misused for ulterior motives. As a spirit of nature, Xiao Wu was well aware of the power of the stolen talismans. She enumerated the dangers that the cult could pose using the talismans, each speculation unsettling those present. First, they could manipulate the elements, causing storms or earthquakes that could destroy our city. Xiao Wu's voice was clear and firm, her gaze darting between Nineveh, Old K, and Tony. Second, the cult could disrupt social order, influencing people's hearts through spells and causing unrest. She continued, her tone revealing concern about this possibility. Nineveh nodded in agreement. Indeed, we can't ignore this possibility. Xiao Wu continued, they could also disrupt the ecological balance, affecting species survival, or control critical resources, triggering an economic crisis. Old K added, that's simply catastrophic. Xiao Wu took a deep breath and continued, furthermore, the cult could use spells to create supernatural phenomena, causing public panic. Tony nodded in agreement, these are all things we need to consider. You, a young girl, know quite a bit. Hee, I can't compare to Lady Nineveh, but I'm a deity after all. Old K's eyes gleamed with determination. We must strengthen our defenses to prevent the cult from using these spells to create chaos. I include this in the report. It looks like their headquarters at Swager will be busy too. Searching for cult forces operating elsewhere around the world should be a top priority, Operator J nodded. To facilitate collaboration, Old K also rented a room for Tony in the B&B. He knew Tony's skills and experience would be a valuable asset to their team. Tony, you should stay here for the time being. We have many challenges to face together. Tony nodded slightly, accepting Old K's offer. He knew that, despite his previous aversion to joining any organization, having a place to live was crucial. Thank you, Old K. I do my best to help. Naiwei agreed. Tony, I'd be relying on your help again for the time being. Miss Naiwei, that's being a bit awkward. Tony seemed more relaxed than before, perhaps because he run into his old acquaintance Naiwei. Chapter 585. In the cult's secret hideout, within a cleverly renovated cavern, fully equipped and seemingly isolated from the world, Israfil, accompanied by Ing, Nero, and several trusted subordinates, navigated a winding passageway to this spacious and secluded room. Shamshel and Sakir were already waiting, their expressions a bit mysterious in the dim light. It's a shame we didn't have time to remove more of the treasures from the tomb, but there will be another opportunity later. Israfil instructed his attendants to set the few artifacts they had packed aside. It's okay, as long as we got the secret treasure. Shamshel smiled. They might increase security at the other tombs. It looks like we won't be able to move any more for a while, Sakir solemnly told Israfil. Anyway, let's not discuss such complicated matters for now. Israfil stood before them. Despite the unexpected challenges encountered during the mission, a hint of relief lingered in his tone. The mission nearly failed, but fortunately, we finally recovered the secret treasure from the ancient tomb. His hand gently caressed the newly acquired treasure, sensing its power. Then, turning to Shamshel and Sakir, his eyes filled with genuine gratitude, he said, I must thank you both for your support. Without you distracting Swager's superior combat power, this mission would not have been successful. Shamshel smiled faintly, her eyes gleaming with joy at the success of her strategy. We simply did what we were supposed to do. The success of the team is what matters most. Sakir nodded, his voice deep and powerful. Our mission was to ensure you successfully retrieve the secret treasure. It seems our efforts have paid off. Israfil looked around at everyone present, his heart filled with pride for his team and anticipation for the future. With this secret treasure, our power will be greatly enhanced. Next, we need to carefully plan how to utilize it. In the cult's cave stronghold, Israfil and his team engaged in an intense discussion about their newly acquired secret treasures. Spells that could communicate with nature. These ancient spells possess the power to influence weather and animals, and their potential filled the cult members with both excitement and awe. Is this the spell our ancestors crafted for humanity? Shamshel looked at the emblem-like spell Israfil had laid out on the table, along with the scroll serving as an instruction manual. Although the dragon race has a long lifespan, reaching thousands of years, these secret treasures were crafted before this group of young dragon apostles were even born. They must have been at least as early as the cult leader's childhood. Israfil knew that, if used properly, these spells would greatly enhance the cult's influence. He glanced around at his team and declared firmly, the secret treasure in our hands can not only influence the weather, but also control animals. In a sense, we can influence the nations of the world by controlling agriculture. In the cult's secret stronghold, the air within the caverns was filled with a mixture of excitement and apprehension. Shamshel and Sakir exchanged a glance, each knowing that they held more than just a few ancient spells, but a powerful weapon capable of swaying the fate of the world. Shamshil spoke softly, yet with undeniable force. We can regulate rainfall, aiding or hindering the growth of crops, and thus influence the economic lifeline of nations. Such power, wielded properly, is unmatched. Israfil nodded earnestly, his eyes gleaming with wisdom. Indeed, if such power is abused, the consequences could be disastrous. We must proceed with caution, and ensure this power is used for the right purpose. Nero, with a hint of doubt and caution, offered his own opinion. That being said, isn't the cult using this thing as a weapon? If used properly, it could be more powerful than human nuclear weapons. Israfil was silent for a moment, then spoke slowly. The cult's goal is to enable humanity to harness the power of their families, not to cause catastrophic destruction. However, our forces are still weak, and we must possess something powerful enough to intimidate human nations. I believe this is the Master's directive. As he spoke, Israfil carefully put the talismans away, his movements revealing his respect and awe for these ancient powers. Next, he intended to present the talismans to the Master for his review. As an apostle, he knew that the use of such secret treasures required the Master's approval and guidance. Shadow's voice echoed through the cave, tinged with curiosity. Does the Hierophant intend to use this secret treasure himself? Israfil shook his head, his gaze penetrating. I don't know. Perhaps he will authorize the apostles to use it? He locked the secret treasure in a combination briefcase, ensuring its safekeeping. He had contacted the Hierophant, and he knew he would personally come to Riyah in a few days to inspect the secret treasure. Then, Israfil, Sakir, and Shamshir would meet him, carrying the briefcase and demonstrating the power of the spells to him. However, Ing was a special envoy from an organization cooperating with the cult leader, so it didn't matter whether she went or not. Ing also seemed uninterested in the matter. Nero raised a practical question. What about the other talismans? The cult leader is coming, and you only given him a third of the talismans. Won't he have to make more trips in the future? Israfil sighed. He knew this, but for now, they could only ensure the safe delivery of the talismans they had. But there's no chance of getting the rest so soon. His voice revealed a hint of helplessness, but more importantly, a clear understanding of the current situation. Nero then pointed out a point that the apostles had overlooked, his words tinged with seriousness. Now, Tony and I are both executors. We both carry weapons transformed from the root cube. What does this mean? And there are executors like Nineveh in this city. In the cult's secret base, Nero's words were like a bombshell, sending an unprecedented sense of tension through the apostles present. He revealed startling news. 3 executors are currently concentrated in Nara, and 2 of them even possess root cubes. This matches the number of root cubes held at Swager headquarters. Israfil's brow furrowed, realizing the significance of this news. This could very well attract the true familiar to Nara. Nero's words sparked deep thought among the apostles. The arrival of the families will disrupt Swager's progress, creating an opportunity for us to seize the talismans from the remaining 2 ruins. A glint flashed in Israfil's eyes, as he began to weigh the possibilities behind this idea. If the families truly arrive, Swager will undoubtedly be distracted, presenting us with a rare opportunity. Zakir raised a practical question. However, how can we ensure the safe acquisition of the talismans while the families arrive? This requires a thorough plan. Israfil took a deep breath, knowing that the risks and rewards of this plan were equally enormous. This is a bold plan, but if successful, we will have the opportunity to seize the secret treasures of all 3 ruins in one fell swoop. Nero himself was the executor, and he understood the power of the root cube firsthand. But why would he use the arrival of the families to provide advice to the cult? What was his purpose? Chapter 586. In the Order's secret hideout, Nero's words stirred 1,000 waves within the apostles. The news of the true familiar's possible arrival in Rhea made everyone aware of the impending opportunities and challenges. After Nero finished his speech, the apostles began to prepare and discuss intensively. Israfil stood up, his gaze sweeping over everyone. He said firmly, "We must be ready to act at any moment and develop a detailed plan. The familiar's arrival will distract Swager, making this the perfect time for us to act." Shamshir nodded. "We need to simultaneously operate in the remaining 2 ruins to ensure we capture all the talismans in one fell swoop." Sakir then pointed out the key to the operation. "We must ensure the secrecy of our operation and prevent Swager or other forces from discovering our plan." Ing, in a rare move, announced his withdrawal. "I have nothing to do next. Good luck. I need to return to report." "Well, thank you for your assistance, but this is truly our Order's business," said Israfil. After all, Ying's role was that of a mercenary. Ultimately, she was merely a helper sent by another organization. In a hidden high-rise building, an elderly dragon man was ushered into a spacious and luxurious office. Undoubtedly, it was the leader of the Cult of the Stars. Famous paintings hung on the walls, and the bookshelves were filled with finely bound books. Every decorative item betrayed the owner's taste and wealth. Outside the window was a dazzling cityscape at night, but at that moment, no one had the time to admire it. "Mr. Alves, welcome to my place. I've been waiting for you." A suave man in a suit sat behind a large mahogany desk, a huge floor-to-ceiling window behind him. His posture was relaxed and confident. He seemed a man of considerable power. When the leader entered the room, the man smiled slightly, but a subtle glint shone in his eyes. "Mr. Marduk, you are invited." The leader's voice was deep and powerful. The leader returned the greeting with a polite handshake, his demeanor exuding calmness and dignity. After the two sat down, Marduk got straight to the point, tapping his fingers on the table, his tone tinged with greed. "Master, I heard about the secret treasures of your dragon people. Their power is priceless to us." The master smiled faintly, confident in his plan. "I arranged for a capable apostle to travel to Rhea to verify the treasures. Once we obtain them, we will act immediately." In that luxurious office, the master and the mysterious Marduk's conversation deepened, turning to the Arasaka group in Rhea. The Arasaka group was a highly influential conglomerate in Rhea, and both powerful figures seemed well informed about its president, Tetsuro Arasaka. Marduk tapped the table lightly, his tone a touch of amusement. "Tetsuro Arasaka, that old fox, is still relying on the power of his familiar to prolong his life. His natural lifespan has long since reached its end." The leader nodded slightly, his eyes revealing a clear understanding of Tetsuro Arasaka's situation. "Yes, the president of the Arasaka group has harnessed the power of his familiar to transcend the limits of human life. This power, if used properly, can indeed bring unexpected results. Of course, this is the result of our cult's research on familiar." The big boss narrowed his eyes, as if contemplating something. "Tetsuro Arasaka's situation could be either an opportunity or an obstacle to our plans." The leader paused for a moment, then spoke slowly. "We need to closely monitor the Arasaka group's movements. If we can grasp Tetsuro Arasaka's secrets, perhaps we can leverage them to advance our plans." The big boss nodded in agreement. "I have my people closely monitor the Arasaka group. If there's an opportunity, we might discuss cooperation with Tetsuro Arasaka." The leader stood up, ready to conclude the meeting. "Very good. I personally learned about Tetsuro Arasaka's situation after I traveled to Rhea. Our cooperation will be multifaceted." The big boss also stood up, and the two shook hands again, this time expressing even greater tacit understanding and consensus. In the luxurious atmosphere of the office, the leader's conversation with the big boss, Marduk, was nearing its end. With both sides reaching a consensus, the atmosphere grew more relaxed. The leader suddenly broached a seemingly casual topic, yet one filled with profound meaning. "Marduk," the leader said with a faint smile, a hint of nostalgia in his eyes. "Throughout this discussion with you, I must admit, I'm not used to seeing you like this." Marduk, the powerful and influential magnate, was originally dressed in an expensive suit, belying his status and influence in modern society. Upon hearing the leader's words, he gently waved his hand, and with a flash of light and a subtle magical fluctuation, his attire instantly transformed. A long white robe, intricately embroidered with gold, appeared on him, giving him an air of antiquity and grandeur. This robe represented another identity, one with a long history and deep connection to the leader. The leader looked at the robed Marduk before him, and couldn't help but smile. "That's right. This is the Marduk I'm familiar with." Marduk glanced down at his attire and smiled. "Times change, and sometimes we have to adapt. But I'm honored to be able to restore my original self in front of an old friend like you." Their conversation revealed that they were more than just business partners, but a deep friendship that transcended time. And this Marduk was the same one who had appeared after the battles with the hungry ghosts and the rainforest, the one who had been with the white-robed female figure. It seemed that this Marduk was Ying's superior. From his conversation with the leader, Alvis, it seemed that they also had some connection to the super-ancient civilization. In the director's office in the Shiva structure of New Spring and Autumn City, Director Chin and Jinxie sat at their computers. Spread out on their desks were the urgent combat reports sent by Team K and Nineveh. The cult gathered in Nara for a short period of time to seize some secret treasure. "Master Jinxie, do you have any clues about it?" Director Chin asked, reading the report. "I guess I have to ask Nineveh about that. However, based on the report, it appears to be a device created by the people who remained on Earth after Operation Flashpoint, using our civilization's technology. It can, to some extent, recreate the abilities of nature priestesses like Nineveh, communicating with nature and animals. Jinxie saw in the report that Nineveh had already explained this. Although the Shivaji already had a powerful unit like Nineveh with similar abilities, there's no telling what they would do with it if the cult got their hands on it. At least Nineveh wouldn't use this ability for evil. Chapter 587. As night fell over New Spring and Autumn City, the street lights gradually lit up like a galaxy of stars. At this moment, Jinxie had returned to his Zen temple. He was remotely checking on Sakia's progress through the video feed shot by Ziyuan and offering further suggestions. Suddenly, his Swagger terminal vibrated, indicating a request for an encrypted call. Jinxie stopped and answered the call. Nineveh's voice came from the other end. Hello? Nineveh? Yes, go ahead. Jinxie was a little surprised. He hadn't expected Nineveh to call him personally. Nineveh's tone was tinged with mystery. I believe you read the report. But I have something to add about Tony. Jinxie immediately focused, knowing Nineveh's next words might contain important information. I'm listening, go ahead. On the other end of the line, Nineveh's voice was low and cautious. I want to tell you about Tony privately. He and his brother, Nero, are both executors, and they both possess the Origin Cube. Nineveh gave a brief account of what had happened in the ruins, and asked Jinxie not to tell anyone for now. Jinxie agreed. I see. I think I heard the name Tony somewhere before. Yes, that's him, the one I asked to deliver something to Earth. You even met him. Of course, you might not remember him. Like you, his memory seems to have been damaged by the time travel. Jinxie wasn't familiar with Nero, but she had a strong impression of Tony. He remembered Tony, a strong and reliable warrior who had worked with Nineveh. Now that you mention it, I remember something. Tony, he was a trustworthy man. I see. We found another executor. Next, I go and invite him. Jinxie was still feeling a bit elated when Nineveh interrupted her. Nineveh continued, that's what I wanted to tell you. He doesn't want to join any organization right now, and hopes to remain independent. He seems to have other plans, but for now, we're still working together. Jinxie took a deep breath and said, does he still want to go it alone in this situation? But based on past experience, if we offer him a price he's satisfied with, he should be able to work for us. That's true. But he just wants to find his brother right now. If we want to work together, we have to help him, Nineveh explained. Then help him. I suspect there's something else going on. Nineveh also mentioned that 3 executors have already gathered in Nara, and that Nero and Tony each possess weapons embedded in their own root cubes. Nineveh knew what would happen if this continued. Jinxie was silent for a moment, then said, Shakia's training must also be accelerated. We don't know when our followers will arrive, but we must prepare for the worst. In the mountains behind Rya country, near Cheyenne home, Shakia was immersed in her training. Within these forested mountains, Cheyenne and her Shinto disciples provided her with a peaceful and focused environment. They also built a training ground with basic facilities, as Jinxie requested, allowing her to escape the hustle and bustle of the world and fully dedicate herself to the cultivation of her abilities. Cheyenne had also been accompanying Shakia in her training for some time, filming daily videos for Jinxie. It was before Jinxie received Nineveh's call. The tranquility of the mountains behind the country of Rya, near Ziyuan's home, provided Shakia with an ideal place for training. Ziyuan and her Shinto disciples not only created a secluded environment for her, but also meticulously built a well-equipped training ground, according to Jinxie's specifications. Here, Shakia could devote herself wholeheartedly to improving her abilities. Ziyuan had accompanied Shakia during her training, capturing her every progress with her camera and sending daily videos to Jinxie, who was far away in New Spring and Autumn City. Night fell, and moonlight filtered through the leaves, adorning the mountains behind with a fairyland-like beauty. Shakia's sword energy streaked through the night, its energy ripples like ripples. She had mastered the precise trajectory and duration of her sword energy, almost reaching the level Jinxie had demonstrated. Cutting through a waterfall is no longer a difficult task, Shakia said, watching the sword energy slowly dissipate in the distance. She had been training for almost a week. During this week, Master Jinxie's guidance allowed her to rapidly improve her weaponry and mechanical energy skills. Jinxie remotely monitored Shakia's progress through the video feed recorded by Ziyuan. Seeing Shakia's progress, he nodded with satisfaction. Shakia, your progress is remarkable. The purpose of this training is precisely to cultivate your ability to materialize mechanical energy. Shakia took a breath and replied, Thank you for your guidance, Master Jinxie. But I know I still have room for improvement. Jinxie smiled faintly, recognizing Shakia's determination and potential. Your energy, mechanical energy, is specifically designed to fight against the familiar. This is your advantage, and it is also the key to our fight against the familiar. Anyway, rest for today. After the call ended, Shakia picked up the towel she had set aside and wiped the sweat off her face. She recalled Nineveh's ultimate move, its immense power and precise control leaving her impressed. She gripped her weapon tightly, resolving silently, I understand. I will strive to master my ultimate move and prepare for the coming battle. As the night deepened, Shakia concluded her day of training. Although physically exhausted, her heart was filled with a sense of accomplishment. It was time to return to Cheyenne's house for a good bath, to wash away the day's fatigue and prepare for the new challenges of tomorrow. At Cheyenne's house, Cheyenne's parents had already finished dinner, but had left some for Shakia and Cheyenne, as they would be back later these days. Shakia, take a bath first. I have something to discuss with Ayato. After dinner, Cheyenne seemed to be going out, so she told Shakia to go ahead and take a bath. Okay, Cheyenne, go and do whatever you need. Shakia obeyed respectfully. She knew that despite the hardships of her training, with the support of Shiwan and Jingxi, she wasn't alone. Shakia tiptoed into the bathroom, the air thick with the faint scent of incense. She stripped off her training clothes, revealing them stained with sweat and dirt from training. She put them in the washing machine and began to wash them, then began her bath. She turned on the faucet and adjusted the water temperature until steam began to fill the bathroom. The sound of water gurgled, and the temperature in the bathroom gradually rose with the steam. She poured some bath salts into the water, which slowly dissolved, releasing a pleasant fragrance. While the bathtub was still running, Shakia finished her shower. She stepped cautiously into the tub, the warm water enveloping her body, and she felt an unprecedented sense of relaxation. She gently lay down, letting the water cover her shoulders, closed her eyes, and savored the soothing warmth of the water. Chapter 588. On a sunny afternoon in Nara, Nineveh and Team K, led by Old K, stayed at a traditional Japanese guest house. Inside the guest house's tatami room, 10 operators sat around a low wooden table, listening intently as Tony described recent events in Tokyo. Sunlight filtered through the paper windows, spilling onto the neatly laid tatami, creating a warm and tranquil atmosphere. However, Tony's account weighed heavily on this tranquility. The Arasaka Group's actions have caused material pollution among the families, impacting not only humanity, but the entire ecological balance. Tony's voice was low, a hint of worry in his eyes. I witnessed their suffering firsthand, and I witnessed their transformation. Nineveh and Old K exchanged a serious look. Old K nodded in agreement. We read some of Sheena's reports, but Tony, your personal experience makes us feel the gravity of the situation even more vividly. Tony nodded and continued describing his battles in Tokyo against humans contaminated by the familiar's material. His description was vivid and specific, allowing every operator present to sense the intensity and danger of the battle. The Arasaka Group has really messed up, Nineveh said firmly. Once this is over, it's about time we settle accounts with the Arasaka Group. Old K added, our team will also fully support you, the executors. Well, that's a big ask, Tony smiled. Even further away, deep in the mountains outside Nara, Israfil, Sakiel, and other apostles, along with Nero, arrived at a hidden stone altar. Ing didn't come this time. She seemed to have returned to her organization. This place was far from the hustle and bustle, surrounded by dense forests. Only a narrow path led to this mysterious place. The sunlight dappled the ancient stones, making the altar appear even more serene and solemn. Nero surveyed the altar, constructed of massive stones. The strange runes carved into the stones piqued his curiosity. What is this place? Stonehenge? He asked, a hint of inquiry in his voice. Some stones were still scattered around the stone circle. It seemed to be still under construction. Israfil stood at the center of the altar, a hint of pride in his eyes. This is our order's long-distance teleportation spell formation. We constructed it earlier. Today, we must complete it before the families arrive. We greet our leader here then. Nero's brows raised slightly, a hint of surprise. Long-distance teleportation spell? You can achieve this kind of teleportation without the aid of the root cube? Zakir nodded, his voice tinged with pride. Indeed, our order has a deep understanding of family's energy. This formation is a testament to our technological achievements. Nero stepped forward, carefully examining the runes and stone arrangements on the altar. He could sense the powerful energy contained within these stones, which, guided by the formation, formed a stable transmission channel. Incredible, Nero whispered in admiration. I never thought you could perform such a spell independently, without relying on the root cube. Israfil explained, This formation requires a large amount of energy to activate, which our open familiar power can provide. Once activated, it can transport us to great distances. This is an extremely useful tool for our mission. Nero nodded, amazed at the cult's skill and respectful of their abilities. Your abilities are truly impressive. Such technology, if used correctly, will be of immense benefit in many ways. At this point, Israfil began arranging the necessary instruments and runes on the altar, continuing to construct the magic circle. Zakir wielded his weapon, expertly cutting the boulders into the desired size for the magic circle. Shamsur used a stone to write something resembling a spell on the cut boulders. An uninformed passerby might have mistaken them for setting up a film set. Nero stood aside, quietly observing the movements of Israfil and the other two. Looking around, there was no sign of a construction team. How could they possibly build the structure? The three apostles each produced a flute-like instrument. Their simple appearance seemed to hold some special power. Israfil, Zakir, and Nero stood at the triangular positions of the altar and began to play. Music flowed from their flutes. At first, the melody seemed simple, but upon closer inspection, the notes held a complexity and depth. This was more than just music. It was part of an ancient magic, a means of manipulating the forces of nature. As the performance progressed, Nero observed calmly. He could sense the great stone begin to tremble, as if awakened by some power. Slowly, the stone rose, moving of its own accord to its designated position according to a certain pattern, fitting precisely into the altar's structure. Nero nodded slightly, approving of the spell's effectiveness. He wasn't surprised. As an executor of a super-ancient civilization, he knew that this technique of moving objects with sound was a technique practiced by Earth's indigenous peoples during the super-ancient civilization. And the apostles were the descendants of these indigenous peoples. Deep in the mountains of Nara, Israfil, Zakil, and Shamhel stood around an ancient altar, their flute sounds interweaving into a silent symphony, guiding the slow movement of the giant stones. Israfil's flute, like the hand gestures of a conductor, precisely guided the trajectory of each boulder. Zakil's notes, like a solid foundation, ensured the stone's balance and stability during their movement. And Shamshel's playing was the heartbeat of the formation, infusing the entire structure with vibrant vitality. The three men's collaboration was a match made in heaven, every movement, every breath, perfectly coordinated and precise. Their figures moved around the altar, seemingly merging with this ancient land. As the last boulder slowly descended into its designated position, the entire formation seemed to awaken, emitting a soft, mysterious glow. Runes lit up one by one, like stars in the night sky, gleaming with wisdom, confirming the position of each stone and the integrity of the formation. Finally, when all the runes were activated, the altar emitted a deep, melodious resonance. The sound echoed through the valley, like an ancient call, announcing the successful completion of the construction work. Israfil smiled and nodded. That's it. Now we just have to await the arrival of our familiar. Zakir added, by then, the ancient city of Nara will be reduced to ruins. Chapter 589. Upon receiving the urgent news that the families could descend upon Nara at any moment, Old K, as the representative of the Shiva group, immediately sprang into action. His face was etched with seriousness, and his steps hurried, knowing full well that this news would bring an unprecedented crisis to Nara. Entering the city hall meeting room, Old K sensed a calm distinct from the tense atmosphere outside. Officials sat around a long table, some reviewing documents, others chatting, seemingly oblivious to the impending crisis. Old K cleared his throat, breaking the silence. Ladies and gentlemen, we face an extremely dire situation. The families could descend at any moment, and we must act immediately to ensure the safety of the citizens. His voice echoed through the meeting room, but the officials' reactions were surprisingly cold. One official even said nonchalantly, just get the executors out of Nara, and that's it. There was no trace of nervousness in his words, as if they were discussing a simple municipal issue. Nine's eyes flashed with anger at this suggestion. She clenched her fists and leaned forward slightly, clearly enraged by this ignorant proposal. Tony noticed Nineveh's emotion and gently pressed her shoulder, using his eyes to signal her to remain calm. Old K was also shocked, but his face didn't show it. He took a deep breath and tried to convince the officials of the seriousness of the situation. This isn't just a matter of the executors. The arrival of the families will affect the entire city, potentially even catastrophic. However, the officials seemed unconvinced. They whispered in disgust, but no one offered a concrete solution. Old K realized he needed more persuasion to convince them of the severity of the problem. We need more time to prepare, Old K told the officials. Our evacuation efforts will take time, and we also need to ensure the city's defenses are in place. The officials seemed unaware of the severity of the situation. They simply shirked responsibility and refused to take concrete action. Old K realized he could only rely on the headquarters in Swabia to negotiate more effectively through official channels. I will contact headquarters immediately and request support, Old K told Nineveh and Tony. We must act quickly. We can't let these officials' ignorance affect the safety of the entire city. Nineveh and Tony nodded. They knew the situation was urgent. They had to act quickly to ensure the safety of the citizens. Unable to persuade the officials, they had no choice but to leave. In the corridor of City Hall, Nineveh, Tony, and their group prepared to leave, ready to begin their operation. Nineveh was filled with anger, but she knew that protecting the citizens, not arguing with these officials, was the most important thing now. We can't let these officials' ignorance affect our actions, Nineveh told Tony. We must begin evacuation and defense preparations as soon as possible. Tony nodded. I expect the cult members will also be taking action at the same time. I focus on tracking them. Then I leave it to you, Mr. Tony. Old K patted Tony's shoulder. Walking up the steps outside City Hall, the sun shone on them, but a shadow of gloom hung over their hearts. The two executors exchanged glances, each seeing the same realization in the other's eyes. The arrival of the families was almost inevitable. Tony's voice was low, revealing a hint of helplessness. We're gathered here, Nero, me, and you. The Root Cube's energy is so intense, it's only a matter of time before the families are drawn here. Nineveh clenched her fists, her eyes determined, but a hint of worry lingered in her tone. Yes, our presence, the Root Cube in our hands, has become bait for the families. We must prepare for the worst. They knew the power of the Root Cube could not be hidden, like a bonfire in the night sky, attracting moths. And now, they were the flame, and the families were the creatures that could not resist the light. In the command center at Shivag's headquarters in New Spring and Autumn City, a tense atmosphere permeated every corner. Director Cheen stood before a large display screen displaying real-time images and data from Shivag's reconnaissance satellites. Suddenly, an unusual signal caught his attention. In the Pacific Ocean, near the Kingdom of Rhea, the satellite had captured a reaction that suggested the families were approaching. Analyze this data immediately. Director Cheen swiftly issued an order, his voice dripping with urgency. The analysis team responded swiftly, their fingers racing across the keyboard, comparing the unusual signals captured by the satellite with the signatures of the familiar's arrival. Soon, the results confirmed Director Cheen's fears. This was a precursor to the familiar's arrival. We must act immediately, Director Cheen frowned, knowing this news would pose a significant threat to Nara City. In Director Cheen's office, the phone and computer screens flickered continuously, indicating he was busy handling multiple urgent matters. Ever since receiving K and Cheyenne's report on the situation in Nara, Director Cheen had been closely communicating with the authorities of Riyadh through his international organization channels. He was well aware of the gravity of the familiar's arrival and the potential threat it posed to Nara City. Therefore, he pressed relentlessly, hoping for a swift response and support from the Riyadh government. However, as time ticked by, from morning to afternoon, Director Cheen's wait felt like an endless vein. Director Cheen's brow furrowed, and he tapped the table lightly, thinking to himself, Riyadh is a place with quite low efficiency. Perhaps the cabinet is still in meetings right now. His tone betrayed a hint of helplessness and anxiety. He stood up and walked to the window, gazing out, his mind pondering the situation far away. Director Cheen knew he couldn't simply wait for an official response. He had to prepare other plans as well. Perhaps I should contact Nineveh, Old K, and the others again to see what the situation was like there, Director Cheen muttered to himself. He decided not to wait for an official response, but to take the initiative, coordinating with the executors on the front lines to jointly formulate a response strategy. Director Cheen returned to his desk and quickly called Old K. Once the call was connected, he got straight to the point. Old K, there's still no news from the authorities in Riyadh. We can't just sit there and wait for death. What's the situation back there? We need to prepare a contingency plan. Old K replied, we're preparing, but time is running out. If official support isn't forthcoming, we may need to rely on our own strength. Director Cheen took a deep breath, his voice etched with determination. No matter what happens, we must ensure the safety of the citizens. I will do my best to provide support from this location. After hanging up, Director Cheen immediately began mobilizing resources within the Swabian government and contacting other possible support channels. He knew that in the face of a potential crisis, every minute and every second was crucial. Chapter 590. Recently, volcanic activity around Nara has suddenly intensified, quickly becoming a news hotspot. Although this area isn't volcanically active, the unusual earthquakes and volcanic activity have garnered widespread attention from geologists and the public. The sky filled with ash, the air was thick with the smell of sulfur, and the entire city was enveloped in an atmosphere of unease. "This is unbelievable," a reporter on the scene said, microphone in hand, his voice tinged with obvious excitement and nervousness. "We are standing at the foot of a new volcano near Nara. The earthquakes and volcanic activity here are completely contrary to scientific reasoning. Although there is currently no direct evidence linking volcanic activity near Nara to volcanic activity elsewhere in the world, the increase in global volcanic activity may indicate shifts in Earth's plate tectonics, which is worthy of attention. Regarding the Nara region, there are currently no reports of significant abnormalities in volcanic activity. However, given the global context of volcanic activity, local governments and relevant agencies should strengthen monitoring and ensure a timely response to any potential natural disasters." During the interview, an expert also expressed his views. Experts and scholars, during live broadcasts on television and online, proposed various hypotheses to explain this sudden natural phenomenon. They debated intensely in the conference room, facing the cameras and supporting their views with charts and data, but no conclusion remained. Some geologists believed it might be the result of tectonic plate movement, while others suspected it was an unusual release of energy from within the Earth. Social media was abuzz with discussion and speculation about the volcanic activity. Netizens shared videos of the eruption and discussed possible causes, with theories ranging from natural phenomena to supernatural explanations. Some worried this was a precursor to a natural disaster, while others jokingly suggested it might be the awakening of a legendary deity. Over the past 2 days, the media has begun extensively covering this phenomenon. Reporters have been on site, capturing every detail of the earthquake and volcanic activity. Firefighters have also established isolation zones in the mountains to prevent the fire from spreading further. Clad in protective suits and helmets, reporters, illuminated by the lava, reported in real time, broadcasting these stunning images to the world. These reports have captured national and even global attention, with people closely following the situation in Nara on television and online. At Nara's local geological monitoring station, a series of unusual seismic waves were captured by sophisticated instruments. The patterns of these waves matched no known geological activity. The lines on the screen twisted and undulated, as if telling an unknown story. Scientists gathered in an analysis room, brows furrowed, their fingers racing across their keyboards, trying to unravel the secrets behind these unusual waveforms. "This doesn't fit any known geological model," one scientist said with a hint of worry, his gaze tracing the complex data, searching for clues. "We need to contact them." An emergency meeting was called, with Swager's senior management and geological scientists holding a video conference. They knew this might not just be a geological issue, but more likely the awakening of the familiar's power. Everyone was preparing for the upcoming revelation. Naiwei and the others were right. "This time we have to confront the familiar elsewhere," Director Chin said solemnly. "I will continue to urge the local government. The rest will be up to the executors." During training, Shakia also received intelligence from Swager headquarters, suggesting she might be deployed at any moment. The trainees at the dojo also began discussing the unusual volcanic activity, gathering around the television screen to discuss various possibilities. Cheyenne and the director's son, Hayato, stood by the window, gazing at the distant skyline, their expressions more serious than anyone else's. They were almost certain that this phenomenon was a precursor to the true arrival of the familiar. Hayato clenched his fists, his eyes gleaming with a fighting spirit, yet also with a hint of resignation. "Nara's defenses are still too weak. We, the Swagers, are the only ones we can rely on." Cheyenne sighed softly, a hint of worry in her voice. "We must be prepared for whatever lies ahead. Thankfully, we have 3 executors this time." Amid the tense atmosphere at the Shinto dojo in Narita, Hayato suddenly made an unexpected proposal to Cheyenne. His voice, with a hint of determination, broke the silence. "Cheyenne, I have something to discuss with you." Cheyenne turned to face Hayato, curiosity in her eyes. "What is it?" Hayato took a deep breath and spoke slowly. "Do you remember my reinforced knight armor? It's currently being repaired at the factory owned by the Swager branch in Tokyo. I received word today that it's been repaired." Cheyenne's eyes flickered with surprise. "It's a powerful piece of equipment, but you're injured now. How could you possibly use it in battle?" Hayato nodded, his expression becoming serious. "I understand. It's precisely because I couldn't use it that I thought you could wear it during the battle in Nara. It might help you." Cheyenne was silent for a moment, her gaze lingering on Hayato, pondering the possibilities of this proposal. The enhanced knight armor was not only the fruit of Hayato's research, but also his most valuable ally in battle. If its power could be harnessed, it could indeed play a vital role in the upcoming battle. Hayato's enhanced armor is composed of nanometal, normally stored in a belt-shaped container. During combat, it can be instantly activated to cover the entire body. It's more convenient and more powerful than the Arasaka Group's enhanced armor. It's more convenient and more powerful than the Arasaka Group's enhanced armor. Is this okay? Cheyenne finally spoke, her voice tinged with determination. Although I'm not a combatant. This battle isn't just about confronting the familiar. The cult is also operating in secret. I have a bad feeling. And there's also the influence of the Arasaka Group, Hayato said, gazing up at the distant clouds. I understand. I obey your command. Hayato breathed a sigh of relief, a flicker of gratitude in his eyes. Thank you, Cheyenne. I know this is sudden, but I trust your ability and judgment. I asked the intelligence operator to deliver the transformation belt tomorrow. Cheyenne nodded gently. She understood the importance of this armor, and the difficulty of Hayato's decision. Time flew by, and the morning training ended. During lunch, Shakia couldn't help but say to Cheyenne, Hey, you saw the news too, right? I really want to go to Nara and help right now. Cheyenne handed her a bowl of miso soup and advised, Don't worry, Shakia. We need to focus on training now. Nineveh and Team K are there, as well as Tony. If we really need anything, Jinxie and Director Chin will notify us. Shakia took a bite of her rice and sighed, I hope so. Cheyenne smiled, Don't worry, we're always ready. The two continued to eat, but mentally, they were ready to go at any moment. Chapter 591. In the command center of the Tokyo Swager branch, the tension was almost palpable. Acting Commander Shina stood before a large surveillance screen, his gaze fixed on the flashing intelligence data. A hint of unease lingered in his eyes. The message was unmistakable. The shadow of the families was quietly approaching. His fingers tapped on the table, a resounding sound. He quickly assembled his team and began planning countermeasures to prepare for this possible supernatural force. Prepare for a combat meeting, Shina's voice echoed through the conference room, a sense of urgency etched in his words. The true families are about to appear. Shina contacted Team K, Cheyenne, and Nineve. Team K and Nineve, in Nara, held a video conference with Cheyenne and Shina. On the screen, everyone's expressions were equally grim as they discussed the impending crisis. Cheyenne's eyes were determined, and her voice came through the video link, clear and resolute. We don't have the new spring and autumn cities interception system, which means our mission is even more difficult. Naiwei, Team K, and Tony sat together in front of the screen. In the command center of the Tokyo Swager branch, amidst the tense atmosphere, acting leader Shina's gaze darted back and forth across the monitor screen, finally settling on the video conference feed. He noticed Tony, sitting behind Naiwei, and a hint of surprise crossed his face. Tony, I didn't expect you to be here. Shina's voice came through the speaker, a touch of warmth and joy. It's great to see you join us. Tony's expression remained typically calm, but his eyes betrayed the reluctance of Shina's loud greeting. Hey, we're just getting down to business. It's just a temporary collaboration, no need to make a fuss. Nineveh turned and gave Tony a grateful glance. Kay faced the screen. We analyzed the intelligence and developed several tactical plans. With our operators, Nineveh, and Tony's strength, we're ready to meet the challenge. In the Swager branch's command center, Shina and her team were frantically planning the upcoming battle. They knew that Swager alone might not be able to deal with the threat posed by the families, so coordination with the local self-defense forces became a key part of the plan. We need to work closely with the self-defense forces, Shina emphasized during the strategic meeting. Although their combat capabilities are limited, their knowledge of the terrain and ability to mobilize local resources will be crucial support. Cheyenne nodded in agreement, adding, We selected a plain in a valley as the primary battlefield. This location is sparsely populated, minimizing harm to the civilian population. Nineveh and Tony listened to the details of the plan. Kay said, Nini will be responsible for containing the families and guiding them to the designated battlefield. Tony and Team K will ensure the safety of the ruins. Nini nodded. Tony, gripping his weapon tightly, replied, Understood. I will track their energy fluctuations. They will not be able to escape. To ensure the smooth execution of the plan, Shina and the team developed a detailed coordinated combat process. They considered various possible scenarios involving the families and prepared contingency plans for each. We don't know exactly what the families will look like, so for now, we can only have contingency plans, Shina pointed out during the discussion. But we must be fully prepared and flexibly respond to any eventuality. Cheyenne and the other team members repeatedly reviewed the plan, ensuring that every step was seamlessly integrated, and that every member clearly understood their roles and responsibilities. What was needed now was how to quickly establish a joint response mechanism with the local self-defense forces. Otherwise, their combat effectiveness might even be inferior to that of the Arasaka mobile unit. This was a source of concern for Cheyenne and Sheena. The most urgent task was to immediately establish a joint command center, the Nerve Center for Coordinated Operations. Amidst the tense situation, the self-defense forces had already received a request for cooperation from Director Chin, sent through the government. This action demonstrated the close ties between Schwager and the government, as well as their shared understanding of the impending threat. Cheyenne and Hayato knew that the support of the self-defense forces was crucial to their plan. At the Shinto dojo in Narita, Cheyenne picked up the phone and had an in-depth conversation with the head of the self-defense forces area. "We have received Director Chin's request for cooperation." The self-defense forces chief's voice came over the phone, his tone revealing his seriousness regarding this unusual mission. "We understand the urgency of the situation, and the self-defense forces will fully cooperate with Schwager's operation." Cheyenne listened attentively, her tone brimming with gratitude and determination. "We are deeply grateful for your support. This joint operation is of great significance to us, as we must face an unknown but potential threat together." Hayato stood nearby, his eyes gleaming with preparation for the upcoming battle and anticipation for the self-defense forces' cooperation. He added, "We will share all intelligence and resources to ensure our operations are as effective as possible." The head of the self-defense forces agreed over the phone and promised to immediately begin coordinating forces and preparing for a joint operation with Schwager's team. After hanging up, Cheyenne and Hayato quickly sprang into action, working with the self-defense forces to develop a detailed battle plan. During a video conference, Cheyenne and members of Team K engaged in in-depth discussions with the self-defense forces officers. The screen was split into several small windows, each displaying a different key figure. Their expressions were serious, their eyes revealing the importance they attached to the upcoming mission. "Can you hear me? Then I begin." Cheyenne's voice, transmitted clearly through the high-definition audio equipment, reached every participant. She began by reporting Team K's frontline intelligence, including the movements of the families and potential threats. Her words were filled with a precise grasp of detail and a deep understanding of the situation. In their command center, the self-defense forces officers conducted real-time intelligence analysis and geographic information support with Team K via the video conferencing system. Using advanced equipment, they conducted in-depth analysis of the data provided by Cheyenne, ensuring that both sides could jointly formulate the optimal tactical plan. During the meeting, Cheyenne and the other members of Team K discussed the details of battlefield preparations with the self-defense forces officers. The self-defense forces were responsible for remotely guiding the establishment of battlefield defenses, while Team K was responsible for on-site inspections and verification of the battlefield environment to ensure the effectiveness of the tactical layout. The self-defense forces utilized their resources for intelligence analysis and worked with Team K to develop a tactical plan. Cheyenne emphasized the importance of Team K's tactical support during the evacuation process to ensure the safety of residential areas. Tactical coordination was a key focus of the meeting, with Cheyenne and Team K ensuring coordinated operations with the self-defense forces. The self-defense forces established a communications network, while Team K conducted command from the front lines, adjusting tactics based on real-time conditions. During combat deployment, the self-defense forces deployed forces to form a defensive perimeter, while Team K carried out special missions. Cheyenne and Team K expressed their commitment to providing immediate tactical support in emergencies. Chapter 592. Cheyenne and Hayato are still busy training Sakia, and it's unclear whether they can make it to this battle. However, Nineveh is at the front lines. Her strength is among the strongest among the executors, so there shouldn't be any problems. In the command center of the Schwager Tokyo branch, a tense atmosphere permeated the air. Director Chin, however, contacted Sheena at this moment. "Sheena, given the urgency of the current situation, after consulting with Cheyenne, I appoint you as the temporary frontline commander." Sheena felt a little overwhelmed for a moment. She had never imagined she would shoulder such a heavy responsibility. Her heartbeat quickened, and her palms sweated slightly, but she quickly took a deep breath and calmed herself. She knew that at this critical moment, she couldn't let her personal emotions affect the entire operation. "Director Chin, I accept the assignment." Sheena's voice trembled slightly, but quickly became firm. "I will do my best to ensure the success of this mission." Director Chin's voice rang out again, This time with a hint of encouragement. Sheena, I believe in your abilities. Cheyenne is currently caring for Hayato and accompanying Shakia in her training, and she's been telling me about your performance. Now's the time for you to demonstrate your leadership. Got it. Sheena replied to Director Chin with full energy. Just half a day later, the Swagger reconnaissance satellites detected a sudden increase in the familiar's energy response in an area around Nara. In the Swagger Tokyo branch's command center, the tense atmosphere grew increasingly tense as the volcanic activity intensified. On the screen, the geological monitoring data curve suddenly rose, indicating abnormal fluctuations. Sheena was nervous, knowing what this meant. On the screen, the self-defense forces of Ria had begun to cordon off the mountainous area with intense volcanic activity, following orders from their superiors. Sheena quickly got into character and began issuing orders. The self-defense forces have sealed off any possible battlefield. Team K, Tony, you will proceed to the ancient tomb ruins to defend the cult. Miss Nineveh, I'm leaving the family in your care. Just a few hours earlier, an incident had occurred in a building in Nara. Across town, police were confronting Councilman Hachiro Takano, abandoned by the cult and facing imprisonment. During the tense standoff, Hachiro suddenly suffered a heart attack and collapsed to the ground in front of the officers. The officers rushed to rush him to the hospital. However, just as they were about to act, Hachiro's body underwent a startling transformation. His body began to contort, his muscles expanding at an alarming rate, and his skin cracked, revealing the rough scales beneath. His face was distorted, his eyes bloodshot, his teeth sharp as a beast's, his fingers razor-sharp claws. He let out a deafening roar, and in an instant, his entire body underwent a terrifying transformation, transforming into a monster. The police retreated in horror. They had never witnessed anything like it. Takano Hachiro was no longer the familiar counselor, but a menacing unknown being. In the chaos, the transformed monstrous Takano Hachiro killed several officers who came to arrest him. Then, with a sudden burst of strength, he broke through the police encirclement and fled the scene at astonishing speed, disappearing into the night. The police were stunned. They had no time to react, let alone notify the SWAG group. This sudden incident had caught them off guard, and facing this unknown threat, they felt unprecedentedly helpless. In the SWAG group's Tokyo branch's command center, Sheena and the other members were still anxiously monitoring the volcanic activity. Unbeknownst to them, a new crisis was quietly unfolding in downtown Nara. After saying goodbye to Nineveh and Tony, Team K's convoy cut through the silence, the rustling of tires echoing through the empty streets. Old K sat in the lead car, his gaze piercing, his grip on the steering wheel firm, his gaze fixed firmly on the road. Let's go back to the ancient tomb ruins we were assigned to last time. His voice was clearly transmitted over the radio to every member of the team in each car. There's a high probability that the cult will exploit the situation there. Our mission is to seal all exits while Nineveh fights the familiar, ensuring they have nowhere to escape. Old K issued orders, his tone exuding unquestionable authority. The team members sat in their respective vehicles, checking their equipment. The sounds of weapons being checked and tactical vests being adjusted echoed. Equipment checked, communications working. Sonic weapons ready, Operator J reported, his voice thick with the tension and anticipation of the impending action. They had specially prepared sonic weapons. They had been key to defeating Apostle Shamshell's special ability. The convoy sped through the evening sun, its headlights illuminating the road ahead and the determined faces of the team members. Stay alert and be prepared for any emergency, Old K warned again. He knew the impending battle wasn't just a battle. It was also a test of Team K's teamwork. As the convoy approached the ancient tomb, Old K ordered it to stop. Stop, prepare for action. Follow the previous deployment, split up into pairs, and spread out. As he finished his words, the convoy came to an abrupt halt. The doors of the vehicles opened almost simultaneously, and the team members quickly and methodically deployed, forming a tight perimeter. If that woman shows up last time, we make her suffer, Old K emphasized, leading his team silently toward the ruins, ready to meet the impending challenge. They moved swiftly and precisely, like hunters in the night, ready to capture any prey that attempted to escape. The evening sun blazed like fire, painting the sky a magnificent orange red. Under this tranquil glow, Tony's motorcycle roared, shattering the stillness. His figure, swiftly borne on the wind, raced towards the ancient tomb. Tony had no time to marvel at the sunset's beauty. His mind was focused solely on his mission and his goal. He was a clear-headed man, calm and resolute. Nero's spirit energy remained stationary, so he knew it was Nero waiting for him somewhere. He knew he wouldn't back down easily. The motorcycle came to an abrupt halt in front of the ruins, and Tony jumped off. His movements were smooth and swift. He removed his helmet, revealing a resolute face, his eyes unwavering. He took a deep breath of the evening air, and slowly stepped into the shadows of the ruins. And on the battlefield prepared for the families. In the area of most intense volcanic activity, Nineveh stood alone on a desolate expanse of land. The ground here shook periodically, as if a giant beast was writhing beneath the surface. Due to the difficult terrain, soldiers and armored vehicles could not enter. Only attack helicopters and fighter jets circled overhead, ready to provide necessary support. Of course, this limited support would be more than enough in the true battle between the executors and the families. Nineveh gazed at the perilous land, knowing that the family's physical form was forming underground, about to break through. Her heartbeat synced with the vibrations of the ground, each tremor making her more alert. She carried no weapons, for her power came from her own transformation. She had to wait for her familiar to appear before she could unleash her true power. Chapter 593. In New Spring and Autumn City, at the beginning of unusual volcanic activity, Monk Jinxie began to review his collection of combat records from the ancient civilization. In Jinxie's room, his gaze carefully scanned the ancient stone slabs, searching for clues related to the current crisis. During the era of the ancient civilization, among the humans remaining on Earth, a tribe was responsible for protecting the historical records to support future executors. They were Director Qin's ancestors. These documents, preserved in various forms, are also known as the cornerstone of the Shiva pattern's fight against the families. Finally, he discovered some key information describing a family that consumed the planet's internal energy. Molten lava. They were terrifying beings from the ancient civilization, renowned for their formidable combat power. Jinxie chose the name Azura to refer to this family, not only because of its special meaning in ancient texts, but also because of its influence and recognition in modern culture. Azuras are described as fierce, aggressive, and volatile. They belong to one of the 6 realms of existence in Buddhism, and are one of the 8 classes of devas, possessing a status and power close to that of celestial beings. Azura males are often depicted as ugly, while females are extremely beautiful. They are immensely powerful and possess a variety of forms, some depicted as having 9 heads and 1,000 eyes, breathing fire from their mouths, 990 arms, 8 legs, and towering stature. The 4 most famous Azura kings are each commanding tens of millions of Azuras, known as the Azuras or their retinue. In combat, Azuras employ a variety of weapons, and their fighting style appears to avoid close combat, employing ranged hurling weapons that can penetrate without leaving a wound, though still capable of inflicting pain. Name it Ashura, Monk Jinxie declared at an emergency meeting with the Tokyo branch of the Swagers. This is a powerful clan, and its power should not be underestimated, especially since its mere presence radiates intense heat. We must be fully prepared for any eventuality. Jinxie mentioned that Ashura itself would radiate molten-like heat, melting even steel within a radius of hundreds of meters. Director Qin quickly relayed this information to Sheena, who promptly relayed it to the Joint Operations Command. The rumbling of the volcano portended an ominous omen. Suddenly, an unprecedented force shook the earth, and lava erupted from the crater like a fountain, suffusing half the sky with a fiery crimson glow. What? Lava-like heat radiating hundreds of meters. Got it. Retreat. The NCOs on the front received Sheena's message and quickly ordered their troops to retreat. At that moment, a massive figure erupted from the lava pool. As Ashura's figure rose from the crater, they witnessed a scene beyond imagination. Its massive body, tens of meters long, its skin like cooled magma, hard and cracked. Ashura's eyes, like 2 ever-burning furnaces, flickered with crimson flames, illuminating its ferocious features. The firelight revealed a primal rage and boundless power. Its back was covered in sharp rock spines, each gleaming dangerously in the intense heat, like the scythe of death, ready to reap life. Its tail was thick and powerful, the rock at its end like burning charcoal. Every swing carried destructive force, leaving a trail of scorched earth wherever it passed. Life seemed so fragile before it. Its breath was tinged with the strong scent of sulfur, each exhale seeming to declare its unparalleled power. This power, like an invisible shockwave, shook the very soul of every witness. Monster! It's a monster! The soldiers' screams echoed across the battlefield. This terrifying image, usually seen only in special effects films, had now become reality. The self-defense forces, despite their well-trained training, felt an unprecedented sense of panic in the face of this supernatural force. And the Ashura, this super-ancient clan, Its appearance was not only a visual and auditory shock, but also a massive impact on the lives of the residents of New Spring and Autumn City. It became an eternal nightmare in the hearts of all who witnessed it, an indelible memory, a reminder of humanity's own insignificance and fragility. As Ashura fully emerged, it unleashed a deafening roar, the power contained in its voice causing the very air to freeze. Then, the air around it began to heat up rapidly, and the heat wave spread outward like a physical shockwave. The battlefield instantly transformed into a scorching inferno. Traps, artillery emplacements, and other equipment began to melt, and the soldiers' vision was distorted by the heat. The commander immediately gave the order, "Everyone, continue to retreat. Retreat 1 kilometer." The soldiers sprang into action, armored vehicles and helicopters retreating, leaving the scorching land. Only Nineveh remained on the battlefield, facing the suffocating monster with its scorching heat. In New Spring and Autumn City, Ashura's awakening was like a meteorite, shattering the peaceful lives of the citizens. The city government quickly issued an emergency evacuation order. Broadcasts and sirens echoed in every corner, urging residents to evacuate to safe areas. The streets were filled with people, their faces filled with anxiety and panic, their families in tow. The volcanic activity intensified, and the earthquakes triggered by Ashura had severely damaged the city's infrastructure. Giant gashes appeared on the roads, as if the earth were screaming. Buildings crumbled, some even collapsed, reduced to rubble. The power system was cut off, plunging entire areas into darkness. The water supply was damaged, taps dried up, and the source of life was ruthlessly cut off. The traffic situation was also extremely severe. In response to the Ashura threat, major roads were blocked or diverted, leaving only military and emergency service vehicles whizzing through the empty streets. Ordinary citizens' mobility was severely affected, with many trapped in their homes or struggling to make their way to shelters. "I never thought something like this would actually happen in real life." Inspector Yamada sighed, gazing at the chaotic streets. "Mr. Yamada, the roads are completely blocked. Let's ride our bikes to the shelter." One of his officers pushed open the door to the police station and said to him, "Okay, let's get going." The police were now helpless, and it was time for the self-defense forces to take over. But the self-defense forces' combat effectiveness was essentially limited to amusement. Inspector Yamada and his officers moved quickly, hopping on their bikes and traversing the chaotic streets. Their destination was the nearest underground shelter, a temporary haven for the citizens. Although the police were powerless in the face of this supernatural disaster, they still hoped to provide some help and comfort. The scene on the streets resembled something from a post-apocalyptic movie. Panic-stricken crowds, collapsed buildings, broken roads, and the lava and ash from the distant volcano created a chaotic scene. Inspector Yamada was filled with a sense of urgency, knowing that every second could mean the loss of life due to this disaster. On their way to the shelter, they encountered many people in need of help. Some families were anxious because their children were missing, while others, with limited mobility, were unable to evacuate quickly. Yamada and his officers offered their assistance as best they could, despite their limited abilities. Just then, a loud roar suddenly erupted from the sky. Yamada looked up and saw several self-defense force helicopters flying toward Ashura. Their weapons gleamed in the sunlight, but Yamada knew these modern weaponry would likely be of limited effectiveness against a being like Ashura. "I hope the Swagers can find a way to defeat that creature," Yamada muttered to himself, then continued leading his team toward the shelter ahead. Chapter 594. The familiar have appeared. Hopefully, things will go smoothly over at Nineveh. Kay and his team received a call from Sheena. "We also have positions we must hold." Jay looked at old Kay and squeezed his weapon. "Let's go, everyone. We must defend this ruin." The cult members must have arrived. The 10 members of Team K, led by old K, formed a perimeter around several points in the ruins, stationing one person at intervals. Their footsteps on the time-worn stone slabs were only faint echoes, betraying their presence. "There's a response on the portable radar." A group of a dozen or so, likely cult members. "They're here to excavate the ruins." Operator H, checking his device, sounded the alarm for all members of Team K. Everyone's nerves were on edge. They knew this ruins held a secret treasure related to mastering the power of nature. Old K paused, his flashlight casting a dancing light on the stone wall ahead. "Be careful," he whispered. "Something's wrong here." As soon as he finished speaking, an ominous gust of wind suddenly blew, distorting light and shadows, and filling the air with an unsettling tension. "Be careful, the apostle is coming." "This is her power," Kay warned the group. A figure slowly emerged from the darkness. It was the Order's apostle, Shamshiel. She was dressed the same as before, A black hooded robe adorned with ornate gold ornaments, a mask covering the upper half of her face, and a sly smile on her face. "We meet again, old K of the Swabian Empire." Shamshield's voice echoed through the empty ruins. "You arrived just in time. Wow! You even bothered to find out my name. What an honor." Old K gripped his compound rifle tightly, a flicker of alarm in his eyes. "Apostle Shamshield, you again?" Operator J, who had arrived, also raised his gun and pointed it at Shamshield. Shamshield waved gently, and the space around him began to ripple, as if some power were awakening. "Last time, you managed to break my blockade. This time, I'm well prepared." "What a coincidence, so are we this time. Don't think you can stop us this time." Team K is fully present this time. Operator H arrived and confidently addressed Shamshield. Just then, the cultists led by Israfil emerged from all directions, weapons in hand, their eyes gleaming with fanaticism. Team K reacted quickly, forming a defensive circle with their backs to back. "Let me borrow your men for a few minutes." "Go open the ruins," Shamshield said casually to Israfil. "Are you okay? Wasn't your spell disrupted by the sonic weapon last time?" Israfil had heard about that incident. "That's why you should hurry." Shamshield's words sounded unreliable, surprising Israfil. "You're talking without any hesitation." Israfil frowned, and then led some of the men to the ruins. J. H. Chase him. Lead the others to us. Old K also planned to split his forces. Understood. J and H, receiving the order, hurriedly pursued Israfil and his accomplices. Then Old K led the remaining 7 men to face Shamshel and the cult's men. "Don't panic. Maintain your formation." However, Shamshel merely smiled softly. He extended his hand, and the energy in the air began to gather, forming a ball of light. "The game begins. Enter my domain," she whispered, then thrust the ball of light towards Team K. The ball of light exploded, releasing a dazzling light and shockwave. Team K was forced back a few steps, but no one fell. When the light faded, they discovered that Shamshel and the cult had vanished without a trace. "Are you playing hide-and-seek with us?" Old K and the others moved forward cautiously. Sure enough, this place was just like last time, transformed by Shamshel into an infinite loop and a boundless space. Old K and the others had already prepared the high-frequency stun grenades that had been so effective against Shamshel the previous time. If they found her, they would teach her a lesson. J and H, tracking Israfil and her accomplices, had already reached the other side of the area. "Prepare for battle," J whispered to H. They knew that Israfil's followers would not let them get close to their target easily. Suddenly, a group of cult members emerged from the shadows, blades in hand, attempting to stop the 2 well-trained operators. J and H showed no fear. Their agility and precision ensured each strike accurately targeted the enemy's weak points. "They're just minions. We don't need to use heavy weapons," J said confidently. Since they were facing ordinary cultists, there was no need to use energy weapons. The 2 of them pulled out non-lethal weapons, like electric batons. The batons danced in their hands, sweeping away the cultists like leaves in a gust of wind, and the cultists fell one after another. From a distance, Israfil looked back at the battle, a flicker of dissatisfaction in his eyes. "What a useless bunch. Hold them off for at least 3 minutes." He muttered to himself, then snapped his fingers softly. A mysterious force spread through the group of believers with the sound of the snap. Those about to fall suddenly emanated a strange light, their strength briefly enhanced, and their wounds healed. They charged J and H again. "It seems Israfil doesn't want us to get by easily." J sneered, wielding his stun gun again and striking a charging believer in the face. But the believer wasn't sent flying as before. "Watch out. They've been strengthened." H threw a flying kick, knocking the believer down and immediately pulling away. "Thanks, H. These guys are much stronger," J said, nimbly dodging the enemy's attacks. Israfil quickly flew towards the previously surveyed point, silently praying that his plan would succeed. That was the weak spot in the ruins. He would use his supernatural powers to breach the outer wall. He had no time to watch the outcome of the battle. He knew he had to quickly open the outer wall of the ruins and gain control of the power within. "H, these guys' bodies have been strengthened. We need to change our strategy." J shouted to H while dodging an attack. "Understood. Let's try to distract them," H replied, moving quickly to the left to draw some of the followers in pursuit. J nodded and moved to the right. The 2 began circling the followers, creating chaos. "Now!" J suddenly shouted, throwing a flashbang at a follower. A burst of intense light erupted. While the strengthened followers' bodies were formidable, their senses were not protected to the same degree, affecting their vision and balance. H seized this opportunity, closing in quickly and using his electric baton to deliver precise strikes, specifically targeting the followers' joints and vital points. J, not to be outdone, followed suit. His electric baton emanated like a snake emerging from its lair, inflicting unbearable pain on the followers with each strike. We need to end this fight quickly. Israfil is losing us, Jay said as he fought, his gaze fixed on every corner of the battlefield. Don't worry. These enhanced believers, while formidable, are merely pawns to buy time, H replied, her movements becoming even more swift, each strike imbued with power and determination. With J and H's tacit coordination, the enhanced believers fell one after another, their tactics and strategies successfully implemented. Chapter 595. In the ancient tomb ruins on the other side of Nara City, the air was so thick it seemed as if it could squeeze water out of it. It started over there too. Tony watched the smoke rising in the distance, like a volcanic eruption, knowing that the battle at Nineveh had already begun. And now, it was his battle. Tony walked towards the ruins deep in the forest, arriving at a desolate stone site. Not far away, his younger brother, Nero, stood before him with his back to him. I've been waiting for you for a long time, brother. Nero, I ask you again, are you sure you want to help the Order of the Stars? Tony didn't intend to waste time. With a flick of his hand, his weapon materialized from space, and the great sword was enveloped in a red glow. It looked like Tony was serious about this. If you have any doubts, confirm it yourself. You know the rules. Nero's eyes were firm and distant, revealing an unquestionable determination. He had clearly solidified his stance, and stood in opposition to Tony. I'm not sure what you've seen since arriving in this era, Nero, but it seems you're unwilling to explain it directly. Tony shouldered his sword and slowly approached Nero. Long time no see, Mr. Tony. Apostle Tzadkiel suddenly appeared above Nero, standing in midair. His black robe fluttered gently in the breeze, and a half-smile clung to his face. His abilities were similar to Shamshil's, as he also mastered the mysterious power of the unfolding realm. He softly chanted incantations, his hands gracefully sweeping through the air, as if painting an invisible scroll. It's you? Tony frowned. Don't run this time. You're the one who's tempting my brother, aren't you? Sorry, I'm only here to set the stage for you two brothers to fight. I have more important things to do. The particles in the air began to swirl, forming points of light. As Sigil's power gradually gathered, an illusion of a towering tower slowly unfolded around Tony and Nero. The tower soared, piercing the clouds, shrouded in mist, transporting them into a world that felt both real and illusory. Welcome to my realm, Tony. I wish you two brothers a happy time. Sagiel spoke these words, and seemed to fade away. Tony knew he was asking Nero to hold him back while he excavated the ruins. From the top of Sigil's towering tower, the night sky seemed within reach, stars swirling overhead, providing an otherworldly battlefield for the brotherly showdown. Tony and Nero stood atop the tower, surrounded by a shroud of mist, as if they were standing above the clouds. Tony gripped his greatsword tightly, its blade gleaming with a faint blue light as the energy of his spirit was unleashed. He knew the coming battle would be a test of will and strength. Nero wielded a long sword, similar in shape to Aria's sword, its blade reflecting a cold brilliance under the starlight. Nero, tell me, what do you know? Tony's voice echoed in the air, his eyes filled with confusion and bewilderment. Nero didn't answer, simply gently stroking the blade. His eyes were firm, revealing he had made his choice. Brother, don't ask anything now. Fight me. His voice was calm, yet hinted at helplessness. Okay. Tony realized they were in the Apostles' territory. He sensed from Nero's tone that Nero had to keep certain secrets. These secrets couldn't be known by the Apostles, and he was forced to fight Tony now for some purpose. Since that was the case, Tony had no choice but to trust his brother and give him a proper duel. Suddenly Nero moved. His figure swiftly moved across the tower's roof, his long sword slicing through the air with streaks of cold light, each strike imbued with power and precision. Tony swung his great sword, meeting Nero's every blow with astonishing speed and force. The sword and blade collided in the air, sparks flying. Progress, but Tony used his swift shadow step, leaving a trail of afterimages across the tower's roof. Nero stared at them, trying to discern his brother's true location. But Tony's movements were too swift, and his afterimages intertwined into a confusing web in Nero's vision. You can't catch me, Nero. Tony's voice echoed from all directions, as he moved swiftly among the afterimages. Nero, calmly relying on intuition and experience, located Tony's true form's trajectory. Nero's long sword suddenly shone with a dazzling light, demonstrating a special technique. Brother, what about this move? The blade of the long sword was imbued with a layer of mechanical spirit fluctuations, imbuing each swing with a shimmering azure sword energy, striking the entire area with a wide area attack. Dozens of floating flying swords, formed from mechanical spirit energy, also materialized around him, attacking Tony from various angles. Tony dashed left and right, feeling the pressure, but he didn't retreat. Instead, his combat potential was unlocked to a greater depth. Nice move, Nero, but your brother is still your brother. Atop the towering tower, shrouded in mist, it resembled a fairyland, yet the confrontation here was filled with tension and danger. Tony and Nero, the two brothers, clashed swords, each strike imbued with determination and resolve. Tony sensed the resolve emanating from Nero's long sword and knew it was time to unleash his ultimate move. Tony took a deep breath, his gaze sharp. The great sword in his hand vibrated with his will, emitting a deep, powerful hum. He focused his spirit energy into the blade, and dazzling streams of light gradually formed on the blade, like twinkling stars in the night sky. Sword of falling stars! Tony's voice echoed through the night sky. He swung the great sword, unleashing all the concentrated energy. Light beams shot out from the blade, streaking across the night sky like a magnificent meteor shower, covering the entire top of the tower. The energy surged into a storm, engulfing the entire battlefield. The beam struck the tower's summit, triggering a powerful explosion and shockwave that shattered Nero's phantom swords one by one and even caused Sakiel's domain to tremble. Tony's attacks intensified, each sword swing accompanied by a powerful surge of energy. The collision with Nero's long blade triggered waves of energy, causing the clouds atop the tower to churn violently like waves on a raging sea. In the real world outside his domain, Sakiel held a spherical container, which was vibrating violently. Sakiel desperately tried to maintain the stability of his domain. A flicker of surprise flashed in his eyes. This vibration. It seems my domain may not be able to contain the executor at his full power. Hurry up! Sakiel commanded his followers. He knew that the battle between Tony and Nero could disrupt his domain and affect his plans. In his domain, the two forces collided in the air, creating a deafening roar. Light and energy raged across the tower's summit, forming a massive sphere that engulfed both figures. When the light faded, only deep scars and two panting figures remained on the top of the tower. Chapter 596. In a corner of Narita City, Shakia and Cheyenne stood by the window, gazing into the distance. News arrived that the battle in Nara had begun, and the air seemed thick with urgency. Shakia's brow furrowed slightly, her heart filled with worry for Nineveh and Team K. She turned to Cheyenne, her eyes flickering with anxiety. Cheyenne, do you think they'd be safe? Cheyenne gently pressed Shakia's shoulder, her gaze revealing a calmness. Don't panic, Shakia. Your training is almost complete. We believe in Nineveh and Team K. They are both top fighters. Shakia nodded, took a deep breath, and calmed herself. She knew now was not the time to worry, but to become stronger so she could help her teammates. In the mountain training grounds, Shakia once again harnessed her spirit energy. She stood before the waterfall, the roar of water unable to mask her inner resolve. The training I put in over the past 2 weeks is finally bearing fruit today, she whispered to herself, then gripped the wooden sword tightly, concentrating her energy. Cheyenne and Hayato watched silently from the side, their eyes filled with anticipation. Master Jinxie also watched all this unfold via video call from New Spring and Autumn City. Shakia swung a stream of sword energy, which traced a perfect arc through the air and came to a steady stop in the waterfall, actually severing the surging water. Water splashed everywhere, but the sword energy, formed by the energy of the spirit, remained as solid as a rock, splitting the waterfall in two. Time ticked by. Previously, Shakia had only been able to maintain and control the sword energy for 2 or 3 seconds, but with training, that time had been increasing. Ziyuan looked at the stopwatch, watching Shakia maintaining her energy, and swallowed. For a moment, no one spoke. Until Master Jinxie called out stop. Shakia breathed a sigh of relief, and the sword energy vanished. You passed. Master Jinxie smiled, and nodded at Shakia. This time, the sword energy generated by the spirit energy lasted a full 5 minutes. Ziyuan's eyes flashed with surprise. Shakia, you did it. Master Jinxie nodded, a satisfied smile on his face. Shakia, your efforts have paid off. You can now control your spirit energy and weapon with ease, which is quite rare. Faced with Ziyuan and Master Jinx's high praise, Shakia smiled confidently. She knew her efforts had paid off, and she was ready for the next challenge. But just then, some unfortunate news arrived. A sharp beep on the communicator shattered the silence. Cheyenne quickly answered the call, her expression shifting from focused to serious. Sheena, is there any new information? Cheyenne asked, a hint of urgency in her voice. Sheena's calm yet resolute voice came from the other end of the communicator. Cheyenne, Shakia. The familia is not a single entity, but a twin. Shakia paused, her eyes filled with shock. Twinned. Cheyenne quickly composed herself, knowing now was not the time for shock. Sheena, what does this mean? How should we prepare? Sheena was silent for a moment on the other end, then slowly spoke. Nini defeated the familia in Nara, and everyone thought the battle was over. But suddenly from across the city, the same reaction occurred. It was an identical familia on the other side. Miss Nineve is currently unable to transform, relying on the self-defense forces to hold the enemy back, but their combat effectiveness is truly questionable. We requested a beyond visual range missile strike. Shakia clenched her fists, feeling she had to act now. We can't leave Nineveh and Team K alone. We must act quickly. Cheyenne nodded in agreement. Sheena, we prepare immediately and head to Nara. Sheena's words of encouragement came from the other end of the communicator. Be careful, Shakia, Cheyenne. The power of the familia far exceeds our expectations. You must be fully prepared. It was earlier this month, on the outskirts of Nara City, in the volcanic region under the night sky, an epic battle was about to unfold. Nineve stood on a desolate stone ground. She took a deep breath, clasped her hands together, and began to call upon the mechanical energy deep within her heart. As she called, a massive humanoid form, condensed from the mechanical energy, slowly rose from behind her, radiating light. Mechanical fusion. Nineve declared loudly, her body merging with her mechanical double. Amidst the light, her form gradually grew, ultimately transforming into a 50-meter-tall giant of light, radiating a dazzling aura, like a guardian deity descending from the heavens. As the self-defense force soldiers witnessed Nineveh and Ashura's battle from afar, their reaction was a mixture of shock, awe, and disbelief, like a scene straight out of a special effects film. Some soldiers gaped in disbelief. Many had never witnessed such a supernatural scene, a scene beyond their military training and experience. Is this real? A young soldier stammered, his gaze fixed on the battlefield, his weapon unconsciously lowered. The veteran soldier nearby appeared slightly calmer, but he couldn't hide his shock. I never seen anything like this before. It's like a special effect in a movie. At the same time, the family member Ashura appeared on the other side of the battlefield. It was a massive monster, its body enormous, its skin like cooled magma, hard and cracked. Its eyes gleamed crimson, revealing a savagery and a desire for destruction. The battle was imminent. Ashura attacked first, opening its maw and unleashing a stream of blazing flames. Nineveh reacted quickly, crossing her arms over her chest, forming a barrier of light to block the flames. The heat radiated by Ashura had little effect on Nineveh after her transformation, a benefit brought by the power of the mechanical spirit. Your attack won't work on me. Nineveh, seeing that her enemy wasn't too formidable, continued her attack as planned. Then she counterattacked, thrusting her arms forward and unleashing a powerful beam of light that struck Ashura's chest. The Ashura roared in pain, its massive body taking a few steps back. But soon, it charged again, its tail like a giant iron whip, sweeping towards Nineveh. Nineve dodged nimbly, her body moving swiftly across the battlefield, each leap and dodge demonstrating her exceptional combat prowess. The ground around the battlefield shook. Everyone, stay alert. A commander shouted, trying to focus his troops. This isn't a movie. This is real combat. We don't know what's coming next. Be prepared. Some soldiers began recording the battle with their phones or cameras. Their hands trembled, but they still tried to capture every breathtaking moment. They knew this would be the most incredible experience of their lives. Although the officers had received word of the battle's secrecy, the news couldn't be suppressed forever now that the families had appeared before the citizens. Chapter 597. Under the setting sun, Ashura's attacks intensified. Its massive fist, blazing like magma, swung fiercely at Nineveh, each blow carrying the power to destroy everything. With astonishing reflexes and agility, Nineveh deftly dodged Ashura's fierce assault. Her figure seemed to blend into the evening breeze, light and elusive. Seeing its attack fail, Ashura roared in anger, its roar echoing across the battlefield like thunder rumbling through the night sky. Then, it opened its maw again, this time unleashing a blazing beam of energy straight at Nineveh. The energy beam, with its intense heat and destructive power, seemed capable of reducing everything to ash. As it swept across the ground, the magma-strewn battlefield was ripped open with several large gashes, from which even more magma erupted. Nineveh was forced to leap into the air, finding her footing increasingly scarce. Maintaining flight reduced Nineveh's offensive capabilities, forcing her to divert some of her energy to maintain her aloft. During Nineveh's fierce battle with Ashura, Xiao Wu accompanied her in the form of an energy body. While her presence wasn't as massive as Nineveh's giant of light, her abilities were equally unique and significant. When Ashura's attack left scalding lava on the ground, Nineveh's position became precarious. Xiao Wu harnessed her natural ability to interact with nature, guiding the air around her with graceful gestures. With a gentle wave of her hands, as if conducting an invisible symphony orchestra, she condensed moisture from the air into a heavy rain that fell on the lava, rapidly lowering the ground's temperature. Lord Nineveh, focus on the battle. Xiao Wu's voice echoed in Nineveh's heart, like a warm breeze, giving her strength and confidence. Nineveh felt Xiao Wu's support and nodded, a flicker of gratitude in her eyes. With Xiao Wu's help, Nineveh could focus more on the battle with Ashura, no longer worrying about the dangers beneath her feet. As the battle progressed, Ashura's attacks grew more ferocious, its lava jets and fierce punches constantly assaulting Nineveh. But each time Nineveh nimbly dodged, Xiao Wu was able to quickly clear the dangerous lava, creating a safe foothold for Nineveh. Ashura's tail swept across, scorching with flames, stirring up the lava on the ground and creating a rain of fire. However, Xiao Wu remained unfazed. She concentrated, shifting the terrain at an ever-increasing speed, creating a protective zone that kept the rain of fire out of Nineveh's reach. 40 seconds left. Nineveh calculated silently. She could only maintain her transformation for 3 minutes at a time. It was time to deliver a fatal blow to this massive figure. Nineveh gathered her energy once more, then leaped high, dodging Ashura's attack while launching a fierce downward attack from the air. Apsu flowing light! Nineveh's voice echoed through the sky. She concentrated all her spirit energy between her hands, forming a ball of light, imbued with powerful energy. As Nineveh descended, she aimed the ball at Ashura. Just as it was about to touch the ground, she released it, unleashing the full force of the Apsu flowing light at close range. The moment the ball of light made contact with Ashura's body, a powerful wave of energy erupted, forming a vast halo that spread in all directions. Within the halo, Ashura's form was engulfed in light, its roar shattered by the impact. Ashura's massive form trembled under this overwhelming force, its skin cracking and blood gushing out like molten lava. It struggled, but the power of the Apsu flowing light was too great, and its resistance seemed insignificant. The earth shook, and Ashura was knocked to the ground by the overwhelming force. But the monster did not give up. It struggled to its feet, roaring even more violently. It's still standing. Xiao Wu's voice echoed in Nineveh's mind, a hint of nervousness. Nineveh took a deep breath, knowing she couldn't give Ashura a chance to breathe. She quickly focused her mind, and once again mobilized the energy within her spirit. Light once again gathered between her hands, more dazzling and intense than before. Take another blow from me, Apsu flowing light! Nineveh roared, her voice brimming with determination and strength. This time, Nineveh held nothing back, pouring all her energy into the ball of light. She unleashed the beam once more, pouring the power of the Apsu flowing light directly upon Ashura at close range. Finally, amidst the intense burst of energy, Ashura's form completely collapsed. Its body transformed into countless points of light, which, carried by the gentle breeze in the afterglow, slowly ascended into the night sky, eventually dissipating into the starry sky. Ashura let out a final roar, and its massive form began to disintegrate, transforming into countless points of light that vanished into the night sky. As Nineveh unleashed the decisive blow, the soldiers gasped in amazement. The ball of light struck Ashura, triggering a massive explosion. The mingled flames and radiance eclipsed even the setting sun. She did it! A soldier couldn't help but cheer, watching Nineveh's figure, remarkably majestic in the sunset. The onlookers joined in their cheers. Amidst the cheers, Nineveh dissipated into luminous particles, releasing her transformed form. The moment Nineveh struck Ashura down, a brief silence descended upon the battlefield. The setting sun's afterglow bathed the massive form, transforming it into countless points of light before dissipating in the evening breeze. The JSDF soldiers and the members of Swager's squad breathed a sigh of relief, believing the disaster was finally over. However, this tranquility was soon shattered. Suddenly, an alarm blared, echoing from the JSDF commander's communicator. The members of Swager's squad also received the same warning. In the heart of Nara City, deep underground, a monster with the exact same reaction as Ashura was rapidly approaching. There's another one of this monsters. Sheena's voice tinged with panic. On the large screen in the command center, A striking red dot was rapidly approaching the ground. Ninive stood on the battlefield, her transformed state having just ended. Upon hearing this news, her brow furrowed. What's going on? Why are there two? She felt a little annoyed. If it were just one Ashura, she could easily handle it, but the continuous appearances had caught her out of her transformation window. Ninive knew she had to act. She immediately asked the defense team for a military off-road vehicle. I have to contain it. Her voice was firm and powerful. But, Miss Ninive, you just finished a battle. The defense team commander was a little worried. Leave it to me. At least we have to lure it over here. Ninive seemed confident. With Nineveh at the wheel, the SUV shot towards the city center like an arrow. Behind her, the defense team quickly followed, preparing to work with Nineveh to lure this new Ashura out of the city and protect innocent citizens. Follow her. Together, lure the monster from the city to the suburbs. The defense commander responded quickly, knowing Nineveh's plan was the right one. If this new Ashura continued to wreak havoc in the city center, the consequences would be disastrous. Although citizens had sought shelter, many of the shelters were located underground, unable to withstand the erosion of the lava. Chapter 598. In the forest outside the Nara city tumulus ruins. The night, like a thick curtain, shrouded Team K's battle against the Apostle Shamshil in mystery and danger. Team K was drawn into this realm where time seemed to stand still, and their battle had reached a fever pitch. Shamshil no longer hid, but transformed into countless clones, moving across the battlefield like a ghost, launching sudden, sneak attacks on the operators. Wielding twin swords, their blades flashed as they slashed at the operators. Wherever the blades passed, trees collapsed like fragile paper. The operators dodged the clones' attacks, their faces filled with tension and frustration. Why is this guy everywhere? Operator D shouted as he dodged the clones' attacks, his figure weaving through the trees, doing his best to avoid the clones' fierce attacks. This time, Shamhel didn't hide somewhere for the operators to find. Instead, he reappeared right in front of them, launching surprise attacks. The clones, wielding twin swords, slashed at the operators. Those who couldn't dodge in time would end up like fallen trees. Why is this guy everywhere? Operator D said, frustrated. Old K stood at the center of the battlefield, his gaze as firm as a torch. Through his tactical goggles, he calmly observed the movements around him. Stay in formation. Coordinate. It could be a clone. His voice echoed over the communicator, providing the team with clear instructions, piercing the night silence. Operators J and H had already gone after Israfil, while the rest of the team engaged Shamshel's clones. Clones surged in from all directions, each possessing combat power similar to Shamshil's, but immune to physical and sonic attacks, making the battle even more challenging. These clones are too formidable. Operator D shouted as he dodged the clones' attacks, weaving through the trees, trying to avoid their fierce attacks. Beside him, Operator C fired his weapon at the clones, but the bullets seemed to pass through their reflections, causing no damage. Boss, our attacks seem ineffective. C's voice was filled with anxiety. Use the familiar energy detector. If the apostle uses the power of the familiar, it will definitely react there, Old K commanded calmly. Technical specialist Operator L was operating a portable scanner, his hands rapidly tapping on the screen, trying to penetrate the clone's interference and locate Shamshil's true form. Boss, I need more time. The energy fields of these clones are too complex. His voice hinted with anxiety. Old K quickly analyzed the battlefield situation. He knew he couldn't just passively accept the attack. See, you and I will deal with those clones. The rest of you, form a formation, protect L, and continue searching for Shamshel's true form. He issued a new order, his voice brimming with unquestionable authority. Old K and Operator C quickly attacked the clones, their multi-guns transformed into energy swords. Their movements were coordinated, each strike accurately targeting the clone's vital points. Old K's energy sword struck the clone's chest, while C's leg sweeps pierced the clone's legs with precision, but the clone merely retreated, seemingly insensible to pain, and continued to attack them. Shamshel's abilities are quite rogue. We must find her weakness. Old K pondered as he fought, his eyes sharp, searching for flaws in the battle. Suddenly, Operator L's voice rang through the communicator, a hint of excitement. Boss, I found it. Shamshel's true form seems unable to move while maintaining her clones. She's over there. Inside the mountain wall. What did you say? Operator D was a little confused. Was there something wrong with the detector? Shamshel's true form was located within a mountain wall that clearly had no path. Old K immediately ordered. I believe L. Concentrate fire in that direction and attack. His command was like a morning bell, rousing the team's fighting spirit. Sure enough, the mountain wall was just a ruse, a phantom used by Shamhel to block the path. Under Team K's fierce attack, the phantom began to shatter, revealing the true form hidden within. This realm was created by her, with flickering light and shadow, as if the mountain wall had been erased by an invisible brush, revealing a path to Shamshel's true form. The passage was open. Quick! Old K's voice echoed again, and without hesitation, the operators advanced rapidly in that direction. Their footsteps echoed across the rugged mountain path, each step firm and powerful. Shamsher, seeing the situation dire, a flicker of panic crossed her eyes. She commanded her clones to converge and pursue them relentlessly, attempting to halt Team K's advance. The clones surged from all directions, like a swarm of dark shadows, their swords gleaming coldly in the night. Don't let them get close. Old K shouted, brandishing his energy sword to slash the leading clone's back. Operator C and the other team members also displayed their combat skills, engaging in a fierce battle with the clones. In this race against time, the members of Team K not only faced Shamshel's clones, but also had to overcome the complex terrain and their own fears. But they knew that only by uniting as one could they find hope for victory. Shamshel's true form is just ahead. We can't let her escape. Old K's voice shone with unwavering determination. He led his team through the numerous obstacles created by illusions and clones, finally approaching Shamshel's true form. Shamhel sensed an unprecedented threat, and began to manipulate her clones into gathering together. Like a dark tide, they pursued relentlessly, attempting to halt Team K's advance. The clones surged from all directions, like a swarm of dark shadows, their swords gleaming coldly in the night, each swing carrying a deadly threat. They attempted to overwhelm Team K with their superior numbers. But the members of Team K did not retreat. Don't let them get close. Old K shouted, brandishing his energy sword. Its blade shone brightly in the night sky, slashing back the leading clones. Keep going. Old K's calm command, as the team leader, reassured the team members. Operator C and the other team members also demonstrated their combat skills, engaging in fierce battles with the clones. With their agility, every roll and shot was precise, neutralizing the clones' attacks one by one. Under Old K's command, Team K finally broke through Shamshel's defenses and faced her true form. Shamshel's eyes flashed with surprise. She hadn't expected Team K to locate and breach her hiding place so quickly. Shamshel, your game is over. Old K pulled a flashbang grenade from his belt and threw it at her. The other operators also drew their sonic weapons, modified specifically for Shamshel. Accompanied by a loud noise, ripples erupted in the threshold space created by Shamhel. Chapter 599. Deep within the ancient tomb ruins, Israfil had successfully breached the wall, revealing a deep cavern. After surviving the layers of cultists blocking their way, operators J and H stood breathlessly at the edge of the cavern. They had no time to marvel at the wonders within the ruins. The urgency of the mission overwhelmed everything. The two quickly equipped their grappling hooks, exchanged glances, nodded, and without hesitation, pulled the trigger. The rope shot through the edge of the cavern, and they descended rapidly into the ruins. In the square, Israfil stood before an ancient altar, his figure grim in the dim light of the ruins. Hearing movement behind him, he turned and faced operators J and H, a faint smile of disdain on his face. Just two ordinary people, how dare you pursue us so relentlessly? Israfil's voice was tinged with disdain. He looked at the two as if they were two insignificant ants. Operator J stepped forward, his eyes devoid of fear, only determination. We are more than worthy enough to be your rivals. We will never let you obtain the secret treasure again. Operator H followed closely behind, his voice tinged with sarcasm. Apostle Israfil, you challenged the Executor so many times, and each time you failed. I wonder where you get your confidence from. Israfil's face darkened, clearly enraged by the two men's words. He began to draw upon the power of his familiar, rubbing his hands together rapidly in the air, gathering a shimmering ball of energy. Let me show you. Israfil shouted, hurling energy balls at operators J and H. Operator J reacted quickly, unsheathing his multi-gun transformed energy sword, its blade gleaming with a brilliant blue light. He swung the sword at the incoming energy ball, unleashing a powerful shockwave the moment the tip of the sword made contact. Meanwhile, Operator H unsheathed his multi-gun transformed rifle from his back, aimed at the energy balls released by Israfil, and fired continuously. Each bullet precisely struck the energy balls, weakening their power. The battle quickly unfolded. Israfil, utilizing his teleportation ability, continuously launched energy balls around the battlefield, attempting to overwhelm operators J and H with sheer numbers and power. But J and H coordinated seamlessly, each defending behind the other and deflecting Israfil's bullets with their weapons. Operator J's energy sword collided with Israfil's energy balls, sparking dazzling sparks. Operator H's rifle fired a continuous stream of bullets, colliding with the energy balls, creating a chain reaction of explosions. The battle between Israfil J and H raged fiercely in the square of the ruins. As the battle progressed, Israfil gradually realized that these two operators were far more formidable than he had imagined. The Order was now racing against time. They had to seize the Dragonoid treasures deep within the ruins while their families attacked the city. Their reactions were swift, and their tactics seamless. Armed with energy weapons, their families' power barely lent them an advantage in offensive power. Each of their attacks was precise and deadly. No wonder Swager's combat operators are so renowned, Israfil thought to himself. He knew that, aside from those executors possessing superhuman powers, these operators were the most formidable opponents. Operator J wielded a combined gun-turned-energy sword, its blade slicing through the air with a fierce attack. Operator H, meanwhile, wielded a rifle of the same type. With each pull of the trigger, bullets shot out like meteors at Israfil. Israfil dodged J and H's combined attacks, his mind racing. He knew he couldn't continue to tangle with the two operators. He had to take action. There's no need to use the domain against them. If this place is like the previous ruin, he thought, deciding to use the ruin's mechanisms to buy himself time. There he is! Israfil spotted a stone lever in the corner. He had seen a similar mechanism in another ruin before. In the midst of a fierce exchange, Israfil fainted and suddenly activated the mechanism within the ruins. As the mechanism activated, a rumbling sound echoed from within the ruins, and the stone door near the apostle slowly moved, revealing a deeper passage. You two can just take your time here, Israfil sneered, abandoning his struggle with J and H and swiftly heading deeper into the ruins. He believed the traps within would be enough to hold the two operators back, buying him enough time to retrieve the treasure. Chase! Watching Israfil disappear into the depths of the ruins, operators J and H gave chase. After the traps were activated, various traps and obstacles appeared within the ruins, making the path complex and dangerous. Operators J and H were bewildered by the unexpected traps. This is getting tricky, Operator H frowned, knowing these traps wouldn't be easy to handle. Operator J, gripping his energy sword tightly, glanced around warily. We must be careful. Israfil has surely prepared these traps. The two began to carefully navigate their way through the traps, wary of potential traps while searching for a path deeper into the depths. Despite their cautious actions, they both knew they had to quickly catch up with Israfil and thwart his scheme. They arrived at a narrow corridor, the creaking sound of bricks rubbing against each other echoing through the narrow passage. The walls began to shift towards the center, the mechanical interlocking motions between the rocks making a teeth-grinding sound, attempting to trap operators H and J in a deadly position with no escape. Israfil had already disappeared around the corner ahead. He seemed to have mastered the traps like the back of his hand, effortlessly navigating the area. Meanwhile, operators H and J faced a life-or-death situation. A flicker of determination flashed in Operator H's eyes. She knew she couldn't just sit there and wait for death. She quickly surveyed her surroundings and spotted two supporting stone pillars. "Cover me," she said to J, then raised her multi-gun, transformed it into rifle mode, and aimed at the stone pillar. With two muffled gunshots, the stone pillar collapsed, crashing heavily onto the moving wall to one side. The wall was stuck, temporarily halting its movement. "Go!" Operator H shouted, her voice remarkably clear amid the roar. She led J through the walls. Depending on her understanding of the mechanisms and her intuition, Operator H quickly found the correct path. J followed closely behind, his eyes scanning the surroundings vigilantly, ready to respond to any new dangers. The next room was slightly wider, and a trap suddenly opened in the ground, revealing a bottomless abyss. Israfil flew directly into the air, but J and H, following behind, were not so lucky. The black hole revealed by the trap was deep and mysterious. Operator H suddenly felt her feet loosen, her heart tighten, and she felt a chill from the abyss. Chapter 600. At this critical moment, Operator J's reaction speed was astonishing. With the swiftness of a cheetah, he reached out and grabbed H's arm, pulling her back from the edge of the trap. "Be careful," he shouted, his voice tinged with urgency. His arm, strong and powerful, held H's body steady, preventing her from falling into darkness. As operators H and J stepped into the room riddled with arrow holes, the moment their footsteps touched the ground, the trap was triggered, instantly transforming the room into a death trap. Hidden holes in the walls and ceiling suddenly opened, releasing countless arrows like a torrential rain, each one carrying deadly force. Israfil, who had flown into the room first, showed no sign of panic in the face of this sudden attack. He quickly activated his energy shield. A translucent layer of light enveloped him. The arrows impacted with a crisp sound, but were unable to penetrate the seemingly flimsy yet incredibly strong defense. At the same time, Operator J reacted just as quickly, raising the shield he transformed from his multi-gun. The clang of metal echoed through the room, and each impact of an arrow caused the shield to tremble slightly, but his arm remained as steady as a rock, unwavering. "Stay behind me." Operator H, under J's cover, used bursts of energy bullets to destroy several key firing points, significantly reducing the effectiveness of the rain of arrows. For a few brief minutes, the room was filled with the whistling of arrows and the clanging of metal, but operators H and J remained unwavering in this deadly storm. They worked in perfect harmony, one holding, the other attacking, together fending off the hail of arrows from all directions. As the traps gradually ceased functioning, the rain of arrows began to sparse, eventually ceasing completely. The door at the end of the room had already been opened by Israfil, who had taken another step forward. Operators H and J looked around warily, confirming the traps had ceased functioning before slowly relaxing their guard. Though their bodies were covered in sweat, their eyes gleamed with triumph. "We have to hurry. Israfil can't let him escape," Operator H said, continuing forward. The chase between Israfil, operators H, and J intensified. Israfil entered a maze of mirrors, filled with deception and illusions, where every reflection could lead one astray. "Interesting, but that won't faze me," Israfil sneered. The mirrors within the maze shone with a cold light, reflecting countless passages and exits, making it difficult to distinguish true from false. Israfil closed his eyes, and, drawing upon the power of his familiar, emitted a series of ultrasonic waves. Like a bat, he used echolocation to locate the true path through the maze. On the other side of the maze, operators H and J faced the same challenge. Operator H clutched a high-tech analytical device that could capture and analyze the refraction of light, revealing the true path hidden behind the mirrored illusions. "Follow me," Operator H whispered, his eyes fixed on the device's screen. "The refraction of light reveals the true path. This is our way out." Using the power of science, they gradually unraveled the maze's mysteries. Every step was cautious, every turn brimming with wisdom. Operator J followed closely behind, his energy sword poised to deal with any potential traps or enemies. Thankfully, no sudden attacks emerged. Israfil, too focused on his progress, had no time for a surprise attack. In the mirror maze, the two figures intertwined in reflection, their movements weaving between the mirrored surfaces like a dance of light and shadow. Every choice embodied their wisdom and courage, and every step forward brought them closer to the truth. Deep within the maze, Israfil could hear the approaching footsteps of operators H and J. He knew he couldn't stay here for long and had to speed up. He quickened his pace, drawing on the power of his familiar to more accurately locate the exit. Israfil traversed the mirror maze and finally reached the depths of the ruins, where another set of secret treasures lay. Inside, the ancient stone pillars and murals appeared solemn and mysterious in the dim light. At the center of the temple, a treasure chest, certified by the blood of the Dragonets, sat quietly, its presence seeming to reveal secrets dating back millennia. Israfil stood before the chest, extended his hand, and began the blood certification ritual. As blood dripped, the chest slowly opened with a deep rumbling sound. Inside, a set of secret treasures emanating a faint glow lay quietly, their power ancient and powerful. So, another set of talismans. Just as Israfil was about to retrieve the secret treasures, operators J and H finally caught up. Seeing Israfil about to succeed, Operator J reacted quickly, shooting Israfil in the left hand. "You won't succeed." Operator J's voice was firm and powerful. The bullet struck Israfil's arm, causing his grip to loosen with pain. The scroll he'd been holding tightly slipped from his grasp and rolled toward the entrance. Operator H quickly rushed to the scroll, snatching it away with swift and decisive movements. Israfil's face was filled with anger, only the talisman in his hand. Furious, he decided to hold back and attacked operators H and J. "How dare you stand in my way?" Israfil roared, his body radiating powerful energy waves. Israfil's power was fully unleashed, no longer holding back, revealing the true power of an apostle. His feet lifted off the ground, his left hand condensing into a ball of purple-black energy, while his right hand, with the same energy, formed a broadsword. Operators H and J faced a formidable enemy, their situation becoming precarious. Finally showing your true abilities. Operator J gripped his weapon, bracing himself for battle. However, they didn't retreat. Relying on their tacit understanding and unwavering resolve, they engaged Israfil in a grueling duel. Meanwhile, Old K's team reached a climax in the battle on the other side. After a fierce battle, they finally repelled Shamshell's clones, and located the Apostle Shamshell's true form, hidden within the illusion. Shamshell, your tricks have ended. Old K's voice echoed through the ruins. He and his team surrounded Shamshell, ready to end the battle with sonic weapons. Impressive, Swagger operators. But, however, Shamshell didn't yield easily. A flicker of determination flashed in her eyes, and she unleashed her ultimate. At her summons, a man-made familiar monster emerged from a crack in the illusion, a human face adorning its body. It was the fugitive councilman Kono Hachiro. Do you think this is the end? Shamshell sneered, a hint of madness in her voice. Chapter 601. The monster stood deep within the ruins, about 3 meters tall. Though not massive, its body was exceptionally strong. Its skin was covered in tough, dark gray scales that gleamed with a cold, metallic sheen. The monster's face was distorted, with the terrified face of Kono Hachiro embedded in its center, its eyes wide with despair. A human, transformed into a familiar. Kono Hachiro finally. Seeing this scene, Old K recalled Shina's previous report. Indeed, there had been cases of humans becoming familiar after coming into contact with contaminated substances. Thinking of the police chief he had met in Mexico, he had probably also been transformed into a monster in this way. Its limbs were thick, its claws sharp, and its tail lashed through the air like a steel whip, each lash carrying a crackling sound. The small wings on the monster's back flapped rapidly. Although they couldn't support flight, they added a touch of ferocity to its aura. Old K and his team faced this sudden situation without panic. They knew they couldn't afford to hesitate in this battle. Team members, prepare for battle. Old K commanded, his voice firm and powerful. The operators responded quickly, taking their positions, ready to face Shamshell and her monsters. Sonic weapons, energy swords, multi-guns, and all sorts of equipment gleamed in the hands of the team members, ready for the coming battle. Shamshell was the first to unleash her energy wave attack. She clasped her hands together and quickly extended them outward, unleashing a dazzling beam of light that hurtled straight towards Team K. The team members quickly ducked as the energy wave struck the stone pillar behind them, instantly reducing it to dust. Spread out. Keep moving. Old K shouted, knowing he couldn't let Shamshell lock onto his target. Shamshell, seeing this, immediately used his high-speed movement to swiftly move across the battlefield, launching a surprise attack that caught Team K off guard. She's too fast. Operator J shouted as he dodged Shamshell's attack. Old K reacted quickly. Concentrate fire to contain her. Don't give her a chance to breathe. Shamshell's shield, however, blocked Team K's wave after wave of fire. While dealing with the Apostle's attacks, they also had to guard against the monster's attacks. The monster launched a powerful charge, its massive body, like a runaway chariot, hurtling towards Team K. The operators quickly dispersed to avoid the monster's impact, and the stone floor cracked under the monster's impact. Then, the monster's claws and bites descended like a torrential downpour. Each swipe of its claws ripped the air with a sharp crack, and its sharp teeth clenched with a chilling sound. The monster's tail whipped through the air like a steel whip, each blow carrying the force of thunder. Operator D narrowly avoided the monster's tail with a precise roll, leaving a deep scar on the ground. Shamshir's coordinated attack with the monsters put Team K in a difficult position. Shamshir cast spells from the rear, while the monsters launched a fierce attack from the front. The monster's sonic attacks were like thunder, causing pain in Team K's eardrums and stumbling. Team K struggled in the storm, each impact bringing them an unprecedented sense of oppression. A glint of determination flashed in Old K's eyes. He knew that only by finding the enemy's weakness could they turn the tide. Everyone be careful. His voice rang out clearly amid the fierce battle. Pay attention to the monster's movement patterns. Operator L, a skilled tactical analyst, had a keen eye and quickly detected the monster's anomaly. Boss, look at that monster's face. L shouted. After every attack, it subconsciously protects that face. Old K immediately grasped L's intention. His voice, resolute and powerful, came through the communicator. Everyone, concentrate your fire. Aim for the monster's face. That's its weak spot. The members of Team K quickly adjusted their tactics, their movements becoming more coordinated. Operator D, a sharpshooter, had a cold glint in his eyes. His finger gently pulled the trigger, and the bullet, with a thud, pierced the air, accurately hitting the eye in the monster's human face. The monster let out a deafening roar, and covered its injured eye in pain. Seeing this, Shamshil hurriedly tightened his control over the monster, attempting to suppress Team K's offensive. But Team K had found a rhythm in the battle, constantly exploiting the monster's instinct to protect its face, and creating opportunities to attack. However, the monster's rapid regeneration made the battle even more difficult. Every wound left by an attack was quickly healed by the monster, as if it possessed an infinite vitality. It seemed they had to deal with Shamshil first. After a fierce exchange, Team K discovered Shamshil's weakness. Her shield, after continuous use, experienced a brief energy instability. Old K seized the opportunity. Now, focus on her shield. Team K's members quickly adjusted their tactics, concentrating their firepower on Shamshil's shield. Under a fierce barrage of concentrated fire, the shield finally shattered, exposing Shamshel to Team K's attack. "It's over, Shamshel," Old K shouted, leading his team in a final charge. Shamshel seemed to have realized her mistake and abandoned her defense. The dense power of her familiar surrounded her, nearly distorting the light, gathering in preparation for a devastating blow. Raging energy enveloped her, and the entire space began to warp, as if even time itself had become viscous under her control. "Oh no! She's about to unleash her ultimate." A look of solemnity flashed in Old K's eyes. He knew this would be the decisive moment. Old K observed the battle constantly, noticing that as Shamshel's spell power increased, the monster's recovery ability weakened. He quickly formulated a risky plan. "We need to disrupt her energy cycle, preventing her from sharing energy with the monster." The members of Team K immediately understood Old K's intention and began to deliberately attack the monster, severing the energy connection between her and it. As expected, as Shamshel desperately gathered her strength, the monster visibly weakened. What's going on? Shamshel hadn't anticipated Team K's insight. Without the monster's support, Shamshel's power was greatly diminished. Her spells lost their stability and began to backfire, her body enveloped in her own energy. Energy exploded around Shamshel like sparks. Old K seized the opportunity, maneuvering Shamshel's energy wave to accidentally hit the monster, completely destroying its recovery ability. The monster collapsed under the impact of the energy wave, shattering into pieces. Team K pursued the attack, and Old K led the team in a final volley. After a fierce attack, Shamshel was finally defeated and subdued. Chapter 602. Before another ruin in Nara, night fell, the stars dimmed, and the battle between Nero and Tony reached its climax. The apostle Sakiel had quietly entered the ruins, searching for the legendary treasure, while Tony was trapped in a realm created by Sakiel, engaging in a fierce duel with his brother Nero. Tony and Nero, the two brothers, each activated their long-awaited state of mechanical soul fusion, transforming into fused forms with the ability to fly, preparing for the final showdown. Tony's body was enveloped in a fiery red light, like a burning flame, illuminating the surrounding darkness. Behind him, a pair of massive wings spread out, their feathers gleaming crimson like metal forged by flame. Nero, in turn, was surrounded by a deep blue light, like the waters of the deep sea, profound and mysterious. For wings sprouted from his back, each feather emitting a faint blue glow, like the brightest star in the night sky. "It's been ages since I've seen you like this, brother." Nero smiled faintly, his voice tinged with a complex mix of longing for his brother and anticipation for the coming battle. "Nero, we must end this battle." Tony's voice echoed throughout the realm, thundering like thunder. His figure traced a red trail through the air, like a meteor streaking through the night sky, attacking Nero. Tony flapped his wings, his body spinning rapidly in the air, creating waves of heat. In his hand, a flaming sword condensed, its blade ablaze with flames, radiating a blazing heat. He swung the sword towards Nero, igniting the air wherever the blade passed, forming a trail of flame. Nero responded calmly, flapping his four wings and moving lightly through the air, dodging Tony's attack. A blue lightsaber condensed in his hand, its blade emitting a faint blue glow, like the ripples of the deep sea. He swung the sword back, and wherever the blade passed, the air froze into ice, forming a stark contrast to Tony's flames. The two brothers engaged in a fierce duel within the realm, red and blue energies intertwining in the air, the forces of fire and ice colliding. Each clash was accompanied by a deafening roar, and each collision produced a dazzling light. In the musty passages of the ruins, Sakiel's family energy allowed him to see clearly in the dimness. Although the ruins had its own light source, Using some unknown technology, the lights automatically ignited when someone approached. Perhaps it sensed the apostles' dragonkind ancestry, and these secret treasures were prepared for them by their ancestors. His steps were firm and swift, his eyes gleaming with anticipation for imminent victory. Though the traps within the ruins were ingenious and deadly, to Sakiel, they were merely minor obstacles to the treasure. Hidden quivers in the ancient walls suddenly opened, raining down countless arrows. Sakiel calmly waved his staff, and an energy barrier instantly deployed, deflecting the incoming arrows. He didn't even pause, continuing deeper into the ruins. The traps triggered the ground to collapse, revealing a bottomless abyss that threatened to swallow any intruder who dared to enter. But Sakiel simply leaped, landing lightly as a feather on the safety of the other side. A scornful smile crossed his face, these traps looking childish before him. At this moment, he received news from the outside world. The families had appeared in pairs. The first had already been defeated by the executioner, but the second had just appeared and was rampaging through the city. Sakir smiled faintly. This news was undoubtedly a shot in the arm for him. It seems the family's appearance has bought us some time, he muttered to himself, unfazed by the outcome of the battle. To him, the family's actions would only further distract the executioner, giving him more time to search for the secret treasure. Sakir quickened his pace, his focus focused on one goal, to obtain the secret treasure as quickly as possible. He knew that with the power of the secret treasure, he would be able to realize his plans and wield greater power. In the heart of the ruins, Sakir finally entered the secret treasure room, said only to be held in legend. The air was filled with an ancient and mysterious atmosphere, and the torches on the walls cast dancing shadows, as if telling of past glories. In the center of the room, a treasure chest, delicately carved by the dragon men, rested on an altar, emitting a faint glow. Sakir's heartbeat raced in his chest, his eyes gleaming with uncontrollable excitement. He slowly stepped forward, bit off his thumb, and unlocked the treasure chest with a drop of dragonman blood. When his fingertips touched the cool, smooth surface of the talisman, a powerful surge of energy instantly spread throughout his body. Sakir took a deep breath and gripped the secret treasure tightly in his hand. Sakir had successfully obtained the talisman and scroll from this relic. Finally, I have it. Sakir's voice was filled with a hint of satisfaction and pride. He knew this secret treasure would grant him unprecedented power. He secretly marveled at Nero's strength, having been able to hold out against Tony's pursuit. It seems only an executioner can handle an executioner, Sakiel muttered quietly to himself, surprised and relieved that Nero had been able to contain Tony. Deep within another Nara ruin, the flames of battle seared the stone walls, as the duel between Apostle Israfil and operators J and H intensified. Israfil's spells rained down like a torrential downpour, lightning and thunder roared, fireballs and icicles whizzed through the narrow space. Operators J and H stood back to back, their movements swift and precise. J's energy sword sliced through the air, its tip shattering incoming spells, while H's shield, solid as a fortress, withstood Israfil's attacks. Their coordination was impeccable, each transition between offense and defense appearing effortless. Hold! J roared, a determined glint in his eyes. H nodded, responding calmly. The two's tacit understanding was fully demonstrated during the battle. Despite Israfil's powerful spells, they struggled to penetrate their impenetrable defenses. As the battle dragged on, Israfil's impatience began to show. His attacks became disorganized, precisely the opening J and H were waiting for. J seized the opportunity, his sword swift as lightning, charging towards Israfil. H followed closely behind, striking with his shield, disrupting Israfil's spell. Chapter 603. Israfil was engaged in a fierce battle with operators J and H, the air filled with the sparks of magic and a tense atmosphere. Suddenly, a fierce barrage of bullets blasted through the passage they had come from, interrupting the rhythm of the battle. It's K and the others! Operator J shouted, his voice tinged with excitement. The intensity and precision of the barrage were clearly the style of Old K and the other operators. The arrival of the reinforcement team led by Old K brought a new turn to the battle. Their presence was like a gust of wind on the battlefield, instantly changing the course of events. Israfil's face changed, sensing the new threat. Has Shamshil already been defeated? He wondered, realizing he might be left alone. Old K appeared at the entrance of the passage, his gaze sharp as a knife, swiftly scanning the battlefield. Well done, J and H, we're taking over. His voice was firm and powerful, instilling confidence in everyone present. Following Old K's command, the operators sprang into action, their movements coordinated and swift, securing key positions on the battlefield. Their tactics were perfectly coordinated, each move imbued with tactical and strategic precision. Israfil knew he could no longer hesitate. He had to act immediately. He began to gather his strength, preparing for a final counterattack. However, Old K and his team didn't give him the chance. Attack! Old K shouted, and the operators launched their attack simultaneously. Their attacks poured down like a torrential downpour, leaving Israfil no chance to breathe. But at the last moment, Israfil mustered all his strength and unleashed a teleportation spell. A dazzling flash of light passed, and Israfil's figure blurred in the light, eventually disappearing from the battlefield. The operator's attack struck where he had stood, but save for the lingering magical fluctuations in the air, Israfil was gone. He's escaped. Operator J shouted, a flicker of resentment in his eyes. Never mind. You snatched a portion of his secret treasure. Well done, J and H. K walked over to J and patted him on the shoulder. As K's protege, J was considered a highly capable operator in Team K. This scroll-like object should be the instruction manual for those spells, or perhaps the combination they require. Just as Xiao Wu mentioned. Operator H examined the thick scroll. Let's go, let's secure it for now. Old K called out to the operators. The battle here was over. Now it was up to Tony and Nineveh. Across Nara City, Nineveh was on her transformation cooldown, unable to transform into her giant of light form again. She and the defense team attempted to lure the familiar away with conventional weapons, but the results were unsatisfactory. The familiar strength far exceeded their expectations, and conventional firepower was unable to effectively damage them. Nineveh knew she needed stronger support. She quickly notified Cheyenne, and Sakia, the executor who had completed her training far away in Narita City, was also ready to join the battle. Swiguda had also reacted swiftly, transporting Trom, Sakia's plane, to the nearest seaport in Nara City via aircraft carrier. But how could Sakia, who was in Narita City, reach Nara City in time? Cheyenne offered a solution. She led Shakia to a private airport in Narita City, where a propeller plane was parked. This plane had been Cheyenne's training aircraft when she was learning flying techniques. Cheyenne used her connections to get the flight school to let her use it again. Sorry, Shakia, this is all we have right now, Cheyenne said with a slightly embarrassed smile. It's okay. The situation is urgent, and we can't mobilize fighter jets or anything like that. Shakia understood that this wasn't New Spring and Autumn City, and things like fighter jets and transport planes required coordination with the local armed forces. The Ryok Kingdom system was rather rigid. According to Master Jinxie, they had held a lengthy meeting to mobilize the self-defense forces to help fight Azura. Cheyenne told Shakia that she would personally fly the plane and quickly transport Shakia to Nara City. A propeller plane has a speed of about 400 kilometers per hour, so a good aircraft, traveling as the crow flies, should allow Shakia to arrive in under an hour. Now, the other Azura was only being held back by Tony, Nineveh, and the others. Let's go! Nineveh and Tony need us, Shakia said firmly, her eyes gleaming with determination. Now, the other Azura was only being held back by Tony, Nineveh, and the others. Shakia understood that Nineveh needed a day to recover from each transformation, and she had done her best. And Tony might still have the strength to hold back Azura, but whether he would be willing to help was still uncertain. So now was the time to demonstrate the fruits of his training. Cheyenne and Shakia donned their headphones and started the plane. The propellers began to spin, a roaring sound. Shakia boarded the plane, her gaze determined, her heart filled with anticipation for the coming battle. As the plane took off, they flew towards Nara City, ready to join the decisive battle. In another ruin in Nara City, Tony and his younger brother Nero had fought a fierce battle, both exhausted. Tony's red mechanical energy flickered faintly, while Nero's blue energy no longer shone as brightly as before. Brother, not bad. It's a shame the battle is over. Nero's voice was a hint of fatigue, but his eyes gleamed with joy. Zakir has completed his mission, and it's time for me to leave. Tony leaned on his great sword, his breathing rapid, but he remained resolute. Nero, you don't understand. If Zakir gets his hands on those spells and scrolls, the consequences will be disastrous. Nero shook his head. He knew Tony was speaking the truth, but he also had his own mission. Take care, brother. I look forward to seeing you next time. TSK, next time I make you tell me what you're up to. Tony knew he couldn't stop Nero. His strength was insufficient for another fight. He could only watch helplessly as his brother's figure vanished into the dusk. At the same time, the domain that Zakir had introduced to the brothers was lifted. He returned to the square in front of the ruin's entrance. Failed? Tony muttered to himself. a hint of bitterness in his voice. "This is Team K. We've driven away the Apostles, and are heading to the rendezvous point. Units that have finished fighting, please rendezvous at the rendezvous point." Team K then issued the rendezvous order. Tony knew he had to get to Team K as soon as possible. Perhaps they still had a chance to salvage the situation. Tony mounted his motorcycle, the engine roaring to life, and his figure vanished into the night, speeding towards Team K. On Team K's battlefield, Old K and his team had just finished their battle with Shamshiel, and they, too, needed Tony's strength. When Tony arrived, they would regroup and face the next challenge together. Although the duel between Tony and Nero ended inconclusively, they both understood that the real battle had only just begun. Chapter 604. Night falls. With Shakia's arrival still about an hour away, the Nara City Defense Forces face a daunting task. Without the aid of the Giant of Light, they must rely on their conventional military forces to hold back the monster Ashura. Time is running out, and the defense commander has requested permission from higher-ups for ultra-long-range missile fire, hoping to inflict heavy damage on the monster. The countdown for the missile attack has begun. In 5 minutes, the sky will be pierced by flames. "Retreat!" The defense commander's voice echoed over the communicator, brimming with urgency. TSK. Nineveh, in the convoy, was helpless. She couldn't transform anymore, and conventional attacks were struggling to attract the monster's attention. Now, she could only watch helplessly as the city was trampled. The only hope now was a long-range missile strike. The frontline containment forces sprang into action. They had to evacuate to a safe area before the missiles arrived. Under the commander's command, the soldiers retreated in an orderly manner, their footsteps echoing across the battlefield, a stark contrast to the monster's roars. Soldiers leaped aboard armored vehicles, engines roaring and wheels kicking up clouds of dust. Their gazes were fixed on the monster in the rearview mirror, silently counting down the seconds. As the distance widened, the monster's silhouette gradually faded, but the oppressive feeling remained suffocating. During the evacuation, the soldiers experienced mixed emotions. They felt a sense of relief, yet also a heavy sense of responsibility. They knew their evacuation was for the greater battle, to create an opportunity for the impending Sakya. With the last soldier safely evacuated, only the monster Ashura remained on the battlefield. It roared amidst the ruins of the city, seemingly challenging the impending missile attack. The defense team, in a safe area far away, waited with bated breath, ready to witness this clash of technology and monstrous power. As the missile attack counted down, Tony's motorcycle flashed through the night, finally arriving at Team K's rendezvous point. His arrival brought a glimmer of hope to this tense night. K and his team waited at the rendezvous point, their eyes revealing uncertainty about the future and preparation for the coming battle. When Tony's figure came into view, K went to meet him. "Tony, you're here." K's voice was filled with relief. Tony nodded, then said to Old K with some disappointment, "Old K, the Apostles have evacuated. Sorry, my mission failed." "Really? Never mind. We stopped the cult. Let's focus on taking care of that familiar first. Let's exchange battle reports." Tony took a can of coffee from Old K and sat down. The two quickly exchanged battle reports. Old K briefly described their battle with Shamshiel and the current situation. Tony shared his battle with Nero, and the news that Sakir had obtained the talisman and scroll. The current situation was that the army needed to buy time for Sakya's arrival. A missile strike would follow. 5 minutes passed in a flash, and suddenly, a sharp whistling sound echoed from the sky. Several missiles streaked across the sky like meteors, heading straight for the monster. The members of Team K, along with Tony, looked up at the sky, their hearts filled with anticipation and anxiety. In the night sky over Nara City, the missile's violent explosion resembled a miniature volcanic eruption, filling the air with flames and smoke. The shockwave from the explosion sent a cloud of dust billowing from the ground, making the very air tremble. "How's it going?" Old K, also using binoculars, observed the exploding monster, which was engulfed in the dust. "I don't think it's doing well." As the executor, Tony could clearly sense the familiar's energy response. There was no change at all. The dust dissipated. The monster Ashura was at the center of the explosion, its hard armor finally cracking under the missile's impact. Although only slight, it was enough to give the defense commander hope. "Good. The monster is moving." The commander's voice was tinged with excitement, his binoculars tightly gripping, observing the monster's movements. Just as he had hoped, the monster began to slowly move under the impact of the explosion. Its steps, though heavy, were clearly moving away from the civilian refuge area. This bought precious time for the safe evacuation of the civilians. "We must continue to attract its attention." The commander issued a new order, his voice firm and forceful over the communicator. The soldiers of the defense force sprang into action, maneuvering their armored vehicles, emitting various sounds and lights to attract the monster's attention. Their mission was to lure the monster to a safer, more open area, away from the city and residential areas. The soldiers operated with skill and caution, knowing that even the slightest mistake could have disastrous consequences. Their eyes gleamed with determination, their single goal in mind: protecting the citizens, protecting the city. As the monsters moved, the night in Nara City grew increasingly tense and unsettling. However, the defense team soldiers refused to give up, their courage and determination proving invaluable in this crisis. Although the monster Ashura wasn't seriously damaged, the troops successfully lured it away from the city center, undoubtedly buying time for the safe evacuation of the citizens. In this crisis, even the slightest progress was invaluable. After reuniting with Team K, Tony learned that Sakia would take some time to arrive at the battlefield. He decided to take action himself, even though his true identity, the Executioner, was still unknown to Team K. Tony was well aware of his own power and didn't want his teammates to witness his transformation, lest it cause unnecessary surprise and confusion. "Team K, I need to find a place," Tony said calmly, his expression slightly awkward. "Now?" Team K frowned, knowing Tony's suggestion sounded a bit inappropriate at this juncture. "I need to go, you know." Tony tried to sound casual, gesturing to a nearby alley. "I'll be back soon." Old K looked at Tony, then at the monsters retreating from the city center, and finally nodded. "Okay, don't go too far. We might need you at any moment." Tony nodded and turned, heading toward the alley. His steps were quick and determined, but he was silently preparing for his impending transformation. He knew that once transformed, he would no longer be an ordinary team member, but an enforcer with immense power. Deeper into the alley, Tony made sure no one was around, took a deep breath, and began to focus. Within him, the energy of his spirit began to surge, and the light beneath his skin gradually brightened, finally erupting into a dazzling red glow. Amidst this light, Tony's body began to transform. His muscles grew stronger, his height increased, and a pair of enormous wings extended from his back. His gaze sharpened, and a powerful aura emanated from his entire being. Tony's fused form wasn't incapable of maintaining a gigantic form for a while, but he just fought his brother, and his strength was still somewhat depleted. Maintaining his full-length form was sufficient to harass the monster. After the transformation was complete, Tony spread his wings, leaped into the air, and flew towards the monster. In the night sky, Tony's figure pierced the darkness like a flash of red lightning, heading straight for the monster. His arrival would bring a new twist to the battle. Chapter 605. A tense atmosphere permeated every corner of the night sky over Nara City. A single blip suddenly appeared on the military radar screen, its speed so swift that a flicker of surprise crossed the operator's eyes. The blip moved swiftly across the screen, its trajectory pointing directly towards the location of the monster Ashura. This blip was none other than Tony, his body enveloped in a layer of red light, a manifestation of his spirit energy. His form streaked through the air like a shooting star, shattering the tranquility of the night sky. His goal was clear, his movements swift and decisive. As the distance closed, Tony adjusted his flight form, tumbling through the air, swinging his great sword, and finally landing fiercely on Ashura's back. His greatsword pierced the gap in the monster's armor, its tip piercing the hard skin where the missile had ruptured it, striking the soft tissue within. Tony's goal was not to engage the monster head-on, but to skillfully guide it away from the city. He knew his attacks would be like mosquito bites against the monster's tough armor, not enough to cause significant damage, but enough to draw its attention. When the monster, Ashura, began to shift its massive body in confusion, feeling uncomfortable from Tony's attacks, Tony, like a nimble bee, harassed it from out of sight. Whenever the monster turned toward the city's shelter, Tony swooped down from the air, scratching its armor with his great sword as if to warn it, "This way, big guy." Although the monster was confused, its instincts drove it to react with hostility to the harassing mosquito. It began searching for Tony, attempting to shoot the harassing little bug out of the air. Alas, mosquitoes aren't so easy to find. Tony nimbly dodged the monster's attacks, even flying into blind spots like Ashura's head. Each time the monster attempted to turn toward the city, he would swoop down again, lightly touching its armor with his great sword to redirect it. When they saw the monster Ashura begin to move, away from the city's evacuation area, expressions of surprise and hope crossed their faces. Team K and the defense team members nervously watched the radar screen. "Look! The monster's moving!" A young defense member pointed at the radar screen, his voice tinged with excitement. The commander of the defense team, a seasoned veteran, frowned, but a hint of optimism lingered in his voice. Someone unknown has restrained the monster. His actions have bought us time. Tony. You? Nineveh knew it was Tony who had taken action. However, Tony hadn't yet grown to giant size. He must have his own reasons. Perhaps, he was exhausted from the battle with Nero. The defense team members also sprang into action, redeploying, preparing to strike while the monster was restrained. The attack helicopter took off again, maintaining a vigil around the monster. With aerial support, they captured a more detailed image of the figure holding the monster in check. A figure with enormous wings, emitting red fighting spirit. How did he do it? Operator J's eyes flashed with curiosity as he watched the mysterious figure leap lightly onto the monster, each touch causing it to change direction. Operator H, more focused on tactics, said, "Whoever he is, he's given us an opportunity. The monster is being led safely." With Tony's guidance, the monster Ashura was gradually led toward an open area on the outskirts of the city. The soldiers of the defense team and the members of Team K began to follow closely, preparing to launch a concentrated fire attack once the monster entered the designated area. At K's command, the members of Team K quickly boarded the waiting vehicles, ready to follow the defense team. In the night, the vehicles' engines roared, and the convoy, like a long dragon, shuttled through the streets of Nara City, speeding towards the direction of the monster. Tony hasn't come back yet. Operator J's voice was tinged with worry, his gaze constantly gazing at the night sky, as if searching for Tony's presence. Don't worry, he won't get left behind. Let him make his own arrangements. Old K's voice was firm and powerful, his confidence infecting every member of the team. They all knew Tony's strength and believed he could handle any situation. The convoy sped through the night, finally arriving at the designated battlefield. The defense team had already begun to work, using the terrain to set traps in preparation for the monster's arrival. This area, with its deep valleys, rivers, and dense forests, served as natural barriers, effectively restricting the monster's movements. "We need to set more traps here," the defense commander pointed to a point on the map. "Once the monster enters here, we must prevent it from leaving easily." The members of Team K quickly joined the defense team, dividing the work among themselves. Some digging traps, others setting alarms, and still others checking weapons and equipment. Everyone knew their roles, and they moved swiftly and in an orderly manner. "All units ready?" The defense commander's voice boomed over the communicator, his gaze fixed intently on the valley entrance. In the narrow valley, the defense team deployed a series of mines and self-propelled artillery. These guns, armed with armor-piercing rounds, could inflict a significant amount of damage on the monsters. Attack helicopters circled overhead, their onboard rockets and machine guns locked onto their targets, ready to launch an attack on the monsters. Tanks and self-propelled artillery were hidden on both sides of the valley, their muzzles trained on the monster's predicted path, awaiting the optimal moment to fire. On the cliff face, snipers, hidden behind camouflage netting, their high-precision sniper rifles trained on the monster's vital points. Rake launchers and armored vehicles stood by at the valley entrance, ready to fire the moment the monsters came within range. The defense troops stood ready at their respective positions, their gazes resolute, weapons gripped tightly, braced for the decisive battle with the monster. Under Tony's guidance, the monster was successfully lured into a ravine on the outskirts of the city. Following Tony's guidance, the monster Ashura finally entered the ravine. Its every step shook the ground, yet it seemed unaware it was walking into a carefully laid trap. "All units, stand by and fire." The defense commander's voice boomed over the communicator. The attack helicopters launched the first attack, rockets trailing flames straight at the monster. Tanks and self-propelled artillery also opened fire, their shells streaking bright trails across the night sky, piercing the monster's body. Rocket launchers and armored vehicles followed closely behind, their fire unleashed, rockets and heavy machine gun rounds raining down on the monster. The monster roared deafeningly and attempted to counterattack, but was pinned down by the intense fire. Chapter 606. Although Nineveh could no longer transform into a giant of light, she could still ensure Xiaowu was ready to provide support in the battle. Nineveh knew that even without the transformation, her power could not be underestimated. "Xiaowu, we need your help." Nineveh's voice was firm, her gaze fixed on the battlefield. Xiaowu nodded, her energy body radiating a soft glow. "Leave it to me, Master Nineveh." Her voice echoed in Nineveh's heart. Xiaowu began to concentrate, her power connecting with the natural flow of water. Under her control, the stream at the back of the valley began to surge, its current gradually increasing in intensity. Xiaowu waved her hands in the air, as if conducting an invisible symphony orchestra, directing the water's power. Water, obey my call. Xiaowu's voice echoed through the valley, and her body radiated an even brighter light. As Xiaowu directed her power, the stream gathered into a powerful torrent, rushing straight towards the valley's entrance. The force of the torrent broke down the rocks and earth at the entrance, forming a natural barrier that trapped the monster Ashura within the valley. Well done, Xiaowu! Nineveh exclaimed, her eyes gleaming with gratitude. The defense commander also noticed this change and immediately adjusted his tactics. All units, seize this opportunity and increase your firepower. Attack helicopters, tanks, self-propelled artillery, and other heavy equipment open fire, trapping the monster within the valley. Rocket launchers and armored vehicles also joined the attack, their fire exploding on the monster, creating a sea of fire. Over Nara City, the plane carrying Shakia and Cheyenne pierced the clouds, revealing a devastating scene ravaged by the monster. Parts of the city lay engulfed in flames and rubble, the neon lights of the night sky seeming all the more desolate against the ruins. Shakia gazed down, a flicker of sadness in her eyes. This devastation is truly horrible. We must end this disaster as soon as possible. Cheyenne gripped the control yoke tightly, scanning the city for a safe landing spot. But she knew finding a suitable landing spot at night like this would be difficult, and she might even be exposed to the monster sight. Shakia, we need to find a safe place to land, Cheyenne's voice tinged with worry. Shakia was silent for a moment, then said firmly, Cheyenne, there's no need to search for a landing spot. It's too dangerous for you. We can't let you take that risk. Cheyenne was taken aback, then understood Shakia's meaning. She nodded in understanding. Trom, coordinates linked. Sakia's voice echoed through the cockpit, her hand gently touching the communicator on her wrist. In Kobe Harbor, a massive aircraft carrier sat quietly anchored in the nighttime darkness of the inland sea. On the carrier's deck, Trom, Sakia's aircraft, had entered launch mode. With Sakia's command, the carrier's launch sequence officially began. Around Trom, robotic arms and fixtures slowly moved away, revealing the launch rail below. Lights flickered on the carrier's deck, forming guiding beams that pointed toward the night sky. Launch! Operator Z, the carrier's commander, shouted the command, his voice echoing through the control room. Trom's engines roared, its massive frame trembling slightly on the deck, as if gathering strength. With a single command, the electromagnetic catapult on the launch track activated, and Trom was launched into the night sky like a giant bullet. In the night sky, Sakia and Cheyenne's planes flew toward the battlefield, waiting. It looks like Team K and Nineveh are progressing quite smoothly. Cheyenne could see from afar that in the valley outside the city, the monster Ashura had been guided to the battlefield and was under concentrated fire. Sakia activated her wristband. Cheyenne began communicating with Team K and the others. Cheyenne's voice, clearly heard by every member of the Swagger Corps, reached through the communicator. Her words carried a hint of urgency, yet also confidence. Old K, Nineveh, Sakia will be here soon. Our support is on the way. Old K, hearing this news on the battlefield, a glint of determination flashed in his eyes. His voice echoed through the communicator, inspiring everyone. Did you hear? Sakia will be here soon. We just need to hold on a little longer. Thank you for the wait. It's up to you now, Sakia, Nineveh responded via the communicator. Meanwhile, Tony, after completing his decoy on the monster Ashura, quietly transformed back into his original form. His figure, discreet in the night, landed on a small hill near the creek valley and walked to the position of Team K and the defense team. When he arrived at the rendezvous point, Old K and the other team members were waiting. You're back, Tony. Old K's voice was filled with relief. I knew you'd join us. Tony nodded, his gaze sweeping across the battlefield before turning to Old K. How's the situation? We're awaiting Sakia's arrival. She provide us with the necessary support, Old K replied. Okay. Tony looked at the massive familiar, now under fire. Now that it was under control, his decoy mission was a success. Tony planned to observe Sakia's capabilities. Trom, arriving at the designated location. Aster, move closer. Sakia's voice echoed through the communication headset. Soon, the hovering Trom arrived at the rendezvous point where Aster and Sakia's planes were to meet. Against the night sky, the massive robot stood out with a magnificent presence, its tail of blue flames blazing behind it, illuminating the surrounding sky. The propeller plane piloted by Cheyenne wasn't going very fast, so Trom's control system slowed down to match the aircraft's speed. The two sides continued to close in at high altitude. Trom couldn't stay airborne for too long. Sakia manipulated Trom's flight position on her wristband, turning it on its back. Can you do it, Sakia? Shine asked worriedly, handing Sakia a parachute. But Sakia gently pushed her hand away. Miss Cheyenne, let me show you how I can precisely control my mechanical spirit energy. Seeing Sakia's insistence, Cheyenne said nothing more. Go ahead, Sakia, and show everyone the fruits of your special training. Sakia nodded, went to the rear of the cabin, and opened the hatch. Trom's cockpit was already open, and from her hands, a golden beam of mechanical spirit shot out, piercing Trom's armor. Then, with a gentle pull, Sakia landed in the cockpit. This was only possible after Jinxie's special training, allowing Sakia to steadily manipulate her spirit energy. The high winds seemed to have no effect on her at all. Ziyuan smiled as she watched Sakia successfully board the plane. She turned the plane and headed for a safe landing. Chapter 607. After she midair entered the cockpit of the Trom, Cheyenne immediately piloted the plane out of the battlefield, making way for Sakia to enter. In the night sky over Nara City, Sakia's arrival was like a divine force descending from the heavens, her Trom tracing a brilliant trail across the night sky. Sakia descended from the sky, her movements swift and decisive. Drawing the energy daggers from her waist, she swung her hands through the air. Golden mechanical energy gathered around the blades, causing them to grow rapidly in length. The two blades merged into one, forming a massive mechanical blade. This was the culmination of this advanced training. Let me test my sword on you, Sakia said confidently with a confident smile. She swung the massive mechanical blade and slashed at Ashura below. The energy fluctuations from the blade formed a golden arc of light in the air, slicing directly towards the monster's head. Ashura sensed the threat from above and immediately raised its head, gathering its energy and emitting a red, high-energy beam from its mouth, attempting to intercept Sakia's attack. However, Sakia's mechanical energy blade was unstoppable, easily severing the beam and continuing its attack on Ashura. At the last moment, Ashura used the impact of the energy beam to jerk back, its body tumbling through the air, barely avoiding Sakia's opening attack. You're quite clever, Sakia said, landing and slowly rising. Trom's massive form, under her control, nimbly adjusted its stance, preparing for the coming battle. This time, Trom did not carry the Dragon Knight weapon system, relying on his most basic armament combined with Sakia's advanced mechanical energy. This battle was also Master Jinxie's test of Sakia. But it looked like Sakia should be able to pass it easily. Oh! Sakia's momentum is extraordinary this time. Old K also noticed the changes in Sakia after her reappearance. Hey, her use of the spirit energy has become more precise. Nineveh nodded with satisfaction. Oh! Tony stroked his chin, watching Sakia's performance with interest. Ashura's roar echoed in the night sky, and a hint of fear flashed in its eyes. It realized that the opponent before it was different from its previous foes. Sakia's power made it feel an unprecedented threat. Hold off, support, let me fight alone. Sakia sent this message to the ground troops over the comms. Her voice was firm and powerful, revealing her confidence in the upcoming battle. The ground troops were a little surprised when they heard this, but Old K quickly understood that this was Master Jinxie's intention for Sakia to test the results of her special training. Everyone listen up. Trom will face the enemy alone. We must not intervene for now. Old K also communicated with the defense commander. The commander quickly issued new orders. All units, maintain alert and be ready to support at any time. The roar of artillery fire suddenly vanished, and the battlefield became a standoff between Sakia and the enemy. Sakia stood in Trom's cockpit, her eyes fixed on Ashura. She took a deep breath, then slowly raised the massive mechanical blade in her hand. The light on the blade grew brighter, as if absorbing the surrounding air and energy. Sakia used the power of the mechanical soul to connect the hilts of the two daggers, allowing them to be combined and used. Filled with mechanical soul energy, the weapon's own battery power was replaced, resulting in significantly greater power output. Furthermore, the blade formed by this energy was weightless, a benefit of mastering the power of the mechanical soul. It could extend the weapon's capabilities without any side effects. Ashura sensed Sakia's threat and began to gather its strength, preparing to attack. A red light began to shimmer around its body, and a powerful wave of energy spread across the night sky. Sakia didn't hesitate. She swung the massive mechanical soul blade and attacked Ashura. The blade traced a golden path through the air, slicing directly towards Ashura's head. Ashura raised his massive arm, attempting to block Sakia's attack. However, Sakia's blade was too sharp, easily slicing through Ashura's defenses. The mechanical soul energy on the blade left a deep mark on Ashura's body. Ashura approached Sakia, using his scorching heat to engage in close combat, attempting to trap her with its steel-melting heat. However, Sakia's figure constantly drifted outside Ashura's range, causing the giant monster's close-range attacks to repeatedly miss. Excellent distance control, Tony observed Sakia's performance, and he could see that Sakia was indeed quite skilled. Ashura's body began to glow red, its scorching heat leaving fiery trails in the night sky, but it could never reach Sakia. Ashura began to grow restless, its attacks becoming more blind and haphazard. The intense heat even forced the nearby ground troops and attack helicopters to retreat. Sakia understood this. Trom might not be as resistant to extreme temperatures as Nineveh after her transformation. Sakia still cherished her aircraft. So, maintaining distance to wear down the opponent, then waiting for an opportunity to strike and kill with a single blow, this was Sakia's strategy for this battle. What? That's all you can do? If Miss Nineveh didn't need a cooldown for her transformation, I wouldn't have rushed over here in such a hurry. Sakia waved at Ashura, continuing her provocation. Her figure weaved in and out of Ashura's attacks, each movement a teasing, intensifying his rage. She wanted that moment when the opponent's strategy would be completely disrupted. She skillfully maintained her distance from Ashura, preventing his high-temperature attacks and powerful physical skills from reaching her. Ashura had already unleashed a high-energy beam in the previous encounter, and its energy hadn't yet recovered, preventing it from unleashing another fatal blow. Shakia seized this opportunity, her energy sword gathering a dazzling kinetic energy, ready to unleash her ultimate move. Look at what I accomplished lately, Shakia's voice was firm and powerful. She swung the energy sword in the air, and a brilliant flash of light emanated, slashing straight at Ashura. The flash of light, as long as Trom's height, struck Ashura firmly. This flash of light was no ordinary attack. When it struck Ashura, it didn't disappear immediately. Instead, it clung to Ashura's armor like a smoldering flame, continuously inflicting damage. Even Nineveh needed a concentrated attack to pierce Ashura's thick armor. Ha! Shakia delivered another blow, the flash of light forming a cross of energy that continuously damaged the enemy, who was emitting numerous sparks. But the arcing blade of energy remained fixed on Ashura's body, slicing and burning until its armor crumbled. Everyone present, including Team K and the defense team, witnessed this spectacular spectacle. They saw Ashura's armor ripped apart by Shakia's attack, the blade's light finally slicing through his body. Ashura let out a deafening roar, its body trembling violently in the night air before slowly collapsing, dissolving into countless points of light and dissipating into the night sky. Shakia stood quietly in the distance, the light from her energy sword gradually fading. This is the Sky-Soaring Star's sword. The battle was over, cleanly and efficiently. Chapter 608. With Ashura's edge pulverized, the night on the outskirts of Nara returned to calm. The defense team prepared for evacuation in an orderly manner, while Trom anchored there, awaiting the arrival of the transport helicopter fleet. Sakia slowly emerged from the cockpit, using Trom's hand to carry her to the ground. Her posture stood out with remarkable determination in the night. Team K, Nineveh, and the others were already waiting nearby, their gazes filled with respect and admiration. Sakia, not bad. You ended the fight cleanly and efficiently. You performed exceptionally well this time. Nineveh, in a rare moment, directly praised Sakia's progress. Thank you, Miss Nineveh. Sakia's training had paid off. Xiaowu hadn't seen Shakia in ages. She came bounding over and excitedly greeted her. Shakia, you're back. Your fight just now was awesome. Old K and the others were also full of praise for Shakia. They gathered around and expressed their admiration. Shakia, your growth is truly impressive, Old K said with a hint of relief. Shakia was also delighted to reunite with her companions after a long absence. Tony, with his usual relaxed demeanor, came over to congratulate Shakia on her return. Hey, Shakia, good work. Hey, isn't that Tony? How's everything going over there? Shakia greeted the new executor, whom she had only just met. Despite his complaints, Tony had still come to work with Kay and the others, which was a good thing. A hint of amusement lingered in his eyes. In this operation, Team K managed to prevent the apostles from seizing the talismans and scrolls, but Tony was held back by his brother and failed. Let's just say so. Although Tony didn't directly cooperate with Sakia this time, he did by her valuable time behind the scenes. Only Nineveh knew of this. She quietly observed from the side, feeling satisfied with Tony's strategy and Sakia's growth. She knew that this battle was not only a test for Sakia, but also for the entire team. And they all delivered a satisfactory result. With some time left before the transport squadron that would recover Trom arrived, Sakia and her teammates waited and rested on the spot. They discussed various situations. Sakia sat with Nineveh, Tony, and the members of Team K, sharing stories about her recent training. "You wouldn't believe how many challenges I faced during training," Sakia said with some emotion. She had been training at the dojo near Cheyenne's home, strengthening the coordination between her ki and her weapons, which led to the development of her current ultimate move. Nineveh described this special move as something every executor should master. Just like Nineveh's own special move, the Apsu Flowing Light, it was a skill. "I learned how to control my spirit energy more precisely, and I also learned quite a few Shinto-ryu techniques." Old K tossed Shakia a can of coffee as a token of recognition for her hard work. Facing the can, Shakia shot a strand of spirit energy from her palm, piercing the can and pulling it into her own hand. "Wow, she's even got a little trick like that now," Operator J laughed. Shakia's ability reminded him of a certain superhero. It seemed that Shakia's subtle use of mechanical energy had indeed improved significantly. Old K took over, explaining how they had uncovered the Star Cult's conspiracy. Through a series of investigations and clue gathering, they had uncovered illicit dealings between the cult and local officials. They discovered that the cult had bribed officials in Nara City and coveted the treasures of an ancient civilization within the ancient tomb ruins. Soon, a fleet of Chinook helicopters arrived to transport Trom and returned him to the aircraft carrier docked at Kobe Port. It was time for Shakia, Old K, and the others to leave. Speaking of which, why hasn't Cheyenne arrived yet? Is she waiting for us at the base? Shakia suddenly realized that Cheyenne hadn't appeared in a while. "I haven't heard from her either. Didn't she send you here?" Old K asked Shakia. "I'm not sure. I transferred to Trom mid-flight, while Cheyenne went to land the plane. Well, she'd probably arrive at the base a little later. Let's go!" Old K called everyone aboard. So Team K's convoy, carrying members Nineveh, Tony, and Shakia, headed towards the base in downtown Nara. Trom was also hoisted up by a cable from a formation of helicopters and disappeared into the distance. As for Cheyenne, she did land at the military airfield she had arranged in advance. However, shortly after landing, she encountered an unexpected incident. After parking the plane in the hangar, Cheyenne was about to disembark when the base's alarm went off. Cheyenne and the soldiers went out to investigate and discovered two mysterious individuals surrounded by soldiers. They were the official apostles Israfil and Shamshiel. "Damn it! What happened to your teleportation spell? How did we end up in this place?" Shamhel was visibly confused. "Oh no! I was injured by Swager's men earlier. My energy is a bit unstable, and the teleportation position is off," Israfil said with some frustration, looking at the blood on his hand. "Hold still. Who are you?" The soldiers approached with guns drawn. Suddenly, purple flames erupted around Shamshel, sending the soldier flying. "Don't touch me, you vile human," Shamshel said with a disgusted expression. Israfil was speechless. "Hey, can you please not be so impulsive? Sakir is waiting for us. We're in a hurry." He knew that quietly escaping was impossible. This woman hadn't considered alerting the enemy. "You're attacking the barracks," a soldier shouted. "Warning fire." The leading officer was about to give the order, but before he could finish his words, he was blasted away by Israfil's energy wave. "Damn it, I have to fight now." Israfil reluctantly prepared for battle. A gap appeared in the encirclement. At this moment, Cheyenne and the soldiers, who had come to investigate, were running over and witnessed the scene. "Oh!" Israfil saw Cheyenne, unarmed, and an idea struck him. Israfil's figure flashed, and he was beside Cheyenne. "What a coincidence! There's an unarmed beauty here. Please come with us." Israfil gathered a purple-black energy ball with his fingers and placed it next to Cheyenne's face, holding her hostage. "Get out of the way! Let's get out of here!" Israfil shouted at the soldiers. "This guy. He's causing so much trouble. Why not just kill them all?" Shamshir's tone revealed that she was no pushover. "Let's go!" Seeing the soldiers before him begin to hesitate, Israfil gestured for Shamshir to follow him, avoiding a pointless fight. Since the incident happened so suddenly, Cheyenne had no choice but to give in. Cheyenne realized this was the cult apostle who had previously fought Team K. Chapter 609. Ziyuan was held hostage by Israfil and Shamhel. Although nervous, she remained calm. She knew the two apostles weren't targeting her, but were holding her hostage to ensure their safe evacuation. "What do you want?" Ziyuan's voice was calm, trying to find a way to escape from the apostles' conversation. Israfil didn't answer, but he glanced around cautiously, making sure no soldiers dared to act rashly. Shamhel sneered, her eyes revealing disdain for Ziyuan. We just need a safety net, don't we? Tell them not to follow us, Shamhel said dismissively, her fingers gently touching Ziyuan's neck, where her skin could feel the coldness of her fingertips. Don't follow us. Ziyuan had no choice but to obey. Ziyuan had already understood that these two were apostles of the order. She had somehow stumbled upon this place by accident, and now, having been held hostage by bad luck, she could only wait and see what they were up to. Of course, Cheyenne did have a last resort, but it wasn't convenient to use when surrounded by people. Do you hear me? Don't follow me. Israfil's voice was cold and firm. He and Shamhel escorted Cheyenne from the military base at the airport all the way to the rear gate. The soldiers on duty, receiving instructions from their superiors, could only watch helplessly as the two led Cheyenne out of the base. Cheyenne was taken to a deserted area near the base. She knew this was her opportunity. Now you can let me go. Cheyenne tried to sound calm and firm. Israfil nodded. He certainly didn't intend to unnecessarily increase the enemy's numbers. But a glint of ruthlessness flashed in Shamshel's eyes. She decided it was necessary to kill Cheyenne to silence her. Israfil, don't be so naive, Shamhel warned Israfil, who was about to let Cheyenne go. I say, weren't we already caught on surveillance? Let's get going, Israfil said angrily. Shamhel studied Cheyenne and said, I remember this woman. She was with the executor at Narita Airport, in other words, with Swager. Cheyenne realized something from Shamshel's words. So, it was this person who had trapped Sakia and herself in the strange space at the airport. What a narrow path for enemies. It seems you're not willing to resolve this peacefully. Cheyenne's voice was calm and firm. She quickly pulled a strange belt from her waist bag and buckled it around her waist. Her finger flicked the switch on the belt. It was the reinforced armor belt Hayato had asked her to wear. At her touch, the nano-armor quickly covered her entire body like a stream of water, enveloping every inch of her skin in a thin metallic film, granting her extraordinary strength and protection. The spell that bound her was shattered. What's going on? Shamshel's eyes flashed with surprise. She sensed the intense energy emanating from Cheyenne. Israfil's face darkened, realizing something was amiss. Shamshel, be careful. Why is she wearing this equipment? Shamshel panted. She had tried to activate her threshold space ability, but having just been defeated, she clearly couldn't sustain it. I don't want to show off this armor in front of the soldiers. Cheyenne drew the long sword that came with her golden armor and assumed an attacking stance. Do the Swagers even have this kind of equipment? Israfil had recently suffered repeated setbacks against Swager's men, and he no longer dared to underestimate them. Now, it's my turn, Cheyenne's voice was firm and powerful. Her figure suddenly blurred, the armor granting her extraordinary speed and strength. Before Israfil and Shamshel could react, Cheyenne had already launched her attack. Her figure danced across the battlefield, each sword swing accompanied by a piercing sound, and the Riyah sword carved dazzling trails through the air. Shamshel's purple flames dimmed by Cheyenne's sword light, and her defenses began to crumble under Cheyenne's continuous attacks. Israfil attempted to counterattack with his energy waves, but Cheyenne's swordsmanship was too precise. Each swing struck his energy waves, neutralizing his attacks one by one. Shamshel's purple flames gradually dissipated under Cheyenne's sword light, and surprise and anger crossed her face. This woman is quite capable. If I weren't in poor condition. Israfil also realized that Cheyenne's combat prowess far exceeded their expectations. Shamshel, we must unite to deal with her. Then, we fight and retreat, looking for an opportunity to escape. It seems so. Although Cheyenne was equipped with the nanometal armor gifted by Hayato, her initial use made her somewhat flustered in the early stages of the battle. Inside her visor, numerous panels and data flashed. Although Hayato had given her the general information, Cheyenne was still unfamiliar with interpreting this data in actual combat. Israfil and Shamhel saw Cheyenne seem to hesitate, so they seized the opportunity and launched a combined fierce attack. Cheyenne was forced to retreat repeatedly under their attack. Although she was not seriously injured, protected by the armor, she was clearly at a disadvantage. What? Outwardly strong, but weak inside. Shamhel summoned the power of his family, pouring purple flames at Cheyenne. TSK. Cheyenne realized that if she didn't quickly familiarize herself with the armor's functions, she would be unable to defeat the two apostles. As the battle progressed, Cheyenne gradually adapted to the armor's response, and her attacks became more precise and powerful. She discovered that the armor not only enhanced her strength and speed, but also allowed her to predict the opponent's attack trajectory and provide her with possible evasive routes. This gave her extraordinary combat capabilities. Gradually, Israfil and Shamhel found it increasingly difficult to hit Cheyenne. It seems you have some skills after all. Shamhel sneered, her flames becoming more intense, trying to suppress Cheyenne. Cheyenne advanced instead of retreating. Her armor suddenly erupted with a dazzling light, a special feature of the armor. An energy burst. The light pushed back Shamshil's flames, allowing Cheyenne to launch a counterattack. Cheyenne decided to unleash her most skilled swordsmanship. According to Ayato, the weapon system of this reinforced armor was specifically enhanced for the Shinto-ryu that he and Cheyenne practiced. Cheyenne's ultimate move, the Yagami no Tachi, was the most mastered swordsmanship she had learned from the Shinto-ryu. She took a deep breath, concentrated all her strength, and prepared to unleash this ultimate move. Her Ryo no Kata blazed in the night, seemingly igniting the air around her. Cheyenne shouted, her body spinning with the sword's momentum, the Ryo no Kata tucked against her chest, the ground beneath her feet cracking. The strike, amplified by the armor's reinforcements, hurled itself like a bolt of lightning towards Israfil and Shamshil. Seeing this, Israfil quickly cast a spell, summoning a powerful shield to envelop himself and Shamshil. The shield held out for a moment against Cheyenne's energy burst, then shattered. But it was this moment of resistance that gave Israfil and Shamshil a chance to escape. The energy wave sent them flying, hurling them deep into the woods. Cheyenne followed closely behind, traversing the trees, searching for the apostle. However, when she reached her intended location, it was deserted. Cheyenne stood still, the data in her visor indicating a trace of Familiar's energy remaining. She realized that Israfil might have used teleportation to escape. Cheyenne stood still, sheathing her sword. For now, she decided to reunite with Sakia and the others. Chapter 610. At a traditional inn in Nara, warm lights reflected from the paper windows, and the stone lanterns in the courtyard shone softly, adding a touch of peace to the quiet evening. Shakia was preparing for bed when she received a call from Cheyenne. Cheyenne's voice was a little apologetic. Shakia, something delayed me, but I'll be there soon. Soon after, Cheyenne appeared at the entrance of the inn, her presence bringing everyone who had been preparing to rest back together. Cheyenne was a little dusty from the journey, but her eyes still shone with determination. Sorry I'm late. Cheyenne, you're finally here. Shakia stepped forward to greet her. Their encounter was filled with a tacit understanding and trust of comrades. Cheyenne, what's wrong? We couldn't get in touch, so we returned to base. Old K also came out to greet Cheyenne and asked. This has caused everyone to worry. Cheyenne smiled as she walked into the house, into the Japanese-style living room, and sat on the tatami mat. Naiwei and Tony also emerged from their rooms. I'm so glad you're all here. Miss Cheyenne, let's not have any meetings tonight. It's so late. Tony looked a little tired. Cheyenne, Tony. You're right. You should get some rest early too. Naiwei checked her phone. It was already 11 o'clock. Cheyenne didn't say much. She knew Naiwei and Tony were right. Everyone was exhausted today. She simply nodded gently to the captain of Team K. K, could you please take me to my guest room? I need to get some rest early. The captain of Team K nodded, understanding Cheyenne's fatigue, and led her to the guest room prepared for her. Cheyenne followed the captain, her steps weary but filled with gratitude. It was late at night, and Shakia lay in bed, her heart restless. Her intuition told her that Cheyenne might be in some trouble. She decided to wait until she finished her shower before checking in to find out what was going on. The sound of running water finally stopped in the bathroom, and Shakia rose from the bed and gently knocked on Cheyenne's door. The door slowly opened, revealing Cheyenne's figure, her hair still damp, her face a touch of fatigue. Cheyenne, are you okay? Shakia's voice was filled with concern, and she handed Cheyenne a cup of hot milk. I saw you were back late, and thought you might need this. Cheyenne took the milk, feeling the warmth in her hands, and a flicker of gratitude flashed in her eyes. Thank you, Shakia, she said softly, letting Shakia into the room. The two sat on the tatami, Sakia's eyes filled with curiosity and concern. Cheyenne, what happened to you tonight? She asked, a hint of urgency in her tone. Cheyenne took a deep breath and slowly began to recount her experience at the airport. It wasn't a big deal. I was kidnapped by Israfil and Shamhel. Huh? That's not a big deal? So why were the apostles at the airport? Sakia was a little surprised that the apostles would actually be there. From their conversation, it seems like something went wrong with their teleportation spell after they were repelled by Team K. So Cheyenne, how did you escape? Sakia asked with concern. They thought they could easily control me, but I fought back with the armor Hayato gave me. A glint of determination flashed in her eyes. Shakia listened intently, sensing the intensity and determination in Cheyenne's words. The armor Hayato-san gave me. I remember. It's a good thing you had it with you. She leaned forward slightly, revealing her deep interest in Cheyenne's story. Cheyenne described in detail how she activated the armor, how she battled the apostles, and how she used the armor's enhancements to fight the apostles. I didn't expect the armor to be so powerful. It gave me the strength to fight back. From now on, I won't hold you back, Shakia. Cheyenne's voice tinged with pride. Shakia listened intently, happy that Cheyenne could now join the battle, but if possible, she would prefer that Cheyenne stay in the safety of the rear, leaving the front lines to her. Of course not, Cheyenne. You always supported me in my fights. Cheyenne's expression shifted to surprise, but it quickly turned into a smile. I'm honored by that. That night, Shakia and Cheyenne both slept soundly. At the Shibakuja headquarters in New Spring and Autumn City, Director Chin was holding a video conference with representatives from the major UN powers. A tense and solemn atmosphere permeated the conference room. Delegates from various countries gathered to discuss the recent frequent clan crises occurring across the globe. Director Chin, the leader of the Shibakujujuju, had just concluded a report on the Nara clan incident. His professionalism earned the respect and admiration of everyone present. The Shibakujujuju acted swiftly and professionally, buying us valuable time, a representative from one of the 5 major powers said, his voice filled with recognition for Director Chin and his team. Faced with the daunting challenge of the family's crisis, the expressions of leaders from various countries grew more serious than ever. They realized that this supernatural threat was no longer a secret to be concealed, but a reality that the world must confront together. We must act, another representative emphasized, his gaze firm and powerful. We cannot allow fear and uncertainty to continue to spread. Director Chin stood up, his figure standing tall in the conference room. Ladies and gentlemen, we have no way out. The family's threat is global, and it tests our wisdom, courage, and unity. Director Chin suggested that all countries disclose the secrets of the families. But will this destabilize the current international order? A representative from a major power expressed concern. If we're talking about destabilization, it's already begun, isn't it? Director Chin pointed out the biggest problem. He proposed a series of proposals aimed at establishing a global response mechanism, including intelligence sharing, coordinated military operations, strengthened scientific and technological research and development, and the establishment of a rapid reaction force. We need a united front, an international alliance capable of responding swiftly and effectively to any familiar crisis. Director Chin's words echoed through the conference room, his voice brimming with resolve. Delegates from various countries expressed their support, recognizing that only through unity can this unprecedented threat be combated. The atmosphere in the conference room gradually shifted from tension to one of determination and hope. Director Chin then emphasized the need for international cooperation, advocating for countries to jointly develop strategies and coordinate actions to address familiar threats. Only through unity can we form a strong defense against familiar attacks. Speaking of enhancing emergency response capabilities, he recommended that countries establish rapid reaction forces and develop contingency plans. We must always be prepared so that if familiar emerge, we can act immediately to protect our people and cities. Chapter 611. The biggest change in the current situation is this. Director Chin stood at the podium, his gaze sweeping across the assembled representatives. His voice was firm and forceful. Dear representatives, we are faced with a fact that cannot be ignored. The familiar disaster is no longer a secret. He cleared his throat and continued. Initially, the familiar disaster was something that was dealt with by the Swagers or small-scale UN special forces. Now, their existence has gradually become known to the public. Director Chin's brow furrowed slightly, revealing his serious attitude towards the current situation. Continuing to suppress the news is no longer meaningful. Director Chin's words revealed a hint of determination. Now is the time. We must fully prepare to combat the familiar disaster. It is necessary to improve the emergency response capabilities of all countries. He recommended that they establish rapid reaction forces and develop emergency plans. If it weren't for Swager's swift action and the deployment of combat forces nearby, the Nara incident would likely have been difficult to resolve. We must always be prepared. If the families appear, we can take immediate action to protect our people and cities. Scientific and technological research and development and sharing are also key areas of focus for Director Chin. He advocates for increased investment in families research and the sharing of research findings. Dr. Clark's mobile armored squad is a good start. Through the power of science and technology, we can better understand the families and develop effective defense technologies. education and training, legal and policy support, psychological and social security, establishing long-term dialogue mechanisms, resource and financial support, and promoting international legislation. Director Chin outlined his recommendations one by one, each aimed at strengthening global resilience to families' attacks. At the end of his speech, Director Chin's voice grew firmer. We cannot allow fear and division to weaken our strength. We must work together to build a safer, more stable world. The image of the UN representative appeared on the screen, and his voice was full of agreement. Director Chin is right. We can no longer work alone. UN's satellite network is willing to provide the foundation of this early warning system and contribute to global security. The Russian representative also spoke, her voice firm. We agree with Director Chin's proposal. Only by uniting together can we form a strong line of defense. However, the atmosphere in the conference room was not harmonious. The image of the Gale Nation representative appeared on the screen, his voice tinged with doubt. Why should we entrust our security to a global system? It will undermine our sovereignty. Director Chin's eyes revealed a calmness in the face of the question, and his response was full of wisdom. Dear Representative, the global monitoring system does not mean undermining sovereignty. On the contrary, it aims to enhance our shared security. We face a global threat, and only through unity can we effectively respond. If you are concerned about the leakage of certain state secrets, rest assured that all operations will be handled by Schwager. But it is precisely the control of this system, by a super-powerful military organization, that does not belong to any country that worries me, Director Chin. The Gale Nation representative's words were not without reason. During the meeting, the British representative expressed concerns about this emergency response system, which is independent of sovereign states. He and the Gale Nation representative also expressed concerns about Schwager's complete control. In particular, Schwager possesses technological capabilities far superior to those of current human civilization. They worry that this could lead to excessive concentration of power, impacting the sovereignty and security of nations. In response to these concerns, Director Chin expressed understanding and proposed a compromise. Each nation can determine the extent and manner of its participation in the global coordinated defense system based on its own government and legal system. Countries can choose to join the system voluntarily, with no mandatory requirements. While countries can prioritize their own interests, they are also encouraged to share intelligence and resources within the system to improve overall defense effectiveness. Director Chin's proposal also includes the following. It recommends that countries develop relevant policies within their legal frameworks to enable swift action when necessary. It emphasizes providing psychological and social support after disasters to help affected individuals and communities recover. It encourages developed countries to support developing countries in resource allocation to enhance global defense capabilities. The French representative proposed strengthening international law and multilateral cooperation. He stated that to address the destructive power of the families and cults, France is willing to promote European-wide information disclosure and draft a law on families' disasters. With this model, such regulations can be implemented in major countries around the world. As the video conference ended, a trace of fatigue crossed Director Chin's face. He leaned back in his chair and sighed. Although the meeting had made some progress, he knew that establishing a unified global defense system to counter the threat posed by the families would still be a long and arduous road. The door to the conference room slowly opened, and Director Chin gathered his thoughts before stepping out. Master Jingxi was already waiting for him, a cup of hot tea in her hand, its fragrance wafting gently through the air. Thank you for your hard work, Director Chin. Master Jingxi's voice was calm and gentle as she handed the cup to Director Chin. Director Chin took the cup, feeling the warmth in his hand, a grateful smile on his face. Thank you, Master Jingxi. It doesn't look like things are going well? Master Jingxi smiled. It's a cliché. Interests are always difficult to balance. But for the time being, let's just say they agreed to disclose the disaster involving the clans. But the major powers are certainly still reluctant to reveal the full truth. They still don't believe the magnitude of the current crisis. Master Jingxi also drank from his own cup of tea. Yes. We may eventually have to rely on ourselves. The two sat down in the lounge area outside the meeting room. Director Chin took a sip of tea, the warmth soothing his fatigue. The tea, infused with notes like lemon balm and chamomile, has a calming and relaxing effect, helping to relieve tension and anxiety. There are also herbs like ginseng and goji berries, which can enhance physical strength and reduce fatigue. He knew that despite the difficulties ahead, with wise men like Master Jingxi by his side, he was not alone. We only taken a small step today, but I believe that as long as we persevere, we will one day see results. Director Chin's voice was firm. Master Jingxi nodded, and he smiled calmly. Yes, human civilization is still so divided today. We need patience and perseverance. Director Chin took a deep breath, knowing that Master Jinxi's words were correct. He stood up, ready to continue working, striving for that common goal. Let's go, Master Jinxi. We still have a lot of work to do. Director Chin's words revealed an unquestionable determination. Chapter 612. Master Jinxi had one task to complete first. He walked through the corridors of the Swagger base and arrived at a special ward. This ward was different from ordinary treatment rooms. It was designed specifically for the treatment and recovery of Aoshua, who had been affected by the energy of the familiar. Family energy is similar to radioactive energy. If Aoshua hadn't been accompanied by Jinxi, Sakya, and Nineveh during the previous battle in the rainforest, the consequences for others suffering the damage she had inflicted would have been disastrous. Thankfully, Nineveh immediately provided emergency treatment for Aoshua. Recovery should not be too difficult now. Master Jinxi gently opened the door and entered the ward. Inside the ward, Aoshua sat by the window, her gaze piercing the reflective clouds outside. The sky of the Swagger underground base was reflected through the lens. A faint glow surrounded her body, the energy refined by the power of the mechanical spirit coursing through her body, helping her recover. The entire room served as a recovery chamber. Master Jinxi whispered, "Aoshua, I'm here to see you." Aoshua turned, a faint smile on her face. "Master Jinxi, you're here. I feel much better now, thanks to you and the skills of Shurwag." Master Jinxi walked over to her side, carefully observing her condition. "Your recovery is a miracle, Aoshua. The energy healing of the power of the spirit has indeed played a key role. Shurwag utilized the energy of the two root cubes stored underground by Sakya and Nineveh to continuously irradiate Aoshua at the prescribed dosage for over 6 months. Now, the damage to Aoshua from the wounds she had received from her followers is almost gone." Aoshua nodded, her eyes gleaming with determination. "I observed the recent situation. Since the last rainforest incident, the cult's activities have become more active. I must recover quickly and join Sakya and the others. I can't do the analysis of that underground worship without you." Master Jinxi smiled and said, "I understand your determination, but before that, you need to ensure your full recovery. Your strength is our precious asset, and we can't risk you being thrown into battle too soon." Aoshua smiled slightly, knowing Master Jinxi's words were out of concern. "I understand, Master Jinxi." Master Jinxi nodded, his eyes filled with trust and expectation. "I believe you, Aoshua. Our troops and researchers have already arrived on the Eye of Destiny. You can review the research reports anytime you want. Now, let's continue your recovery plan and ensure your full recovery." Aoshua stood up. Her previous weakness was gone, replaced by a newfound strength. She took a deep breath and began her recovery training. Master Jinxi stood by, silently guarding her. He knew that Aoshua's return would bring new strength to Swagger. Outside Nara City, deep in the mountains, at an ancient stone formation, the figures of the 3 apostles, Israfil, Shamhel, and Sakir, stood solemnly in the night. Clad in the black robes symbolizing their apostolic status, they waited silently. At the center of the formation, Israfil's voice rang out, chanting an incantation, activating the circle. "Under the protection of the dragon's wings, open a rift in time and space to welcome our leader." Shamhel continued chanting, his voice brimming with reverence for knowledge. "With the light of wisdom, illuminate the path forward and guide our master." Sakir's voice was like thunder, his power providing a solid shield for the circle. "With unbreakable will, guard this sacred ritual until the master's glory descends." As the 3 apostles infused their power, the runes on the circle illuminated one by one, forming a vortex of light. The ground trembled slightly, as if the entire mountain range were responding to their call. Light converged, and space within the vortex twisted, slowly opening a portal of light. From the portal, a figure slowly emerged. He was an elderly dragonkin named Alvis. His figure exuded an ancient and powerful aura, and time had etched traces of wisdom on his face. His eyes were deep, as if he could see through everything in the world. As Master Alvis emerged from the portal of light, accompanied by a stylishly dressed woman, her presence stirred a sense of confusion among Israfil, Shamhel, and Sakir. They had never seen this woman before, and her aura seemed somewhat out of place within the cult. "Master, who is this?" Israfil asked curiously. Master Alvis noticed the apostle's confusion and smiled as he introduced, "This is Lillian Strong. She's an executor, recommended by Mr. Marduk to help us." Sakir nodded. He remembered that Nero had also been introduced by Mr. Marduk. He wondered, who exactly was this Mr. Marduk? He was surprisingly able to find executors so quickly. The cult had gone to great lengths to persuade Nineveh and Tony. And Swager had also struggled to secure 2 executors. Lillian Strong stepped forward, her posture confident and graceful, her voice clear and resolute. "Greetings, apostles. I am Lillian Strong. Although this is our first meeting, I have heard much about your deeds. Mr. Marduk told me that you are a trustworthy group, and I look forward to working with you." Israfil and Shamsher exchanged glances. While curious about this unexpected executor, they also understood that Mr. Marduk's recommendation must have deeper meaning. Lillian Strong, a rising idol singer, possesses a vital part of her charm, thanks to her appearance. She has a small, oval face, with features as delicate as a sculptor's masterpiece, combining deep western eye sockets with soft eastern contours. Her hair is a unique purple, a color that doesn't look out of place on her, but rather adds a touch of mystery and fashion. A few pink highlights weave through the purple base, shimmering with an uninhibited brilliance. Her style is typical Japanese gyro, with vibrant colors and fashionable designs. She favors tight t-shirts with unique patterns, showcasing her enviable figure. She also wears leather skirts or sequin miniskirts. Beneath these skirts, her slender legs are always a sight to behold. A pair of shoes with thick soles, or high heels, not only enhances her height, but also enhances her presence. Her stride is always confident, and every movement exudes star-like charisma. "Wait a minute, your face. I seen you online recently," Israfil said, studying Lillian's face. Lillian smiled and nodded to the apostles, her eyes gleaming with shrewdness. "Yes, you've definitely seen me. I'm a very popular singer lately." "Oh, I remember. The one who recently debuted. I even bought your album." Israfil scratched his head a bit sheepishly. "You have such interests?" Shamsher almost laughed out loud. "Yes, why not?" Israfil looked impatient. Lillian smiled playfully, and continued to introduce herself. "My real name is Inanna Keitel, though that name has lost its meaning in this era. Mr. Marduk has explained our goals to me, and I'm ready." Cult leader Alves continued. "Lillian will assist us in advancing our plan. I believe her participation will make our operation much smoother." Chapter 6:13. Soon after, in a safe house in the Tokyo metropolitan area, Longsheng, Bruce, and Li Jiai were scrolling through their phones. "Ouch! What's that?" Longsheng suddenly cried out. "What's going on?" Bruce gathered around. Li Jiai also joined them. "Watch this news video." On the screen, the newscaster's voice was clear and serious, reporting on the latest developments in Nara. The headline on the screen read "Family Disaster." This term, once deliberately avoided, was now officially mentioned in the media. Longsheng's brow furrowed. He remembered that not long ago, similar incidents would be covered up by the government under various pretexts, but now, everything was different. Bruce shook his head and sighed. It seems the higher-ups have finally decided to stop hiding this. Li Jiai's eyes were sharp. She understood what this change meant. This means that the family's activities have reached a point where they are out of control, and they are forced to confess to the public. Just as the three were discussing, Sheena's arrival interrupted their conversation. She walked in with a smile, carrying a basket filled with food. "You must be hungry. I brought you some food." For some time now, the three of them have been living in a safe house outside Tokyo provided by Schwager. While Schwager is investigating the Arasaka group, they must remain vigilant. Sheena is responsible for taking care of them. Takamori accepted the food, but his mind was clearly not on eating. He eagerly asked Sheena, "Sheena, can you tell us about the situation at Sakia?" Sheena nodded, a hint of pride in her eyes. Shakia and Shine's operation in Nara was very successful. They successfully defeated the families. She paused, then continued, "Furthermore, it seems that this time, Schwager has decided to recommend that all countries disclose information about the families. So, the media is starting to report on it, and people are beginning to discuss it widely." Bruce's lips curled up into a smile, knowing this was a good start. This kind of open and transparent attitude may alert more people and encourage more people to join the fight against the families. Li Jiai was a little uneasy. If this continues, it might cause unrest around the world. Her voice was tinged with worry, worried that such publicity might cause unnecessary panic. "Unrest is inevitable, isn't it?" Takamori sighed. "Human history is all about chance. From the Stone Age to today, there haven't been any major events. We're so lucky. But if it's such luck, it will eventually end. And it has now. Everyone knew that day would come sooner or later. They all knew that facing an unknown threat like the families, concealing the truth would only make the situation worse." Disclosing information and uniting humanity worldwide was the correct way to fight the families. Don't worry, the executors are here. There's nothing to fear, Shina reassured the three young men. Amid the bustling metropolis of Tokyo, the Arasaka Group's skyscraper stood like an isolated island amid the bustling commercial district. The air on the top floor seemed shrouded in an indescribable tension, mysterious and oppressive. Within Yoshiko Tanaka's laboratory, the tranquility was gently disturbed by an uninvited visitor. Ms. Lillian, welcome. The leader instructed me to wait here. Yoshiko Tanaka, one of the cult's apostles, had long heard of Lillian's reputation. When she sensed Lillian's arrival, she had already risen from her chair, a warm smile plastered on her face, greeting the executor personally introduced by the leader. Lillian maintained her usual smile and nodded slightly, a barely perceptible glint of sharpness in her eyes. Her gaze slowly swept across the reception room. The decor was simple and modern, with a few abstract paintings on the walls adding a touch of artistic flair. She noticed that hidden behind the reception room was a secret laboratory where President Arasaka's body was preserved. Lillian turned to Tanaka and got straight to the point. Dr. Tanaka, the leader would like to know President Arasaka's current condition. Yoshiko Tanaka's smile held a hint of seriousness. She knew Lillian's directness wasn't unfounded. She replied softly, President Arasaka's condition is not optimistic. His life depends entirely on the energy of his familia. This is an extreme measure, but it's the only solution. His experiments require more high-purity familia energy. Lillian nodded and looked up at Yoshiko Tanaka. Your leader has ordered that we delay President Arasaka's death. The cult's plan is still underway, and we need more time to plan. Yoshiko Tanaka's brow furrowed slightly, knowing it was a daunting task. But she quickly regained her composure and replied firmly, I will do my best. The cult will be carried out. Lillian's lips curled up into a smile, satisfied with Tanaka Yoshiko's answer. She stood up, strolled around the reception room, and said, Then, we will follow the leader's instructions. We will completely transform the Arasaka group into a cult force. By the way, where is President Arasaka? Tanaka Yoshiko also stood up and led Lillian through the reception room to a hidden door. She touched a subtle sensor on the wall, and the door slid silently open, revealing a corridor leading deep into the research institute. Please follow me, Miss Lillian, Tanaka Yoshiko said, her voice echoing in the quiet hallway. I will show you where President Arasaka's body is kept. The two of them walked down the corridor, passed through several security doors, and finally arrived at a laboratory filled with high-tech equipment. In the center of the laboratory, in a transparent nutrient chamber, Tetsuro Arasaka's body floated quietly, surrounded by various tubes and life support systems. Lillian approached the nutrient tank and carefully observed Tetsuro Arasaka's face. Although he looked much younger, resembling a man in his 40s or 50s, he was actually over 100 years old, and had even been diagnosed as brain dead. However, thanks to the energy of his clan, he had now regained consciousness, and was able to communicate with the outside world through equipment. He just couldn't control his body yet. Yoshiko Tanaka stood nearby, operating a nearby panel. This is what we can do for now, she said softly. We're using the most advanced technology to refine the clan's energy and sustain his life. If we can completely reverse aging, he'd be the first human to achieve coexistence with the clan. I hope it works. Otherwise, we executors will have a hard time. Lillian gave a playful expression. But the purity of the artificial clan's energy is still too low. We need the energy of the original clan. Lillian smiled. That's what I came here to bring you. After that, Lillian pulled a thermos-sized jar from her bag. Here is the familiar extract crafted by your leader. This time in Nara, the other apostles recovered some familiar samples from the battlefield. I see. Thank you, Master. Yoshiko Tanaka gratefully accepted the bottle of extract. Well, my mission is complete. You can report the rest directly to the leader. I still need to report to my boss. Lillian made a cute gesture and prepared to leave. I see you out. With that, Yoshiko Tanaka and Lillian left the laboratory. A new storm seemed to be brewing. Chapter 614. A week has passed since the Battle of Nara. The outlines of the shattered city loom in the smoke, resembling a scene of doom. The impact of this battle, like a pebble dropped into a calm lake, has set ripples rippling across the nation. At Schwager's suggestion, media outlets worldwide have gradually lifted the ban on reporting on the familiar disaster. After all, this is a reality unfolding before the eyes of the people. Concealment is impossible. The news spread like a virus, and reports of the familiar disaster became a popular topic of conversation. These reports unleashed waves of panic among the people, each worried whether they would be the next victim. In this age of information overload, panic spreads faster and wider than a virus. Against this backdrop, the star cult naturally accelerated its actions. Their forces, like ghosts in the night, silently moved through cities across the kingdom of Rhea. The cult's members exploited people's fear of the unknown, spreading their teachings and promising their followers protection and hope. Their words were like honey, attracting those seeking comfort in the midst of panic. In a black van, members of the cult were conversing. The tablet in Israfil's hand displayed charts and data, documenting the cult's progress across the globe. This is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity, the leader declared. We must seize it and expand our influence. The coexistence plan is the future of this planet. His words echoed throughout the van, each word brimming with power and determination. The others nodded in agreement. They knew this was a crucial moment for the cult's rise, and they had to act. Lillian has already gone to Tokyo to monitor the situation with Almazael. President Tetsuro Arasaka's condition isn't optimistic, Sakio whispered to the leader. That's alright, Almazael. Tanaka Yoshiko is still a bit cautious. I have a detailed discussion with her after I arrive in Tokyo. I personally formulate the next plan. Seeing the leader's words, Sakio and the others nodded, feeling relieved. The car's current destination was Tokyo. The cult needed to continue utilizing the Arasaka group. Everything was just beginning. In Tokyo, the neon lights twinkled like stars at night, the city's pulsing in every corner. On such a vibrant night, Longsheng, Li Jiai, and Bruce were filled with anticipation. They had learned that the renowned singer Lillian was about to hold a concert in Tokyo, an opportunity they couldn't miss. They immediately contacted their friend Shakia, who had just returned to the branch, and invited her to join them. Shakia was unfamiliar with entertainment like concerts. But at the earnest invitation of Longsheng and the others, she decided to take a vacation and experience the leisure life of ordinary people. She applied for leave from Cheyenne and other higher-ups at Swager, and it was approved. While approving her leave, Cheyenne reminded her to remain vigilant. After all, in this era, any relaxation could be the beginning of danger. However, Nineveh and Tony did not join them. They seemed to have other urgent tasks, and had gone to the area surrounding Tokyo. Shakia knew that the nature of their work meant they wouldn't always have time to enjoy life. She silently cheered them on, hoping they would successfully complete their mission. Shakia, have you heard of Lillian? Her singing is simply heavenly. Longsheng excitedly said on the way to the concert. Shakia smiled slightly. Lillian's name was unfamiliar to her, and she wasn't familiar with the entertainment industry. I am not familiar with that. Maybe she's famous, but I haven't had the chance to learn more about her yet, Shakia replied, her voice calm and gentle. Li Jiai excitedly interjected, then you'd be blown away by her concert. Lillian not only sings well, but her live performance is also top-notch. Bruce nodded in agreement. Yes, every one of her concerts is a visual and auditory feast. Her music makes you forget all your worries, and completely immerse yourself in the world of music. Shakia was infected by their enthusiasm, and was filled with curiosity about the upcoming concert. Then I'm looking forward to experiencing it myself, she said with a smile. It had been ages since she played with Li Jiai, Longsheng, and Bruce, and Shakia truly missed her school days. On the day of the concert, Longsheng, Li Jiai, Bruce, and Shakia arrived early at the Tokyo Dome. Outside the stadium, the fans' enthusiasm was at its peak. They wore Lillian support t-shirts, held glow sticks, and beamed with excitement. Shakia was swept up in the atmosphere, and her mood lightened. They made their way through the packed crowd and into the stadium. Each person took their seat according to their ticket numbers. The lights on the stage flickered, and the dynamic music blaring from the speakers filled the entire venue with energy. Shakia surveyed her surroundings, feeling a sense of freshness she had never felt before. She began to understand why Longsheng was so passionate about such events. The atmosphere inside the stadium intensified. A promotional video for Lillian played on a giant screen, each frame showcasing her charisma on stage. The enthusiastic atmosphere electrified the audience. Shakia was a bit bewildered. This was her first time at such an event. As the countdown ended, the lights in the stadium dimmed, leaving only a single beam of light on the center stage. Suddenly, a stirring melody began to play, and Lillian's figure emerged from the beam. She wore a custom-made silver bodysuit, inlaid with countless tiny crystals. With her every movement, the crystals reflected a dazzling light. Her hair was styled in a carefully styled high ponytail, with a few pink highlights standing out in the bright light. Lillian took the microphone, her voice echoing through the arena. Good evening, everyone in Tokyo. I'm Lillian. Thank you for coming here and spending this wonderful evening with me. Let's begin this musical journey. Her simple yet powerful words ignited the audience's enthusiasm. The audience responded with a wave of support and cheers. Lillian's opening song was a vibrant rock piece, her powerful voice blending perfectly with the music. Every movement she made was infectious, and her eyes connected with the audience, as if telling a story. Longsheng, Li Jiai, and Bruce were moved by her enthusiasm, swaying to the rhythm of the music, completely immersed in this audio-visual feast. Chapter 6:15. Inside the Tokyo Dome, lights flickered and music blared. Lillian's voice echoed in every corner, her voice filled with power, blending perfectly with the music. Midway through the concert, Lillian changed into an elegant white dress with intricately embroidered patterns. The hem of the dress spun like a wave. She sat at the piano in the center of the stage and began to play a gentle ballad. Her voice echoed throughout the arena like a warm light, illuminating everyone's heart. The audience was moved by her voice, and many began to sing along quietly, forming a wonderful resonance. Shakia felt that Lillian's voice was indeed very moving, but it also felt strange. A few hours passed quickly. As the last song ended, Lillian took her bow on the stage, and the audience stood up and applauded, with applause and cheers rising one after another. Longsheng, Li Jiai, and Bruce joined in the cheering, their palms red from clapping, yet they still felt it wasn't enough to express their admiration and affection for Lillian. Longsheng suddenly remembered something and turned to Bruce. By the way, didn't you say your parents invested in Lillian's agency? If you can identify yourself, maybe you can get her an autograph. Bruce's eyes lit up and he nodded. Yeah. I'd give it a try. He looked towards the stage excitedly, already imagining a close encounter with Lillian. She'd definitely be free after the concert, Longsheng said, his eyes gleaming with anticipation. Shakia listened, shaking her head slightly. I'm not really interested in this. I go get you some drinks first. There was a hint of indifference in her tone, clearly showing she wasn't enthusiastic about her idol's star-chasing behavior. Okay, then, let's go find Lillian, Bruce and Longsheng said excitedly. The three decided to go backstage after the concert to ask Lillian for an autograph. After the show, Shakia went to the exit to wait for the three. Backstage, they found Lillian and her agent, preparing to leave. Lillian seemed hurriedly walking through the backstage corridor, shaking hands and thanking the staff, a professional smile on her face, seemingly not intending to stop. There were too many people, and Bruce and the other two couldn't squeeze through in time. They could only try to keep up with Lillian. Lillian didn't notice the three of them. Instead, she quickly walked towards the lounge, led by her agent. The three of them followed closely behind, filled with anticipation. As they reached the lounge, they suddenly saw Lillian, her agent, and several mysterious men entering. On their clothes, a familiar emblem was emblazoned. The symbol of the Order of the Stars. Those are members of the cult, Li Jiai whispered, her face filled with shock and unease. Longsheng and Bruce were also stunned, realizing that this was no simple matter. The three of them exchanged glances, each realizing that this could be a significant discovery. They had to proceed cautiously, not letting the cult know of their presence. Lillian has been in contact with members of the cult, Bruce whispered. Li Jiai grabbed him, urging him to remain silent. We need to tell Sakia this. They hid in a corner, trying to eavesdrop on Lillian's conversation with the cult members. They heard Lillian say, President Arasaka's life is in danger. You must complete the ritual before he collapses. Tanaka Yoshiko has received the gift I sent. Now it's up to you. A cult member replied, but, Miss Lillian, we need more time to purify the family's power. We're not sure how long it will take. Lillian's voice was firm and powerful. The Arasaka group will be a crucial chess piece for us. We can't let it fail. Besides, Arasaka Tetsuro is a crucial example of the family's coexistence plan. Dr. Tanaka also offered a plan, but I'm afraid the cost is a bit high. If we want to purify the family's energy you provided last time in such a short period of time, it will inevitably produce a lot of waste. A cult staff member said with some concern. About that? You should ask your leader. I can't make the decision. Lillian didn't seem to want to be involved in every detail. From her tone, she was just a collaborator. Li Jiai and the other two were shocked by the existence of this secret plan. They realized it could pose a huge threat to the entire city. They decided to pass this news on to Sakia and Swager immediately. However, just as they were about to leave, the lounge door suddenly opened, and Lillian herself stepped out. Her gaze pierced, directed at the three hiding figures. What are you doing here? Lillian's voice was calm, yet tinged with a hint of menace. As the executor, Lillian possessed the ability to sense spirits, and had already noticed they were eavesdropping. Caught red-handed, the three men's hearts sank. Bruce stammered, We just want your autograph. A flicker of understanding flashed in Lillian's eyes. She knew these three weren't enemies of the Order, just curious children. But she also knew they had heard far too much they shouldn't have. This was too much of a coincidence. Furthermore, I had previously received intelligence from Israfil and the others regarding the Swager situation, as well as Sakia, Nineveh, and the others. There was mention of Sakia having 3 close friends. I know you mean no harm, but you must forget everything you heard today. Lillian's voice softened, but a resolute glint shone in her eyes. There are some things you shouldn't get involved in. We didn't hear anything. Li Jiai tried to change the subject. I know you three are brats with close ties to Swager. Lillian's words held an unusual sharpness, revealing the identities of Bruce, Longsheng, and the others. The three paled instantly, realizing that Lillian knew far more than they had imagined. Lillian sighed softly, and waved her hand gently. A stream of invisible spirit energy emanated from her hand, enveloping the three. I'm sorry, but you know too much, Lillian whispered softly, a hint of helplessness in her voice. The three of them felt dizzy for a moment, then lost consciousness. Meanwhile, Shakia waited outside for the three. After several dozen minutes, they still hadn't returned. A vague sense of unease welled up in Shakia's heart. She called Longsheng, but only received a cold voicemail. A sense of foreboding welled up in Shakia's heart. She knew something had happened. She decided to go find Longsheng and the others herself, silently praying for their safety. Shakia made her way through the crowd, heading backstage. Her intuition told her that tonight's concert wouldn't be easy, especially in these uncertain times. When Shakia reached the backstage area, she found it unusually quiet, and a sense of foreboding gripped her. She began to search for Longsheng, Li Jiai, and Bruce, but found nothing. Suddenly, she noticed a trace of the energy of the spirit in the air, left by Lillian. Shakia frowned, knowing that this energy didn't appear at random. It looks like something has happened again. Chapter 616. Sakia notified the stadium management, but even after checking the surveillance footage, she didn't get any clear information. She only saw the three people walking towards the lounge. No further footage was available. Thank you, that's enough, Sakia thanked the stadium management staff and walked out of the monitoring room. It was time to report this matter. Sakia was almost certain that Longsheng and the other two had met with some misfortune. But who would have troubled these three children? The only thing she could think of was their connection to Swager. This meant the cult was most likely responsible. Sakia's reasoning was correct. She quickly contacted Cheyenne and briefly briefed Swager's senior management on the situation. Cheyenne's voice on the other end was calm and firm. Sakia, we need your composure and judgment. Return to the branch immediately. We will initiate emergency response procedures. Sakia nodded, even though Cheyenne couldn't see. She took a deep breath, trying to calm herself. She knew now wasn't the time to panic. She needed to focus on finding her friends. Across the city, in a secluded factory, Li Jiai, Longsheng, and Bruce slowly regained consciousness. Dim light streamed through the narrow windows, casting a hazy, unreal light on their faces. The three looked around, finding themselves trapped in a small room. The Arasaka Enterprises logo hung on the wall, cold and mechanical, as if mocking their helplessness. Arasaka? How could we? Bruce regained consciousness, a sense of foreboding. We have to find a way out, Li Jiai whispered, a resoluteness in her voice, as if igniting a glimmer of hope in this desperate situation. Longsheng and Bruce nodded, silently encouraging themselves. They began to search the room, searching for a possible escape route. The door to the room was locked from the outside, the solid metal door seeming to silently announce their imprisonment. The only window was also barred shut, and only a faint glimpse of light from outside could be seen through the crack, as if it held the hope of freedom, yet it seemed so far away. We're imprisoned, Longsheng said in a low voice. My phone was taken away. Mine too. Me too. Bruce and Li Jiai discovered that their communication devices had been taken away. They peered outside and saw what looked like a factory. Outside, there were guards from the Arasaka mobile unit. It looked like this was indeed Arasaka territory. As they tried to find a way out, they overheard the conversation of the guards outside. Li Jiai, Longsheng, and Bruce held their breath, their ears pricked up, trying to pick up those subtle sounds. Once this secret weapon is complete, Arasaka Enterprise will have a decisive advantage in the war between the families. Didn't Swager have their own secret weapon? Now Arasaka has one too, a voice whispered, a hint of excitement in its tone, as if painting a grand blueprint. But can the power of this weapon truly be controlled? Another voice asked with a hint of worry, as if uneasy about the impending consequences. I worry it could trigger an even greater disaster. The three exchanged glances, a surge of unease welling up in their hearts. They realized that this factory wasn't just a simple detention center. It concealed deeper secrets within Arasaka Enterprise. A flicker of fear crossed Li Jiayi's heart. Had they inadvertently become embroiled in a larger conspiracy? We must find more information and report it to Shikia, Cheyenne, and the others, Li Jiayi whispered. If this place is truly developing some kind of weapon, we must stop it. Ryusei nodded and began to scrutinize every corner of the room. Their gaze roamed the walls, searching for any possible clue. Bruce tried to push the door open, but it remained as solid as an iron wall, unmoved. But with us in this state. Just then, the voices outside the door rang again. The three held their breath, their ears perked, trying to catch more information. If we succeed, this will be a turning point for Arasaka Enterprise, the first voice continued, a hint of frantic anticipation. But we must be careful. The cult's members are not to be underestimated. Recently, two mysterious individuals who appear to be quite powerful have been transferred here, seemingly connected to the Star Cult, the second voice warned, its tone tinged with caution. The Star Cult. I heard of them. With all the panic going on lately, their activities have increased. Does this mean our Arasaka company will be collaborating with the cult? The first voice continued. Li Jiayi's heart tightened. The cult's name pierced her heart like a thorn. She knew the cult's shadow was quietly approaching, and their situation was becoming increasingly precarious. I heard them mention the cult, Li Jiayi added. Sure enough. What we saw earlier was true. Arasaka is connected to the cult, and that Lillian might be connected to Arasaka, or perhaps the cult. In short, it's not that simple. Just then, the sound of footsteps outside the door faded away, and the three of them felt relieved, but they knew time was running out. The only thing they could do now was to protect themselves and wait for rescue. Across Tokyo, Sakia returned to the Swager branch. She passed through the security gate and entered the command center. Cheyenne and Sheena were already waiting for her there. Their faces were serious, and the air was filled with tension. Nineve and Tony hadn't returned yet, and they hadn't completed their respective missions so quickly. So, unfortunately, this time, the task of rescuing the three fell to Sakia alone. Tony was currently working with Swager on a special, long-term commission from Cheyenne. Nineve was investigating new cult propaganda activities around Tokyo. Sakia, you're back. Cheyenne's voice was filled with urgency, her brow furrowed slightly, as if preparing for the upcoming discussion. We need to discuss the matter of Li Jiayi and the other two. Shikia nodded, a resolute glint in her eyes. She took a deep breath and tried to calm herself. She knew this mission would be a test not only of their abilities, but also of their resolve. She walked to the conference table, pulled out a chair, and sat down, her gaze fixed firmly on Cheyenne and Sheena. We must find them, as soon as possible. Shikia's voice was deep and powerful, as if energizing the upcoming operation. Furthermore, I sensed traces of the remnants of the power of the spirit at the scene of their disappearance. Shikia's words made Cheyenne frown. Are you serious? Chapter 6:17. Shikia stood in the command center of the Tokyo branch of Swager, her gaze fixed on the data stream on the large screen. Cheyenne and Sheena sat on either side of her, each with a serious expression on their faces. They were analyzing the last traces of Li Jiayi, Longsheng, and Bruce before their disappearance, as well as the recent unusual activities of Arasaka Enterprise. Cheyenne's fingers tapped rapidly on the keyboard, accessing footage from the city's surveillance network through Swager's internal system. Her eyes were focused, not missing a single detail. She knew that these videos might contain key clues to the disappearance of Li Jiayi and the other two. Meanwhile, Sheena was communicating with her police contact. Her voice was calm and firm. We need your help. This is a matter of life and death for our people. The police contact expressed understanding. We will fully cooperate with your operations. Across the city, Swager's intelligence officers were analyzing intelligence gathered from various channels, including the license plates of vehicles entering and leaving during Lillian's concert. Soon, based on the time Shikia provided for the disappearance, the police narrowed down several possible vehicles. Lillian's team also became Shikia's primary suspect. This was because Shikia sensed a unique residual energy from the direction where the three disappeared. For the executor, it was like being able to taste the energy of the spirit, to be able to sense its distinct characteristics. Shikia had also sensed this scent during Lillian's concert. This was also the reason why Shikia had felt a strange sensation in the audience earlier. This intelligence included information about Arasaka Corporation's internal activities and the cult's secret gatherings. Across the command center, Shikia was studying a map of Tokyo, marked with various possible locations. Based on a comprehensive analysis of the intelligence provided by the operators and the police, the computer finally determined the most likely location. The markings there indicated a secret arsenal belonging to Arasaka Corporation. That's it, Shikia's voice shone with a hint of determination. She knew this might be where Li Jioi and the other two were being held. Through a series of investigations and intelligence gathering, Shikia gradually narrowed her focus to a remote industrial area, home to a secret arsenal belonging to Arasaka Corporation and the cult's secret gatherings. Another infiltration into an arsenal was no stranger to Shikia. She began preparing for the infiltration. She checked her equipment, her stealth suit, communicator, and necessary weapons. She knew the operation was fraught with danger, but she also knew she had to go. At that moment, Nineveh and Tony contacted Shikia from afar. Their voices, coming through the communicator, were filled with concern and encouragement. Shikia, we learned the situation from Cheyenne. If needed, we can come and support you after we complete a phase of our mission here. Shikia took a deep breath. She was grateful for their support, but she knew that Nineveh and Tony's mission was equally important. She replied firmly, thank you, but I must face this alone now. I believe we can all complete our mission. Nineveh and Tony nodded in understanding, a hint of respect in their voices. Take care, Sakia. We await your good news. Sakia had already conducted several infiltration missions, so this one was a breeze. She didn't rely on traditional grappling hooks, climbing tools, or digging tools. Instead, she used her now matured mechanical spirit energy to deceive the guard with an illusion, forcing him to open the door. Her glasses shimmered in the darkness, a testament to her high-tech night vision. She glanced past the surveillance cameras and patrols surrounding the factory. Her fingers slid lightly across the touchpad on her visor, bringing up a map of the factory's layout and blind spots. Taking into account possible cameras, Sakia activated her mechanical spirit sensor at all times, allowing her to predict their locations in advance. With the combined power of mechanical spirit sensor and night vision, Sakia navigated these blind spots, deftly avoiding all surveillance cameras. She wore a stealth suit provided by Swager. This special material absorbed ambient light and the sound of footsteps, allowing her figure to blend into the darkness. Her movements were light and swift, each step silent, as if part of the night, with only the tiny vibrations her footsteps caused on the ground as evidence of her presence. The security level at the gate to the factory processing area suddenly increased. Her sharp eyes swept the factory's perimeter. At the gate, cameras, like vigilant guards, constantly scanned the surroundings. Several Arasaka mobile unit soldiers and security robots also patrolled the area. It seemed that the security level here was extremely high. It was a secret location. She knew she couldn't avoid the cameras and guards. She needed a plan. Her gaze wandered around the factory, finally landing on a pile of goods in the corner of the square. These goods were packed in cardboard boxes, awaiting transport into the factory. A glint flashed in Shikia's eyes, and she remembered a way to hide inside a cardboard box. She moved quickly and silently approached the pile of goods. She found an empty cardboard box of the right size, and gently cut open one side, enough for her to squeeze through. Then, taking a deep breath, she crawled inside. Shikia curled up inside the box, needing to move quickly, as the transport robots could appear at any moment. Soon, a transport robot slowly approached. Its robotic arm deftly grabbed Shikia's box and placed it on top of the pile of goods, which were then covered with other goods. Had Shikia not used her spirit energy to protect herself, she would have suffocated inside the box. It seemed this method wasn't going to be easy. She could feel the cardboard box being lifted, then swaying slightly as the robot moved. The transport robot passed smoothly through the gate, its camera sensors automatically scanning the robot and its cargo. Shikia waited nervously, only breathing a sigh of relief when she felt the cardboard box rest on the factory floor. As the transport robot departed, Shikia gently pushed aside the side of the box, her eyes flickering with alertness in the dim light. She quickly emerged from the box, her figure blending back into the surrounding shadows. The factory was filled with the roar of machinery. The robotic arms on the production line churned relentlessly, the clinking of metal and plastic echoing. Something massive seemed to be being processed. Shikia carefully crossed the production line, her body pressed against the wall, using the shadows and the machinery to conceal her progress, moving silently. She began searching. After all, she had no idea where Li Jioi and the other two were. Shakia had to be extremely cautious during her search, which was the difficulty of her mission. Chapter 6:18. Shakia hid in the shadows, observing the guards' patrol routes. Once she knew each guard's field of view and patrol route, it was time to strike. She silently followed behind an Arasaka mobile unit soldier, waiting for the perfect moment. The moment the soldier turned, Shakia swiftly struck, a precise blow sending the soldier falling silently. She quickly dragged the soldier to a blind spot and shoved him into a nearby locker. This locker had been chosen by Shakia in advance. The guards in this area were primarily Arasaka soldiers, and Shakia didn't want to cause any complications. She had to be extremely cautious. Shakia continued forward, arriving beneath a camera. From her waist pouch, she pulled an electronic jammer grenade, a small device that emits a strong electromagnetic pulse to disrupt electronic equipment. She gently placed the grenade beneath the camera and quickly retreated to a safe distance. With a slight explosion, the camera's indicator light instantly went out, and the surrounding robots were briefly paralyzed. Shakia seized this opportunity, swiftly passing through the surveillance area and entering the factory's deep corridors. The factory was bustling with activity, the robots on the production line humming away. Shakia, like an invisible observer, quietly observed everything. Her goal was to find the location where Li Jiai and the other two were being held. Sometimes, hiding in the shadows to gather intelligence was a good option. Shakia's figure was almost unrecognizable in the night. Clad in invisibility, she moved silently through the factory's shadows, a sense of urgency filling her heart. Her goal was to find the location where Li Jiai and the other two were being held, and in the process, hiding in the shadows and eavesdropping on intelligence was a wise choice. She cautiously passed by rooms occupied by soldiers or staff, her ears perked up, trying to catch every word. Every time she turned a corner, she stopped and listened. "I heard this arsenal is developing the Arasaka group's secret giant humanoid weapon." A soldier's voice rang through the crack in the door, sending a shudder through Shakia's heart. She held her breath, trying to remain silent. "Yes, the goal is to rival that thing called Swagger," another voice replied with a hint of pride. "Arasaka is trying to turn combating clan disasters into a business." How clever. Shakia pondered to herself. This information was undoubtedly what she needed. She knew the Arasaka group's plan was far more complex than she had imagined, and this factory was clearly the core of their conspiracy. "And I heard they recently collaborated with the Order of the Stars, and two powerful members have recently arrived to garrison it," the soldier continued, causing Shakia's heart to tighten. "Members of the cult?" As expected. Shiva's intelligence was true. "Yes, they also brought a few imps with them, and locked them up," the soldier said in a low voice, as if discussing some unspeakable secret. Shakia's heart suddenly trembled. She realized that these imps were most likely Li Jiai, Bruce, and Longsheng. She had to investigate further, and find their exact location. Shakia planned to wait for the right moment to interrogate them in detail. She waited until one of the staff members stood up and headed towards the restroom. She knew this was a golden opportunity. She quickly and quietly followed, taking advantage of the opportunity to hide in a dark corner. The moment the staff member left the restroom, Sakia swiftly attacked from behind, restraining him. Her movement was lightning fast, making almost no sound. The staff member was startled by her sudden attack, a look of fear in his eyes. "Don't move," Sakia whispered, clutching a small electric shock device in her hand, and approached him threateningly. Her eyes were firm and cold. "Tell me, where are those brats being held?" The staff member's face paled instantly, and his voice trembled. I don't know what you're talking about." Sakia snorted coldly, and used the mechanical illusion again, just as she had when she asked the guard to open the door for her. This trick had always worked for Nineveh and the others. The worker's expression shifted between fear and struggle. He finally lowered his head, and spoke weakly. They're in an isolation room behind the hangar, where traitors to the cult are held." Sakia's heart tightened, as she quickly recorded this information. She knew time was running out. She had to find Li Jiai and the others as soon as possible. She released the worker, quickly left the restroom, and ran toward the hangar. The worker's illusion was lifted after Sakia left, and he had lost all memory of being attacked by her. He only felt a moment of distraction. He shrugged and walked back to his office. Sakia silently passed through the factory's perimeter and entered the shadows of the hangar. The space was wide open, the overhead lights dim. A massive mobile weapon stood in the center, its metal hull gleaming coldly in the dim light. However, much of the outer armor was still missing, exposing its internal mechanisms. The design of this machine was quite reminiscent of the super robots of the Ryak Kingdom, with sleek lines and a powerful feel. Even Shakia couldn't help but admire its design. The mobile weapon was enormous, at least as tall as Trom. The Arasaka Group's emblem was emblazoned on its chest. Once completed, this machine would become a powerful weapon for the Arasaka Group, potentially even shifting the current balance of power. As Shakia observed the mobile weapon, a voice suddenly rang from behind her. "Stop, intruder." The voice carried a hint of unquestionable authority. Shakia spun quickly, her hand already reaching for the weapon at her waist. Her gaze fell on the newcomer. A woman emerged from the shadows, her figure graceful, her face as bright and lovely as ever. "You're Lillian?" Shakia's voice was low, her alertness at peak. The woman smiled faintly, her steps leisurely, as if enjoying this unexpected encounter. "Oh, you recognize me? No wonder I'm so famous." "Hello, Shakia, I've been waiting for you here for a long time." Shakia's brows raised slightly. This guy was indeed not simple. It seemed that having her come here was part of Lillian's plan. "Executor Shakia, how capable are you? Let me test you. Let's have a showdown between executors." Lillian is also an executor. No wonder Shakia could sense the lingering power of the mechanical soul. It looked like the traces of the mechanical soul power were left by Lillian. This was the first time Shakia had encountered someone who introduced themselves so directly. "I must say your methods are quite direct," Sakia said, a hint of sarcasm in her voice. "Normally, enemies don't reveal their identities so easily." Lillian smiled, a hint of amusement in her eyes. "Normally, I wouldn't be so direct. But for you, Sakia, I think I can make an exception. Why would executors fight each other?" Sakia was wary and surprised. "Simple. I'm working for the cult, and I was the one who kidnapped your friend." Lillian seemed intent on provoking Sakia. Chapter 619. Shakia's heart burned with rage. She couldn't believe Lillian could be so cold-blooded. Her friends were abducted by this very person she once admired. Golden energy began to emanate from Shakia's body. "You're an idol in public, yet you're secretly engaging in such filthy deeds. You're unforgivable. I will rescue them." Lillian's eyes flashed with defiance. "If you want to rescue them, you must defeat me first." Her voice was still as bright and lovely as ever, but with an inexplicable sense of oppression. Lillian's body was suddenly enveloped by a dazzling light. Shakia instinctively narrowed her eyes. This Lillian looked quite formidable. "Shakia, enter combat mode?" In the light, her clothing instantly ripped apart, shattering into shards. When the light faded, Shakia was left with a strange and ornate set of armor, now draped over Lillian. This suit of armor emanated a faint glow, its design imbued with a futuristic and mysterious feel, its every detail revealing its power and elegance. Strange patterns flowed across its surface, as if alive. Lillian's hand held a spear, its shaft covered in the same patterns as the armor, its tip gleaming with a sharp light. A hint of pride shone in her eyes. Mechanical Soul Attack Armor, Symphony God Armor. Lillian proudly introduced her Mechanical Soul Power battle form. Sakia's heart tightened. She didn't yet possess such a battle form. If she wanted it, she would at least have to achieve the same level of power she had once possessed in cyberspace, enhanced through programming. She knew that each executor possessed unique talents. Nine's was a mechanical soul substitute, while Tony's was the superhuman physical capabilities afforded by the Mechanical Soul Greatsword. Her own was the ever-changing Mechanical Soul Flow. Lillian's Mechanical Soul equipment undoubtedly greatly enhanced her strength. Sakia knew she would have to give it her all to defeat her. Lillian's equipment was more than just a set of armor. It seemed to resonate mysteriously with her voice, amplifying her strength. Lillian smiled, her voice echoing through the hangar. "Why don't you unleash your power?" "Sakia, you don't have a combat form, do you?" How disappointing. To be honest, Sakia didn't know how to do this yet. If she had known the executors had this ability, she would have asked Jinxie and Nini to teach her sooner. Sakia could only gather her mechanical soul energy, clench her fists, and adopt a martial arts stance. Her body sank slightly, ready for battle. That's enough. She knew that Lillian's spear and armor greatly enhanced her melee capabilities. Sakia's stealth weapons were useless against her, and she had to rely on her own mechanical spirit to counter. From the moment the battle began, Lillian demonstrated her unique fighting style. In the hangar, Lillian began to sing, her figure enveloped by her mechanical spirit armor known as the Symphony God Armor. The flowing light patterns on the armor resonated strangely with her voice. The armor even seemed to have the ability to generate musical accompaniment. This passionate attack, like a live concert, was something Sakia had never heard before. Sakia felt a little flustered by this attack method that combined music and mechanical spirit energy. She remembered the song, It was the one Lillian had performed at the concert. The melody had been so beautiful back then, and now it had become her means of attack. She swung her spear, its tip tracing a series of light bullets. Accompanying the bombardment of energy bullets, dazzling streaks of light formed, bearing down on Shakia. Shakia dodged quickly, her body nimbly weaving through the hangar. Each of Lillian's attacks weighed heavily on her. "You're singing." Shakia panted, a hint of panic in her eyes. "How could this happen?" Lillian smiled, her voice echoing through the hangar. "This is the power of my spirit, Shakia. In this song, my strength is fully unleashed." Energy gathered within her, and Shakia's hands unleashed long-range energy bullets, countering Lillian's attacks. Energy bullets collided in midair, exploding with dazzling light and deafening sound. Each of Shakia's attacks was filled with power, but she knew it wasn't enough to defeat Lillian. Lillian's spear, like a dancing dragon, lashed out at Sakia. Fortunately, Sakia's spirit shield barely blocked the spear's attack. Sakia tried to close in, but her fists and kicks were powerless against Lillian's spear. Lillian's attack range and power far surpassed Sakia's, making it difficult for her to reach her. Rolling to avoid Lillian's spear thrusts, Sakia began to gather energy, her hands unleashing long-range energy beams. Fighting and running, Sakia was no pushover. However, Lillian's singing seemed to manipulate the flow of energy, dissolving Sakia's energy blasts as they approached her. A sense of unease welled up in Sakia's heart. She knew she would not be able to defeat Lillian if she continued like this. She had to find a way to break Lillian's attack. Within the vast hangar, Sakia faced Lillian's vocal assault, feeling unprecedented pressure. Lillian's voice was not only beautiful and melodious, but also imbued with powerful mechanical spirit energy that could enhance her abilities. Additionally, in a confined space, the echo would greatly enhance Lillian's abilities. This was undoubtedly Lillian's strategy. It was clear that Lillian was a meticulous person. When singing, Lillian's speed, strength, and long-range shooting capabilities surpassed Sakia's. In this critical moment, Sakia quickly thought, since the opponent was using sound and frequency to enhance herself, she should be able to use chaotic frequencies to counteract and interrupt this effect. Thinking this way, Sakia looked around, noticing the scattered parts and equipment within the hangar. Her eyes rested on an abandoned engine for a moment, and a plan formed in her mind. She quickly moved to the engine and pulled a connecting rod with force. As she operated, the elevator nearby began to operate, emitting a shrill roar. Though disjointed, it was enough to disrupt Lillian's singing. Lillian's singing became intermittent amidst the engine noise, affecting the resonance of her mechanical spirit energy. Sakia seized this opportunity and launched her counterattack. A beam of mechanical spirit energy struck Lillian firmly, sending her flying against the hangar wall. It worked. Sakia secretly pumped her fist in delight. You're quite clever, but as the executor, this is par for the course. Lillian gently landed on the wall and dusted herself off. She appeared unharmed. It looked like the opponent was no pushover. After finding a way to counter their buffs, they still had to engage in a real fight. Lillian began to move away from the operating elevator. It would only operate for a short while, and as long as she was away from the noise, she could resume her attack. Chapter 620. In the dim light of the hangar, Sakia's heart beat like a drum. She knew she was facing a formidable opponent. Lillian's strength far exceeded her expectations. She had to take action, and not let Lillian control the battle again. Sakia knew what Lillian was planning. She broke into a sprint, and pulled a flashbang grenade from her waist pouch. This was her secret weapon. Even though she was out of the elevator's noise range, she still had something to use. "See how you handle this." Sakia gritted her teeth and whispered, throwing the flashbang grenade at Lillian. The flashbang arced through the air, and a flicker of surprise flashed in Lillian's eyes. The instant the flashbang exploded, an intense light and deafening sound engulfed the entire hangar. Lillian's singing was completely interrupted, and her mechanical spirit energy lost control at that moment. Sakia caught up with Lillian and, with a flying kick, sent her crashing into a container in the corner of the hangar, denting it completely. Not bad judgment. Lillian looked less confident this time. A trace of blood oozed from the corner of her mouth, but her eyes still held a hint of defiance. But Sakia didn't wait for her to continue singing, launching her remaining 2 stun grenades in quick succession. The moment the stun grenades exploded, it was Sakia's time to launch a fierce attack. Sakia's use of long-range mechanical spirit energy was becoming increasingly sophisticated. Her stun gun, combined with mechanical spirit energy, unleashed a barrage of lightning that struck Lillian. Lillian's singing had only stopped because she was no longer in her enhanced state, and her strength was still close to Sakia's. Lillian's spear swung, blocking the lightning's spiritual energy. Damn! Sakia realized this guy was completely different from the opponents she had fought so far. Previously, she fought against families, cultists, and criminals. Ultimately, these enemies were restrained by the executioner's power. No matter how fierce the battle, Sakia didn't feel the tension of a life-or-death battle. Even when she was riding trauma against families, even the strongest families had room to retreat. And even when they faced the families that had fallen from the atmosphere, with Jinxie Nineve and Team Fox present, there was nothing to fear when everyone was united. But this time was different. This was the first time Sakia faced a fellow executioner, and alone. And it was clear that this guy was highly skilled in the use of his power. He wasn't someone with amnesia, like her, or someone whose power had been affected like Jinxie. He was, like Nineve when they met him just now, an executioner in his prime. A feeling of fear began to spread within Sakia. No matter how courageous Sakia was, this was an instinctive move, unavoidable. She knew this battle might be the toughest she ever faced. Her opponent was not only powerful but also cunning. She would have to give her all to have a chance of defeating Lillian. The flashbangs were gone, but Sakia still had one trick up her sleeve. She sang a simple melody loudly. Though she knew her voice wasn't perfect, it was filled with determination and courage. Her voice echoed throughout the hangar, blending with Lillian's to form a strange harmony. What are you doing? Lillian was bewildered by Shakia's incomprehensible gesture. Her singing, once smooth and powerful, was now disrupted by Shakia's irregular rhythm. The resonance of her spirit energy was affected, and the power of her ability enhancement was weakened. Shakia didn't answer. She was completely absorbed in her own singing, observing Lillian's every move from the corner of her eye. Her voice echoed throughout the hangar, intertwining with Lillian's, forming a strange harmony that, while discordant, was surprisingly effective. Lillian felt a slight twist. She understood what Shakia was up to. She had to admit, Shakia was quite clever. But Lillian wouldn't just sit there and wait for death. A shot flew out, and Lillian ducked for a moment before dashing to Shakia's side. The tip of the gun was only a few centimeters away from Shakia. Sakia, however, had now caught up to Lillian's speed. She deflected the spear tip and unleashed a flurry of flying kicks, forcing Lillian, who was about to attack, to go on the defensive again. Success? Sakia secretly rejoiced. Although her singing was pitch-deaf, it successfully disrupted Lillian's rhythm. Sakia drew inspiration from Lillian's fighting style. She realized that as fellow executors, there was no reason why only Lillian would use her singing to enhance her abilities. Although Sakia didn't understand the underlying principle, she knew that using her voice, imbued with the same spirit energy, could disrupt the opponent, and that was enough. Her singing became her weapon, her resolve and courage her shield. In this duel of voices, Sakia found her own fighting style. A flicker of surprise crossed Lillian's eyes. She hadn't anticipated Sakia's use of such a method. Her song was interrupted, her spirit energy lost its original coordination, and her attacks and movements were no longer as fluid. At this point, the duel between Sakia and Lillian seemed headed for a 50-50 draw. With her wit and courage, Sakia successfully interrupted Lillian's song, bringing the battle to a stalemate. In this situation, Sakia found an opportunity. Her voice echoed throughout the hangar, not only her song but also her questioning. Lillian. Sakia's voice was firm and powerful, her resolve unwavering even in the midst of battle. If you're an executor, why do you serve the order? Aren't executors supposed to unite and fight against the scourge of their families? Lillian paused briefly in the battle, a sneer curling her lips. A flicker of disdain flashed in her eyes, as if Sakia's question struck her as naive. Flashpoint isn't as simple as you think. Lillian's voice was tinged with sarcasm, her eyes revealing a complex mix of emotions. Everyone chooses a different path. Sakia's eyes flickered with confusion. She didn't understand what Lillian meant. For her, Flashpoint was about combating the familiar's calamity and protecting humanity's future. She couldn't understand why Lillian would choose to side with the Order, why she would abandon her mission as an executor. Different paths? Sakia's voice tinged with confusion. Her attacks continued, but her heart was filled with questions. Isn't combating the familiar's calamity our shared goal? A flicker of disdain flashed in Lillian's eyes, her words hinting at a hidden agenda within Flashpoint. Do you think you know all there is to know about Project Flashpoint? Shakia, you're far too naive. Shakia sensed a hidden meaning in Lillian's attitude. It seemed she wasn't someone who could be persuaded through communication. Chapter 621. During the tense standoff in the hangar, Lillian's words stirred countless questions in Sakia's mind. However, she also knew that Swager's efforts for Project Flashpoint were obvious to all. She had witnessed the sacrifices and struggles of the Swager members, their every action dedicated to the future and survival of humanity. Lillian, Sakia paused her attack, maintaining a vigilant posture, searching for an answer. If there truly is something about Project Flashpoint that I don't know, why don't you tell me now? A complex emotion flashed in Lillian's eyes, and a sneer curled her lips, but she didn't answer Sakia's question. She knew that Sakia's questions were legitimate, but she also had her own reasons and mission. Lillian's loyalty and faith did not lie with Swager. She had chosen her own path, even if it meant turning against her former companions. Sakia, you have many questions, but now is not the time to answer them. Lillian's voice was filled with determination. Her eyes sharpened, and the spear in her hand once again gleamed with energy. Sakia realized that Lillian hadn't given her this opportunity. She knew the battle must continue, and she needed to give it her all to protect herself and her friends. Sakia took a deep breath, her body tensing again, ready for Lillian's next attack. Then let us speak with battle, Sakia shouted, her body darting forward at lightning speed. The battle erupted once more, Sakia's singing blending with Lillian's, forming a strange harmony. Sakia's attacks intensified, each strike brimming with power and determination. She knew only by defeating Lillian could she uncover the truth behind the Flashpoint project. Lillian, unwilling to be outdone, swung her spear, each strike brimming with powerful spirit energy. A serious expression crossed her face, knowing Sakia was no easy opponent. This time, however, Lillian seemed to suppress the distraction from Sakia's singing. A strange smile suddenly appeared on Lillian's face. Her red lips parted, and her voice echoed through the empty hangar. Do you think these little tricks can really interfere with me? My singing can be heard even in space. Sakia's heart sank, and she suddenly realized she might have fallen for Lillian's trick. Lillian's previous behavior of seeming distracted was a deliberate act, intended to lull Sakia into lowering her guard. A surge of unease welled up in her, and she knew she had to act immediately. The moment Sakia realized this, Lillian's spear tip gathered a powerful energy. With lightning-fast movements, a dazzling beam of light shot out from the tip, piercing Sakia's body. Sakia felt a sharp pain as the energy beam ripped a hole through her side. Ugh! Sakia's body flew backward uncontrollably, and she felt a surge of heat surging from the wound. Her vision began to blur, but her consciousness remained clear. She knew she had been severely injured, but her fighting spirit remained unextinguished. Lillian stood still, her eyes revealing a hint of cold satisfaction. Her voice rang out again. This is the difference between you and me, Sakia. You are so easily fooled. Sakia collapsed to the ground, her body curled up in pain. Her heart was filled with resentment, knowing she couldn't fall here. Her friends were still waiting for her. She had to stand and keep fighting. I won't give up, Lillian. Sakia's voice, though weak, was filled with determination. Sakia struggled to prop herself up on her elbows. Her finger secretly grasped a piece of metal shard on the ground, concealing it in her palm. Straining through the pain, she infused it with her spirit energy. Her movements were slow, but filled with determination, knowing this might be her last chance. Lillian seemed to believe she had already secured victory. She hadn't anticipated Sakia's hidden weapon. With a sneer, she prepared to attack again. Then, let me end this battle. However, just as Lillian approached Sakia, ready to strike, Sakia flipped her wrist, using her spirit energy to launch the metal shard towards her. The fragment, imbued with the energy of the mechanical spirit, flew like a bullet, carrying Sakia's own mechanical spirit energy, aiming straight for Lillian's vitals. Lillian had no time to react, but a long sword suddenly flew in front of her, spinning and knocking the metal fragments away. Sakia's desperate counterattack was stopped. It was Nero. Oh my, Miss Lillian, your beautiful face was almost injured. Nero walked out from a corner of the hangar. He stretched out his hand, and the long sword that had just saved Lillian flew back into his hand, as if it had come alive. Oh! Why are you here when you're not guarding the other side? Although Nero had saved her, Lillian didn't seem to be treating him with favor. She even seemed a little annoyed that Nero had interrupted her battle. Nero shrugged and turned his gaze to Sakia, a hint of amusement in his eyes. This is Miss Sakia. Hello, I suppose this is our first meeting. Nero glanced at Sakia, who was kneeling on one knee. Sakia was now completely unable to move. Who are you? Sakia looked at Nero, who was now completely unable to move. She also felt the surge of spirit energy from Nero. My name is Nero. Like the two of you, I'm an executor. However, I've been working with Miss Lillian lately. Nero smiled and told Sakia that he, too, was an executor. Shakia realized that she might not be able to win this time. Now that she was injured, and now she had a new opponent, she had no chance of winning by force. She had no choice but to find a way to escape. But now, in this hangar, there was only a single entrance and exit, both controlled by Lillian and Nero. Though Sakia's heart was pounding, her mind was racing. She knew she had to remain calm and exploit the obstacles and surroundings within the hangar to find a glimmer of hope. Nero and Lillian began to discuss how to deal with Sakia. A sly glint flashed in Lillian's eyes, as she suggested, why not tie Sakia up and give her to Mr. Marduk? He'd surely be interested. Nero, however, shook his head, his voice tinged with caution. It's best to ask Mr. Marduk about this sort of thing first. We can't make decisions on our own. As the two argued, Sakia asked, somewhat annoyed, you're ignoring me and engaging in a conversation. Who exactly is this Mr. Marduk? Her voice tinged with dissatisfaction, clearly irritated by the feeling of being looked down upon and kept in the dark. Nero and Lillian exchanged enigmatic smiles. Lillian's voice held a hint of seduction. You find out if you join us. Sakia's brow furrowed. She knew she wouldn't give in easily, but she was curious about Mr. Marduk's identity. Chapter 622. Suddenly, the hangar door swung open with a sharp, grinding sound. Tessa appeared in the doorway, already in combat mode. This? Sakia was startled. Oh, we're here. Nero glanced at Tessa playfully, then at Lillian. Well, Sakia, remember your defeat to me today. Lillian smiled triumphantly at Sakia. Tessa's appearance was like a flash of lightning, breaking the stalemate in the hangar. Tessa's body was encased in a tight-fitting exoskeleton that hugged her curves, providing powerful protection without compromising her mobility. A tactical coat covered the exoskeleton, fluttering in the wind, adding a touch of combat flair. Tessa's head was adorned with red, horn-like mechanical components that protruded forward, adding to her intimidating presence. These horns connected to a visor-like structure that covered her face and jaw. This design not only provided additional protection, but also gave her a unique appearance. Her long silver hair fluttered as she moved, creating a striking contrast against the red mechanical components, making her look strikingly handsome. In Tessa's hands, she held a polymer vibrating longsword, its blade gleaming coldly under the light. This longsword was her signature weapon. Its blade, made of a special polymer material, vibrated at an extremely high frequency, easily slicing through anything that stood in her way. The longsword's ergonomic handle allowed Tessa to wield it with great agility, unleashing maximum combat power. It was this very blade that had just sliced through the door. Tessa moved swiftly and decisively. Her gaze locked onto Sakia's position, and without hesitation, she rushed towards her. The mechanical components of her exoskeleton hummed softly as they moved, revealing their complex internal structure and powerful power system. Tessa quickly reached Sakia's side, her movements gentle yet swift, carefully lifting her to her feet. Her exoskeleton automatically adjusted its force upon contact with Sakia, ensuring no harm. Tessa's voice was firm and powerful. Sakia, let's go. Nero and Lillian exchanged glances, realizing that Tessa's presence could change the situation. They decided to intervene, attempting to prevent Tessa and Sakia from escaping. Nero brandished his long sword, while Lillian gathered her singing voice, ready to attack. However, Tessa didn't give them the chance. Tessa quickly pulled a special device from her equipment bag, which she had prepared for emergencies. This is a little gift for you, Tessa said calmly and firmly. She threw the device toward Nero and Lillian. The device exploded before them, releasing a dazzling light and a powerful shockwave. This device also generates a powerful electromagnetic pulse, disrupting the normal operation of electronic equipment and creating an opportunity for escape. The electromagnetic pulse ball's effect was immediate, disabling all electronic equipment in the hangar, including surveillance cameras and security systems. Nero and Lillian were not only temporarily blinded, but their communicators were also affected, forcing them to temporarily abandon their pursuit. They didn't seem to intend to pursue further. Lillian gently waved her hand, stopping Nero's pursuit. Let her go. We achieved our goal. Nero's lips curled into a smile, a hint of amusement in his eyes. Yes, it's better to let her go. We can use this opportunity to pass on some information. With Tessa's help, Sakia quickly evacuated the hangar. Although her body ached, her heart was filled with gratitude. Tessa didn't return directly to the Swager branch, but instead took Sakia to a relatively safe location. There, Tessa quickly applied emergency bandages to Sakia. Her movements were skillful and swift, revealing her extensive battlefield experience. Sakia leaned back in the back seat of the vehicle. Tessa's technique, while causing some pain, was more of a comfort. She knew that she had escaped, but the battle was far from over. Sakia leaned back in the back seat. Although her body ached, her heart was filled with gratitude. She looked at Tessa and asked, "Tessa, how did you find yourself here?" Tessa simply smiled, a hint of mystery in her eyes. "It just so happens that we're headed to the same destination." She didn't reveal any further details, and in this tense situation, Sakia didn't press her further. Under Tessa's care, Sakia began to channel her own mechanical energy for healing. She closed her eyes, concentrated, and felt the mechanical energy flow through her body, slowly repairing the damaged tissue. It was a wondrous feeling. The mechanical energy, like warm sunlight, illuminated every corner of her body, bringing her comfort and strength. Tessa looked at Shakia, a hint of worry in her eyes. "Shakia, how are you feeling?" Shakia opened her eyes. Her voice, though still a little weak, was much better than before. "I'm much better, Tessa. Thank you for saving me. You were lucky today. Don't be so reckless next time." Tessa began driving Shakia to the Tokyo branch. "Oh, I didn't expect there would be 2 executors guarding this place." Shakia's eyes flickered with disappointment. Shakia leaned back in the back seat. Though her body ached, her mind was consumed with reflection. She had never imagined she would one day find herself at war with her own kind. The confrontation between the executors had left her feeling unprecedentedly confused and shocked. She began to question the truth behind all this. "Tessa, how do you feel about the confrontation between the executors?" Shakia's voice trembled slightly as she sought answers from Tessa. Tessa stared straight ahead, her voice calm and firm. "Sakia, I know this is hard for you to accept. But in this chaotic world, sometimes we must face difficult choices. I believe in one thing, protecting what we hold dear." Sakia has always believed that executors should be comrades united in the fight against the families. She and Swager's team have been working tirelessly to find new executors, hoping to strengthen their forces against the families. Meeting 2 new executors this time should have been a cause for celebration. However, reality dealt her a heavy blow. These 2 new executors not only wanted to be her enemies, but they seemed to relish the battle. Tessa listened quietly to Sakia's story, a hint of helplessness in her eyes. She sighed and whispered, "Alas, Sakia, this world is far more complex than we imagine. The conflict between executors is not simply a struggle between good and evil." A flicker of confusion flashed in Sakia's eyes, and her voice trembled slightly. "I always thought our goals were aligned. But now, I'm beginning to doubt whether we truly understand the executor's mission." Tessa shook her head gently, her eyes revealing a deep understanding. "Although it may seem strange to me, every executor has their own choices, Sakia. We can't expect everyone to make the same decision. All we can do is stand by our convictions and follow the path we believe is right." Sakia fell silent. She knew Tessa was right. She took a deep breath, trying to calm herself. Chapter 623. "You're right, Tessa. We must persevere, no matter what difficulties we face." The vehicle continued on its journey through the night, and Tessa and Sakia remained silent. But they both knew in their hearts that this battle was far from over. Sakia needed time to recover, while Tessa left first. She also had her own plans. The injured Sakia was carried into the building by Cheyenne. In the corridors of the Swager Tokyo branch, the lights were as cold as a winter moon, and Sakia's figure stood out in the darkness. Her steps were heavy, and each landing was accompanied by a sharp pain from her wounds. Cheyenne and Sheena supported her, one on each side, their faces filled with worry. The infirmary door quietly closed behind them, shutting out the outside noise. The lights inside were soft, as if dimmed specifically to ease Sakia's pain. "Please leave her to us." The doctor from the Swager infirmary took Sakia into his care. Cheyenne and Sheena were now left waiting outside the infirmary. "Your recovery ability is indeed exceptional, but even an executioner has his limits." The doctor's voice was calm, but the seriousness in it was undeniable. His gaze, through his glasses, was fixed on Sakia's wound. "You need to rest well for the next few days." "Ah, but my friend is still in the hands of the cult." Sakia was still a little anxious. "At this time, you can talk to Miss Cheyenne or Miss Sheena and ask them to mobilize more personnel." The doctor's advice was to have someone else take over. Soon, Sakia's wounds were healed. Thanks to her mechanical healing, even the wounds that penetrated her body wouldn't be serious. She would definitely need a few days of rest, though. Shakia was wheeled out by the doctor. Cheyenne and Sheena gathered around her upon seeing her. "Lie down for now," the doctor said, holding down Shakia as she tried to sit up. Any movement would slow her recovery. "Thank you, doctor. Now it's our turn to care for her." Cheyenne took the trundle bed Shakia was lying on, and said goodbye to the doctor. In the lounge, Cheyenne poured Shakia a glass of milk. "What happened to you in that arsenal?" Cheyenne asked worriedly, handing the milk to Shakia. Shakia lay on the bed in the infirmary and sighed. Her eyes, though tired, still gleamed with determination. Cheyenne sat beside the bed, her gaze filled with concern, leaning forward slightly, awaiting Shakia's narration. "Everything went smoothly when I entered the arsenal. As the intelligence indicated, Takamori and the others were indeed inside the Arasaka group's arsenal." Shakia's voice was low. "I found out their location from the staff, but they're under heavy guard." Cheyenne nodded, her fingers gently stroking Shakia's arm, trying to offer some comfort. "I passed through a large hangar where a humanoid mobile weapon was under construction. I think it's the Arasaka group's secret weapon," Shakia continued. "I heard about it, but they actually built it." Cheyenne was a little surprised. The Arasaka group certainly has such technological capabilities. Team Fox's machine also achieved a breakthrough after Swager shared technology with them. A monopoly like the Arasaka group might also have purchased technology from a major power. Just then, someone stopped me in the hangar. It was Lillian. Cheyenne was genuinely shocked this time upon hearing Shakia's words. Lillian wasn't the singer? Cheyenne hadn't expected the cult's members to be so openly publicized. She even claimed to be the executor. Shakia's next news was even more devastating. "The executor? My injuries are due to her. She's truly formidable, and her power is indeed the power of the spirit machine." "Yes, she is the executor." Shakia stated this fact with a heavy heart. Even Cheyenne was speechless this time. She hadn't imagined why executors would fight against each other. "Cheyenne, I tried to persuade Lillian, but she didn't seem controlled by the cult or anything like that. She was completely lucid. This means she chose to cooperate with the cult of her own free will." Shakia felt lost as she spoke this. "Is that so? I also thought the executors were people like Nineveh and Tony. What's going on here? It seems necessary to report this to Master Jinxie and the director, and call Nineveh and Tony in for a discussion." Xiuan felt this matter was of grave importance. She told Shakia not to worry about it for now, saying rest was more important than anything else. She would handle the rest. This question hung like a fog over them both. Both Xiuan and Shakia knew that the answer might hold a greater secret, a secret that could potentially hold the entire future of Swager. "You're exhausted today, Shakia. Rest first. I go and prepare an urgent report," Xiuan said before leaving. Sakia lay in bed, her body weary, but her thoughts whirled like flames in a raging wind. Was it really only right that the task of rescuing the Longshan trio be handed over to someone else? She remembered Tessa's advice. She might not be able to stand up to Lillian at this point. She better call Nineveh and the others along. Deep within the Swager Tokyo branch, Cheyenne hurried down the corridor, her steps quick and powerful. A sense of urgency washed over her. She knew she needed to gather everyone quickly to discuss this new discovery. Lillian's appearance might mean the cult was far more powerful than they anticipated. Cheyenne quickly summarized Sakia's experiences tonight and sent them to the director, Jinxie, Tony, and Nineveh. The next morning, Nineveh and Tony appeared at the Tokyo branch. Morning light streamed through the infirmary window, illuminating Sakia's face. Her eyes slowly opened in the light. Her consciousness gradually emerged from the dream and returned to reality. Someone seemed to be whispering nearby. The outline of the room gradually became clear, and she saw Nineveh and Cheyenne, standing by the bed, talking quietly. "Hey, Nineveh? You're back?" Shakia shifted, trying to sit up. Cheyenne noticed her movement and immediately stepped forward to help her adjust the pillow so she could lean more comfortably. "You're awake. How are you feeling?" Cheyenne's voice was thick with concern. Shakia nodded, her voice still a little hoarse. "I'm fine, just a little tired." She turned to Nineveh, a flicker of surprise in her eyes. "Nineveh, how did you get here so soon?" Nineveh smiled, her smile warm and peaceful. "Cheyenne's news was important, so we left immediately." Her voice was calm and firm. "Oh, and Tony. He's outside," Nineveh said, getting up and going outside to call Tony. Chapter 624. Time returns to the moment when Sakia infiltrated the arsenal. In the Arasaka building, Yoshiko Tanaka's steps moved silently across the luxurious carpet. Each step exuded determination, yet her clenched hands and slightly trembling fingertips betrayed her inner nervousness. She knew that today she would welcome a distinguished guest who could influence her destiny. The elevator door slowly opened before her, like a portal to another world. Yoshiko Tanaka took a deep breath, adjusted her hair, and made sure her appearance was impeccable. She entered the magnificently decorated conference room, the door closing gently behind her, shutting out the outside noise. The door opened, revealing a group of 4 waiting for her in the reception room. "Greetings, master," said Yoshiko Tanaka, kneeling on one knee. "No need for formalities." The master's voice came from the other side, kind and powerful. "Yes." The master was already waiting, flanked by the other 3 apostles. Yoshiko Tanaka stood up, her gaze quickly sweeping over the 3 apostles surrounding the leader. Their eyes revealed anticipation and enthusiasm for the upcoming plan. Besides the leader, 4 other apostles from the cult were already gathered here. There were only a dozen apostles to begin with, and some had departed permanently in the events of a few years ago. For now, they were the only apostles able to gather here. This cult's action was undoubtedly a bold gamble, and she, Yoshiko Tanaka, was a key player in it. This time, the cult seemed to be making a big move. The leader expressed satisfaction with Yoshiko Tanaka's work, his words tinged with praise. "The apostles from other countries are still lagging behind you in their progress. That's why I'm most concerned about this." After all, the experimental subject was the president of the Arasaka group. If successful, the cult would be able to officially operate on the surface from now on, gaining access to vast amounts of funding and political resources. This would allow them to more smoothly advance their familiar coexistence plan. Even if it failed, at most the status quo would be maintained, with no real loss. A surge of pride welled up in Tanaka Yoshiko, but she quickly suppressed it, knowing now was not the time for complacency. "Thank you, master, for the compliment. Now, I will detail our work so far, and what we will do next." She turned on her computer, her fingers dancing across the keyboard as she began to work on the projector. Detailed charts and data appeared on the wall screen. The fundamental motivation behind the Star Cult's willingness to venture into the taboo of human experimentation was inextricably linked to their core goal, the familiar coexistence plan. The cult's vision was to achieve the fusion of familiar power with the human body through experimentation, thereby gaining greater power and resources. This process not only aims to enhance the individual abilities of the cult's members, but also to foster a new form of humanity, one capable of harmoniously coexisting with the power of the families. From the cult's perspective, this is the only viable strategy for dealing with the catastrophic existence of the families. After all, even during the era of the ultra-ancient civilization, when human society had already developed to the level of interstellar civilization, it was still forced to a corner of Earth by the families, ultimately relying on the assistance of alien civilizations to allow most of humanity to escape the solar system. Compared to the glory of that era, today's human civilization's combat effectiveness pales in comparison, and its chances of defeating the families are even slimmer. Therefore, rather than confronting the families again, joining them if they can't defeat them is the path to survival. Thus, for the cult, rather than confronting the families head-on again, the strategy of joining if they can't defeat them seems to be the wisest path to survival. During the battle in the rainforest, Israfil allowed Archbishop Antorio to merge with the families. This action indirectly confirmed that, under certain conditions, a merged being can retain its consciousness. Of course, Antorio's case was still a failed experiment, and his existence demonstrates the complexity and risks of the experiment. Perhaps using Tetsuro Arasaka's words, this time will be a better solution. I hope so. Back to the morning after, when Sakia woke up. Ninive informed Tony that Sakia had woken up. "Sakia, I heard you were in trouble." Tony slowly walked into the lounge door and closed it behind him. "You were attacked by 2 executioners, correct?" Tony's voice was heavy. Sakia nodded. "If Lillian is truly the executioner, and has chosen to collaborate with the cult, then we must understand why." Tony slowly closed the infirmary door, and the light inside seemed to dim. He turned to face Shakia and Cheyenne, taking a deep breath as if gathering his courage. His brow furrowed, his eyes revealing a rare seriousness. "There's something I've been keeping from you." Tony's voice was low, each word weighing heavily on a secret. "Nero, that silver-haired boy, isn't just our enemy, he's also my brother." Shakia and Cheyenne exchanged shocked glances. This news exploded like a bombshell in the quiet of the infirmary. Shakia's voice was tinged with doubt. "Your brother?" Tony nodded. He walked to the bedside, holding onto the bed frame as if seeking support. "After being stranded in this era, we became separated. We only met again recently, when I came to Tokyo on a mission. But by then, he had already begun working for the Order. I have no idea what happened in between." Cheyenne's brows furrowed, a hint of confusion in her voice. "So, is Lillian also an executor with Nero?" she asked, her tone filled with doubt. Tony nodded, a complex expression flickering in his eyes. "I think so. I don't know why the executor, who was supposed to be humanity's trump card against the families, is now aiding a cult seeking to exploit the family's power. He paused, then added, however, based on my experiences with Nero, I feel he's hiding something from me. A firmness flashed in Sakia's eyes, and her voice, though weak, was filled with resolve. We need to know the truth, Tony. If Nero and Lillian are truly the executors, I believe we should have been companions. Tony clenched his fists, knowing Sakia was telling the truth. I will find out. Nero may still be hiding something from me, but as a brother, I must understand his true intentions. Cheyenne stood up and patted Tony on the shoulder. Swag will support you. Tony nodded and walked to the window, gazing out at the scenery, seemingly contemplating his next move. Lillian. The singer, right? I remember her, but not much. First, we need to understand Nero and Lillian's motives. Why have they allied with the cult? What exactly do they want? Nini suggested. Sakia struggled to sit up, her eyes firm and sharp. Lillian has kidnapped my friend. If we continue the rescue operation, perhaps we get more information. The three of them met in the infirmary, knowing that the road ahead would be filled with uncertainty and danger. Chapter 625. At the Swager headquarters in New Spring and Autumn City, the atmosphere in Director Chen's office was heavy. Director Chen and Master Jinxie had just learned disturbing news. An executor had sided with the cult. Master Jinxie, one of the founders of Swager, appeared unusually calm at this moment. He sat quietly across from Director Chen, a steaming cup of tea in his hands, his eyes piercing the mist as he gazed into the distance. His fingers gently stroked the rim of the cup, as if pondering some profound question. Director Chen finally couldn't help but break the silence, his voice tinged with doubt. Master Jinxie, what do you think of this news? At Swager, we have always welcomed executors. Even if they choose not to join us, we are willing to support them, just like Tony did. But if the executor directly opposes us, what should we do? Master Jinxie slowly raised his head, a hint of determination flashing in his eyes. Director Chen, the choice of executors is never a simple matter of black and white. His voice was calm, yet held an unshakable strength. We recruit executors because we believe their power can be used for justice. But if someone chooses another path, we cannot avoid this reality. He paused, then continued, each of our executors has his or her own beliefs and reasons. Nero and Lillian's choices may have deeper reasons we haven't yet understood. A complex emotion flashed in Master Jinx's eyes. He knew that this war was far more complicated than it appeared on the surface. Director Chen nodded, his brow furrowed, clearly pondering Master Jinxie's words. So what should we do? Should we attempt to contact them, or prepare for a confrontation? Master Jinxie gave Director Chen a deep look, knowing that the answer to this question would determine the future of Swager. We first need to learn more. We can't make a hasty decision without understanding the truth. But if they attack us, we must also carry out our will. There was a resoluteness in his voice, as if he had already made up his mind. Director Chen understood Master Jinxie's meaning. Then it's settled. We will do everything we can to uncover Nero and Lillian's true intentions. Let nature take its course. That's the right path. If necessary, I will also meet with them. Director Chen stood by the floor-to-ceiling window in his office, his gaze piercing the glass as he sighed. He felt a heavy weight in his heart. Since its founding, Swager had been committed to combating the threat posed by the families, never having imagined the day when an executor would stand in opposition. But now, that assumption had become a reality, and he must face this new challenge. He turned and faced Master Jinxie, his voice firm. Master Jinxie, you are right. We must learn more. But at the same time, Swager must also be prepared. If there is a confrontation between the executors, then we will have to take a more distinct position going forward. They all knew that when the executors were mentioned, those in the know would think of Swager. If an executor was working for the order, then Swager himself would likely be implicated. Master Jinxie nodded, a hint of worry in his eyes. Old Chen, this war is no longer a struggle between us and our clan. It has now devolved into a civil war among our executors. We must proceed with caution. Every decision we make could impact the entire situation. Director Chen and Master Jinxie sat across from each other, their determined figures illuminated by the office lights. Things haven't reached their worst yet. I'm just surprised that Lillian has become a popular singer and has been lying low for so long, Director Chen said. She's only become famous in the past 6 months. Perhaps she was found in the past 6 months, Jinxie analyzed. Found by the cult? Perhaps, but I'm more worried. Well, never mind. Anyway, I might have to go personally this time. Master Jinxie realized he might have to go to the scene in person. Unlike the last time he went to the rainforest to rescue Sakia, This time it was for himself. No problem, Master Jinxie. I arrange your plane ticket if needed. Director Qin nodded. Master Jinxie nodded, his eyes as resolute as a stone statue in a 1,000-year-old temple. Then, next, we must publish the list of Swager's executioners. His voice was calm. Let all the major powers know who we are. Only then can we distance ourselves from the cult. Of course. Let's do that first. Then Sakia must continue gathering evidence. Director Qin's words were concise and powerful. We need to prove our innocence to the world. Director Qin turned and walked to the window. I will hold a press conference and issue an official statement at the appropriate time. His voice was low but clear and powerful. Master Jinxie stood up, his movements calm and composed. We must emphasize that Swager's mission is to protect humanity, and to distance ourselves from any organization that exploits the power of the familiar. He walked over to Director Qin, and together they gazed out the window. Outside the window was the warm artificial sunlight of Swager's underground base. We need to collaborate more with other organizations, such as Dr. Clark and Tess's Fox team. Until the truth is revealed, Swager's position remains delicate. Director Qin sighed. Of course, we also need to develop a crisis public relations plan. Jinxie glanced at Director Qin and nodded approvingly. If negative news or misunderstandings arise, Swager must be able to respond quickly and take measures to mitigate the negative impact on the organization. At the Swager branch in Tokyo, although Sakia's injuries had reduced her combat effectiveness, her previous infiltration operation had not been without success. She successfully discovered the location of the Longsheng trio, information crucial to Schwager. Although Sakia wasn't currently in a good condition to participate directly in the rescue operation, the information she provided was crucial to the plan. Upon learning of this, Nineveh and Tony quickly reunited with Sakia and Cheyenne. They gathered in the conference room to discuss the rescue plan. Despite feeling unwell, Sakia insisted on participating in the discussion, detailing the layout and security of the arsenal, as well as her encounter with Lillian and Nero. According to Sakia's description, Longsheng and the others are being held captive here. Tony pointed to a point on the map, his brow furrowed. We need a route that avoids the main defenses. Nini carefully examined the map, her voice calm and focused. We can consider entering from this direction. The line of sight here is narrow, and it might be a blind spot for the guards. Cheyenne expressed her concerns. But we can't ignore Nero and Lillian. Their power cannot be underestimated. We need to prepare a strategy to counter them. Though injured, Sakia's mind remained clear. She offered her own opinion. Perhaps we can exploit the weakness I discovered in the armory. There's an abandoned passage here that might be the best way for us to infiltrate. The four gradually pieced together a preliminary rescue plan. Chapter 626. Tony, Nineveh, and Sakia stood around Sakia's bedside, analyzing the map Sakia had collected while infiltrating the factory. It marked potential routes to rescue Li Jiai, Longsheng, and Bruce. The three of them, their brows furrowed, discussed every detail. Just then, Sheena burst into the room, breathless, her face etched with urgency. Oh no! This is an emergency! Sheena's voice interrupted the tense discussion. She clutched her phone, a news flash scrolling across the screen. An unexplained gas leak has occurred in downtown Tokyo. The police are organizing an emergency evacuation. Cheyenne looked up, a flicker of confusion in her eyes. Should the police be able to handle this kind of evacuation? She asked calmly, turning back. Tony frowned and turned to Sheena, his tone questioning. Are you sure we need to intervene? Sheena nodded, his eyes firm. You're right. If it were just an ordinary incident, I wouldn't have bothered you. She took a deep breath and continued, but this time is different. The people in the leaked area have mutated. Tony, it's the one you and I have both seen. Tony immediately became alert, striding forward, his gaze piercing. Again? Sheena quickly opened a video. In the chaotic footage, some people who were unable to be rescued struggled in a deep purple gas. Then, strange mutations began to appear, transforming into alien monsters. Cheyenne's face darkened, realizing the seriousness of the situation. This isn't what you wrote in your report, she said firmly, looking at Sheena. That's right, Miss Cheyenne, Sheena said with certainty. Tony glanced at Nineveh. We need to check it out. This could be our battlefield. These mutated monsters. Tony's voice was low, and he pointed at the distorted figure on the screen. They're what I've been fighting since arriving in Ria. He turned to face Sakia and Nineveh, a serious expression that immediately made them realize the gravity of the situation. These are ordinary people, but they've been transformed into familiars. Tony's voice was heavy, as he began to recount his experiences in Ria. In Ria, Tony encountered a series of battles against mutated monsters, which revealed patterns and stories behind the mutations. He encountered a former employee of the Arasaka company. This employee, driven by dissatisfaction and anger towards the company, harbored extremely twisted emotions that ultimately triggered a mutation, transforming him into a powerful familiar monster. This battle made Tony realize that mutation isn't just a physical change, it's a direct manifestation of mental distortion. Tony and Sheena also faced the daughter of an Arasaka high-ranking official. This girl bullied her classmates at school, and her harsh behavior and inner darkness ultimately led to her mutation. This battle further confirmed Tony's understanding of the connection between mutation and individual emotions. Furthermore, Tony encountered a mutated taxi mechanic who, driven by rage and a desire for revenge after an attack on his family, became mutated. These events deepened Tony's understanding of mutant families. Fortunately, through his and Sheena's efforts, the mechanic survived and was transported to Swager's safe house. Through these stories, Sakia discovered a common thread. Mutations are triggered only when the person harbors extremely distorted emotions. This time, the polluted gas leak in downtown Tokyo caused people to mutate at an unusually rapid rate, unlike previous patterns. This made her realize that the situation might be more serious, and that there might be more complex reasons behind it. Tony stated that he was determined to investigate this matter. He knew that this wasn't just a battle against mutated monsters, but a struggle to uncover the truth behind the mutations. He had to find the connection between the polluted gas leak and the mutations, and whether someone was deliberately responsible, in order to prevent further mutations and find a solution. Cheyenne had seen all of these events in the reports. However, Sakia and Nineveh had never heard of them before. This was because it happened in the Tokyo branch, while Sakia was training in Nineveh and Team K were in Nara. Tony, what do all those mutated monsters you faced in Ria have in common? Sakia noticed something odd. Tony pondered for a moment, then replied, I discovered that these mutations occur when the individuals involved harbor extremely distorted emotions. For example, the former Arasaka employee's dissatisfaction and anger with the company ultimately triggered his mutation. He paused, then continued, and then, there's the child of an Arasaka executive. His evil behavior and inner darkness led to his mutation. Naiwei nodded, a hint of understanding in her eyes. In other words, mutation isn't just a physical change, it's a direct manifestation of mental distortion. Sakia sat in a chair. Although the pain in her body made it difficult for her to move, her eyes gleamed with determination. The cult has done something unforgivable again. Tony nodded firmly. That's exactly what I'm going to do. She knew the urgency of the mutation incident might mean that the plans to rescue Li Jiai, Longsheng, and Bruce would have to be put on hold, and this made her anxious. We must act. Sakia's voice tinged with urgency. She turned to Tony and Nineveh. Although she couldn't participate herself, her tone betrayed her support for the action. Tony, Nineveh, you go to the scene first. I continue to rest, but I don't want us to be short-handed. Tony nodded, quickly gathering his equipment and preparing to depart with Sheena. We get to the bottom of this as soon as possible, Sakia. Get some rest, and keep the lines open. Nineveh checked her equipment, her gaze determined. Since Sakia is still resting, Tony and I will go together. One more person means more strength. Sakia turned to Cheyenne, a hint of pleading in her expression. Cheyenne, could you mobilize some more people? We might need more help. Cheyenne nodded. Although Team K isn't in Tokyo right now, I imagine it won't take them long to get back. Then I leave it to you. I also use my spirit energy to heal as quickly as possible. Sakia nodded, indicating her trust in Cheyenne. Cheyenne left Sakia's lounge, pondering the current situation and possible assistance. She remembered that Sakia had escaped danger last time thanks to Tessa's timely rescue. At this critical juncture, Tessa's strength might once again be crucial. Cheyenne decided to contact Tessa to see if she was available to join the rescue operation. Chapter 627. Cheyenne contacted Tessa. After the call was connected, Cheyenne got straight to the point. Hello, Tessa. This is Cheyenne from Swager. We have an emergency here and need your assistance. Tessa's voice came from the other end, calm and measured. Cheyenne, what happened? Please give a brief account. Cheyenne briefly explained the current situation, including the capture of Li Jiai and the others. The executors who had originally planned to gather to rescue them had been forced to split up again due to an unexplained gas leak in downtown Tokyo and the onset of human mutation. The rescue operation was currently short of manpower. We may need Team Fox to assist us. Tessa was silent for a moment, a hint of consideration in her voice. Cheyenne, I understand your emergency situation. However, as the captain of Team Fox, I need to assess our mission and resources. I need to report this to my superiors and get back to you as soon as possible." Cheyenne nodded, understanding Tessa's position and responsibilities. "I understand, Tessa. We may not have much time, but we await your response. Please hurry. Many lives may be at stake." Tessa gripped her phone tightly, her brow furrowed. The vibration of an emergency notification interrupted her call with Cheyenne. The screen displayed an urgent call from Dr. Clark. "Sorry, Miss Cheyenne. I call back," she quickly answered. Dr. Clark's voice, with evident panic, described the monster attack they had encountered on the streets of Tokyo. Tessa stroked her chin. The situation was strikingly similar to Cheyenne's description of the polluted gas leak. She realized the scale of this crisis was far greater than she had anticipated. Tessa calmly inquired about Dr. Clark's location and the specifics of the situation, rapidly formulating a countermeasure. She knew that a leak of this magnitude was likely the work of the cult. What the hell are these guys up to? A glint of determination flashed in her eyes, her annoyance replaced by a calm determination. Tessa told Dr. Clark to remain calm, and she would send support immediately. After hanging up, Tessa immediately contacted Cheyenne, her voice carrying a new sense of urgency. "Cheyenne, the situation is more serious than we imagined. Dr. Clark and my team have been attacked downtown. We need to act immediately." "Dr. Clark too? Is he okay?" Cheyenne was startled. "He's fine for now. He's shopping with the Fox team." "With the team here, he's safe for now," Tessa said. "So, can I assume that Miss Tessa is planning to join as well?" Cheyenne asked tentatively. Tessa's voice was firm and powerful, revealing unquestionable leadership. "I will mobilize all available resources, including Team Fox. This time, we may truly face the full force of the order." In the shadow of the Arasaka building, Apostle Israfil stood alone, his gaze piercing the hustle and bustle of the city, as if awaiting something. He had received a message from an old acquaintance, requesting a meeting nearby. Suddenly, looking up, a figure emerged into his field of vision. It was the mysterious, masked, white-robed woman with whom he had collaborated many times. Shadow. She appeared on the rooftop of a small bungalow, gently moving to land in front of Israfil. Though they had once been partners, Shadow's arrival this time wasn't to assist, but to question him. "Israfil," Ying's voice pierced through the mask, cold and clear. "The cult's actions this time are too large. What the hell are you doing?" The words seemed to penetrate his soul, seeking answers. Israfil turned and faced Ying. There was no surprise on his face, as if he had anticipated her arrival. "Ying, you should know that the cult's plans are always grand." His voice was calm, but there was a hint of helplessness hidden in it. Ying took a step closer, her figure becoming even more mysterious under the light. "So grand that even we are involved?" "Israfil, I need an explanation." Her tone was firm, unquestionable. Israfil was silent for a moment, then sighed. "Ying, this action was the cult leader's decision." There was a hint of weakness in his voice, as if he were just a pawn in the larger scheme of things. Although Ying wore a mask covering the upper half of her face, it was clear that she was staring intently at Israfil. "The Hierophant's opinion? Then, take me to him. I need to hear it firsthand." Her voice was firm, leaving no room for maneuver. Israfil nodded, knowing Ying's resolve was not to be underestimated. "I can take you to see the Hierophant and the others." His voice tinged with the respect of a long-time acquaintance. The elevator doors slowly closed, shutting out the outside noise. The atmosphere inside was tense, the only sound mingling with the ticking of numbers, and the sound of the two people breathing. Deep within the Arasaka building, Apostle Israfil led Ying through the corridor, their footsteps echoing in the empty space. Ying's white robe swayed gently with her steps, and Israfil's eyes betrayed a complex emotion. He knew that Ying was not only an old acquaintance of his, but also a subordinate of Mr. Marduk, a prominent figure who had long collaborated with the Hierophant. They arrived at the conference room, where the Hierophant and several other apostles were sitting. Israfil entered first, followed closely by Ying, her gaze scanning the room until it finally settled on the Hierophant's face. "Hierophant, Ying has something to say." Israfil's voice broke the silence. The Hierophant looked up, a hint of interest in his eyes. "Ying, long time no see. How is Mr. Marduk doing?" His voice was low, carrying an irresistible authority. Ying's gaze locked directly with the Hierophant. Her voice, piercing through the mask, carried an undeniable authority. "Hierophant Albus, I am here to confirm the large-scale pollution incident that occurred recently in downtown Tokyo." The Hierophant's gaze scanned Ying, a flicker of surprise quickly replaced by his usual composure. "Ying, Mr. Marduk's messenger, Your presence always portends important news. Ing wasted no time, jumping straight to the point. Master, this pollution incident in downtown Tokyo is so large-scale and widespread that even Mr. Marduk was unaware of it. He sent me to confirm the situation and inquire whether it was an act of the cult. The master was silent for a moment, then nodded slowly. Ing, you should know that the cult's actions sometimes require secrecy, even from our closest allies. There was a hint of apology in his voice, but more of a firm belief in the cult's actions. As Ing finished speaking, the atmosphere in the room grew tense. Israfil realized that this incident was more than just a simple pollution accident. It could trigger a chain reaction that would impact the cult's future. Chapter 628. Ing stood before the Hierophant, pacing slightly. Hierophant, Mr. Marduk has expressed concern about the cult's activities in downtown Tokyo. He demands to know why these actions were not communicated to him in advance. The Hierophant's eyes met Ying's, his expression devoid of much emotion. He responded calmly, Ing, I understand Mr. Marduk's concerns. But the cult's actions sometimes require secrecy, even from our closest allies. He stood up and walked to the window, his gaze fixed on the distant Tokyo city, where chaos was spreading. Arasaka Tetsuro's health is deteriorating. We don't have time to wait. The leader's voice was filled with determination. He turned to face Ing and continued, we must complete the fusion experiment before he dies completely. This is a key component of the familiar coexistence plan. Ying's brows raised slightly, a hint of doubt in her voice. So, is it necessary to conduct such a large-scale operation without Mr. Marduk's knowledge? The leader's face was expressionless, his voice flat, almost a statement. This is for the ultimate goal of the cult. Sometimes, to achieve a greater plan, we must take extraordinary measures. Ing was silent, her eyes shifting between the leader and the other apostles. Then, she said slowly, I understand, leader. I will report this information to Mr. Marduk. However, if the cult continues these actions, Mr. Marduk may be forced to reevaluate our relationship. The leader nodded, his eyes revealing a hint of indifference. Ing, I understand. But we must proceed with our plan. Tetsuro Arasaka's life and death are crucial to the future of the cult. Then I take my leave. Ing had gotten the information she needed. It wasn't a good time to stay here. Israfil, please see me out. The leader asked Israfil, Ying's frequent collaborator, to escort her out. Ing turned and left, her steps firm and swift, her white robe fluttering behind her. She knew this incident wasn't just an internal matter for the cult. It affected the interests of Mr. Marduk's faction. Although Mr. Marduk was her superior, and was promoting this coexistence plan, he clearly didn't value Tetsuro Arasaka as much as the cult did. The Arasaka group, represented by Tetsuro Arasaka, was, in a sense, Marduk's competitor. If he couldn't be saved, then he was dead. However, the cult seemed to be hoping to achieve control of the Arasaka group by rescuing Tetsuro Arasaka, thereby furthering its own growth. Ing was aware of these subtle plots. She had to bring this information to Mr. Marduk as soon as possible so he could make a decision. Speaking of Marduk, Mr. Marduk's identity has always been a mystery to the cult. The leader watched the figure disappear, his thoughts drifting back to the time he met Marduk. When leader Alvis first met Marduk, he was already the president of a Western multinational conglomerate similar to the Arasaka Group. His company boasted extensive operations and influence worldwide. Like the Arasaka Group, it spanned security, military, banking, and manufacturing. Mr. Marduk's company also boasted a significant market capitalization and number of employees. Not only did his company hold a significant economic position, it also wielded considerable influence in the political and technological spheres. Mr. Marduk and the Hierophant's acquaintance can be traced back to their respective interactions on the global economic and political stage. As leaders of their respective conglomerates, they have crossed paths in numerous international forums and business partnerships. Mr. Marduk's wisdom and business acumen are renowned in the industry, forcing even the Hierophant, a dragon man with thousands of years of experience, to reassess his understanding of him, realizing that Mr. Marduk's capabilities and influence may have exceeded his expectations. Mr. Marduk plays a key role in international politics through his conglomerate, while the Hierophant exerts influence globally through the Hierophant's secret network. Their collaboration on political issues, particularly those concerning the legacy of prehistoric civilizations, has strengthened their relationship. Mr. Marduk has a deep interest in prehistoric civilizations, and his companies have funded numerous archaeological and historical research projects seeking to uncover their secrets. As a descendant of the Dragon Man race, the Hierophant feels a natural connection and deep understanding of these civilizations. This shared interest serves as a bridge for their collaboration, with Mr. Marduk providing funding and resources, and the Hierophant offering knowledge and guidance. But gradually, the leader came to realize that he actually understood more than he did. Mr. Marduk's profound knowledge and deep understanding of the ancient civilizations made the leader take notice. Over the years of interaction, the leader discovered that Marduk seemed to have a mysterious connection with those ancient civilizations, that the blood of the ancient civilizations flowed through his veins. So, the leader gradually began to be wary of Marduk. But he had to admit that Mr. Marduk's power and wisdom were a valuable asset to the order. Deep within the Arasaka building, cult leader Alvis stood before a massive floor-to-ceiling window, his gaze piercing the city's hustle and bustle as he gazed into the distance. A sense of urgency filled his heart. Tetsuro Arasaka's life was slipping away, and their plan, the experiment of clan coexistence that could change the world order, had reached its most critical juncture. The cult leader knew that Mr. Marduk's complete ignorance of his actions might anger him. But he also understood that Tetsuro Arasaka's experiment couldn't wait. Every second could mean the difference between life and death. He turned to face the other apostles in the conference room, their eyes filled with trust in their leader and dedication to the plan. "We must hurry." The cult leader's voice was firm and powerful. "Tetsuro Arasaka's life is drawing to a close. We cannot let his sacrifice go to waste." The apostles nodded, understanding the implications of the cult leader's decision. They also knew it might anger Mr. Marduk, but for the long-term goals of the cult, they were willing to take the risk. On the other side of the world, in the Gale Nation, Mr. Marduk sat in his spacious office, his silver hair gleaming in the light, his long bangs casually falling across his forehead, adding a touch of unruly grace to his tall, handsome appearance. A message alerted his wristband. He glanced and saw it was from his subordinate, Ying. Ying's voice, calm and clear, came over the video call, reporting to Marduk the news she had gathered from her meeting with the cult leader. As Marduk listened to Ying's report, his brow furrowed slightly, a flicker of worry in his eyes. "The cult leader is still too impatient," he sighed, a hint of dissatisfaction in his voice. "This move is too drastic and too hasty, and it will trigger a lot of public opinion risks. It really caught me off guard." He stood up, walked to the window, and gazed at the distant skyline. His business was inextricably linked to the cult, but now he had to make a decision to protect his business empire from the coming storm. He now had to be prepared to fight against public opinion, and had to publicly separate the part of his company related to the cult from the cult. Chapter 629. Sunlight streamed down the streets of Tokyo, yet the air was thick with an ominous air. Tony and Nineveh arrived in Koto district, the contaminated area Shina had mentioned earlier. The police had established a cordon, and the lights of police cars and ambulances glared brightly in the daylight, creating a tense scene. Swager branch intelligence officers were already waiting at the scene, donning protective suits and gas masks, ready to enter the contaminated area. Tony checked Nineveh's gear, ensuring it was secure, and nodded. "We must be careful. The gas here could be very dangerous." His voice came through the microphone of his gas mask, a hint of hoarseness. Nineveh nodded, her eyes determined. "Let's go in. We must find the source of the contamination as quickly as possible. Then we can seal it off." Her voice, also through the gas mask, was clear and powerful. They, along with the Swager intelligence officers, conducted a brief handover with the police. The police chief briefly explained the situation and warned them, "The gas inside is extremely dangerous. Several officers have already collapsed from exposure, and monsters have appeared. This is bad. First, isolate the fallen officers. Those monsters were caused by the gas," Tony said to the chief. "Swager's men will come and deal with it later," Nineveh added. Swager's medical technology includes equipment that uses mechanical energy to purify familiar substances to a certain extent. Nineveh and Sakia had both participated in its development. "What?" The chief was horrified and rushed into action. Tony, Nineveh, and other Swager intelligence operators marched resolutely into the contaminated area. Their figures gradually faded in the sunlight, leaving only the lights on their gas masks flickering in the haze of the contaminated area. The familiar response on the terminal is high. As expected, Nineveh glanced at the Swager terminal in her hand. While the familiar response reading wasn't as high as when the families appeared, it was still high. Hasn't Swager tested for familiar contamination in the water before? That reading was half as low as this one, Tony exclaimed. This level of familiar contamination was the first time Nineveh and Tony had seen it. In the contaminated area, everything was eerily quiet, only the sound of their footsteps and breathing echoing in the air. They scanned their surroundings warily, searching for any possible clues. A strange, chilling smell permeated the air. Tony and Nineveh each led 4 operators, protecting them with the executioner's spirit energy. Tony nodded, his gaze piercing as he scanned the surrounding buildings and streets. We split up, but stay in touch. Report any sightings immediately. He gave the order, then led a team in a single direction. The tense atmosphere in the contaminated zone contrasted sharply with the bustling surroundings. Tony and Nineveh led the Swagger intelligence agents through the police cordon, their footsteps echoing in the empty streets. Stay alert, Tony warned softly, his gaze scanning the surrounding buildings. These monsters could be everywhere. Nineveh had already summoned her mechanical soul stand, standing guard nearby. Leave it to me. Her voice came through her gas mask, clear and firm. They advanced deeper into the contaminated area and soon encountered mutated monsters. A swarm of mutated monsters burst from the building, their eyes gleaming wildly, their skin mottled by pollution, their limbs twisted into grotesque shapes. These former residents, now warped by the polluted gas into terrifying forms. Tony quickly drew his weapon and aimed at a charging monster. Tony left. Nineveh's voice came through her gas mask, her gaze sharp, fixed on the battlefield. She avoided direct melee combat, instead utilizing her mechanical soul stand's abilities to engage from a distance. The mechanical soul stand grabbed a monster midair and slammed it to the ground. Get out of the way! Nineveh's voice tinged with satisfaction as she continued to command her mechanical soul stand, swinging her invisible fist through the air, knocking the monsters to the ground. Her stand, like an invisible giant, darted through the air, each strike packing immense force, repelling the monsters one by one. Not to be outdone, Swagger's intelligence operators engaged the monsters in a fierce battle, utilizing their weapons and well-trained combat techniques. With swift and measured movements, they formed a solid defensive line, protecting Tony and Nineveh's flanks. Bullets and energy beams crisscrossed the air, striking the monsters' bodies. After a fierce battle, the monsters finally fell, but the clamor of battle attracted even more mutants. Throughout the battle, Tony constantly shifted positions, his twin pistols dancing like flames, each shot delivered with deadly precision. As the team advanced, the monsters grew in number, which meant they were getting closer to the source of the pollution. Swagger's intelligence operators also demonstrated their well-honed combat skills. They engaged the monsters in close combat, utilizing their weapons and coordinated tactics to effectively suppress the monsters' offensive. This won't work. The police can't handle this. One of the operators panted during a break in the battle. Tony responded between rounds, reloading his ammunition. We know, that's why we're here. We have to find the source of the pollution, or the entire area will fall. Determination gleamed in his eyes, and even in the face of an increasingly powerful enemy, he showed no sign of retreat. This way. Nineveh pointed to a narrow alley. They quickly retreated, trying to escape the pursuing monsters. Her mechanical double streaked through the air, repelling the monsters and buying the team precious time. After many twists and turns, they discovered the source of the pollution in an abandoned subway tunnel. A ruptured underground exhaust system, from which black gas billowed. Tony crouched down, signaling the other operators to step back, then inspected the crack. This is the source of the contamination. We need to seal it. Nawe quickly pulled emergency sealing materials from her backpack and began working swiftly. This won't last long, she panted. We need to find the control center and shut down the entire system. Tony nodded, his eyes gleaming with determination in the dim tunnel. Let's split up. You go find the control center, and I stay here to make sure this crack doesn't open again. Nawe hesitated, but quickly nodded. Be careful, Tony. Her voice tinged with worry. You too, Nawe, Tony replied, and they split up. Nawe led a group of operators down the tunnel, searching for the control center. Tony stayed behind, doing his best to seal the crack while remaining vigilant for any more monsters that might appear. Chapter 630. As Tony had predicted, the temporary blockage of the pipe had made the mutated monsters restless. They all gathered inside the subway station. Come on, brothers. Tony sheathed his gun and slowly transformed his greatsword. This signaled he was getting serious. We can't let these monsters get close to the leak, he said firmly, his voice coming through his gas mask. His team members, weapons tightly gripped, formed a defensive line around the leak. Monsters surged in from all directions. Some had once been humans, others were mutated animals. Their eyes gleamed with a wild light, their bodies twisted, their skin mottled by pollution. Tony, brandishing his great sword, charged at the enemy line. The other 4 operators, stationed in the tunnel surrounding the leak, helped Tony block the passage with long-range fire. The subway station was dimly lit, and the air was thick with a pungent odor. Team Nineveh moved swiftly through the subway station's corridors. Their target was the ventilation system control room, crucial for preventing the spread of contaminated gases. Stay alert, Nineveh's voice came through her gas mask, her eyes scanning the dimly lit passageway with caution. The monsters here may be more dangerous than those we encountered before. The team members gripped their weapons, their footsteps echoing through the empty subway station. Suddenly, a low roar erupted from deep within the tunnel, echoing through the concrete, making it impossible to determine its exact location. Nineveh immediately signaled the team to halt, her mechanical double materializing beside her, ready for the impending battle. Everyone, be careful. A powerful enemy is approaching. A massive, mutated creature slowly emerged from the shadows of the tunnel. It had once been a subway station employee, but now, twisted by the polluted air, it had become a monstrous creature. Its body was incredibly massive, its muscles bulging, its skin taking on an unnatural metallic sheen. Its eyes gleamed red, and it opened its maw, baring sharp teeth and unleashing a deafening roar. A boss battle? TSK? Nineveh calmly assessed the situation, her mechanical double swiftly moving through the air, preparing to attack. Spread out. Don't give it a chance to concentrate its attacks. The team quickly dispersed, attacking the monster from different angles. Bullets and energy beams streaked through the air, striking the monster's body, but its skin was incredibly tough, making ordinary attacks ineffective. Nineveh's mechanical double slashed through the air in streaks of light and shadow. Its power was immense, and every blow inflicted pain on the monster. She directed her double, constantly changing her attack methods, trying to find the monster's weaknesses. Its weak spot is in the eye, Nineveh shouted, her stand swiftly moving through the air, drawing the monster's attention and creating an opening for the team to attack. Upon command, the team immediately concentrated their fire, aiming for the monster's eye. The monster roared in pain, its movements becoming frantic, but Nineveh and her team could handle the enemy's strength. They continued their attack until the monster finally fell. After the battle, Nineveh quickly regrouped the team, ensuring no one was injured. We don't have time to rest. The control room is just up ahead, she said firmly. Although the previous battle had drained their energy, she knew shutting down the ventilation system was their top priority. Nineveh's team continued forward, a sense of urgency filling their hearts. They knew this boss battle was just the beginning. They had to reach the control room as quickly as possible to prevent the contamination from spreading further. Their footsteps echoed through the empty subway station. Hurry! We have to hurry! Nineveh's voice came through her gas mask, her eyes determined as she pointed toward the passageway ahead. The control room is just ahead. We need to shut down the ventilation system. The team members quickly gathered their gear, checked their weapons, and followed Nineveh forward. Their footsteps echoed through the corridors of the subway station, each filled with a sense of urgency. They passed through one dimly lit passage after another, finally arriving at the door to the ventilation system control room. The door was locked, but that didn't faze the executor. Nineveh placed her hand on the lock, and it suddenly burst open, allowing her to successfully open the control room door. The spirit energy was truly a very convenient ability. Inside were rows of control consoles and display screens, showing the ventilation status of various areas within the subway station. I guard the door. I leave the operations to you, Nineveh said from the doorway. The operators nodded and quickly walked to the main control console to begin shutting down the ventilation system. The system is shutting down, the operators reported, their eyes fixed on the data on the screen. We need to ensure all ventilation ducts are closed to prevent the spread of contaminated gas. Nineveh, stationed at the corner, didn't seem to notice any more enemies approaching, so she entered the room to join in the operation. As Nineveh and the operators operated, the ventilation system indicators went off one by one, until the ventilation to the last area was cut off. The contaminated gas within the subway station was no longer being transported to other parts of the city, and the spread of the pollution had been successfully stopped. The ventilation system has been shut down, Nineveh announced, her voice a touch of fatigue but more of satisfaction. We've done it. We stopped the spread of the contamination, at least temporarily. The team members breathed a sigh of relief, but they knew this was only a temporary solution. They needed to find the source of the contamination and completely eliminate it to ensure the safety of the citizens of Tokyo. Team Nineveh rested briefly in the control room, preparing for their next move. We need to inform Tony that we completed our mission, Nineveh said, picking up the intercom. Tony, this is Nineveh. The ventilation system has been shut down, and the spread of the contaminated gas has been stopped. Tony's voice quickly came over the intercom, his voice as calm as ever. Roger that, Nineveh. We also secured the leak. The emergency lights inside the subway station flickered, illuminating their tired but determined faces. With their mission accomplished, they prepared to evacuate the dangerous area. We completed our mission. It's time to withdraw, Tony confirmed to Nineveh over the intercom, his voice a little hoarse through his gas mask. Nineveh nodded, a hint of caution in her eyes. I agree to withdraw, but these mutants. Her words were tinged with worry. These mutants, born from the contamination, were numerous, and leaving them to non-Swagger forces to handle them still left her with some concerns. However, just as they were turning back the way they had come, the roar of helicopters could be heard from the sky. The Arasaka mobile unit descended from the air, well-equipped, and quickly moved around the subway station. Tony and Nineveh stopped to observe their movements. The Arasaka mobile unit must have known that Swagger had entered the area first, so they didn't make things difficult for Nineveh and Tony's group. Instead, they urged them to leave as quickly as possible. Chapter 631. Tony's gaze was fixed on the Arasaka mobile unit, his voice calm. Looks like we can leave the cleanup to them. He turned to Nineveh. Let's retreat. This place is no longer safe. Nineveh didn't respond immediately, her eyes flickering with deep thought. This leak is inextricably linked to the Arasaka group, she said in a low voice, her suspicion betraying. I plan to stay here and observe the Arasaka mobile unit's movements. Tony frowned. He understood Nineveh's concerns, but he also knew the risks of staying. Are you sure? This place is too dangerous. In the infirmary at the Swagger Tokyo branch, Sakia lay in a hospital bed. Though exhausted, her consciousness remained remarkably clear. Tony and Nineveh had been out for a long time, and it was unknown whether their mission had been successful. She silently fiddled with her phone in bed. Suddenly, an urgent news item popped up. Sakia quickly clicked on it. In the video, the reporter's voice was tense and hurried, reporting on a sudden pollution leak in another area of Tokyo, in addition to the previous one. Once again, citizens, please be reminded, an unidentified gas leak has occurred near Butkin district. Police have cordoned off the area. Residents nearby are requested to evacuate immediately. The reporter stood on the chaotic street, with flashing police lights and hurriedly evacuating residents behind him. Sakia's eyes were fixed on the screen, her brow furrowed, her fingers unconsciously clenching the sheets. This is definitely not a coincidence, she muttered to herself, a sense of unease welling up in her heart. Meanwhile, Tony and Nineveh received the same news report at the contaminated subway station. Cheyenne's urgent message came over their comm, her voice tinged with urgency. Tony, Nineveh, how's the situation over there? There's also a leak in western Tokyo, and we need you there immediately. Tony's brow furrowed, a hint of reluctance in his voice. Where again? This thing's going on and on. Nineveh seemed even more alert, her eyes gleaming with deep thought. Tony, I think something's fishy. These continuous leaks don't seem accidental. Tony sighed. Though reluctant, he knew the weight of his responsibility. Okay, we have to check it out. He turned to Nineveh, his voice tinged with resignation. Nineveh, let's get there. Nineveh nodded, quickly checking her equipment to ensure everything was in place. I'm ready, Tony. Let's go. Her voice held a firmness. Despite facing an unknown threat, her resolve remained unwavering. Leaving operator Swagger by their side to monitor the Arasaka mobile unit, the two quickly left the subway station and set off for the next leak area. Their footsteps echoed distinctly in the empty streets. Tony and Nineveh knew they were treading a dangerous path, but they also knew their actions could affect the lives of countless people. In the infirmary, Sakia couldn't personally participate in the operation, but her heart went out to Tony and Nineveh. She was glued to the television screen, following every update. Be careful, she whispered, even though she knew they couldn't hear. The reporter on TV continued, the exact cause of the leak is currently unknown, but the government has launched an investigation. Citizens, please remain calm and follow police instructions to evacuate. Sakia closed her eyes and took a deep breath. She knew the forces behind this disaster might be far more complex than they had imagined. She needed to recover quickly, so she could rejoin the fight. Tony and Nineveh sat in the speeding Swarovski special vehicle, the Tokyo cityscape rapidly receding outside the window. Their destination was Butkin district, where a similar pollution leak had occurred as in Koto district. Fortunately, due to the previous incident, the residents of Butkin district had been warned and had evacuated more thoroughly, which gave them some peace of mind. After arriving in Butkin district, Tony and Nineveh quickly exited the vehicle. They immediately sensed the tense atmosphere. The air was filled with a pungent smell of polluted gases, and police lights flashed in the distance. This time, the leak was in a shopping mall, and it seemed much less severe than the previous incident, when an entire commercial street was contaminated. But was that truly the case? We would have to see it to find out. After handing over to the police and self-defense forces, Tony and Nineveh entered the contaminated mall. Rumors suggested there were still some trapped people. Dressing in protective suits and gas masks, the two men moved cautiously through the mall. The concentration of polluted gas here seems even higher than in Kodo district. Nineveh's voice came over the communicator, the detector in her hand flashing a warning red light. Thankfully, the contamination was limited, and the mall itself wasn't crowded, so the evacuation went relatively smoothly. Tony nodded, his eyes scanning the surroundings warily. "We need to find the source quickly," he replied, his dual pistols ready to respond to any mutant monsters that might appear. As they advanced deeper into the mall, they suddenly heard sporadic gunfire and the roars of monsters. Tony and Nineveh immediately became alert and quickly moved in the direction of the sound. "Something's happening up ahead," Tony whispered, a hint of nervousness in his eyes. Nineveh followed closely behind, her mechanical double materializing beside her, ready to engage in battle. "Be careful, there might be monsters," she warned. They turned a corner and found Dr. Clark and the other members of Team Fox surrounded by a group of mutant monsters in a corner of the mall. The team members were fighting hard, but the situation looked dire. Fortunately, they seemed to be wearing gas masks at all times, and now they were all wearing them, allowing them to move around safely. "Huh? Why are they here?" Nineveh recognized the group shooting at the monsters while dodging. "Is it someone you know?" Tony asked. "Yes, it's a special unit called Fox Team, and they're also collaborating with Swagger." Nineveh watched Dr. Clark, protected by the team, flee toward the side of the mall corridor. Nineveh's mechanical double began streaking through the air, swooping down towards the densest concentration of monsters. "Cover me!" she shouted, and the mechanical double's power erupted, sending a swarm of monsters flying. Tony followed closely behind, his twin guns blazing and raining bullets down upon the horde, buying the Fox team a precious moment to breathe. "You are? Miss Nineveh." Dr. Clark spotted two armed men in protective masks and suits who had rescued his group. Upon closer inspection, they were old acquaintances. "Hello again, Dr. Clark." Nineveh nodded to Dr. Clark and the members of Fox Team. Accompanying Dr. Clark here were Virtual Mantis, Gray Fox, and Team Black Swallow. Team Twin Snake and Team Snow Wolf sought shelter upstairs. "The trapped people are upstairs, right?" Tony asked. "Yes, the gas is coming from underground, and the contamination upstairs is less severe," Dr. Clark replied. Naiwei quickly assessed the battlefield situation. "We need to go deeper underground. We need to find the source of the contamination and stop it." Chapter 632. In the Wenjin District Mall, the aftermath of the battle had not yet subsided. Tony and Nineveh led the team, escorting Dr. Clark to the upper floors of the mall for shelter. Dr. Clark's steps were unsteady, his body showing signs of fatigue from the battle. As a scientist, his physical fitness wasn't particularly strong, but with Tony and Nineveh's escort, he no longer had to worry about his life. While escorting Dr. Clark, Tony and Nineveh had a brief conversation with Black Swallow and other members of the Fox team. Black Swallow's voice was a little hoarse. "Thanks for coming. I was worried if we could escort the doctor to safety on our own. Now we have to head up to meet up with the others." Tony replied briefly, "Don't worry, we escort the doctor together." He kept his pace, always ready to deal with any monster that might appear. Black Swallow sighed. "We discovered some mutated monsters downstairs earlier. They're stronger than anything we encountered before. We have to be careful not to catch up." Naiwei interrupted, "Have you noticed any patterns or behaviors?" Her voice tinged with urgency. She knew understanding the enemy was key to survival. "At the moment, it seems not." Black Swallow hesitated, lost in thought. This way, they found a safe haven. The Virtual Mantis voice echoed through the gas mask. The group ascended the escalator, Tony shooting down two monsters on the escalator. Tony blew away the smoke from his gun and said, "We can't stay here for long. We have to find the source of the contamination as soon as possible." On the upper floor of the mall, emergency lights cast a dim glow as Nineveh and Tony joined Fox team members Black Swallow, Twin Snakes, and Snow Wolf. They gathered in a circle, their faces stained with dust and sweat, testament to the battle they had just endured. Under the emergency lights, Twin Snakes, Snow Wolf, and Gray Fox, who had found shelter, saw Nineveh, Tony, and the other members of Fox team, and a flicker of relief crossed their faces. They quickly approached them, their eyes filled with concern for their teammates' safety. "Are you all okay?" Snow Wolf's voice was laced with obvious concern, her gaze scanning each person carefully, ensuring no serious injuries. Black Swallow nodded. Though her face was pale, her voice was firm. "We're fine, and Dr. Clark is safe too. How are you doing over there?" Dozens of people remained in the shelter, having not yet escaped. Black Swallow's brow furrowed, her gaze darting between her teammates, as if searching for common ground. "We're just going to wait here." Dr. Clark smiled helplessly. "We need to plug the leak," Nineveh paced. Twin Snakes cleared his throat, his eyes revealing a hint of fatigue, but more of a determination. "We found some clues pointing to the underground of the mall." "That's good," Tony said with a smile, fiddling with his gun. The Snow Wolf team member added, "Our equipment indicates strong energy fluctuations underground, which could be the source of the familiar material leak." Her voice was low, no longer joking, revealing her serious attitude towards the upcoming battle. Nineveh and Tony exchanged a glance, both eyes revealing determination. "Let's go then. Time waits for no one." Nineveh checked her equipment and prepared to depart immediately. Tony nodded. "I go with you." Twin Snakes, acting leader of Team Fox, thought for a moment before deciding on the personnel allocation. "Me too." Team Gray Fox also stepped forward. "Me too." Snow Wolf also tried to go, but was stopped by Twin Snakes. "Snow Wolf, Black Swallow, and Mantis, take care of Dr. Clark. We be back soon," Twin Snake said to Snow Wolf. "TSK." Snow Wolf reluctantly retreated. Nineveh, Tony, and Team Fox's Twin Snakes and Gray Fox formed a small team and delved into the mall's basement, searching for the source of the familiar substance leak. Their flashlights swept through the dim underground parking lot, their shadows dancing on the damp walls, and every step echoed. "Everyone, stay alert," Nineveh whispered, her eyes scanning the darkness for any unusual movement. Her mechanical double loomed beside her, ready to engage in battle. Tony gripped both pistols, his fingers lightly on the triggers, ready to fire. These monsters seemed to be everywhere, his voice hinted at nervousness. Twin Snake and Gray Fox, respectively, were on the team's flanks, their weapons at the ready. "Our equipment indicates the source of the leak is not far ahead," Twin Snake's voice was low, his gaze shifting rapidly between the instruments in his hands and the dark passageway. Suddenly, a massive figure burst from the shadows, lunging towards them. It was a mutated monster, massive in size, its skin an unnatural metallic sheen, its eyes gleaming red. Nineveh reacted quickly, her mechanical soul double immediately blocking the front of the group and engaging in a fierce battle with the monster. Tony's dual pistols also joined the fray, leaving a trail of bullets on the monster's body. Nineveh reacted quickly, her mechanical soul double immediately blocking the front of the group and engaging in a fierce battle with the monster. Her eyes were focused, her hands swiftly attacking, and her mechanical soul double coordinated with her movements, grabbing the monster through the air and slamming it to the ground. Tony's dual pistols also joined the fray, leaving a trail of bullets on the monster's body. "Cover me," he shouted, rolling to avoid the monster's attacks and find a better shooting position. Gray Fox quickly moved to the monster's flank, drawing his high-vibration blade and slashing at it. The blow destroyed one of the monster's eyes. "Its eyes are a weak spot," he shouted, constantly shifting his position to avoid being hit by the monster's powerful punches. Of course, the monster had too many eyes, so it wasn't enough to stop it immediately. The Twin Snakes calmly directed the battle, ensuring the team's formation remained intact. His voice came through the communicator, clear and firm. "Neve, Tony, hold fire. Gray Fox, you be the disruptor." The four of them worked in perfect harmony. Nine's mechanical double moved swiftly through the air, engaging the monster from a distance, while Tony fired relentlessly with his dual pistols, and Gray Fox delivered precise strikes on its flanks and weak points. The Twin Snakes provided support from the rear. After a fierce battle, the monster finally fell, its body thumping heavily to the ground with a dull thud. After the battle, they didn't have time to rest as they continued their investigation. Chapter 633. As Tony, Nineveh, and Team Fox advanced deeper, the air in the parking lot grew increasingly murky, the acrid odor of polluted gases growing stronger. The beams of their flashlights cut paths through the air, illuminating the contaminated path ahead. On the ground, pools of unknown liquid reflected a faint light, distorted by the pollutants in the air. Thankfully, they wore gas masks to protect themselves from the harmful gases. Every time they breathed, they could hear a soft hissing sound from the masks, the reassuring sound of the filtration system working. The deeper they went, the more obvious the severity of the pollution became. The water stains on the walls took on a strange color, and the odor in the air grew more pungent. The twin snake's sharp eyes noticed the fumes of the familiar substance seeping from the cracks in the sewers and drains. These gases were unlike ordinary smoke. They held an eerie luster, swirling through the air like life. This gas is seeping from down there. His voice came through the communicator, a hint of tension. Nini followed closely behind, her gaze fixed on the direction Tony pointed. Looks like we found the right place. Her voice was calm, but her weapon was gripped tightly, ready to respond to any threat. Nini nodded, a look of determination in her eyes. We must go down and stop it. She turned to Twin Snake and Gray Fox, her voice a touch serious. Hold this place. Don't let any monsters get through. Twin Snake and Gray Fox nodded, understanding the importance of this mission. Understood. We guard the exit. Twin Snake's voice was firm. He and Gray Fox quickly took up a vantage point, ready to deal with any monsters that might appear. Tony and Nineveh prepared to enter the sewers. They knew that in such a high concentration of familiar gas, ordinary people would have difficulty surviving. However, as executors, they were protected by organic energy, which gave them a certain advantage. Are you ready? Tony turned to Nineveh, his eyes etched with concern. Nineveh nodded, her gaze firm and resolute. We must go down to stop the leak. Her voice, resolute and powerful, came through her gas mask. She turned to Twin Snakes and Gray Fox, her voice tinged with seriousness. Don't go down. The concentration down there is too high for ordinary people to withstand. Her gaze locked with them as she warned. Twin Snakes and Gray Fox nodded, their eyes equally resolute. Understood. We guard the exit. Twin Snake's voice was firm. He and Gray Fox quickly took up a favorable position. Their movements were swift and powerful, checking the integrity of their weapons, ammunition, and equipment, preparing for any monsters that might arise. Tony and Nineveh prepared to enter the sewers. They knew that ordinary people would struggle to survive in such a high concentration of familiar poison gas, but as executors, they were protected by organic energy, which gave them a certain advantage. Tony took a deep breath and adjusted his gas mask to ensure clear vision. Are you ready? Tony turned to Nineveh, his eyes revealing a hint of concern. He gently patted Nineveh's shoulder, a silent gesture of support and encouragement. Nineveh nodded, her expression firm. Let's go! We don't have time. Her voice, laced with determination, came through her gas mask. She used her mechanical soul to lift the manhole cover, revealing the entrance. Naiwei led the way to the entrance, climbing down the emergency ladder beside the manhole cover. Tony followed closely behind, his gaze rapidly switching between Naiwei and the surroundings, ensuring he missed no potential threats. Their footsteps echoed along the metal steps of the sewer. As they went deeper, the light dimmed, with only the beams of their flashlights guiding them through the darkness. In the sewer, the odor of sewage and the acrid odor of the familiar material mixed together to create a nauseating stench. Naiwei and Tony had to hold their breath periodically to mitigate the effects of the gas on their bodies. Their flashlights swept across the sewage and walls, searching for any signs of abnormality. Darkness and sewage. Their flashlights cast flickering beams in the darkness, illuminating the path ahead. The stench emanating from the sewage was almost suffocating, but they had to persevere. This isn't my first time in Tokyo's sewers, but why is this place so extra smelly? Nineveh said, feeling a little nauseous. It means something's amiss. Tony, keeping a watchful eye on Nineveh's back, continued deeper with her. In the sewer, the roars of monsters and the hum of rushing water blended together, creating an unsettling background sound. Tony and Nineveh's flashlights swept across the sewage and walls, their shadows distorting in the light, adding a touch of eerie atmosphere. They knew this place was not only the source of the polluted gas, but also the lair of mutated monsters. Listen, Tony whispered, his voice muffled beneath his mask, but still clear. These monsters may be more dangerous than any we encountered before. His eyes were alert, his pistols poised to fire. Nini nodded, her expression grim. We must be careful, she replied, her voice strained through her gas mask. Her mechanical double loomed beside her, energy waves trembling gently in the air, ready to engage in battle. They continued deeper, taking each step cautiously, fearing to trigger any traps or alert any lurking monsters. Suddenly, a piercing scream echoed from the nearby darkness, followed by the rapid sound of claws scraping metal. Prepare for battle. Tony shouted, his body moving quickly for cover. His pistols gleamed coldly in the flashlight's beam, his eyes fixed sharply on the source of the sound. Nini's mechanical double instantly materialized, forming an invisible barrier to protect them both. Cover me, she yelled, commanding her mechanical double to rush toward the source of the sound. Tony's dual pistols were his primary weapons, and he used his exceptional skill in gunfighting to accurately fire at the monster's vital points. He constantly shifted his position to avoid becoming a fixed target for the monster's attacks, while shouting to Nineveh, "Nineveh, there are 3 on the left. I take care of the ones on the right." His voice, firm and powerful, came through his gas mask. "Humph, it looks like a mutated creature from the sewers. This thing is getting increasingly sinister." Nineveh narrowed her eyes. She didn't want these disgusting creatures to touch her. Chapter 634. 90's mechanical soul double streaked through the air, energy waves erupting through the swarm of monsters. "Cover me!" she shouted, sending a charging monster flying with a punch. Her gaze was resolute, and her mechanical soul double moved like a ghost, striking and tearing through the monsters, driving them back one by one. Tony's twin pistols spitted flames, bullets ripping through the air. More and more. "What's going on?" His voice echoed through the sewers. Tony's marksmanship was impeccable, each pull of the trigger taking the life of a monster. They quickly carved a bloody path through the passageway teeming with monsters. "Go!" Nineveh waved Tony forward. In the sewers, the battle intensified. Nineveh and Tony slowly broke through the monster siege and advanced. Their goal was to find and block the source of the familiar substance leak, but the task proved far more arduous than they had anticipated. Of course, for the 2 executors, the task wasn't much more challenging. It seemed as if these mutated monsters were all relishing the leaked substance, flocking towards the source. In other words, the more monsters there were, the closer they were to their destination. 90's mechanical soul double darted through the swarm of monsters, each impact causing them to roar in pain. "Cover me! I have to find the source," she commanded the double, shouting to Tony. Her voice, firm and powerful through the gas mask, carried. It seemed Nineveh was going to exploit the double's ability to move at a distance from the original body. Tony followed closely behind, his eyes sharp as a knife. "Leave it to me," he responded, his greatsword slashing through the air with streaks of cold light. With immense force, the greatsword pushed back wave after wave of monsters attempting to attack Nineveh. His greatsword collided with the monster's claws, clanging metallically and sending sparks flying. "This way. I see traces on the pipes." He pointed to a corroded pipe where familiar matter was seeping out. However, as they neared their target, a horde of even larger mutated monsters emerged from the darkness, far surpassing the previous ones in size and strength. Their skin was as hard as iron, their claws and fangs gleamed coldly in the flashlight, and their attacks were even more ferocious. "Watch out!" Tony shouted, brandishing his great sword and charging at the leading monsters, buying Nineveh time. Nineveh's mechanical double slashed through the air with streaks of light, pushing the monsters back. As they fought, they searched for the source of the leak in the maze of sewers. The intricate network of pipes, many corroded or clogged, made the search even more difficult. Nineveh had to constantly check her detectors to ensure they were on the right track. There. Nineveh finally spotted an anomaly. Her flashlight beam pointed to a corner, with a dramatic drop in height. There, the pipes were seeping and emitting a large amount of familiar material. However, to reach it, they had to pass through the area below, where the monsters were most concentrated. This familiar material had infected the creatures in the sewers, causing the appearance of so many monsters. These monsters were somewhat different from those that had appeared before. These mutated monsters had twisted bodies, blending the characteristics of rats and cockroaches into a disgusting, deformed creature. Their skin was a sickly gray-brown, covered in hardened cockroach-like scales and coarse rat-like hair. These monsters had unusually swollen heads, crowned by a pair of pointed rat-like ears. Cockroach-like antennae swayed constantly on their faces, seemingly scanning the air. The monsters' eyes were a strange red, gleaming with a feral, hungry light. When their mouths opened, they revealed a row of sharp cockroach-like teeth and a pair of rat-like fangs. Their limbs were incredibly powerful, with rat-like claws and cockroach-like multi-jointed legs. These claws scratched deep into the sewer walls, demonstrating their formidable climbing abilities. These monsters had long, flexible tails, a blend of the slenderness of a rat's tail and the rigidity of a cockroach's. They used them for balance in combat and as whips to strike their opponents. The remnants of cockroach wings could occasionally be seen on their backs and joints. Although no longer capable of flight, these vestigial wings provided additional thrust during rapid movement. Tony and Nineveh stood back to back, bracing for a new wave of attack. "Ready?" Tony asked, a hint of nervousness in his voice. Nineveh nodded. She didn't want to see these disgusting creatures again. "Let's attack together." Her voice was firm. Her mechanical soul double and greatsword struck simultaneously, launching a final charge towards the source of the leak. Just as a person might rush to crush a disgusting insect, Nineveh was a woman after all. In the sewers, the roars of monsters and the scraping of claws echoed one after another. Nineveh felt a wave of nausea at the sight of these creatures, a blend of rats and cockroaches. Their bodies twisted, their skin mottled, their tentacles whirling in the air. Every detail sent a chill through her. These monsters. Nine's voice, tinged with disgust, came through her gas mask. Get out of here! Her movements suddenly became incredibly fast and fierce. As if acting on instinct, she attacked the monsters with all her might. She raised her hands, and her mechanical soul double immediately responded, transforming into a blurry shadow, darting through the swarm of monsters at high speed. The mechanical soul double's punches were lightning fast, each one carrying a thunderous force, sending the monsters flying in all directions. The monsters' hard shells crumbled like paper under the mechanical soul double's high-speed punches. Nineveh attacked without hesitation. In an instant, the monsters scattered throughout the passage, up and down, left and right, were shattered to pieces. Ola, Ola, Ola! Nineveh commanded her mechanical soul double to continue advancing. The wind from her punches completely disintegrated the monster's offensive. She blasted a path through the horde of monsters, clearing a space for Tony and herself to fight. Tony witnessed Nineveh's performance, a flicker of approval in his eyes. Nineveh, good job, he exclaimed, brandishing his great sword and joining the fray. Tony's sword energy cleared out the monsters crawling out of the corner passage, freeing them from the fear of being surrounded. After the battle, Nineveh and Tony stood in the shattered passage, their breathing gradually calming. Nineveh's mechanical soul double returned to her side. She breathed softly, but a relaxed smile crossed her face. Looks like we did a good job. Now it's time to seal the leak, her voice carried through her gas mask, a hint of satisfaction. Pulling out repair tools from their tool kits, the two of them finally sealed the leak. Before leaving, they checked once more, confirming there were no other leaks, before heading towards the exit. Chapter 635. After Nineveh and Tony finished handling the mall incident, they returned exhausted to the shelter on the mall's rooftop and reunited with the members of Team Fox. Dr. Clark came to greet them, his face brimming with gratitude. You two are truly our saviors, Dr. Clark's voice tinged with emotion. He squeezed Nineveh and Tony's hands tightly, his eyes filled with gratitude. Nineveh nodded slightly. Despite her fatigue, her voice remained firm. We were only doing what was required. Now, we must understand the cause of these continuous leaks. Tony leaned against the wall, his greatsword leaning against his side. A thoughtful look crossed his eyes. Yes, these incidents are too frequent, and their scale is increasing. This is definitely not a coincidence. The members of Team Fox also gathered together, discussing today's battle. Twin Snake's voice was low, his gaze sweeping over the team members. We all feel something's amiss with today's events. The continuous leaks of familiar material are unprecedented. Gray Fox nodded, a hint of worry in his eyes. We must remain vigilant. There may be a larger conspiracy behind these incidents. Dr. Clark gathered his equipment, his voice laced with determination. We need to return to the base and prepare for battle. These incidents may just be the beginning. We must be ready for the next challenge. Naiwei and Tony exchanged a glance, both revealing determination. In the shelter atop the mall, Dr. Clark was preparing to lead Team Fox back to the base when his communicator rang. It was Tessa. Dr. Clark answered, and Tessa's voice was filled with concern. Dr. Clark, how are things going over there? Are you safe? Tessa, we received assistance from Nineveh and Tony, and we're safe for now. Dr. Clark's voice came through the communicator, a hint of relief. Tessa's voice was firm. Very good, Dr. Clark. From now on, you must be ready to attack at any time. I have a secret mission to complete that may affect our next move. Dr. Clark nodded, his eyes gleaming with determination. Understood, Tessa. We be prepared? Do you have any new intelligence? Some, but I can't go into detail right now. We have more information after I complete this mission. Tessa's voice was low, clearly indicating the importance of the mission she was referring to. Tony stood nearby, also listening to Dr. Clark and Tessa's conversation. He interrupted Tessa. We also detected some unusual signs. The continuous leaks of familiar material seemed premeditated. Ah, Tony, you're here too. Tessa was silent for a moment, then said, That's exactly what I'm worried about. There might be a larger conspiracy behind these events. Anyway, I have a commission from Schwager, so perhaps we reunite later. Dr. Clark added, We be prepared, Tessa. We notify you immediately if there's any new developments. Very good, stay in touch, Tessa said, ending the call. Dr. Clark turned to Tony and Nineveh, his eyes grim. Tony, Nineveh, we need to stay in touch and prepare for future operations. These incidents are happening too frequently, and we must remain vigilant. Nineveh nodded. We understand, Dr. Clark. Tony agreed. Looks like we can't rest yet, eh? In the lounge of Swager's base, Sakia lay quietly on a simple bed covered with crisp white sheets. In the corner of the room, a soft light shone upon her, creating a quiet and warm atmosphere. After a period of rest, she felt her fatigue gradually dissipate like the receding tide. Sakia closed her eyes, took a deep breath, and began to mobilize her spirit energy. She focused her mind, directing the energy to the injured area. As the energy flowed through her body, her wound began to glow faintly, a sign of healing. The pain gradually subsided, like the peeling of a cocoon, replaced by a warm and comforting tingling sensation. Her breathing became steady and deep, each breath seeming to remove a trace of pain and bring a touch of vitality. Meanwhile, in a secret laboratory on the top floor of the Arasaka Group building, members of the cult were conducting their final experiments in a tense and orderly manner. Yoshiko Tanaka stood at the lab table, her eyes focused and sharp as she carefully observed Tetsuro Arasaka's condition. Her movements were precise and meticulous, and every operation revealed the importance she attached to this experiment. Leader Alves stood beside her, his gaze piercing the laboratory's glass windows, observing every detail of the experiment. Apostle Shamser, Sakir, and others stood guard around the laboratory, their eyes vigilant, ensuring that the experiment was not interfered with. The experimental results are moving in the direction we expected, Yoshiko Tanaka said to her assistant, her tone tinged with confidence. Her eyes were fixed on the display screen, where data flashed continuously, indicating the progress of the experiment. The curves and numbers on the screen were her sole focus, her fingers flickering lightly on the control panel, adjusting the experimental parameters. The news from the outside block caused a slight ripple in the cult's communication system, but it was quickly suppressed. The leaks of familiar material in 2 blocks were quickly recorded, but the cult members paid no attention, their attention focused solely on the laboratory. They understood the consequences of this experiment, and even if it meant sacrificing many ordinary people, they were willing to do so. A sneer curled the corners of the cult leader's mouth, his voice low and powerful. As long as the experiment succeeds, those losses are merely necessary sacrifices. Master. Apostle Israfil, the cult leader's assistant, stood behind him and sighed silently. Lillian and Nero remained in the factory for the time being, but they might be recalled to the city later. Israfil recalled the cult leader's arrangements. They would soon launch a siege operation against Swager. Yoshiko Tanaka was completely absorbed in her experiment, her mind focused solely on its success. In this enclosed space, time seemed to slow to a crawl, every second filled with tension and anticipation. In the basement of New Spring and Autumn City, at Schwager's headquarters, Jinxie stood in front of Aoshua's lounge door. He took a deep breath, then raised his hand and knocked. Aoshua's voice rang from inside, "Come in." Jinxie pushed the door open, and saw Aoshua sitting on the edge of the bed, tablet in hand. Her eyes shifted from the screen to Jinxie. "The situation is not good," Jinxie said bluntly, his voice weary, his eyes a hint of urgency. "There's been a leak of familiar material in Tokyo, leading to infection and mutation." "I saw the news, too." Aoshua put down the tablet, his brow furrowed. Her voice was low. "The cult's operation this time is massive." "It seems I have to go to Tokyo," Jinxie said, his voice firm and forceful. "Sakia and the others need support. The Raya government's response is too slow. We need to rescue more people." Aoshua nodded, a firm look in her eyes. "I agree. You can take the key to the Invincible." "Very good." Jinxie and Aoshua exchanged a brief exchange, each understanding the other. In this situation, no one can afford to be careless. Chapter 636. Deep within the Swager base, Jinxie stood before the Invincible, clutching the key Aoshua had given him. The ship's hull reflected a cold, silvery glow in the dim light, its lines sleek and powerful, as if ready to rend the sky. Jinxie took a deep breath, then turned and walked towards the ship. He boarded, the hatch closed, and the lights inside gradually brightened. "Thank you, Aoshua," Jinxie said to Aoshua over the comms, a hint of gratitude. "I get to Tokyo as soon as possible." Aoshua simply smiled, a hint of anticipation in her eyes. "Be careful, Master Jinxie," she warned. "Make sure you return safely." Jinxie took the pilot's seat, and began to activate the Invincible's operating system. "Jinxie, everything is ready," Jinxie reported to the officer responsible for opening the ship's access. His voice came through the communicator, calm and resolute. The gates leading to the surface opened one by one. "Start the engines," Jinxie commanded, his voice echoing through the cockpit. The ship's engines emitted a low roar, and as Jinxie operated, the Invincible slowly ascended, flying out of the Swager underground base. Not only did this ship boast an astonishing speed, reaching over 1,000 kilometers per hour, but it was also equipped with advanced anti-gravity technology, making it elusive and ghostly as it flew through the night sky. Jinxie sat in the cockpit, before him a row of flashing instrument panels and displays, displaying the ship's various performance indicators. He took a deep breath and started the engines. Immediately, the anti-gravity device at the bottom of the ship began to emit a low hum, and the air around it seemed to tremble slightly under the force. As Jinxie operated, the Invincible slowly accelerated. It lacked the roar and vibration of traditional aircraft, only a subtle, almost imperceptible ripple. The spacecraft quickly reached incredible speeds. From the ground, it resembled a meteor streaking across the night sky, flashing by and leaving behind only a fleeting trace of light. At high speed, a hazy halo formed around the Invincible, caused by the shock wave generated by breaking the sound barrier and the friction between it and the surrounding air. The spacecraft's anti-gravity technology allowed it to glide through the atmosphere like a fish through water, with virtually no resistance. Its speed was so great that to ordinary eyes, it resembled a UFO. Director Cheen sat in his office in Schwager's office, the screen before him displaying the communication link with the local defense force. His eyes were fixed on the screen, his fingers tapping lightly on the console, waiting for the connection to the Tokyo Defense Force. The screen lit up, and the face of a Defense Force officer appeared on the video feed. His voice, firm and powerful, came through the microphone. "This is Swager. We received intelligence that Tokyo may face an unknown threat. We request that your unit heighten its vigilance." A brief silence passed through the communicator, followed by a calm and polite voice. "Swager Branch, this is the 2nd Division of the Tokyo Defense Force. We understand your request, but we received notice from the Arasaka Group that they will assume responsibility for Tokyo's defense." A hint of persistence lingered in his voice. "Defense Force officer, we understand your position, but Swager would like to offer our support. We have the professional teams and equipment to effectively assist you." The official shook his head, a hint of resignation in his eyes. "Director Cheen, I'm sorry, but we don't have the authority to change our superior's orders. Our actions must follow the instructions of the Arasaka Group." "Arasaka Group?" In that case, Director Cheen's words were heavy with emotion. He quickly switched the communication channel, intending to contact the Arasaka Group's defense department directly. Sato Ryuta's face appeared on the screen. His eyes gleamed gently, but his words revealed unquestionable determination. "Director Cheen, we have made preparations for the defense of Tokyo. We are grateful for Schwager's concern and support, but please believe that we have the ability to protect the city." His voice was calm, but every word sounded carefully considered. Director Cheen's brow furrowed slightly. He knew that this conversation wasn't just an exchange between two organizations, but a contest of power. After all, the leak of the familiar's material was most likely the work of the Arasaka Group. He took a deep breath and spoke slowly. "President Sato, we respect the capabilities of the Arasaka Group, but we also hope to play a role in this crisis. The citizens of Tokyo need our collective protection." Ryuta Sato nodded slightly, his voice still polite but firm. "Director Cheen, we understand your concerns. But for now, we ask that Schwager maintain the status quo to avoid possible chaos. We believe our measures are sufficient to address the current situation." After the call ended, Director Cheen leaned back in his chair, a flicker of worry in his eyes. He knew the battle was far from over, and they had to find other ways to support Tokyo and protect its citizens. He took a sip of water and rested briefly before planning to contact the Tokyo branch. There, the members of Swager were awaiting his instructions. Sakia had also recovered. It was already evening, and she contacted Cheyenne, asking her to share her current situation. Cheyenne told Sakia that Tony and Nineveh had successfully rescued Team Fox and Dr. Clark's group. And what would happen next? Sakia and Cheyenne were still unaware. Ryuta Sato stood at the window of the Arasaka Group building, overlooking the bustling Tokyo, a surge of unease welling up in his heart. As the president of the group's defense department, he oversaw the group's security, yet he was completely unaware of the secret experiments being conducted at the top. Recently, the behavior of the Arasaka executives had struck him as unusual. It seemed they were hiding something. Although Sato Ryuta was also the group's vice president, his division had nothing to do with the secret experiments, and there were matters beyond his authority. He could only piece together vague clues from rumors within the group and hints from Dr. Tanaka Yoshiko. Dr. Tanaka Yoshiko, a member of the cult with whom he had collaborated, had recently warned him that something major might happen, which had put him on edge. The two previous large-scale spills of familiar pollutants in downtown Tokyo had also made him realize that something was amiss. President, Kinda Ichiro's voice interrupted Sato Ryuta's musings. He turned to see Kinda Ichiro entering the office, a report in hand, his face stern. Kinda Ichiro handed over the report and said in a low voice, "The preliminary results of today's two incidents are out." His eyes betrayed a hint of nervousness, clearly indicating that the severity of the incidents had exceeded expectations. Chapter 637. Sato Ryuta took the report and quickly scanned it. It showed that after the accident, Swager's men were the first to arrive at the scene. They located the leak, originating from the water supply system and the city's underground air circulation system. Swager's men handled the leak immediately, and now Arasaka Group personnel have taken over and are troubleshooting the pipeline system. Swager's men arrived at the scene before us? Sato Ryuta's voice tinged with dissatisfaction, his brow furrowed. Kindichiro nodded, his voice a hint of fatigue. Yes, President. They acted quickly, and appeared to have extensive experience handling incidents like this. Sato Ryuta was silent for a moment, then slowly said, "Is AG still on patrol?" "Yes, President," Kindichiro replied. "He's patrolling the city, looking for other leaks." Sato Ryuta nodded, a look of determination in his eyes. "Okay, let AG continue patrolling. We can't let our guard down." He turned his gaze to Kindichiro. "You and your team will continue to monitor the scene and ensure our personnel can quickly and effectively control the situation." After Kindichiro left, Sato Ryuta sat at his desk, his eyes fixed on the report on the familiar substance leak. He was aware of the hostility between the cult and Swager, the reality of the two forces' hidden struggle. Swager, as an organization dedicated to protecting humanity, ran counter to the cult's goals. However, Schwager maintains a superficially peaceful relationship with the Arasaka Group, at least with Sato Ryuta's department. This delicate balance forces him to act with caution. If Schwager continues his investigation, Sato Ryuta muttered to himself, his voice echoing in the quiet office. He knew that if Schwager uncovered the secrets of the Arasaka Group, especially those he himself was unaware of, it would be extremely detrimental to him and his department. But the most pressing issue now was that the one who might be at risk wasn't Schwager, but the Arasaka Group itself. The last time the familiar material leaked, resulting in the creation of artificial familiars, was due to Yoshiko Tanaka's experiments. This time, perhaps the cult was hiding something from them. But why hadn't the Arasaka Group given any insiders any information? The thought gave Sato Ryuta a headache. He decided to walk around the group building, looking for any clues. Meanwhile, in the lounge of the Schwager branch, Sakia was using her spirit energy to rapidly heal her wounds. She closed her eyes, concentrated, and felt the energy flowing through her body. After half a day's effort, Sakia felt that the piercing wounds on her body had almost completely healed. She slowly opened her eyes, and tried to sit up, feeling her strength gradually returning. "I can move," she whispered to herself, a faint smile playing on her lips. Shakia stood up. Though still a little weak, she was able to walk. Shakia gently pushed open the door to the lounge and walked out with steady steps. In the briefing room, she found Cheyenne, who was busy processing various communications and data. Cheyenne looked up and saw Shakia, a flicker of surprise in her eyes. "Shakia, you can walk so soon?" Her voice held concern, yet also a hint of disbelief. Shakia smiled faintly, her voice calm and confident. "Don't worry, Cheyenne. I'm recovering quickly, thanks to my spirit energy." Cheyenne nodded, a hint of admiration in her eyes. "As expected of an executor, I was shocked when you were rescued last night. Your recovery speed is truly astonishing." "No big deal. But thanks to my hard training recently, I wouldn't have recovered so quickly." Shakia smiled. "So what's the situation now?" After the accident, the Swager operators, primarily Tony and Nineveh, were the first to arrive at the scene. Cheyenne's voice was clear and competent, her eyes revealing respect for her colleagues. They quickly located the source of the leak, one in the water supply system, the other in the city's underground air circulation system. Shakia nodded, her expression focused, hanging on Cheyenne's every word. Swag's men have already conducted emergency response to the leak. The Arasaka Group has now taken over the scene, and they're troubleshooting the plumbing system, Cheyenne continued, a hint of seriousness in her voice. Furthermore, a leak occurred in a second location, a shopping mall, Cheyenne added. Team Fox and Dr. Clark were trapped inside. Fortunately, they were rescued by our Swag team. Sakia's brow furrowed slightly, realizing the situation was more complicated than she had imagined. Cheyenne finally said, Nineve and Tony have completed their rescue mission and are now on standby, preparing for any subsequent situations. Everything seemed to be proceeding smoothly. I intend to continue the mission to rescue Li Jiai and the other two. Shakia stood up straight, her eyes gleaming with urgency. Her voice was firm, indicating she was ready to set out again. Unfortunately, however, Shakia's stomach growled, forcing her to face reality. Cheyenne glanced at Shakia, a hint of concern in her eyes. Shakia, I admire your spirit, but your body has just undergone a rapid recovery and needs time to adjust. Her voice was gentle but firm. I already arranged for someone to go. You should eat something first to regain your strength. Cheyenne handed her a boxed lunch and a bottle of Coke. We have extra boxed lunches from the branch kitchen. Please eat something first, she said, her voice calm, yet tinged with concern. Shakia accepted the food and nodded, but her mind was clearly elsewhere. Who went? She demanded. Cheyenne turned and faced the command center screen, which displayed Team K and Tessa's route. Team K and Tessa have already departed. There was a hint of fatigue in her voice, but more of a confidence in her teammates. They're all elites and can handle this situation. Team K isn't in downtown Tokyo? They actually made it back? Shakia said, taking a sip of her Coke. We sent a helicopter to pick them up. We just borrowed a local helicopter. No big deal. Cheyenne smiled at Shakia. It seemed Cheyenne had managed to secure a helicopter with the local defense forces. Shakia took a bite of her rice ball, her movements somewhat mechanical, her mind clearly already focused on the rescue site. Tessa and Team K. She muttered, a complex expression in her eyes. Cheyenne noticed Shakia's hesitation and turned, resting her hands on the table, looking directly at her. What's wrong? Cheyenne asked with a smile, thinking it wasn't to Shakia's taste. She had to admit, the food here was indeed bland. Shakia glanced at Cheyenne, seemingly guessing what she was thinking. It's not that it's not delicious, but I'm worried they might encounter something unexpected. Her voice was low, revealing a sense of apprehension about the unknown. The cult's actions are becoming increasingly bold, and I'm afraid they have bigger plans. Cheyenne nodded, her expression serious. That's what we're worried about, too. There was a hint of heaviness in her voice, but she quickly regained her composure. But we can't let fear stop us. Team K and Tessa know the risks, and they be careful. Shakia took a deep breath, knowing Cheyenne was right. She began to eat seriously. Chapter 638. Tokyo, Shinjuku, on the top floor of the Arasaka building, the cult's experiment on Tetsuro Arasaka quietly entered its final stages. However, the side effects of this experiment far exceeded expectations. After leaking at 2 locations, 7 or 8 other leaks of familiar materials suddenly erupted across the city, triggering a series of emergencies. The waste liquids and gases released by the experiment overwhelmed the city's plumbing system. Sirens wailed simultaneously at the Self-Defense Force base, the police station, and the Tokyo branch of Swagger, shattering the city's tranquility. Cheyenne and Shakia were discussing the previous operation report inside the Swagger branch when suddenly, the emergency alarm blared, and warning signs for multiple leak areas appeared on the screen. What's going on? Shakia asked in surprise, her eyes darting across the screen, trying to comprehend the chaos before her. Tony and Nineveh, who were on a mission outside, also received the emergency notification. Their cars sped through the twilight, their headlights streaking across the Tokyo streets. Cheyenne, do we need to go to the scene? Nineveh's voice came over the communicator. Cheyenne quickly assessed the situation, knowing now was not the time to disperse. Tony, Nineveh, returned to the branch. We need to reassess the situation and formulate a new strategy. Understood. We be back immediately, Nineveh replied. Cheyenne recalled their previous successful leak repair. That process might serve as a template for the police and defense forces to follow. We must act quickly. The scale and speed of the leak exceeded our expectations. Our mission is to investigate what caused this, or else it will be endless, Cheyenne said to Shakia, a hint of urgency in her voice. Chaos spread across downtown Tokyo. Alarms blared, fleeing civilians, and rampaging monsters created an apocalyptic scene. What the hell is going on? Shakia observed the situation outside on the screen, sensing that things had escalated considerably. Cheyenne and Shakia realized that this crisis might be far more serious than they had anticipated. They had to act swiftly, not only to address the leak but also to uncover the truth behind it. Meanwhile, the Arasaka Defense Department was also in disarray. Faced with this sudden, massive leak, they were clearly short-handed. Ichiro, Eiji, secured the situation. Sato Ryuta's voice came through the communicator, calm and resolute. He knew this leak was serious, the manpower was insufficient, and the situation was urgent. Ichiro's voice came from the other end. Understood, Ryuta. We will do our best to control the situation. Sato Ryuta urgently contacted Ichiro and Eiji, asking them to secure the situation while he decided to contact Tanaka Yoshiko to investigate. However, no one answered Tanaka Yoshiko's call, which only exacerbated his unease. Inside the Arasaka Group's defense center, alarms blared, and red warning lights flashed continuously in the control room. Ryuta Sato stood at the command desk, his brow furrowed. His gaze quickly scanned the surveillance screens, which displayed 7 or 8 sudden leaks across downtown Tokyo. Just then, a group of people appeared in the defense center's command room. Mr. Sato, you're a good friend of my father's. Right now, I need your assistance. Tetsuro Arasaka's son, Takumi Arasaka, unexpectedly appeared before Ryuta Sato. Why are you here? Sato Ryuta was a bit surprised. He bowed to the prince and asked, What do you need me for? There's something fishy going on within the company, and I need your defense department to cooperate with my investigation. Takumi's eyes were firm. Sato Ryuta nodded. He'd been feeling something wasn't right lately. I see. It seems we all share the same sentiment. We need to go to the top floor and question some people. On the streets of Tokyo, panic spread rapidly through the crowd like an invisible virus. Terror was etched on the faces of the citizens, and their steps were hurried and disorderly, as if driven to flee by an unseen hand of fear. The roar of the monsters pierced the night sky, blending with the shrieks of sirens, weaving a symphony of doom. This sudden disaster was like the straw that broke the camel's back, completely shattering the last shred of security in the people's hearts. Team Fox had originally planned to return to base for further preparations, but unexpectedly encountered another incident along the way. Due to the leak, the road was blocked, forcing them to advance and break through while protecting Dr. Clark. Their goal was to rendezvous with the military rescue team, but on this road shrouded in panic and chaos, every step was fraught with challenges. The team escorting Dr. Clark included Black Swallow, Twin Snakes, Gray Fox, Virtual Mantis, and Snow Wolf. Despite the sudden disaster, their training and experience helped them remain calm. They formed a formation, protecting Dr. Clark in the center. Stay in formation. Don't stop. Black Swallow commanded the team, maintaining order amid the chaos. Her eyes scanned the surroundings vigilantly, ensuring she hadn't missed any potential threats. They now had to break through a contaminated neighborhood. Originally, this area wasn't far from their base. Twin Snakes and Gray Fox each flanked the team, their weapons ready to respond to any monsters that might appear. Virtual Mantis monitors the situation, his eyes fixed on the liveness detection device, ensuring the team avoids the most dangerous areas. Snow Wolf leads the way. Although short, she's well suited to exploring low terrain. Dr. Clark, stay with us, Gray Fox said to Dr. Clark, a hint of concern in his voice. Dr. Clark nodded. Though his eyes were filled with anxiety, he trusted the soldiers who protected him. Police and self-defense force members crisscrossed the streets, their blue uniforms and army green camouflage looming in the crowd, like headless flies, unable to find their way. They had no idea which direction the monster might come from, or whether contaminants would erupt beneath their feet at any moment. The Arasaka security force, those soldiers in black uniforms, also seemed at a loss in the face of this disaster. Swager's team, elite soldiers accustomed to operating in the shadows, now had to face this unprecedented challenge. They were supposed to be the force protecting the city, but now, like a boiling pot of porridge, everyone was fighting for survival, without unified command and coordination. That night, Tokyo became a vast battlefield, and everyone was fighting for survival. Chapter 639. In the command center of the Swager Tokyo branch, the tension was almost palpable. Sakia, Tony, and Nineveh stood before a massive electronic map of Tokyo. 7 or 8 red dots marked the locations of the leak zones. Their gaze darted across the map, and after some discussion and deduction, they finally settled on the Arasaka building in Shinjuku. All the underground pipes in the leak zone seemed to be connected to the building's main pipeline. Sakia tapped her finger on the Arasaka building on the map. The most likely epicenter of the incident is right here. Tony stood beside her, his gaze sharp as a knife, fixed on the red dot on the map. We need to go there and see what's going on. Due to a shortage of manpower, Cheyenne decided to join the operation personally. She turned to Sheena, her eyes revealing a hint of trust. Miss Sheena, I leave the intelligence and battlefield operations to you. Her words were concise, but each one carried weight. Is it all right, Miss Cheyenne? You're going to do it yourself. Sakia was surprised. Hayato gave me this, don't worry. Cheyenne took out her knight armor belt and waved it at Shakia. I understand. Be careful, Cheyenne. Shakia knew what it was. Sheena stood at the control console, her eyes revealing a hint of determination. She nodded, I do it. Her voice was calm, yet it carried the weight of the responsibility she was about to shoulder. Her fingers danced rapidly on the keyboard, mobilizing all available surveillance and communication resources in preparation for the upcoming operation. Shakia, Tony, and Nineveh quickly gathered their gear and prepared to depart. Each of them knew they were about to enter the heart of a potential catastrophe. As the doors to the command center slowly closed, they disappeared at the end of the corridor, leaving only Sheena busy at the console and the ever-flickering data streams on the screen. All helicopters had been requisitioned, leaving the group with no choice but to drive to the Arasaka building. But as they approached Shinjuku, they found the road ahead choked by chaotic traffic and panicked citizens. Looks like we have to walk, Shakia sighed and said to Cheyenne. It looks like this is going to be a terrible night. Cheyenne pulled over and, along with the others, donned gas masks and got out to walk. Faced with the chaos ahead, the group exchanged glances and resolutely stepped into the scene. Their footsteps echoed on the polluted streets, surrounded by abandoned vehicles and fleeing people. A pungent odor filled the air, reminding them of the severity of the pollution. On the chaotic streets of Tokyo, Eiji and Ichiro, clad in knight armor, and members of the Arasaka mobile unit were surrounded by a horde of monsters, their situation dire. Their ammunition was dwindling, and the monsters' attacks were only intensifying. Just then, Shakia and her group arrived. Shakia quickly assessed the battlefield and consulted Cheyenne. It's Eiji and his team. We need to support them. Permission granted. Everyone, attack. Tony, guns in both hands, and a greatsword slung behind him, struck decisively. His twin pistols streaked through the air, their bullets accurately striking the charging monsters. As the monsters closed in, he drew his greatsword, its blade gleaming with a cold light. Each swing carried a resounding piercing sound as he slashed the monsters. Nineveh, on the other hand, relied on her mechanical soul double to fight. Her double weaved through the swarm of monsters, its energy pulsing gently through the air, each strike accurately targeting the monster's weak points. Simultaneously, she unleashed beams of mechanical soul energy, beams emanating from her hands, piercing the monsters' bodies and inflicting immense damage. Sakia harnessed the mechanical soul energy to enhance her physical abilities, her movements swift and powerful. In her hand, she clutched the Rhea sword given to her by Cheyenne, fortified by mechanical soul energy and gleaming with a blue glow. Sakia wielded the Rhea sword, its blade slicing graceful arcs through the air, each cut striking the monster's vital points with pinpoint accuracy. Cheyenne remained aloft, providing vision, support, and command. Her gaze was sharp as she coordinated the team's movements through the communicator. Nineveh, more monsters are approaching from the left. Sakia, watch your back. Eiji glimpsed Sakia's figure during the battle, and a flicker of joy flashed in his eyes. Sakia. His voice tinged with excitement. You arrived just in time. Sakia nodded, a hint of urgency in her eyes. We don't have time to talk, Eiji. We must eliminate these monsters quickly. With the support of Sakia, Tony, and Nineveh, Eiji and Ichiro's pressure was relieved. Fighting side by side, they repelled the monsters' attacks. After the battle, Eiji panted, his eyes filled with gratitude. Thank you for your support, Shakia. Your arrival has given us the courage to continue fighting. Swager's executor. Thank you for your assistance. Ichiro saluted the group. Shakia sheathed her sword, her eyes resolute. We have a more important mission, Eiji. We must go to Arasaka building and investigate the truth behind this disaster. Eiji and Ichiro were both shocked when Shakia and her group mentioned going to Arasaka building to investigate the cause. They exchanged glances, recalling Sato Ryuta's hasty departure earlier. He had mentioned going to the building to investigate something, and they seemed to sense something was amiss. You're going to Arasaka building? Eiji's voice was tinged with uncertainty, his gaze searching Shakia's resolute face for an answer. Shakia nodded. Yes, we think that might be the key to this incident. Ichiro gripped his weapon tightly, a hint of worry in his eyes. Our superior, Mr. Sato, seemed to have said earlier. He needed to personally investigate something. Could it be? Even Arasaka's own men seemed to have noticed something was amiss. Cheyenne then joined the conversation, her voice calm but powerful. It might be too late to stop the leak now. The scale is too large. Our most important task now is to evacuate the people and prevent further casualties. Eiji and Ichiro nodded, understanding the truth of Cheyenne's words. We will do our best to maintain order and eliminate the monsters while evacuating the people, Eiji said with a firmness in his voice. Shakia's eyes were resolute. We will not allow this disaster to spread further. Tony and Nineveh also nodded. They knew this battle would require the strength of every one of them. We will find the cause of this incident and stop it. Tony's voice was firm. His gaze lingered on Eiji and Ichiro for a moment, then he turned and followed Shakia. Nini retracted her mechanical soul substitute and said, "Let's go. Time waits for no one." According to Eiji and his companions, traffic to Shinjuku was blocked, and cars were definitely not an option. They could provide the Arasaka mobile unit with surplus walking drones. These drones are specifically designed for disaster relief and can maneuver across complex terrain. After thanking Eiji and his companions, Shakia, Tony, Ninive, and Cheyenne boarded the walking drones and headed towards the Arasaka building. Eiji and Ichiro continued to lead the Arasaka mobile unit in maintaining order amidst the chaos, eliminating monsters, and evacuating as many people as possible. Chapter 640. At a secluded location outside Tokyo, a military transport helicopter landed in the woods, and out stepped Tessa and the 10 members of Team K. Tessa used her resources and influence to borrow the transport helicopter from the Gale Nation Army and quickly brought Team K, who were on a mission out in the area, to the outskirts of Tokyo. Tessa's captain, Old K, said to Tessa, "I didn't expect you to pick us up this time. It seems we're really short on manpower." "Yes, the cult and the Arasaka group have pulled a big nut this time. I'm afraid even Swigger can't handle it all. We must unite again," Tessa replied. "Hey, Saki has been injured too. Can we handle it?" Operator J asked nervously. "It's okay. My intelligence indicates that the high-powered unit stationed at the arsenal has been withdrawn." Tessa pointed to the brightly lit arsenal in the distance. It was here that she had rescued Sakia last time. "I heard there was a clan contamination incident in downtown Tokyo," Jay said with some concern. "Not only that, I'm afraid this place is also doomed. This presents us with an opportunity." "Let's go," Tessa said, heading for the vehicle. Although she wasn't a member of Swigger, she would be working with their combat team on an urgent hostage rescue operation. With the vehicle ready at the landing site, Tessa and Team K quickly launched into action. Using the cover of darkness and the chaos, they infiltrated the arsenal. In the arsenal outside Tokyo, panic enveloped Li Jiai, Longsheng, and Bruce like an invisible shadow. The massive infection in the city had spread here. The sounds of battle and the roars of monsters echoed, their hearts racing, and a sense of unease spread throughout the cell. Li Jiai's voice trembled as she pressed herself against the cold wall, seeking a glimmer of safety. "Is anyone there? Help us!" Her voice echoed through the empty corridor, but aside from the distant sounds of fighting, no one responded. Longsheng's face paled as he peered through the peephole of his cell and witnessed a guard being brutally murdered by a scaly monster. His hands gripped the iron bars tightly, his knuckles white from the strain. "We have to do something. We can't just sit there and die." Bruce, though forcing himself to remain calm, trembled slightly with fear, his voice nearly drowned out by the noise outside. "Does anyone hear us?" "We're here." However, their cries for help fell on deaf ears. The guards outside, overwhelmed by their own efforts, fell one by one to the monster's attacks. The chaos within the arsenal made any rescue effort impossible. "Bruce, forget it. There are more and more monsters. Stop screaming." Longsheng collapsed to the ground, looking disappointed. "Yeah, those guards are too busy to take care of themselves." Li Jiai also tried to persuade Bruce. The hope of Li Jiai, Longsheng, and Bruce gradually faded. The roars of the monsters grew louder outside the cell. They stopped crying for help, fearing it would attract more monsters. The iron door of the cell, once a shackle that bound them, now became an unexpected refuge. The monsters wandered the corridors, searching for more prey, but they didn't notice this forgotten corner. Suddenly, the monster was pierced by several energy blasts, and Tessa and Team K appeared. Their movements were swift and coordinated, their multi-gun switched to energy sword mode, slicing through the cell door. The three men saw Team K's sudden appearance, their eyes flashing with surprise, especially when they saw Tessa from Team Fox. She had replaced Sakia, fighting alongside Team K. "We're here. Don't panic, kids." Old K reassured the three as he sliced through the iron door. K's energy sword sparked on the cell door, melting the metal in the intense heat. The lock was severed with a piercing scream. "Get out of the way." The iron door lock was slashed, and Tessa kicked it open. Longsheng and the other two saw that Team K and Tessa were all wearing gas masks. Soon, each of them was given a mask. Quick, this way. Tessa quickly had the three put on their masks and evacuate the cell. Her gaze swept over Li Jiai and the other two, ensuring they were all safe. Li Jiai was the first to burst out of the cell, her face etched with urgency. Longsheng and Bruce followed closely behind. The buildings had been utterly ravaged by the monster's attack. Flames erupted from shattered windows, and black smoke curled into the night sky. Led by Team K and Tessa, Longsheng, Bruce, and Li Jiai set out from their cells and made their way through the chaotic sea of fire. As they ran, Longsheng inquired about the situation outside. Tessa explained to Longsheng, Bruce, and Li Jiai, there's a massive leak of familiar material in Tokyo, and it's affecting even here. Longsheng's brow furrowed, his voice tinged with anxiety. So what do we do now? Tessa replied succinctly, the situation in the city is currently being handled by the executors, Team Fox, the Self-Defense Forces, and the Gale Nation Army. Our mission is to rescue you. This is Shine's request. Li Jiai's eyes flickered with hope. That's wonderful. Tessa nodded, her voice reassuring. Now we need to focus on escaping here. Bruce glanced around warily. Where did these monsters come from? The leak of the familiar material caused the mutations, Tessa explained. They were originally ordinary citizens and soldiers, but now they've been transformed by the contaminants. This is straight out of a disaster movie. This is too outrageous. Longsheng shuddered. Alas, we all seen Sakia pilot a giant robot to fight monsters, and Nineveh even transformed into a giant. Disaster movies are still so imaginative, Li Jiai grumbled. The members of Team K continued to clear obstacles ahead, their multi-guns raking through the hordes of monsters, clearing a path. The cells were located deep within the armory. They first passed through a narrow corridor, its walls riddled with scratches and bullet holes, testament to the fierce battles that had taken place. Their footsteps echoed on the concrete floor, and the monsters followed the sound. Tessa, shotgun in hand, led the rearguard, repelling the pursuing monsters one by one. However, upon reaching the square between the factory buildings, they encountered a monster unlike any they had encountered before. This monster, a fusion of multiple ordinary monsters, was enormous and incredibly powerful. Its surface was rough, and slime constantly dripped from the fusion lines, emitting a sickening odor. It looks like the Arasaka security guards outside were also killed by this monster. This isn't a good sign. Operator J raised his gun and looked at the massive monster, surrounded by the bodies of the fallen guards. K Squad, prepare for battle. Old K ordered. The members of K's squad quickly dispersed, attempting to attack the combined monster from different angles. Chapter 641. Firelight and shadows intertwined as Tessa and Team K faced a massive enemy formed from the fusion of multiple monsters. Tessa's composite rifles unleashed energy beams, leaving charred streaks on the monster's body, but seemingly causing no substantial damage. Tessa's gaze remained resolute as she quickly drew her high-vibration particle blade, its blade gleaming blue in the dim light. Her other hand tightly gripped a shotgun as she charged forward to engage the monster. The monster towered over Tessa and Team K, nearly 4 or 5 meters tall, massive yet clumsy in its movements. Its skin was rough, and from the cracks in its hands, venom and poisonous mist continuously sprayed, creating a dangerous area. Tessa's members dared not approach, instead firing from a distance, attempting to weaken the behemoth. Tessa, however, displayed remarkable courage and skill. Her skill and boldness drew the monster's attention. Her figure moved swiftly across the battlefield, her high-vibration particle blades slicing streaks of blue light through the air. Each swing focused the monster's attention on her. Keep your distance. I draw its fire. Tessa's voice was firm and powerful. Tessa's strategy gave them a valuable opportunity to deal damage. Her high-vibration particle blades slashed across the monster's body, slicing through its carapace wherever the blade passed. However, due to the protection of this carapace, the attack was not very effective. Tessa's gun also continuously spewed out tongues of flame, and bullets left trails on the monster's body. She moved swiftly, rolling and jumping to precisely avoid the monster's attacks, while continuously inflicting fatal damage with her blade and gun. However, this monster's defenses were indeed exceptional. Heavy weaponry would likely be required to break it, but that wasn't possible right now. After several rounds of fighting, Tessa sliced through the monster's fusion line, sending it retreating in pain. This seems to be its weak spot, Tessa realized. Concentrate fire, attack its fusion line. Not missing a single detail, Tessa decisively issued the order. Tessa's high-vibration particle blades slashed through the air, tracing the fusion line. Old K, standing on the team's flank, switched his compound rifle to an energy sword and rushed forward to help Tessa contain the monster. His sword slashed along the monster's fusion line, each cut accompanied by a painful roar from the creature. He rang out, "J, your left. H and M, cover." The battle continued, the monster's attacks intensifying. Its massive body tore through the factory, sending flames and debris flying everywhere. The members of Team K nimbly dodged the monster's attacks, while constantly searching for opportunities to counterattack. Operator J quickly moved to the monster's left, his multi-gun blasting out flames as he aimed at the fusion line. Bullets streaked across the monster's body. Operators H and M flanked the team, engaging Operator J in a crossfire. "Keep the fire. Don't let it get close," OK ordered. The other operators provided cover from behind, forming a formation to encircle and destroy the large monster. "Hold the formation. Don't give it a chance to breathe," Tessa shouted, her figure moving swiftly across the battlefield, seeking opportunities to attack the monster's weaknesses and weaken it. Tessa and Team K worked in perfect harmony, and the monster's attack began to falter. In a violent explosion, a portion of the monster's body was blown apart, revealing an internal weakness. Tessa's eyes locked onto her target amidst the chaos. Her high-vibration particle blade flashed a cold light in the firelight, striking the monster's vitals. The blade pierced the monster's tough skin, piercing its core. Finally, with a final, painful roar, the monster collapsed into the rubble. After the battle, Tessa and the members of Team K found a moment of peace. They leaned against the ruined wall, their breaths rapid, but their eyes gleamed with triumph. The air was thick with the tension of post-battle, yet also with a touch of relaxed satisfaction. "Is everyone okay?" K's voice was tinged with concern. The team members responded one by one, their voices tinged with fatigue, yet also with a touch of relief. Operator J leaned against the wall, his fingers gently massaging his temples, trying to ease the tension of the battle. "I'm fine, Captain. Just a little dizzy." Tessa stood aside, her high-vibration particle sword sheathed, her gaze scanning the battlefield, ensuring no threats were missed. Her voice came through the communicator, calm yet powerful. "We can't stay here for long. More monsters may be waiting for us." The pedestrians took a moment to catch their breath and continued forward, passing through the burning factory building toward the exit. As they and the three of them approached the exit, a sudden monster attack shook the entire arsenal. Falling building materials rained down like a torrential rain, separating Tessa, Li Jiayi, and the others from Team K. Dust and smoke filled the air, severely obstructing vision. Only scattered flashes of firelight pierced through the obstructions, illuminating the scene before them. Through the chaos, Captain K's voice came through the communicator, anxious but resolute. "Tessa, how's the situation over there? Li Jiayi, Bruce, Longsheng, are you all safe?" His voice was faint against the background noise, but still clearly audible. Tessa responded quickly, her eyes warily scanning the surroundings, ensuring she had missed any potential threats. "We're safe for now, but we have to rendezvous by another route," she said, remaining calm despite the danger. Operator J's voice then rang out, a hint of nervousness. "Tessa, do you need backup? Let's see if we can break through these obstacles." "It's okay. Hold your position. We find a way out," Tessa replied. Suddenly, a loud bang interrupted the conversation. Amidst the sea of fire and smoke, a towering artificial familiar slowly emerged, its figure appearing even more terrifying in the dim light. Its form was horrifyingly twisted. Its skin had an unnatural metallic sheen, as if composed of countless pieces of mechanical and biological tissue. Perhaps an upgraded version of the fusion monster encountered previously, it had even absorbed the inorganic matter and weapons present here as its own structure. This artificial familiar's head resembled a human skull, while its eye sockets held something like two crimson light bulbs, emitting an eerie glow. Its limbs were thick and powerful, their joints riddled with sharp metallic spikes, and every movement produced a chilling grinding sound. Several pairs of enormous wing-like structures sprouted from its back, slowly flapping in the air, stirring up gusts of foul wind. This artificial familiar was more than just a living being. It was more like a war machine crafted by an unknown force, its very existence a threat to humanity. "It's you?" Old K called the team members to prepare for battle. Team K was forced to retreat while using firepower to contain the massive monster, buying time for Tessa and the others to escape. "Everyone, be careful. I take the children to shelter first, and will be back to support you shortly." Tessa's voice came through the communicator to Old K and the other operators. Chapter 642. Tessa led Longsheng, Li Jiayi, and Bruce through another passageway in the collapsed factory building, her eyes alert, weapons in hand ready to respond to any enemy. The dim light in the passage stretched their shadows, and each step carried a heavy echo. "Follow me, and don't make too much noise," Tessa whispered, her voice echoing in the narrow space. Longsheng held Li Jiao's hand tightly, their eyes revealing uneasiness, yet also trust in Tessa. Bruce followed closely behind, his breathing rapid, but his steps firm. Along the way, they encountered several waves of enemies. However, the high-vibration particle long sword slashed through the air, streaking blue light like a meteor across the night sky. With exceptional combat skills and calm judgment, Tessa quickly dispatched them. Clean and efficient, Tessa's tactics were flawless, without a single unnecessary movement. This way. After clearing the obstacles, Tessa pointed to a half-open vent. She easily removed the grill, revealing a passage wide enough for one person to pass through. "This vent will lead us to a safe place." Longsheng, Li Jiao, and Bruce climbed into the vent one by one, followed closely by Tessa. The passage was filled with the smell of metal and dust, and their breathing was particularly clear in the narrow space. After a difficult crawl, they finally arrived at a huge hangar. Inside, a massive humanoid mobile weapon was being assembled. Its appearance was imposing and full of power. "You guys take shelter here for a while. I go support Team K." Tessa pointed to the vent, her voice firm. "This vent is safe for humans, but not for large monsters. It's relatively safe." Longsheng, Li Jiao, and Bruce looked up at the massive mobile weapon, their eyes gleaming with surprise. This weapon seemed to be the secret weapon of the Arasaka group. Aside from some of the outer armor, it was essentially complete. Tessa pulled a few bottles of energy drinks from her backpack and handed them to the three. "You had a hard time on this trip. Have something to drink and replenish your energy." The three took the drinks, their eyes lit with gratitude. Tessa was about to activate the gate at the other end of the hangar to exit, when a loud bang erupted from the other end. The hangar wall began to crack and crumble. Through the gaps in the crumbling wall, they saw the massive steel fusion monster from earlier. Team K's battle with it had spread to this area. This hangar was, after all, a factory, not a military base, and the walls were just ordinary concrete. "Damn, isn't this place safe anymore?" Longsheng sighed, somewhat dejected. "Don't panic, there's still somewhere to hide." Tessa quickly led the three of them to a platform and flipped a switch. Knowing this place would soon become a battlefield, Tessa quickly took the three of them to the mobile weapons cockpit via an elevator. Tessa stood in front of the cockpit, her eyes scanning the console, searching for the start switch. Her fingers wandered over the complex array of buttons and switches, finally landing on a red one. Without hesitation, she pressed it. Sure enough, with a gentle mechanical creak, the cockpit door slowly opened, revealing the complex interface within. Tessa quickly checked the equipment inside, ensuring everything was functioning properly. "Come in," Tessa said to the three, her voice tinged with urgency. Longsheng, Li Jiao, and Bruce entered the cockpit one after another, their eyes darting across the various instruments and screens, their eyes filled with surprise and curiosity. Tessa quickly instructed them on how to use the equipment, her voice clear and powerful. "This operating system is the same as our Fox team's aircraft. You should be able to pick it up quickly," Tessa explained, tapping her finger on the control panel to activate the cabin's lighting. "There's plenty of food and water, as well as life support equipment. You should be safe here." Tessa's operation was deft and swift. She activated the ventilation system, allowing the air to circulate throughout the cabin. With the influx of fresh air, the three could breathe more easily. "Wait here for me. I'll be back as soon as possible." Tessa's voice was firm and powerful, her eyes revealing a hint of determination. Longsheng, Li Jiao, and Bruce nodded, their eyes filled with trust and reliance on Tessa. Tessa closed the hatch, turned, and rushed to the battlefield. The battle between Team K and the steel fusion monster had entered a fierce stage. Old K stood at the front of the team, his compound rifle switched to an energy sword, and together with Tessa, he held the monster at close range. "Concentrate fire. Attack its fusion line." Tessa's voice was firm and powerful. She moved swiftly across the battlefield, her high-vibration particle long sword slicing blue rays through the air, each strike drawing the monster's attention to her. However, the attack had no desired effect. The fusion line was no longer a weak point, and their attacks fell on deaf ears, causing no ripples. The monster's skin had fused with steel, becoming even harder. The carapace at the fusion line seemed to have undergone some kind of reinforcement, leaving only shallow marks from bullets and energy swords. It was as if they were attacking a steel colossus. A flash of surprise crossed Tessa's eyes, but it quickly gave way to calmness. She knew they had to find a new weakness, otherwise they would be powerless to defeat this monster. The members of Team K quickly dispersed, attempting to attack the combined monster from different angles of the battlefield. Operator J quickly moved to the monster's left, his multi-gun firing continuously, aiming at the fusion line. Bullets streaked across the monster, but had little effect. Operators H and M, stationed on either side of the square, engaged in a crossfire with Operator J. "Keep the fire, don't let it get close," ordered Old K. The other operators provided cover from behind, forming a formation to encircle and destroy the large monster. "Stay in formation. Don't give it a break," Tessa shouted, her figure moving swiftly across the battlefield, searching for opportunities to attack the monster's weak points and weaken it. The members of Team K quickly dispersed, attempting to attack the combined monster from different angles. Operator J quickly moved to the monster's left side, his multi-gun blasting out a continuous stream of flames. Bullets left streaks on the monster, but the effect was minimal. After Tessa discovered the monster's weakness was no longer the fusion line, she could only defeat it head-on. After each attack, the monster separated its various body parts, simultaneously suppressing those attacking from different angles. This revealed a strange core within its body. Knowing no time to lose, Tessa fired a shot at the core with her Remington shotgun. Sure enough, the core was blocked by the monster's rapid withdrawal of a limb. It seemed it was consciously protecting this spot. This seemed to be its weak point. Tessa shared this intelligence with all the operators on the battlefield. "We need to pin this thing down. Expose its core," Old K suggested. "Exactly." Tessa dodged the attack and surveyed her surroundings. This plaza was a storage area for goods, with several crane booms surrounding it. It looked like something worth using. Chapter 643. Tessa's voice came through the communicator, calm yet powerful. "Spread out and lure its limbs under the crane boom." Her instructions were clear, each word like a carefully calculated chess piece, falling on the battlefield, guiding Team K's every move. Team K's members quickly dispersed. Operators J, H, and M attacked the monster from different directions, forcing it to distract its attention. Operators C, F, and D also attacked the monster from different directions, forcing it to detach its limbs and attack them. Old K and the remaining 3 team members also launched an attack around the cargo compartment. The monster seemed to sense the threat and began to struggle frantically, trying to break free from Team K's encirclement. However, under Tessa's command, the team members coordinated flawlessly. Each movement further dispersed the monster's limbs, and eventually, parts of the monster were lured under several crane booms. "Prepare for explosion." Tessa's voice rang out again, a flicker of determination in her eyes. Following her command, the team simultaneously detonated the explosives pre-placed on the crane arm. A deafening explosion erupted, and amidst a hail of flames and smoke, the crane arm collapsed, crushing the monster's limbs. The monster let out a deafening roar, its limbs pinned down, unable to move. At that moment, its core was completely exposed to Tessa and the others, leaving no chance for retreat. Tessa clutched her high-vibration particle blade, her figure swiftly moving across the battlefield. The moment the monster's core was exposed, Tessa leaped high, her blade slicing a streak of blue light through the air, striking directly at the monster's core. The long sword pierced the monster's skin, piercing its core. The creature shuddered in agony for the last time, its entire body convulsing violently. Finally, the monster collapsed into the rubble, its body shattered into countless fragments, scattered across the square. Tessa and Team K had just concluded a fierce battle with the steel fusion monster. The members were exhausted, their bodies still bearing the scars of battle. They were preparing to head to the mobile weapons location to retrieve Li Jiai and the other 2. However, just as they were about to depart, 2 more of the same massive fusion monsters emerged from the destroyed arsenal. The appearance of these 2 monsters instantly froze the already tense atmosphere. They were even larger than the previous monsters, their skin covered in a thick layer of metal armor, a perfect fusion of steel and biology. Tessa stood at the front of the group, her eyes calm and determined, the high-vibration particle longsword in her hand gleaming coldly in the moonlight. "This is a headache. There's nothing here to hold them back," Tessa said, looking around. "Captain, we're probably not in our current state to repel them." Operator J's voice was tinged with anxiety, and his words also put pressure on the other team members. Captain K frowned, his gaze sweeping over the 2 monsters before finally settling on Tessa. "Tessa, what are your thoughts?" Tessa took a deep breath, a plan already in mind. "I plan to distract them alone, and let you take Li Jiai and the other 2 and escape." K was silent for a moment. He understood the implications of Tessa's decision, but he also knew it was the best option at the moment. He nodded. Okay, I agree. But Tessa, don't force it. Tessa seemed quite at ease. Don't worry, old K. I be careful. Walking alone towards the two monsters, Tessa's figure looked particularly lonely in the moonlight. The monsters' eyes were fixed on Tessa, as if they sensed a threat from her. As Tessa approached, the monsters began to slowly approach her, their footsteps heavy and powerful, each step shaking the ground. Tessa knew she had to keep the two monsters' attention focused on her to buy Team K time to escape. The Remington shotgun blasted with flames, leaving streaks of bullets on the monsters' bodies. Although these attacks did limited damage to the monsters, they succeeded in attracting their attention. The monsters roared in anger, their bodies lunging towards Tessa. Tessa nimbly rolled to avoid them, constantly using her shotgun to distract them. Her movements were swift and precise, and each shot stalled the monster's advance. The battle intensified, and Tessa's strength steadily depleted. But she had only one thought in mind. She had to persevere and buy Team K enough time. As the battle progressed, Tessa gradually led the monsters away from the ruins of the arsenal and into an open area. The moonlight was brighter here, providing Tessa with a better view. She took advantage of the changing terrain, constantly shifting her position, trying to find the monsters' weaknesses. After holding them back for about 5 minutes, Tessa estimated that Team K had already escaped with Li Jiai and the others. She no longer wanted to tangle with these two and prepared to withdraw from the battlefield. But surprisingly, these two creatures didn't seem ready to let Tessa go. It seemed they were determined to exact revenge here, having previously killed their companion. Even after Tessa stopped trying to hold them back, they continued to pursue her relentlessly. Even for Tessa, escaping these two without injury in a short period of time wouldn't be easy. Tessa's heart sank, knowing she had to find an opportunity to escape the monster's pursuit. Just as Tessa was in dire straits, the ground suddenly began to shake from afar. Her heart tightened, and she quickly turned, her gaze fixed on the source of the vibrations. In the distance, a massive figure gradually emerged, its silhouette appearing particularly imposing in the moonlight. What's that? Tessa's voice was tinged with surprise, her hand tightly gripping her shotgun, ready to respond to any potential threat. The shaking intensified, the ground began to tremble slightly, and dust began to rise. Tessa's gaze was fixed on the massive figure. Although she felt a sense of unease, she was also filled with anticipation for the upcoming turnaround. Suddenly, a massive figure rushed over at astonishing speed, its arms swinging like two massive hammers as it slammed into one of the monsters. The immense force sent the creature flying dozens of meters, where it landed heavily on the ground with a resounding thud. Tessa looked closely, and saw it was the massive humanoid weapon. Team K had also arrived at the scene. Startled, Tessa asked Team K what was going on. Old K's voice was tinged with urgency. Tessa, this is an emergency. We discovered that this weapon has been partially charged. While it lacks a weapon, it can be used as a heavy weight to subdue monsters. Li Jiai and the other three are currently operating it. This mobile weapon requires multiple personnel, and its systems are semi-automatic, so even these three, new to it, can get the robot moving. Tessa's heart surged with joy, knowing she was no longer fighting alone. She quickly adjusted her tactics and, together with the members of Team K, formed a powerful battle formation. Hold it. Expose its core. Tessa shouted to the three. Okay. Watch us. At the same time, the mobile weapon operated by Li Jiai, and the other two began to exert its might. Its arms swung, attacking the monsters repeatedly. The monsters were thrown off balance by the sudden attack, and their offensive began to fail. Tessa and the members of Team K seized the opportunity to launch a fierce attack, their bullets and energy swords leaving deep marks on the monsters. Under the suppression of the mobile weapon, the monsters' cores gradually became exposed. Now! Tessa's Remington shotgun blasted with flames, striking directly at the core of one of the monsters. After taking care of one, the other would be easy. Tessa's members followed suit, delivering a fatal blow, their weapons inflicting fatal damage to the cores of both monsters. Finally, under the attacks of Tessa and Team K, the cores of both monsters exploded, their bodies shattering into countless fragments, scattering across the battlefield. Chapter 644. Moonlight streamed down upon the ruins of the arsenal, illuminating the devastated battlefield. Team K, Tessa, and the others stood amidst the wreckage, their figures appearing weary yet resolute in the moonlight. The traces of battle were everywhere, broken metal, burning wreckage, and the remains of defeated monsters. The air was thick with the smell of gunpowder and metal. We can finally leave, Operator J breathed a sigh of relief. His voice carried a hint of fatigue, but more of a sense of relief. Tessa nodded, her gaze sweeping across the battlefield, ensuring no threats were missed. She turned to look at Li Jiai and the other two. They stood a short distance away, their faces shrouded in fear, but upon seeing Tessa's gaze, they nodded, confirming their safety. "Let's go! Swager's car is on its way." Tessa's voice was calm and powerful, and she began leading the group towards the arsenal's exit. They passed through the burning factory, shattering concrete and metal fragments beneath their feet, each step making a dull thud. Tessa walked in front, her Remington shotgun still clutched, ready to respond to any danger. The members of Team K followed closely behind, their steps heavy but still vigilant. Li Jiai and the other two emerged from the robot and followed at the end of the group. Their eyes occasionally glanced at the surrounding ruins, seemingly still reeling from the recent battle. But there was also a hint of determination on their faces, as if they had accepted everything. Finally, they emerged from the ruins of the arsenal and arrived at an open space. In the distance, Swager's support vehicle, with its lights on, approached them. It was a modified military truck, painted with the Swager logo and equipped with a searchlight and machine gun on its roof. "We're here," Old K breathed a sigh of relief, looking back at the others with a faint smile. "Thank you for your hard work, everyone." "That's good. My mission is accomplished," Tessa replied. Just as everyone was about to board the support vehicle, Tessa suddenly stopped. Her eyes fell on the giant humanoid weapon not far away. This weapon had played a vital role in the previous battle, and its presence made Tessa realize that it was a valuable trophy. "Wait a moment," Tessa said, turning to Old K, her voice tinged with seriousness. "We need to take that weapon with us." Old K was momentarily taken aback, then understood what Tessa meant. "You mean, take it as a trophy?" Tessa nodded. "Indeed. This weapon is clearly no ordinary weapon. It could be a secret project of the Arasaka group. We need to take it back for research. If there's no space in Swager, we can tow it to our Fox team hangar." Old K was silent for a moment, then nodded. "We don't really have a suitable hangar in the Tokyo branch." "Okay, I contact Sheena right away, and have them send a truck and a transport plane." Tessa smiled slightly. She knew Old K was a sensible person, and understood her decision. She turned to look at the massive humanoid weapon, its silhouette appearing particularly imposing in the moonlight. Although it was only a work in progress, its existence seemed to reveal that other forces, led by the Arasaka group, were also preparing to take action in the face of the familiar crisis. "Sheena, this is K. We need you to send a large truck and a transport plane. We need to recover a giant robot from the Arasaka group." K's voice came through the communicator, a hint of urgency in his tone. "Roger, K. I make arrangements immediately," Sheena replied, her voice tinged with surprise, but more with trust. Tessa and Team K escorted Li Jiai and the other two to the rendezvous vehicle. The vehicle's doors closed, the engine started, and the headlights illuminated the road ahead. Tessa stood beside the vehicle, watching it slowly drive away. "Next, you will be taken to the underground base of the Swager Tokyo branch for protection." Tessa's voice came through the window, a hint of comfort in her voice. "There you will be safe." Li Jiai and the other two nodded, a touch of gratitude on their faces. Although they were still unclear about the current situation in downtown Tokyo, they knew that Tessa and Team K were trustworthy. The Swager underground base was also safe. The vehicle slowly started and drove towards the Swager Tokyo branch. Moonlight shone on the car, casting a silver glow. Tessa stood there, watching the car drive away until it disappeared into the night. "We should return too. But I stay to meet the recovery team." Old K's voice broke the silence. There was a hint of fatigue in his voice, but more of a firmness. Tessa nodded, turning to Old K and the other team members. "You go ahead. Old K and I will wait for and meet the recovery team." "Roger." The other members of Team K boarded another support vehicle and drove towards the Swager Tokyo branch. "What should we do next?" Old K's voice broke the silence, a hint of anticipation in his voice as he watched the other team members walk away. Tessa smiled faintly. "Next, we need to discuss the ownership of this weapon with Schwager." "I see. Since it's a joint trophy we captured, you have to discuss it with Cheyenne later." Old K recognized Tessa's business personality. "Of course. Let's get it over there first." At this moment, Sakia and her group were still heading towards Arasaka headquarters. Sakia, Tony, Cheyenne, and Nineveh had been walking for some time through the chaotic streets, weaving between the jumbled cars, each step cautious. Despite the shrouded darkness, their gaze remained steadfast as they sped towards the Arasaka building in Shinjuku. As they advanced, they heard cries for help. Sakia immediately signaled everyone to stop, listening intently to identify the source. There's movement over there. Let's go check it out. Shakia pointed in the direction of the cries for help, her voice tinged with urgency. The four of them quickly ran toward the source of the sound. Turning a corner, they were met with a scene that made their hearts tighten. A group of monsters was besieging a group of people, police, military, and firefighters, trapped behind an overturned bus, their situation precarious. Hurry, we have to help them. Shakia rushed forward, her mechanical power entwined in her hands and feet, gleaming brightly. Tony followed closely behind, his gunshot echoing in the night sky as bullets rained down on the monsters. Cheyenne quickly found a commanding position and began providing fire support for Shakia and Tony with her rifle. Each of her rounds landed precisely on the monsters' heads, effectively halting their movements. Nineve used her incredibly powerful mechanical double to join her original form in a pincer attack, leaving the monsters defenseless. This group of people was rescued. Chapter 645. With the help of Sakia and her team, the police, military, and firefighters gradually regained their footing. They began cooperating with Sakia and her team to fight the monsters. After a fierce battle, the monsters were finally repelled, and everyone breathed a sigh of relief. Thank you. If you hadn't arrived in time, we would have been in danger, a police officer said gratefully to Sakia. After Sakia, Tony, Cheyenne, and Nineveh rescued the trapped police, military, and firefighters, Cheyenne revealed her identity as a swagger. Her eyes revealed a hint of urgency. Everyone, quickly seek shelter. The defense forces and the swagger team will handle the rest. The police thanked Sakia and her team, their eyes filled with gratitude and respect. After their thanks, the police quickly left the scene and evacuated to a safe area under military escort. The four continued their journey towards the Arasaka building in Shinjuku, breaking through the monsters' encirclement along the way. When they reached the block within sight of the Arasaka building, three figures suddenly descended from the sky, blocking their path. These three were none other than the apostles of the order: Satkiel, Shamhiel, and Israfil. It seems our prey has finally arrived. Satkiel's voice was deep and magnetic, a double-bladed sword in his hand, its hilt gleaming with an eerie light. Hey, who's here? A defeated enemy? Tony replied jokingly. Then let's give it a try. Shamshiel's voice carried a hint of cunning, her gaze fixed on Sakia and her companions. With a wave of her hands, the surroundings seemed to distort. Sakia understood that this was Shamshel's spatial domain ability taking effect. Then, Shamshel's voice vanished. This is my domain. The infinite city. Shamshel's voice echoed through the maze. In this domain, you will never find the exit. Oh no! Everyone, we must find that woman quickly and defeat her to escape this domain. Cheyenne, having read the report on Team K's battle with Sham's Hell, knew of his abilities. Understood. Sakia and her group quickly stood back to back, observing their surroundings warily. Act together, Tony whispered. They knew this was an unprecedented challenge. At that moment, the figures of Sakiel and Israfil suddenly appeared from various corners of the maze. Sakiel's double-bladed sword flashed with a cold light, and he approached Tony like a ghost, launching a fierce attack. Tony reacted quickly, firing his weapon repeatedly, trying to suppress Sakiel's advance. But bullets alone weren't enough to stop Sakiel. Tony remained calm, his hand flicking, and his greatsword materialized. Sparks flew as they clashed in an instant. The two engaged in fierce melee combat within the maze-like city walls, the clash of swords a constant clashing. Tony, be careful. Don't let him lead you too far. Sakia warned. But Tony had already vanished, unable to hear Sakia's warning. Nini quickly glanced around, trying to find any trace of the apostle. Suddenly, a deep laugh echoed from behind her. Are you looking for me? Israfil's voice was tinged with a hint of teasing as his figure gradually emerged. Nini spun quickly, her mechanical double materializing beside her, ready to engage in battle. Israfil, you actually came looking for me. Are you just trying to get me into trouble? Nini's voice held a hint of coldness. Israfil smiled faintly, and an ancient talisman appeared in his hand, gleaming with an eerie light. Having acquired the Dragonkin's secret treasure, he seemed more confident than ever. As a human being, you must always make some progress. Don't underestimate me, Executor Nineve. Give me back the secret treasure. Xiaowu, hidden within Nini's body, recognized it immediately as the treasure unearthed from the ancient tomb. Xiaowu's voice was tinged with anxiety, and her eyes revealed a desire for the secret treasure. Oh! So you recognize this thing? Israfil smiled faintly, a hint of surprise in his eyes. You can't just take this thing, Nineveh responded coldly. Her mechanical soul double flashed through the air, darting straight towards Israfil. Israfil quickly chanted a spell, unleashing powerful energy blasts. This was his signature magical attack. His figure moved swiftly through the air, attempting to dodge Nineveh's attacks. Nineveh, your mechanical soul double is indeed powerful, but my magic is no pushover. Israfil's voice tinged with confidence. Xiao Wu, within Nineveh's body, offered combat advice, a hint of nervousness in her voice. Nineveh, his magic attack has a flaw. Attack from the left. Nineveh nodded, quickly adjusting her tactics and launching a fierce attack from the left. Her mechanical soul stand fainted in the air, then swerved to strike Israfil's vitals. Israfil, startled slightly, quickly retreated, attempting to dodge Nineveh's attack. But Nineveh's attack surged like a tidal wave, suffocating him. As expected of you, Israfil said with a hint of admiration, but his eyes still shone with confidence as he restrained Nineveh, escaping deeper into the infinite city. Sakya and Cheyenne stood back to back, warily observing their surroundings. They knew that Shamshil's domain abilities were immense, and they had to locate her quickly. Cheyenne took a deep breath and activated the prototype knight armor secretly developed by the Tokyo branch of Swager, which she had received from her senior and childhood friend Hayato. In an instant, she was clad in reinforced knight armor, primarily gold. This set of armor is primarily golden, gleaming with light, and the plating is exquisitely crafted and sturdy. It appears Hayato has refined the design to suit Cheyenne's figure. The helmet is dragon-shaped, with sharp horns, and beneath the eye patch, a resolute, deep gaze emanates. The armor covers the entire body, including the shoulders, arms, chest, waist, thighs, and calves. Patterns and runes are carved into the plates, and black and red accents add a sense of depth. Cheyenne, this suit suits you perfectly. Shakia exclaimed, seeing Cheyenne in this outfit for the first time. Shakia, let's attack together. Cheyenne's voice evoked a hint of determination. Shakia nodded, her spirit energy forming auras around her hands and feet, ready to strike at any moment. Do you think you can defeat me like this? Shamshil's voice echoed through the maze, her figure gradually emerging. Shamshil clutched an ancient talisman, a strange light flickering on it. Her gaze fixed on Sakya and Cheyenne, ready to unleash a powerful magical attack. Shamshil, your domain abilities are indeed formidable, but I heard you never truly encountered an executor before, have you? Shamshil's voice shone with confidence. She knew Team K had previously defeated Shamshil with their combined strength. If ordinary human warriors could handle her, she certainly wouldn't be a problem. The battle was imminent, and Sakya and Cheyenne swiftly rushed toward Shamshil. The energy of the spirit energy in Sakya's palms formed beams of light in the air, striking Shamshil's vital points. Cheyenne, taking advantage of the golden knight armor, quickly closed in on Shamshil, intending to launch a fierce melee attack. Shamshil smiled faintly, the talisman in her hand gleaming even brighter. She quickly chanted the incantation, and a powerful energy burst from the talisman, forming a massive energy barrier that blocked Shakia and Cheyenne's attacks. Your attacks have no effect on me. Shamshil's voice carried a hint of sarcasm. What's going on? Cheyenne hadn't seen such an ability in the report. Chapter 646. Sakya and Cheyenne quickly retreated, recalibrating their tactics. They discovered that after receiving the talisman, the abilities of the apostles, including Shamshil, suddenly became immensely powerful. Just as Shamshil's protective shield, previously shattered by Team K, was now impervious even to the executor's attacks, a true domain of absolute power. A breakthrough was necessary. Cheyenne, you attack from the left, I attack from the right. Sakya quickly commanded. Cheyenne nodded, her figure swiftly disappearing into the shadows of the maze. Her golden knight armor gleamed faintly in the shadows, like a flash of golden lightning, ready to strike at any moment. The long sword in her hand slashed through the air, its edge so sharp it seemed to rip the very air. Sakya, harnessing her mechanical spirit energy, moved swiftly through the air, her figure flickering like a ghost, trying to find Shamshil's weakness. Her mechanical spirit energy formed beams of light in the air, ready to strike at any moment. Shamshil smiled faintly, the talisman in her hand flickering again, and beams of energy radiating from her clan's power lashed out at Sakya. These beams were as fast and precise as lasers. Sakya dodged quickly, but the sheer force of the magical attack made her feel a little overwhelmed. She fired beams of her spirit energy into the air, attempting to block Shamshil's attacks, but the beams quickly dissipated upon contact with the energy beams. It seems you need to try harder, Shamshil said with a hint of triumph in her voice. At this moment, Cheyenne suddenly attacked from Shamshil's left. Her golden knight armor slashed through the air, and the long sword in her hand struck Shamshil's vitals. Xuan's attack was like a violent storm. Her long sword, enhanced by her golden armor, delivered each blow with immense force. The blade sliced through the air with a sharp, piercing sound, aiming for Shamshield's throat. Shamshield, startled, quickly retreated, attempting to dodge Xiwan's attack. Her figure moved rapidly through the air, attempting to create distance. But Xiwan's attack surged like a tidal wave, suffocating her breath. Xiwan's longsword slashed through the air with streaks of cold light, its edge so sharp it seemed to rip the very air. "You won't defeat me," Shamshield shouted, a hint of anger in her voice. "That's not necessarily true," Shakia responded, a hint of determination in her voice. Shamshield was indeed not so easily defeated. She unleashed a powerful fighting force, the talisman in her hand gleaming with an even brighter light. Energy beams imbued with the power of her clan once again struck Shamshield and Xiwan. Her magic barrier grew stronger, and even began to counterattack, blocking Sakia and Xian's attacks one by one. Damn it! Could the talisman on her give her such a boost? Sakia had to become even more cautious. "Sakia, I find a way." Xian, as a battlefield analyst and frontline commander, her job was to analyze the enemy's weaknesses. "You can't defeat me." Shamshield's voice tinged with anger. Her figure moved swiftly through the air, the talismans in her hands flickering, unleashing powerful magical attacks. Shamshield and Xian quickly retreated, recalibrating their tactics. They noticed that Shamshield's magic barrier had become even stronger, and even began to counterattack, blocking their attacks one by one. Shamshir used his ability to control the terrain to create a maze-like formation at any moment, trapping Sakia and Xian. "We must find her weakness," Sakia shouted, a hint of urgency in her voice. Sakia and Xian quickly retreated, rethinking their strategy. They knew that Shamshir's spell was the key. They had to first separate it from the apostle. Xian, a battlefield analyst, made a quick judgment. "We must first destroy her spell." Xian's voice was calm and decisive. Sakia nodded, her eyes fixed on the spell in Shamshir's hand. She knew this was a battle that required careful planning. "I feint and draw her attention," Xian continued, a hint of confidence in her voice. Sakia smiled slightly, knowing Xian's plan was wise. Shamshir would clearly view Xian as a weaker opponent, and this was their opportunity. "I lurk near you, waiting for her to concentrate her energy on the attack. Then I strike." A hint of determination lingered in Sakia's voice. Shamshir constantly altered the layout of the Infinite City's territory, creating a hiding place for Sakia and Xian's surprise attack. They quickly agreed on a strategy. Xian would launch a feint attack from the front, while Sakia used her spirit power to seal her aura and lurk near Xian. Xian's figure quickly vanished into the shadows of the maze, her golden knight armor gleaming faintly in the shadows, like a flash of golden lightning, ready to strike at any moment. As expected, Shamshir intended to divide and conquer them. "It looks like you and Sakia have gotten separated. So, I'm not going to be polite." Seeing that Shamshir had fallen for her trick, Xian remained calm and composed. "Do you think you can take me down? Have you forgotten how I chased you away outside the base?" Xian began to challenge her. "Humph." Shamshir waved his hand, and a whip of energy lashed out at Xian. Xian was no pushover. The long sword in her hand suddenly flashed through the air, its sharp edge piercing the air as it struck Shamshir with force. The blade brushed past Shamshir's whip of energy, sending sparks flying. Shamshir smiled faintly, and the talisman in his hand flashed again, sending beams of energy from his clan's power hurtling towards Xian. These energy beams were as fast and accurate as lasers. Xian dodged quickly, but the sheer force of the magical attack made her feel a little overwhelmed. But now that Shamshir's attention had been successfully focused on her, the first phase of the battle had been a success. Now they needed to lead her towards Sakia's location. Xian trained in the Katori Shinto-ryu swordsmanship, a style characterized by unparalleled force and direct attack on the opponent's vital points. Her technique was simple yet deadly, each strike aimed squarely at Shamshir's vital points. There was no gimmickry, only pure power and speed. Shamshir wielded an energy whip, which danced through the air like a spirit snake, emitting a sharp, ear-piercing sound. This energy whip, a magical weapon she had crafted using the power of her own clan, was agile and versatile, sometimes like a spirit snake emerging from its lair, sometimes like a gust of wind sweeping away fallen leaves. Each swing carried immense force. Xian's swordsmanship was unparalleled, her long sword slicing golden streaks through the air, striking directly at Shamshir's whip shadow. The blade and the whip met with a crisp metallic clang, sending sparks flying. Xian's attacks were like a violent storm, each one deadly, but Shamshir's whip was as nimble as a snake, always managing to evade Xian's blows at the crucial moment. Xian knew she was currently at a disadvantage. If it were an ordinary, physical whip, she could probably sever it, but this energy whip was a real headache. The next phase of the battle had to be swift. Cheyenne fought and retreated, biding her time. Chapter 647. Your swordsmanship is indeed good, but not enough. Shamshield's voice was tinged with sarcasm, her whip slicing black arcs through the air. Cheyenne snorted coldly, her long sword slicing a golden arc through the air, striking directly at Shamshield's whip shadow. The blade and the whip met again, with a crisp metallic clang and sparks flying. Shamshield's whip suddenly accelerated, wrapping around Cheyenne's long sword like a serpent, attempting to wrench it away. Cheyenne frowned, quickly retreating, and with a powerful struggle, her long sword rang with a crisp sound, successfully freeing itself from the whip's entanglement. The aftermath of the battle caused the walls of the surrounding maze streets to collapse, sending dust swirling through the air, and making the battlefield seem even more chaotic and dangerous. Cheyenne deftly withstood the apostles' fierce attacks, while nimbly guiding them towards Sakia's hiding area. Her movements were swift and precise, each dodge perfectly timed, each counterattack forcing Shamshield to lose focus. In the fierce battle, Ziyuan successfully maneuvered Shamshield's back to Shakia, creating the perfect opportunity for Shakia to launch a surprise attack. At this moment, Shakia seized a golden opportunity. While Shamshield was focused on attacking Ziyuan, she quietly focused her mechanical energy on her fist. Great mighty heavenly dragon. Shakia intended to use the ultimate move taught to her by Master Jingxi, but she also wanted to make a small improvement. The immense mechanical energy quickly coalesced in her fist, forming a rapidly spinning drill, emitting a dazzling light and powerful energy waves. Sakia clenched her fist, the swirling energy of her spirit causing a slight distortion in the surrounding air. Without Shamshield noticing, Sakia suddenly released her sealed aura and attacked Shamshield from behind. Her figure was as swift as a ghost, and the drill of her spirit energy traced a dazzling path through the air, striking Shamshield's vital points. Shamshield was slightly startled and tried to quickly retreat to avoid it, but Sakia's attack was so fast that she had no time to react effectively. With a loud bang, Sakia's fist slammed into Shamshield's protective shield. The drill of her spirit energy instantly penetrated the shield, completely shattering it. Shamshield screamed in pain, her figure swaying in the air, clearly severely injured. Without hesitation, Sakia seized the opportunity to grab the talisman from Shamshield's hand. Once the talisman left her hand, Shamshield's advantage was instantly lost. Her face instantly paled, a hint of fear in her eyes. Without the talisman's blessing, her fighting power plummeted, and she could no longer maintain her previous strength. Ziyuan, observing this, quickly seized her opportunity, her long sword swiftly following her, striking directly at Shamshield's vital points. Shamshield attempted to block with her whip, but Xiyuan's swordsmanship was unmatched, making the whip incapable of fully defending. Xiyuan's long sword traced golden streaks through the air, each swing inflicting immense pressure on Shamshield. With Sakia and Xiyuan's tacit coordination, Shamshield's magical barrier was completely shattered, and she was knocked to the ground, clearly unable to fight. The Infinite City's domain began to waver, its infinite loop and shifting space gradually collapsing, and the group finally returned to the real world. Shortly before, Tony and Nineveh had also defeated the apostles in their respective locations. After Tony was led away by Tsakiel, the two engaged in a continuous battle. Tony stood amidst the ruins, his pistols tightly gripped, his gaze fixed on Tsakiel before him. Tsakiel wielded a double-bladed sword, its hilt gleaming with an eerie light. His figure loomed particularly large in the moonlight. The executioner truly lives up to his reputation. It's my honor to fight you with all my might. Tsakiel's voice was deep and magnetic, his sword inlaid with a gleaming amulet. Tony snorted coldly, not replying, but pointing his pistols at Tsakiel. He noticed that Tsakiel's fighting power had skyrocketed, seemingly due to the amulet. Some of the amulets stolen by the cult in the ancient tomb ruins had finally been effective. His finger lightly squeezed the trigger, and two bullets shot out at Sakir like lightning. Sakir smiled faintly, swung his double-bladed sword swiftly, the blade gleaming in the air, easily deflecting the bullets. Your marksmanship is indeed excellent, but it's useless against me. Sakir's voice was tinged with sarcasm. Tony frowned, quickly adjusting his tactics. He sheathed his pistols, and drew his great sword from his back. The great sword gleamed in the air, aiming for Sakir's vitals. Sakir swung his sword to block, quickly retreating, trying to avoid Tony's attack. But Tony's attack was like a tidal wave, leaving Sakir no chance to breathe. Your swordsmanship isn't bad either. Tony's voice held a hint of admiration, but his eyes still betrayed a resolute murderous intent. Sajir snorted coldly, swinging his double-bladed sword once more. The blade streaked through the air, piercing Tony's vitals. Tony quickly dodged, swinging his greatsword continuously, clashing fiercely with Sajer's double-bladed sword. The sound of metal clashing echoed through the ruins, sparks flying. Tony's swordsmanship was unparalleled, each strike carrying immense power. Combined with the executioner's superhuman athleticism, his strikes were incredibly tricky. Sajer's double-bladed sword, on the other hand, was agile and versatile, each swing carrying immense force, attempting to block Tony's path. In the fierce exchange, Tony seized on a flaw in Sajer's swordplay and quickly adjusted his tactics. He no longer engaged in direct confrontation with Sajer's swordsmanship, but instead used his agility to flank Sajer and launch a fierce attack. Tony seized the flaw in Sajer's swordplay. The two struck simultaneously. Sajer's double-edged sword pierced Tony's chest with a piercing sound, while Tony's greatsword deflected Sajer's blade by a fraction of a second, the tip of the blade piercing Sajer's abdomen with pinpoint accuracy. Sajer roared in pain, his figure swaying, clearly severely wounded. "You lose," Tony said calmly. Sajer knelt in the rubble, his eyes gleaming with resentment, but he ultimately lowered his head. Tony stood before him, his greatsword dripping with blood. Suddenly, a violent tremor shook the entire space, and the surrounding ruins began to crumble. Tony realized that Shamshiel had been defeated, and the infinite city domain began to crumble. Sajer, too, stared at the crumbling domain before him in silence. He quickly retreated, away from Sajer, preparing for the next changes. "It looks like our battle is over." "You lost?" Tony shouted to Sakir. Sakir remained silent, seemingly acknowledging his team's defeat. Chapter 648. While Tony battled Sagiel and Sakya, and Cheyenne dealt with Shamshiel, in another ruined area of the Infinite City, the battle between Nineveh and Israfil raged on. Xiao Wu, hidden within Nineveh, had originally intended to aid her in combat by altering the natural environment. Originally, she could manipulate the elements, providing powerful support to Nineveh. However, Nineveh chose to face Israfil alone in this battle, eager to test his resolve. This time, Israfil seemed to be radiating a fighting spirit, and as a warrior, Nineveh could naturally sense it. "Xiao Wu, you don't have to fight. Just watch quietly." Nineveh's voice was firm, her eyes revealing a thirst for battle. Xiao Wu nodded. She knew Nineveh's strength, and believed she could handle this battle. Israfil held an ancient talisman, his figure flickering in the air, each appearance accompanied by a powerful surge of energy. A hint of madness lingered in his eyes, clearly wielding his full strength. "Witness my new power." Israfil's voice laced with mockery. With a flick of his finger, the talisman shimmered with an eerie light. Instantly, countless clones of Israfil emerged from the talisman, pouring down upon Nineveh. Forming a dense formation, they unleashed a barrage of spells upon Nineveh. Each of these raindrops carried a powerful force, seemingly threatening to completely engulf her. Nineveh smiled faintly, a hint of disdain in her voice. "Still obsessed with your shabby spell?" Nineveh quickly activated her mechanical soul fusion, her body enveloped in a golden glow, merging with her mechanical soul double, much like when she transformed into a giant of light. However, this time, she remained at her normal size, rather than expanding in size. Auras of mechanical soul energy formed around her, the diffuse energy alone causing some nearby clones to dissipate. Her figure streaked through the air like a high-speed meteor, darting directly through Israfil's clone spell-bombarding formation. She streaked through the air, each movement leaving Israfil's clones empty. 90's evasive tactics were exceptionally agile. Utilizing her mechanical soul double's high-speed movement, she weaved between the clones, each movement precisely avoiding Israfil's attacks and preventing them from tracking her. While flying at high speed, Nineveh continuously employed both melee and ranged abilities to eliminate the clones. To Israfil, a flash of light flashed at incredible speed and at an odd angle, dissolving the clones in its path into thin air. "Your speed is indeed impressive, but how long can you maintain this?" Israfil's voice was tinged with defiance. With another wave of his finger, more clones emerged from the talisman, charging towards Nineveh. In addition to her powerful, high-speed melee abilities, Nineveh also possessed a variety of light-based abilities. Her ranged light-based abilities were equally varied, sometimes attacking in a straight line, sometimes sweeping in a fan-shaped pattern, each strike wielding a vast swath of clones. "Are you truly not going to give up?" Nineveh's voice was tinged with curiosity, knowing that Israfil had repeatedly fought her in her face. "Of course, I must fight you in a duel you won't regret." Israfil's voice was tinged with anger, his eyes hinting at a madness. Ninive smiled faintly, a hint of appreciation in her voice. "Well then, will you please let me have my fun?" With a flick of her finger, Ninive launched a powerful blade of light energy, slicing through the swarm of Israfil's newly released clones. Her light-powered abilities varied, sometimes striking in straight lines, sometimes sweeping in a fan-shaped pattern, each attack leaving the clones vulnerable. Nynaeve seized an opening in Israfil's attack and swiftly rushed to his true form. What? Israfil thought he could hide among his clones, safe from harm. Instead, Nynaeve charged directly at his true form. Nynaeve didn't hesitate, raining down a barrage of punches on Israfil, leaving him powerless to fight back. Israfil fell to the ground amidst the rubble, his eyes etched with resentment. Nynaeve stood before him, her voice a hint of fatigue, yet more resolute. Give up. You are no match for me. Israfil noticed Nynaeve hadn't killed him, and he still had the strength to get up. He spoke with a hint of resignation. I know the Executor's power, but I always end up in a crushing defeat, and that leaves me feeling resigned. Nynaeve frowned slightly, a hint of doubt in her voice. I don't sense any ill will from you. You're not a bad person. Why did you insist on joining the cult? Israfil sighed, a hint of resignation in his voice. We, the Dragon People, formed the cult for our own beliefs. We simply want humanity to survive the disaster that befell our kin, though our methods are different. We differ in our stances, so there's no point in saying more. Nynaeve was silent for a moment, a hint of persuasion in her voice, but you still have a chance. Turn back. Israfil smiled faintly, a hint of determination in his voice, which sure is the right one. It's hard to say. Will you continue? Nynaeve watched Israfil stagger to his feet. My fighting spirit won't let me give up. Come, let's have the final showdown. Didn't you say you see if I could satisfy you? Israfil said with a wry smile, coughing out blood twice. Humph, you're just trying to save face, only to suffer. Seeing this, Nynaeve said no more. She leaped back, putting some distance between them. The two men stood still, and Israfil summoned the talisman's energy. A surge of light energy shot out from it, striking Nineveh. Nineveh's arms channeled a vast amount of mechanical energy, seemingly warping even space. She channeled the energy through her arms, and a powerful beam of light shot out from her hands, striking Israfil directly. The light energies of both sides collided in midair, a vast radiance engulfing the surrounding maze and buildings. When the smoke and dust cleared, Israfil had collapsed to the ground, unable to fight any further. Nineveh stood before him, her figure towering against the radiance. I couldn't satisfy you. I really can't help it, Israfil said, then fainted. Nineveh sighed silently. She had met this guy since their time in Nanmi. Back then, he had always tried to persuade Nineveh, but now he had taken the liberty of treating her as his opponent. After all, the apostles were Ashua's kin, and Nineveh had no intention of killing them. Rather than simply killing one or two apostles, Nineveh felt that capturing the leader and his supporters was the truest way to defeat the cult. As she thought this, the realm suddenly began to collapse and tremble. It seemed that Shamshir's side had also been defeated.